Chapter 311. Lan Long had never taken the apparently fragile fire dragon cub seriously. Furthermore, since Lin Lin and Yi Zi, the two who dared to attack it, held a higher priority in his hatred, he hadn't paid any special attention to them for the time being, merely greeting them in passing during his attacks. But now, a mere fire dragon, not even a full-grown adult, dared to invade its own skies. This was a brutal blow to its dignity as an ancient dragon. For a moment, it even ignored Yi Zi on the ground below. Instead, it flicked its tail and soared upwards. But now, bound by its bond, Dakong flew at lightning speed. Lan Long tried to catch up, but its flying ability was essentially floating. While it could be as agile in the air as a sea dragon in the sea, its straight-line acceleration was not its strong point. For a moment, it was unable to close the distance between them. This situation infuriated the Lan Long even more. It halted its pursuit, and instead aimed in the direction of Dakong's flight. From its open maw, boundless water mist gathered once again, and it aimed a breath at the soaring Dakong, ready to blast it out. Lin Lin clutched the scales on Dakong's back to steady himself, his head flicking back, observing the Lan Long's movements. The moment the Lan Long's jaws locked onto them, Lin Lin wanted to shout, "Get out of the way!" But before he could utter a word, the thought flashed through his mind as Dakong, as if sensing it, suddenly folded its wings, and instantly dived from soaring into the sky. The terrifying water cannon, powerful enough to pierce through the heavens, blasted out. Though it missed immediately, the Lan Long didn't stop. Instead, it continued its torrent of water, twisting its head against the immense recoil, chasing the crimson figure in the sky. The earth, the mountains, the ancient trees. Everything crumbled and vanished wherever the water cannon swept past. Lin Lin's heartbeat raced, his peripheral vision fixed on the torrent that pursued him like a deathly force. His palms were already covered in sweat. Dakong pushed his speed to its limit, swooping and tumbling, creating a dazzling trajectory. Each time, he managed to swerve nimbly just as the water cannon approached, taking advantage of Lan Long's momentary struggle to control its direction due to the cannon's immense recoil to close the gap. It seemed like a few seconds, yet it also felt like an infinitely long time. Lan Long's breath couldn't be endless after all. After trying 5 or 6 times but failing to even touch Dakong, it finally shut its mouth and gave up the idea of using the water cannon to kill him. For it, such a powerful breath was somewhat exhausting. Using it against these two was like using anti-aircraft guns to smite mosquitoes. It wasted its energy. Lan Long stared intently at the sky, still soaring freely in its airspace. Repeated attempts to bring it down had failed, only fueling its fury. If water doesn't work, then use the wind. With a long howl from Lan Long, the world seemed to be silent for a moment. Then, the sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. Disordered streams of air intertwined and collided, forming cyclones. The cyclones collided, some annihilating each other into a breeze, but many more saw their wind speeds continuously increase in the fierce collisions, gradually merging together to form massive tornadoes. These tornadoes formed a jungle, each column a towering tree within it, only this one, towering above the clouds and connected to the ground, constantly moving, destroying everything in its path. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed insignificant, only Lan Long reigned supreme, feeling the varying strengths of the suction coming from all directions, watching the tornadoes, controlled by Lan Long, pursue and intercept him and Dakong. It felt as if there was no way to heaven or earth. Lin Lin took a deep breath and said nothing, simply tightening his grip on Dakong's scales. "Dakong, my life is in your hands, fly!" "Dakong, fly!" "Roar!" Feeling Lin Lin's unconditional trust, Dakong let out a resounding roar, feeling filled with endless energy, unfazed by any sign of fatigue. With another powerful flap of his wings, his speed soared again. The view zoomed out, revealing a flash of crimson lightning in a world of utter darkness. In front of it, behind it, to its left and right, endless storms surged, seemingly threatening to engulf it. However, the crimson lightning always found the weakest gaps in the wind, piercing through them, and leaving the storms behind. "Boss meow!" On the ground, Coconut Day gazed anxiously at the fiery red lightning in the sky, feeling both worried and bewildered. Just now, Dakong had dived too fast to rescue Lin Lin from the breath, and Coconut Date hadn't been able to catch him. Upon landing, he was thrown to the other side. Before he could even get up, a fleeting flash of light suddenly appeared between Boss and Dakong. It was unclear what had happened. Before it could even run over, Lan Long launched another attack towards them. Dakong reacted swiftly, carrying Lin Lin into the air and dodging the attack, which in turn allowed Lan Long to completely lock onto them. "What should we do now, meow?" "We take it down." A resolute voice echoed. Coconut Date turned to see Ez, who had been momentarily ignored by Lan Long, approaching. She looked up at the chase in the sky, then at Lan Long in the clouds, concentrating on controlling the gusts of wind. Her tone remained unwavering. Take it down? Coconut Date's eyes widened. She glanced at Ez, then back up at Lan Long in the sky. Are you kidding? Just a few of them, they thought they could defeat the godlike monster? Until now, the boss had only been focused on escaping this guy. Meow. Ez nodded slightly, then shook her head, leaving Coconut Date with a look of confusion. Ez tightened her grip on the dragon bone staff. She had already discovered during their first few encounters that while they might be able to injure Lan Long on their own, defeating it was sheer wishful thinking. If we can't defeat it, we must at least repel it. We have no other choice. Ez pointed at Dekong, who now appeared to them as a mere speck. Didn't you notice? Dekong and Brother Lin Lin have already flown out of the range of spiritual peak, but that creature is still relentless, showing no sign of giving up. That's a petty ancient dragon. It won't give up just because someone leaves its territory. If we want to survive, we must inflict enough damage on it to make it give up. Chapter 312. But how could we possibly do it with just a few of us? Meow. Even if we can't, we still try. Ez stared intently at the Lan Long in the air, took a deep breath, and then turned and headed towards the mountaintop. The weapons in their hands alone were not enough to inflict any damage on the Lan Long. To inflict sufficient damage, they could only rely on the might of nature. Seeing Ez heading towards the mountaintop, Yizeo instinctively followed, tentatively asking, "Do you have any ideas, Meow?" Ez pointed in the direction of the mountaintop. "Originally, we didn't, but thanks to that guy's breath, we do now." The Lan Long's water cannon was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Since it had previously used its breath to chase the sky, it hadn't hit anyone, but instead had left the terrain around the sacred peak in a state of chaos and devastation. Looking down from above, the land and mountains were covered in hideous cracks, and the hardest hit was actually the sacred peak beneath their feet. The Lingfeng Peak, towering thousands of feet high, towers over all other peaks, a place of abundant natural beauty. However, Lan Long's unleashing of power has left several scars on the peak that will never heal. The once sheer summit, which once soared into the sky, now looks as if someone had slashed it diagonally from the side. The cracks penetrate most of the mountain, with only a small patch of rock remaining, barely connecting the upper and lower parts. Yeza stared at the crack for a few moments before a sudden realization struck him. So we're going to lure Lan Long down there, then use explosives or something to blow the mountain apart, and then bury him alive? Although Yi had said he hoped to severely injure Lan Long, Yizeo felt that was too conservative. If he truly destroyed it, he'd probably be able to defeat him right there and then. It roughly estimated that the rift's base to its highest point was over 100 meters high, weighing at least 1,000,000 tons. If that weight, combined with the potential energy of gravity, fell on a fleshy body, it would be instantly reduced to pulp. That would be because the monster's body was tough enough. Although the idea was audacious to the point of being insane, Coconut Date believed it was feasible. At least, it was the only ray of light it could see amidst the gloomy clouds of despair. However, while Coconut Date believed this plan was generally feasible, upon closer inspection, it presented numerous challenges. For example, while the fissure was deep enough that it looked like a single explosion would cause it to collapse, where, how, and with what explosives would it be possible to maintain its structural integrity while crashing down? For example, how could we lure Lan Long to the bottom of the rock, and then, when the rock fell, prevent it from reacting or escaping? Also, how could we inform Lin Lin and Dakong, who were now far away, of their plan so that Lan Long would no longer set its sights on that place, and instead fall into the trap? Jujube followed Yeezy closely, raising these questions as they ran. Yeezy glanced at the mountaintop again, his mind racing. Telling Brother Lin this won't be hard. Just fire off a few more flares, and he'd definitely see. He brought Dakong to attract Lan Long's attention, probably hoping to get us out safely. As long as we're ready and fire off the flares, he'd definitely lure Lan Long back. Leave it to me to figure out where to set the detonation point. Teacher and Tai taught me a lot about exploiting the environment, but we don't have explosives right now, which is a problem. Coconut Date's eyes lit up. As for explosives, I have a way to get them, meow. The boss has set up a makeshift camp at the foot of the cliff ahead, storing some materials he's gathered but can't use right now, including gunpowder grass and nitroparasitic mushrooms, meow. As for the barrels containing explosives, there's the wreckage of an airship on the platform over there. I checked it out while searching for the boss, and there are quite a few barrels in there that are still intact, meow. Yezi's face flickered with a faint smile, but it quickly faded. Then, there's only one last question left. How do we prevent Lon Long from reacting and escaping? Yi gritted her teeth and said fiercely, then I attack Lon Long from below, distracting its attention from above. When the summit collapses, I have the Qin sect and a chance of escape. I just hope that Brother Lin and Dakong can hold on for the next while, allowing them to complete all their preparations. No, I have a better plan, Meow. Yi's face was filled with determination when Yizeo suddenly interrupted her. Just now, when we were talking about the wreckage of the airship, Meow, I remembered there was a heavy crossbow there. Although, there's a minor structural flaw, but I fixed it while I was inspecting it, Meow. You can use it to fire single-shot restraining rounds, Meow. Yi had just finished adjusting his composure when he heard the good news from Yezhao, and an uncontrollable smile crossed his face. That's great. Although single-shot restraining rounds are best fired simultaneously by multiple heavy crossbows to achieve maximum monster restraint, using only one would significantly reduce their effectiveness, and the restraining rounds would quickly break free. Their goal was simply to restrain Lon Long for a brief moment or two, allowing the collapsing mountaintop to strike it. That's plenty of time. Okay. Without further ado, I go to the top of the mountain to find a detonation point. Coconut, you go and mix up some explosives as quickly as possible. Large barrels are best, but small ones are fine too. Okay, Meow. The rain was pouring down, the wind was howling, and the forest was in shambles. No living creatures were to be seen. Even the most common insects had hidden deep within. Amidst this gust of wind, which would have made it difficult for ordinary people to move, 3 figures pushed a cart forward at a rapid pace, seemingly unhindered. I heard Mia say that Lingfeng might harbor an ancient dragon, but I thought it unlikely. Ancient dragons aren't like cabbages everywhere. Huff huff. Now it seems this isn't just any ancient dragon, it's no ordinary ancient dragon. Rachel tucked the tarpaulin on the cart tightly to prevent her ammunition from getting soaked and misfiring on the critical battlefield. It's certainly no ordinary ancient dragon. I once participated in a blocking battle against a steel dragon in Battle Street. That creature was known as the Lord of Storms. Back then, I thought the storm it whipped up was powerful enough to obscure the heavens and sun, but compared to this one, it pales in comparison. Kevin, pushing the cart, gazed up at the countless waterspouts connecting the sky and earth ahead, his expression serious and solemn. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 313. The good news is, we probably don't need to continue following the trail to chase that Tyrannosaurus. Rickless touched his tiger bell, sensing the heavy atmosphere, and offered a witty remark to lighten the mood. That Tyrannosaurus is heading directly towards Spiritual Peak. The unknown ancient dragon on Spiritual Peak is making such a commotion right now, most likely because of it. He didn't say the rest, but both understood his meaning. Although a Tyrannosaurus could be just as dangerous as some ancient dragons, the ancient dragon before them, responsible for countless tornadoes, was clearly a notch above that. By now, that Tyrannosaurus was likely completely dead. But something still seems off. Rachel glanced around, searching for any trace to support her theory, but the torrential rain and raging winds had obscured any trace. She spoke based on her memory. The traces we found earlier must have been left a day or two ago. If that Deinonychus really was charging here, chasing something, as I suspect, then it must have been at least a day ago. Kevin took over. If we don't think a Deinonychus could fight the ancient dragon on Spirit Peak for a whole day, if so, then something else might be pissing off the ancient dragon. Sigh. The ancient dragon, what a headache. If it keeps losing its temper, the entire ecosystem of the Jillian region will suffer, right? Rickless looked torn. On the one hand, fighting an ancient dragon was far too dangerous. Even a high-ranking hunter could lose their life if they weren't careful. On the other hand, a hunter's duty was to protect the ecosystem. At least part of it. Which meant they were likely to receive a guild-assigned mission to investigate or subdue the ancient dragon. In fact, it's already causing considerable damage to the Jillian region's ecology. Rachel spoke softly. I asked Mia. The Thunder Wolf dragons that forced the Jillian Hunter Guild to call for help originally inhabited the depths of the sacred peak, far from the village. They were recently driven down from the peak by something, and it seems it was this ancient dragon that controls the storm. Furthermore, since the Thunder Wolf dragons left the sacred peak area, rainfall in the stream area has been increasing. Many tree species that aren't adapted to the excessively humid environment have died, and Jillian Village's forestry has suffered a significant blow. It's foreseeable that if it continues this way, the entire Jillian ecosystem will collapse. Rickless no longer had to worry. That's good. Once we report its information, the Guild Subjugation Commission will most likely come through. He rolled up his sleeves. I think we can try to get closer and gather intelligence now. When the commission comes down, those of us who are close by will be assigned. Kevin, however, keenly grasped the key information from Rachel's words. Wait, the Thunder Wolf dragons operate in packs, and the golden giant we've been harassing for almost a month is their leader. This means it's also powerless against the ancient dragon on the spiritual peak. And we've seen the power of that golden giant. Once its supercharged golden state is activated, not only can it not affect the local weather, it's even more formidable than the Flame Queen dragon. Even in its weakened state, it held its own against the Devil Dragon. Rachel quickly followed up on him. This means we may need to raise our assessment of the ancient dragon's strength. Its danger level is probably 9 stars. It's not something we can handle. Even in the entire guild, aside from the Great Elder, there's almost no one who can defeat it. The cost of defeating such a creature is too high. I think the guild is more likely to abandon Jieyun and allow the villagers to relocate elsewhere, rather than issuing a subjugation commission. Is that so scary? Rickless muttered, then asked, so, should we conduct a closer investigation or simply return home? Kevin was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, let's get closer and take a look. Gathering more information will at least provide the guild with more references. The three of them stopped talking and continued pushing the cart in silence. After a moment, Rickless suddenly turned to look at Rachel. Rachel? ? He looked at Kevin again, blinked, and gestured with his eyes towards the cart laden with ammunition. Kevin understood instantly, then turned to look at Rachel and sighed silently. Rachel, shock. She nearly jumped up and down. No, what do you mean? Are you pissed me off for slowing you down? Kevin muttered quietly, his voice low. Why would we have to go through all that trouble to have all melee hunters? And you're blaming me for not bringing you along before. The wind was so strong, and Kevin's voice so low, Rachel couldn't hear what he said. But even if she couldn't, she knew it wasn't good. She said anxiously, you just don't know the benefits of having a ranged teammate. Be quiet when you encounter a monster that flies in the sky and won't come down. Rickless muttered, but we have flash grenades. After walking a short distance, Rachel suddenly narrowed her eyes and glanced to the side. Is there someone there? How could that be? Where in this damn place did they come from? Holy crap! There really is someone. Rickless, at first, took a few steps forward to take a closer look, then exclaimed in surprise. After rubbing his eyes and taking a closer look, Rickles looked back at Rachel with a strange expression. And she seems familiar. Look, is that your apprentice? Ziyuan? How could that be? How could she, a 2-star hunter, dare to venture into such a dangerous place? Rachel paused mid-sentence. She could clearly see the girl carrying the heavy crossbow. Not far from her, a tall hound with 2 figures, one tall and one short, sitting on its back. Ziyuan? Rachel's exclamation caused the girl to withdraw her gaze from the sky and look inward. She froze for a moment. Master. Rachel's anger rose uncontrollably. This crazy girl, she was simply ignorant and fearless. The ancient dragon was just ahead, and how dare you venture into a place like this? Is this the place for a 2-star hunter like you? Why are you here? Chapter 314. Ziyuan saw Rachel's expression and instinctively sensed something was amiss. She quickly slid to her knees and said, I heard my senior was being hunted by a Tyrannosaurus Rex, so I wanted to come over to see if I could help. I didn't expect it to be such a big scene. Without even a breath, she quickly moved aside to allow the old man and the young boy riding the dog behind her to pass. These two are from Dragon Shit. The Dragon History Research Institute. The young scholar reluctantly repeated himself, then looked at the hunters before him and briefly explained their origins. We originally received word of a Tyrannosaurus Rex sighting in this area and wanted to come here to investigate, but as we passed the mountain ahead, the one you call Spiritual Peak, a storm dragon's breath destroyed our airship. The professor and I were both seriously injured. Fortunately, a nearby hunter named Lin Lin arrived and rescued us. However, while escorting us away, something unexpected happened. The storm dragon seemed to be searching the entire mountain for us. To ensure our safety, the hunter led it away on his own. We don't know what happened next, but we know that not long after the storm dragon was led away, this place became like this. The young scholar gestured towards the devastation on the surrounding peaks, his expression filled with unconcealed worry. I really hope the hunter who saved their lives is alright. Off to the side, Kevin, who had been watching the show with his arms crossed, began to tense up after Ziyuan's first words. His expression twisted completely after hearing the young scholar's words. Know who? Lin Lin, if he remembered correctly, before they set out, This guy had promised him he'd stay in the village and not wander around, right? Then who could explain to him what Lin Lin was being chased by the devil-may cryptid meant? What did Lin Lin single-handedly let away the storm dragon to protect the two scholars mean? He forced down his turbulent emotions, took a few steps forward, and asked in a deep voice, "The hunter you mentioned, Lin Lin, did he use a shield axe? You know him?" The young scholar was surprised. "Come to think of it, it seems so. You should all be in this area. It's normal for hunters on the move to know each other. You hunters are fast. Could you please hurry back to the nearest village and ask for help from the Hunters Guild?" He gasped for breath, and was suddenly interrupted by the old dragon man riding the same dog, who tugged on his sleeve. "One more thing. I appreciate your help in bringing back the information I've observed and recorded about the storm dragon. It should be helpful to the guild." As he spoke, the old dragon man pulled out a scroll, rolled up a piece of parchment, and slid it inside, handing it to Kevin. Inside was all the information he had observed and recorded about the storm dragon. Kevin remained silent, not reaching for it. Rickles, standing beside him, took the scroll thoughtfully, but instead of putting it away, he unscrewed it and read the parchment inside. "Lon Long, that should be the ancient dragon on the sacred peak ahead, right? Let me see its abilities." Rachel no longer cared about the cowering Ziyuan. She walked over to Kevin and gently placed her hand on his shoulder. "What are you going to do?" Kevin gritted his teeth. "My apprentice is in danger. How can I not save him? That bastard, he promised to stay in the village when he left, and now he's caused me this much trouble. I'm going to give him a beating." Rachel's lips curled into a soft, barely perceptible smile. No matter how dangerous, as long as there was a reason to do something, he wouldn't give up. That was part of what attracted her to him. "I go with you." Rickless, oblivious to the tension between the two people beside him, he quickly read the parchment, stuffed it back into the scroll, and tossed it to Cheyenne, who was trying to minimize her presence. Our previous speculation was correct. This ancient dragon called Lon Long is indeed incredibly powerful. If we were to rank it by star level, it would probably be at the top of the 9-star tier. Close reconnaissance would already be dangerous, and rescuing anyone from it would be incredibly difficult. Rachel turned to look at him. "So are you going? If not, you be the one delivering the intelligence." Rickless grinned. "This is already dangerous enough. Without my involvement, you two alone wouldn't be able to rescue anyone, and you might even get yourself into trouble." "Ha, just bragging. Don't I know your level?" Kevin retorted subconsciously. They had known each other for a long time and often bickered like this, but after a few words, he calmed down considerably. Rachel turned to look at Ziyuan, who shuddered at her gaze. "Your senior brother is a worrywart, and you're no different. How can a monster like the Deinonychus be taken on by a person of your size? I teach you a lesson later. I've got a mission for you now. Escort these two scholars back to the village and pass on the information. Do you understand?" Cheyenne instinctively stood at attention. "I promise to complete the mission." Rachel nodded, no longer looking at her. She whispered, "Go." Cheyenne was about to start walking forward when a thought struck her. She turned back and added, "By the way, Master, I didn't come here alone. After hearing that our senior brother was in danger, I came here with Sister Yezi and that swordsman Brafe. They're our teammates." "No, there are others?" Rachel frowned. "Where are they?" "We met Coconut at the foot of the mountain, leading the two scholars down. After learning that our senior brother had led Lon Long away, they discussed it, and then went their separate ways. Sister Yezi took Coconut on Dakong's back, and flew straight up to rescue them. Brave rode Tayo Tayo in another direction. I wanted to follow, but they said my skills were too low, and only allowed me to escort the two scholars back." "Dakong? Tayo Tayo? What are these things?" Rickles looked confused. He glanced at Kevin, and saw that he didn't seem to understand either. Meanwhile, Rachel, standing beside him, seemed lost in thought. So he simply asked, "What are Dakong and Tayo Tayo?" Shiwan uttered an "oh," then realized they seemed completely unaware of his senior brother's miraculous qualities. She explained, "Dakong is a young fire dragon, and Tayo Tayo is a king yellow dragon. They're both his." What's the word, partners? Chapter 315. Rickless, ? Am I not understanding the common language? Why is this so hard to understand? Fire dragon, yellow speed dragon king, companion? How do these three words even connect? So, the monster we saw last time in the village following the Thunder Wolf dragon after hunting it back was that Jumper? Rachel realized, I've seen that yellow speed dragon before. It was indeed a very gentle creature, completely different from those desert bandits out in the wild. So, has it now grown into a yellow speed dragon king? As for the fire dragon Dakong, it's probably pretty similar to Jumper. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, there are probably 2 more people to rescue. I'm a little confused. Kevin was also stunned for a moment, remembering the inexplicably harmonious relationship between his troublesome apprentice and the one-punch bear. His and his other monster companions weren't so hard to understand. With 2 more young men getting involved, the rescue becomes even more difficult. Alright, I get it. You should get these 2 scholars away from here. It's too dangerous to stay. Rachel waved her hand, shooing Ziyun away like a fly. As the 3 people and the dog gradually retreated, Rachel and Kevin exchanged a glance. Do you have a plan? Kevin curled his lips. Yes, that's to blow Lonlong's head off. Rickless gave him a sidelong look. Huh? Are you serious? Of course I'm kidding. How can an ancient dragon be so easy to deal with? He rubbed his brow. Anyway, let's head up the mountain. Bring the smoke bombs with you. Once we find the people, have them retreat first. We take turns distracting Lonlong, and then find a chance to evacuate. Rickles sighed. What a crude plan. The more detailed the plan, the more likely it is to be disrupted by unexpected events. Let's first establish a general direction, and the rest depends on us improvising. Okay, enough nonsense, let's get moving. Brave had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he'd been craving a ride for ages, but never had the chance to try it out. Lin and Yeza were basically the only people who could get on this guy's back. Today, he finally got his wish, and he should be happy. On the other hand, looking up at the countless raging tornadoes that stretched as far as his eye could see, from the sky to the ground, he couldn't help but worry for Lin. That creature in the sky was truly a fiery creature. Could Lin really withstand it? He leaned over and gently patted Tayo on the back. Tayo, you've got to keep running. Whether we can save Lin depends on both of us. Tayo continued running, a low growl escaping his throat, his pace quietly increasing. Brave glanced around at the terrain. With Tayo running so fast, they had reached the very edge of the sacred peak. Just a little further, they almost entered the stream. At this point, it was probably time to start. He cleared his throat forcefully, recalling the few tricks he had briefly explained to him. He took a deep breath. Ah! He howled until all the air in his lungs was gone. Brave then stopped, gasping for air. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, why is this roar so hard to imitate? Yeezy was so good at it back then. He couldn't help but doubt himself. Could a roar like this, which didn't even sound like it to him, really attract monsters? But if he couldn't attract enough monsters to distract the ancient dragon, how could he save the people? No matter what, he couldn't give up. He took a few deep breaths and howled again. His high-speed running made his voice carry even further. Ayo Angang. A deep, long roar suddenly came from the side, drowning out Brave's roar before he could finish. He almost choked on his own saliva. No, this could really attract monsters? He instinctively turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, and found it was on the highest peak in sight. While it couldn't compare to the sacred peak, it was still a remarkable peak. Atop that mountain's peak stood a figure, ablaze with golden lightning. It roared resoundingly at the distant, dark clouds. Thunderclaps echoed throughout its body, and a thick golden bolt descended from the sky, enveloping it like a golden thunder god descending upon the earth. It truly is a thunder wolf dragon, but why is it golden? Brave instinctively recalled that Master Lin and his companions had been planning to hunt a special thunder wolf dragon known as the Overlord. Lin had said that creature's entire body shone with golden lightning. That creature hadn't been subjugated, however, after carefully observing the golden thunder wolf dragon for a moment, Brave couldn't help but reconsider his assumption. It couldn't be a dominant thunder wolf dragon. While its claws were stronger than those of ordinary thunder wolf dragons, they weren't the blood-red color Lin had described. He hadn't heard Lin mention the unusually thick right-handed horn on its head. It must be another unique individual, distinct from the dominant thunder wolf dragon. Judging by the aura of golden lightning emanating from it, let's call it the Golden Thunder God. We don't know how powerful it is, but just from its aura, it's clear it's a particularly powerful one. If we lure it over, it definitely attract Lonlong's attention. I just don't know if my clumsy imitation of its roar will actually attract that creature. Brave took a deep breath. Ayo! The Golden Thunder God on the mountaintop roared. Just as he was about to catch his breath and vent his anger, he suddenly heard a chaotic, strange roar that couldn't even be called a roar. He subconsciously tilted his head, his eyes, brimming with golden lightning, glancing in the direction of the sound. A strange dragon, its body parts strangely resembling those of the Thunder Wolf dragon, yet its structure was vastly different. A strange howl emanated from its back, seemingly directed at it, the Golden Thunder God suddenly let out a furious roar. It was already furious to see the creature who had taken over their home go mad again. If it hadn't been fully healed from its previous beating, it would have rushed over to challenge him again. What a bully in plain sight. Who the hell are you? How dare you challenge me like that? Hearing the Golden Thunder God's roar, Brave wasn't surprised, but delighted. Great. His imitation worked. He howled even more vigorously. Ah! 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 Chapter 316. So annoying. Seeing the creature below, undeterred and instead howling even more unpleasantly, Golden Thunder God could no longer contain his fury. He leaped from the mountaintop, leaping several times over the steep cliff face before charging towards Brave. Take the bait. Jump. Run. Geo. Watching Golden Thunder God charging towards him with astonishing force, Jump found himself feeling little nervousness or fear. Perhaps it was because he had seen the sea before, and even the most ferocious Thunder Wolf dragon, no matter how ferocious, felt little fear. However, he had no intention of standing there to challenge the Thunder Wolf dragon. Although he wasn't as clever as Dakong, he knew he had to obey the katana wielder on his back, so he could better protect his leader. Upon hearing Brave's words, Tayo didn't hesitate a moment, twisting his body and sprinting once more towards the raging storm. Golden Thunder God landed with a thud, his powerful forelimbs easily creating a deep crater beneath him. He slowly pulled his claws out of the crater and, with narrowed eyes, watched Tayo flee ahead, as if in deep thought. Ah! Ong! Seeing the other party had given up pursuit, Brave grew anxious. He let out a ghostly howl and pulled on the reins, signaling Tayo to break. The fate of saving Lin depended entirely on this guy. He had to lure him out, no matter what. Golden Thunder God paced slowly, watching Tayo, who had only taken a few steps before stopping again. He became increasingly certain that this guy was deliberately provoking him. If a human were to discover someone deliberately provoking their anger, they'd likely consider their ulterior motives, perhaps harboring some hidden agenda. But this was the Golden Thunder God, the king of the Thunder Wolf Dragon clan. His majesty and pride forbade such a weak creature from provoking him. The only fate awaiting him was to be ripped to shreds by lightning. The Golden Thunder God slowly paced toward Tiao, quietly closing the distance between them. When he felt they were close enough, the ground beneath his front paws suddenly shattered into a mass of rubble, and his body, like an arrow from a bow, shot forward toward Tiao. Brave nervously monitored every muscle movement of the Golden Thunder God. At the same moment he exploded, his foot suddenly pressed down hard on Tiao's abdomen. This level of force wasn't painful for Tiao, but it was undoubtedly a signal. Upon receiving the signal, Tiao suddenly launched himself into the air. With lightning speed, the two figures crossed paths. The Thunder Wolf dragon missed its pounce, but its reaction was incredibly fast, with almost no delay. The moment it landed, it reversed direction, its limbs exploding with power as it pounced once more on Tiao, who was in midair. Tiao was in midair, with nowhere to rest his footing, seemingly in an instant of danger. However, he didn't panic and attack the Golden Thunder God, as that would only disrupt his balance. This was the battle wisdom he had gradually learned from Lin after spending so much time with him. Bang! Until the Golden Thunder God's front paws had already reached Tiao's abdomen, Tiao's long legs suddenly kicked out, striking the Golden Thunder God's front paws. While this didn't cause any substantial damage, the counterforce sent its body careening sideways. The force of the kick from above offset the Golden Thunder God's momentum, and his body paused in the air for a moment before plummeting. The momentary delay between the two landings meant that both landed almost simultaneously, and the moment Tiao hit the ground, he sprinted forward at full speed. The next moment, a golden ball of lightning exploded where Tiao had landed. After several consecutive attacks failed to directly kill the creature it considered weak, the Golden Thunder God roared in anger and launched himself into pursuit. The creature that had taken over its homeland was fine. Although it hated it deeply, it had barely managed to inflict any damage after so many battles. This was a stark difference in physical strength. It could only hone its fighting skills bit by bit, hoping to one day defeat it. But now, if even this weakling could escape unscathed after provoking it, then it, the king, no longer had to dwell on revenge. It might as well find a cliff and end it all, letting the creature with red claws lead the tribe. Aonon. Geo. One in front, one behind, two figures, one large and one small, darted through the forest, sometimes intersecting, sometimes separating. While the pace was incredibly dangerous, Tayo, with his armor made of Thunder Wolf dragon material, even if he occasionally failed to completely avoid the Golden Thunder God's attacks, the damage was mainly to the outer layer of the armor. Tayo Tayo himself wasn't seriously injured, and his running speed barely slowed down at all. Whoosh! A tornado, connecting heaven and earth, roared past. Jumping Tiao swerved, his body practically touching the ground. He narrowly avoided the edge of the powerful wind, avoiding a head-on collision. He narrowly avoided being lifted high into the sky and flung back down to a pulp. Having just dodged the tornado, Jumping Tiao swerved again. Based on his previous experience in the chase, the Golden Thunder God would surely not miss this opportunity. If he didn't swerve again, he would likely be pinned down by a single claw. However, Brave, clinging tightly to his saddle, took the opportunity to glance back, only to find that the Golden Thunder God hadn't pounced on them. It wasn't even focused on them, but fixed its gaze on a looming figure amidst the tornado. Whether it was an illusion, Brave felt as if he saw a deep hatred in the Golden Thunder God's eyes. The Golden Thunder God suddenly stopped moving. Tayo Tayo slowed down after running a few steps and looked back. Seeing the Golden Thunder God standing there, he couldn't help but let out a puzzled growl. Tachi player, why aren't you howling anymore? Aren't you trying to lure this golden creature over? Brave pursed his lips, still keeping a safe distance between Tayo Tayo and the Golden Thunder God. Regardless of whether Tayo Tayo could understand him, he whispered, I don't know if it's my imagination, but it feels like you run up to the spiritual peak to fight the ancient dragon without us even having to entice him. Chapter 317. What happened next was both unexpected and somewhat surprising. After the Golden Thunder God roared toward the clouds, toward the Mist Dragon, it suddenly ignored Tiao Tiao and Brave, who had been provoking it from a distance, and instead sprinted towards the spiritual peak. TSK, it really has a grudge against that creature in the sky. After seeing the Mist Dragon, it immediately ignored the man and dragon, who had just provoked it and challenged it. Just how deep must that hatred be? Let's go, Tiao Tiao. Let's follow. Keep your distance. On the summit of the spiritual peak. In the makeshift camp. Hey! Jujube firmly sealed the lid of the wooden barrel, leaving only a fragment of the fuse sticking out. That should be about right, meow. Date carefully inspected the bomb, confirming it was flawless. He nodded emphatically, and turned his gaze toward the outside of the camp. A moment later, with a whoosh, a figure descended from the sky. Tumbling midair, it crashed through the waterfall curtain wall outside the camp and landed inside. Date, how's it going? Are the bombs done? The man's breathing was rapid, his hair wet from the rain, clumps clinging to his forehead, making him look rather disheveled. Done, meow. 2 large barrels of bombs and 4 small barrels. There are still some barrels left, but we're running low on explosives, meow. Yezi wiped his forehead, glanced around, and slowly exhaled. Yeah, that's enough. I've just explored the area around the rift. There are plenty of suitable blasting locations. If we detonate 4 of them simultaneously, we can bring the entire mountain down. Come on, Coconut Date, let's place the bombs together. With that, Yeezy took the lead and picked up the largest barrel of explosives. Coconut Date wanted to grab the remaining one, but Yeezy stopped him. Go get the smaller barrels. The path up the mountain is too steep. You can't make it up with the larger barrels. Okay. Coconut Date hummed, then stuffed the smaller barrels into his backpack one by one. Are these really enough? Yeezy had already ducked out of the cave. Not really. We have to detonate both barrels at once. I have to make an extra trip later. Coconut Date hesitated for a moment, then realized there seemed to be no better solution, so he followed. Just as Yeezy and Yizeo arrived at the large platform where the airship had crashed, Yizeo suddenly let out a huh, sending a moment of panic through Yeezy, already frantic. Maybe it's the sky that can't hold up. She glanced up at the sky. Aside from a faint white figure in the distance, there wasn't a single vibrant color. Only from the raging wind, which showed no sign of abating, could she tentatively infer that Brother Lin and the others could hold out. Yeezy, meow, do you see anyone over there? Someone? How could that be? How could anyone dare to brave Lon Long's raging storm and enter the spiritual peak? Yeezy subconsciously suspected that Yizeo was hallucinating from the immense mental stress, but when she pulled her gaze back from the clouds and looked in the direction Yizeo was pointing, her eyes widened in shock. No, there really are people there. Yeezy narrowed his eyes and peered over there. Although the distance was still far, and the heavy rain and wind obscured his vision, he could vaguely make out a general outline. Shield axe, hunting horn, heavy crossbow. It's Brother Linlin's master and his men. They've come to rescue us. Yeezy couldn't help but beam with joy. He temporarily put down the barrel of explosives, jumped up and down, waved his hands, and shouted loudly. After all, the only threatening creature on Spirit Peak was the Storm Dragon, and now it was so far away, it wouldn't notice anything happening here, so there was no need for Yi to be sneaky. Look over there. As a marksman, Rachel had excellent eyesight. With just a glance around, she spotted Yi in the distance. The three of them were no longer surrounded by the cart piled high with ammunition. This wasn't to say Rachel had suddenly abandoned her consistent principle of always carrying a full complement of ammunition. Rather, carrying the cart up the mountain would significantly slow their progress. Furthermore, their goal this time was to rescue people, not engage the ancient dragon head-on, so agility was more important than firepower. So, they hid the cart at the foot of the mountain, carrying only a minimal amount of ammunition. At her signal, the two melee hunters also noticed Yi. The three of them exchanged glances and reached a simultaneous conclusion. Let's go! Let's see what's going on. Without the cart, the three high-ranking hunters' mobility was greatly enhanced. They easily covered seemingly long distances in a matter of minutes. Aside from the rain and mud covering their shin guards, which made them look a bit disheveled, the three of them maintained a steady breathing, seemingly expending little energy. You're Yi, right? Rachel studied Yi silently for a moment, then nodded slightly. That brat has been giving you a lot of trouble, hasn't he? Can you tell us what's going on? She gestured toward the faint white shadow in the sky. Also, where is Lin now? As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are taller men to hold it up. At this moment, these three top hunters had undoubtedly replaced her as the tallest. Yi exhaled deeply, feeling the pressure she'd been carrying lift off her shoulders. This is it. Yi, using her best possible phrasing, briefly recounted everything that had happened since she and Brave arrived, including their encounter with Jujube at the foot of the mountain, Brave's separate actions, and the one-sided, fierce battle with Lan Long when they found Lin's brother. So, you're saying that right now, that kid is riding on the back of a juvenile fire dragon, frantically fleeing from the raging winds controlled by that storm dragon, and has managed to hold out until now without being killed? Rickless repeated as if to confirm. Yezi thought carefully for a moment, then nodded emphatically. That's right. Rickless, eh? I don't know how to put it, but even for a seasoned upper-level hunter, this was a bit too far-fetched. How could a hunter be carried away on the back of a juvenile fire dragon, or how a fire dragon, not even an adult, could hold its own against that ancient dragon controlling the raging winds and rain? So the question now is, how can we save the one being pursued when both are soaring so high in the sky? In the end, it was Rachel who digested this information first and raised the most crucial question. Chapter 318. We have a plan. Yi pointed to the large barrel of explosives beside her, then pointed toward the mountaintop above. We're going to blow that mountain down. And there's a fully functioning heavy crossbow over there, and there are single-shot restraining rounds in the cabin, meow. Yi's two brief sentences, coupled with Yi Zhao's commentary, instantly informed the three experienced hunters of their so-called plan. She wasn't thinking about rescuing the enemy and escaping, but rather about directly conquering them, or at least inflicting heavy damage and repelling them. This girl, should we say, is fearless. She's incredibly bold. So, how feasible is it? The three of them exchanged glances, each expressing their own opinions. Rachel squinted her eyes and estimated the height of the rift. It's quite difficult to operate. With only a heavy crossbow, the restraining rounds would easily break free. And at this height, it would take 2 to 3 seconds to collapse. In other words, it's best to launch a strike before the fire is fired. Fire the restraining bombs and simultaneously detonate the explosive bombs, collapsing the mountaintop. It's hard to say what the effect will be. Ancient dragons are completely different from ordinary monsters. Even the dragon cannon and the dragon-slaying spear can only injure them most of the time, if their stamina isn't reduced enough. Rickless looked at the storm dragon in the clouds. Its unsteady flight revealed that, judging from his experience with ancient dragons, it wasn't giving its all in the pursuit of the immature fire dragon. Even so, the world was about to be shattered by the endless tornado. If they failed to repel the enemy after setting the trap, and this guy became completely enraged and unleashed his full force, not only would they not be able to save anyone, but they would also be killed. But given the current circumstances, it seems we have no better plan. Kevin's words caused Rachel and Rickrees to fall silent. Yes, this situation isn't like the battle street or the fort, where we have all the city guards' weapons, and no logistics to worry about. With just this one heavy crossbow, even the most elite hunters wouldn't be able to come up with a more effective plan. Then follow the plan. Kevin made the final decision. Reese, you had plenty of experience with explosives. Take Yezi and Coconut with you to deploy the explosives. Make sure they detonate and collapse as quickly as possible. I take care of it. Rickrees patted his chest. Rachel, you're the marksman. You detonate the explosives and blow the mountain down. Rachel gave a reassuring gesture, then set up her hidden sniper and made a few aiming motions toward the crevice. Kevin nodded to himself. Once the arrangements are complete, I attract Lonlon's attention and try to keep it within the range of the rockfall. Everything arranged, Kevin fished out a piece of food from his backpack, tore open the package, popped it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. A fierce battle was about to begin, so I had to replenish my energy first. I just feel like I've forgotten something. What was it? Kevin's eyes swept over Yezi and Yezao, who were holding the explosives in front of him, and an idea flashed in his mind. Oh right. Someone's missing. He hurriedly called out to Yezi, wait, where's the katana user who came with you in Cheyenne? Why can't I see him? Brave? Yezi was slightly startled. We split up before we went up the mountain. My original plan was for me to help Brother Lin share the pressure while he lured out the other large monsters to distract Lon Long, giving us the opportunity to evacuate. However, the pressure of fighting Lon Long was too great, and her nerves were stretched too thin. Furthermore, less than an hour had passed since they reached the mountain, and she probably couldn't have gotten far from the Spirit Peak during that time. So for a moment, she didn't pay much attention to Brave. Now that I think about it, it seems no monster would dare to enter the Mist Dragon's habitat. Perhaps the plan failed from the start. Isn't he on the spiritual peak now? Kevin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, no more trying to rescue a single person. The situation was already complicated enough. Lin was extremely exhausted. The abundant energy he had previously replenished with a secret potion seemed to have been rapidly drained during his escape with Dakong. Transformed into an invisible and intangible force, it blessed Dakong, allowing him to maintain a flight speed far exceeding that of an ordinary adult male fire dragon, allowing him to escape the Mist Dragon's encirclement with difficulty. He quickly glanced at the sky blue gem in his hand. The gem still shone faintly, but compared to the bright brilliance of its birth, the light of the bond stone now seemed quite dim, as if reflecting both his current state and the insufficient reserves after consuming a large amount of energy. Whatever the reason, Lin had no energy to dwell on such trivial matters. His entire attention was consumed by his gaze, vigilant against the raging winds closing in from all directions. After condensing the bonding stone, his connection with Dakong became incredibly close. Without any communication, Dakong could sense his thoughts directly, allowing him to react and evade the source of danger the moment he detected it. This was a crucial reason they had been able to persevere until now, despite the countless storms manipulated by Lon Long. However, by now, not only had Lin's condition declined drastically, but Dakong's was also in a precarious state. While the power of the bond had allowed it to surpass its original speed limit, it was also rapidly depleting its stamina. Now, facing the endless stream of waterspouts, its speed was already declining. Seeing a waterspout pressing towards him from either side, the world before him rapidly closing in, Dakong took a deep breath and flapped his wings with all his might once again, forcing his already declining speed to increase again. Before the two waterspouts could completely encircle him, he shot out of the narrow slit of sky. However, the result of this forced burst of energy was that Dakong's speed dropped even more noticeably after he flew out. And in the once vast world ahead, several more waterspouts suddenly appeared out of thin air, as if they had never escaped this prison of wind and rain. No, not as if, but literally. Lin glanced around, his gaze instantly focused on a towering peak between the mountains to the side. His pupils shrank slightly. That was the spiritual peak? At Dakong's current speed, they'd been fleeing at full speed for so long, which should have been enough time for them to cross the mountains and reach the nearby sand plains. But now, they hadn't even left the area surrounding the spiritual peak. Lin pondered for a moment, his expression visibly darkening. Just now, he'd been wondering how Lon Long, with his ability to easily manipulate storms, could always find a way for him and Dakong to escape despite the constant pursuit. But his nerves were so tense that he hadn't had time to think about it. Now he was finally certain that these gaps were intentionally left by Lon Long. It had left them there deliberately, like a person placing an ant on their hand. The ant thought it was crawling forward, but in reality, it was merely lingering between the person's hands. The waterspouts that obscured the sky were Lon Long's fingers, teasing the ant. Lin gritted his teeth and looked up. Lon Long was perched high in the sky, its cold eyes gazing at him from afar. Lin could clearly see a flicker of scorn in its eyes. If Dakong had initially enraged Lin after dodging several of its attacks, then after summoning countless tornadoes that filled the sky and earth, its mindset had subtly changed. Watching the other party twirling back and forth in a panic right under his nose, The feeling of regaining control brought it a profound sense of pleasure. The ancient dragon's previously weakened dignity was now fully restored. Fly, keep flying. Aren't you a great flyer? Why don't you keep flying? Don't you like it? At that moment, Lin Lin truly felt despair. There was no way to reach the heavens, no way to enter the earth. An opponent like Lan Long was simply too powerful. Even if he tried his best, even if the bond caused a miracle, it would only delay his death. I wonder how Yi Zi and the others are doing. Did they take advantage of the time they were distracting Lan Long to evacuate? I hope they can escape. It was originally just his own, but now Dakong has sacrificed himself to save him. This result is truly unbearable, really. This is too much. Lin Lin stared at Lan Long's figure, his black pupils reflecting the dark clouds in the sky, a faint crimson tinge. The Lan Long suddenly averted his gaze, looking around with some alarm. It sensed something was amiss. Swish. Bang. On the hillside below, bright red dots rose into the sky, then exploded into vibrant red fireworks, drawing the attention of both Lin Lin and Lan Long. That was a flare? How could it be? Lin Lin was suddenly filled with anxiety. He and Dakong had delayed for so long. Why hadn't Yi Zi and the others evacuated Spirit Peak yet? With his sudden emotional shift, the crimson glow in his eyes faded quietly. He ignored everything else and hurriedly urged Dakong to dive downwards. Lan Long glanced at the bright red fireworks, and then the vague feeling that something was amiss suddenly vanished. Confused, he glanced around once more, even dispersing the tornado that had encircled Lin Lin and Dakong, still finding nothing unusual. Lan Long no longer dwelled on the fleeting strange feeling. With a flick of his tail, he dived down rapidly, chasing the crimson figure. Dakong had already slowed considerably due to exhaustion, and thus, Lan Long's dive quickly closed the gap between them. If Lan Long hadn't lost a moment looking around earlier, he would have crashed head-on into Dakong. Lin Lin glanced back, staring intently at Lan Long's figure behind him. Simultaneously, he connected to Dakong through his bond, observing its perspective. On the open, flat ground, several figures stood scattered about. With Dakong's excellent vision, Lin Lin could even see the hunter below, wearing armored dragon armor, clutching a familiar spherical object. Dakong's distance from the ground rapidly closed. Simultaneously, Lan Long, behind him, pursued them at an even faster pace, the distance between them rapidly closing, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Seeing the ground right before his eyes, Lin Lin shouted in his heart, now. Dakong flapped his wings and instantly emerged from his dive, gliding forward while gaining a slight altitude. The next moment, a bright flash of light erupted. Thanks to Lin Lin's warning, Dakong closed his single remaining eye at the instant of the flash, barely affected. Lan Long, trailing closely behind Dakong, was caught off guard and once again blinded by the flash. Although it had recently been blinded, it had become somewhat accustomed to the bright light, but it was clearly not yet able to ignore it. Success? Kevin's expression lit up with joy, but his joy didn't last long before he realized, with regret, that the scene he hoped for hadn't occurred. The storm dragon, after all, was a formidable monster among the ancient dragons, completely different from those ordinary flying dragons. It wouldn't lose its balance the moment it was dodged, then lose control of its dive, and crash headfirst into the ground, knocking its head dizzy. The instant it lost sight of the bright light, it flicked its tail again, easily negating its dive. Its figure hovered about 5 or 6 meters in the air, like a nimble fish. From extreme movement to absolute stillness, it took only a moment. Kevin cursed inwardly, but before he could say anything else, he roared, "Shoot!" As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of crossbow bullets flew towards the storm dragon in the air like a machine gun. These were specially designed penetrating bullets, ideally suited to dealing with these large monsters without hard shells, and particularly large bodies. However, the effect of the crossbow bullets on Lan Long was far beyond Rachel's expectations. His flying membranes looked delicate and soft, easily pierced by penetrating bullets. Yet, the crossbow bullets only left a few insignificant wounds, without even bleeding. Are those flying membranes so resilient? No, that's not right. Rachel stared intently at Lan Long's body, firing her crossbow in rapid succession, raining down crossbow bullets on various parts of his body. She quickly discovered that Lan Long was enveloped in a gray vortex. While not as powerful as the wind armor enveloping the steel dragon described in the records, which would deflect all crossbow bullets and arrows, it would clearly disrupt the crossbow bullets' flight direction and reduce their kinetic energy. This battle was going to be difficult. Chapter 319. Perhaps to minimize its vision, Lan Long's head was the only part of his body unprotected by the swirling wind armor, completely unaffecting the effectiveness of his crossbow bullets. After initial exploratory fire, Rachel discovered that the swirling winds around Lan Long varied in strength, disrupting the crossbow bullets to varying degrees. Aside from the head, the swirling winds around its forelimbs and tail were weak, allowing crossbow bullets to barely penetrate and cause damage. Thankfully, she wasn't limited to the head. As a marksman, if the head was the only effective target, her positioning would be severely limited, and her range would likely be obstructed by close-quarters teammates. She took advantage of Lan Long's flash, causing it to float in midair, to quickly empty a magazine. Just as she was about to reload, she noticed that even with her vision temporarily cut off, Lan Long still opened his mouth and spurted a water ball over 20 meters in diameter, which landed accurately in her direction. Can it still locate me? Is it determining by the direction of the crossbow bullet, or is there some other means of sensing? Rachel thought rapidly as she swung her heavy crossbow to the side, quickly avoiding the impact area of the water ball. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw the water ball explode like a massive bomb. The moment it exploded, creating a powerful wave that rippled outwards. This move wasn't in the intelligence. Caught off guard, Rachel only had time to curl up and reduce her impact area before she was directly thrown away by the exploding wave. Cough cough. Thankfully, while the water ball's explosion range was large, the impact diminished the further away from the center. Coupled with the protection of the swift dragon suit and her instinctive defensive skills, Rachel, while the impact caused a sharp pain in her internal organs, at least she wasn't seriously injured and unable to fight. Drenched to the skin, Rachel scrambled to her feet, her entire body drenched. She immediately glanced at Lan Long, realizing that Kevin and Rickles had already engaged it, diverting its attention and preventing it from pursuing her again. This gave her some time to recover from the effects of her medicine. Elsewhere, Lin Lin and Dakong were already nearing their limit. After dodging the flash, they landed on the far side of the platform. Dakong stumbled a few steps, finally, exhausted, and fell to the ground. Lin Lin, also struggling with his back, fell to the side, unable to hold on. Brother Lin Lin. Yezi, clutching Kinsect, rushed over the instant Dakong landed, and helped Lin Lin to his feet. Yeza rushed over right behind her. She had originally intended to help Lin Lin, but her spot was taken, so she had no choice but to run to Dakong's side. She pulled a ton of potions from her bag, including healing supplements, nutrients, vitality boosters, and refreshing drinks, and poured them into Dakong's mouth without a word. Lin Lin scrambled to his feet, panting heavily. Seeing this scene, he felt a little more at ease. He wanted to ask what was going on, but before he could open his mouth, Yezi had already produced a large pill and stuffed it into Lin Lin's mouth without a word. Gulp! A warm current quickly spread from his abdomen, mending the hidden wounds that hadn't yet healed and injecting new vitality into his exhausted body. The effect seemed even better than Yeza's secret potion. Brother Lin Lin, how are you? Are you feeling better? With Yezi's support, Lin Lin quickly regained his balance. He took 2 deep breaths and asked casually, I'm fine. Is this an ancient secret potion? I mixed it myself. The effect should be okay, right? Yezi carefully observed Lin Lin's expression, his tone a little unsure, because Lin Lin still didn't look very good. Lin Lin nodded, his eyes slightly closed, trying to adjust to this strange feeling of dislocation. The physical weakness and fatigue were alleviated by the ancient secret medicine, but the mental fatigue caused by the long-term tension remained. His body seemed to have endless energy again, but his mind was so sleepy that he wanted to fall asleep. This is not the time to relax yet. Lin Lin tried to tell himself, forcing himself to open his eyes again and look back at the battlefield between the 3 high-ranking hunters and Lan Long. Why are Master and the others here? What's going on? Yezi breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Lin Lin, let's leave this place first so as not to disrupt Mr. Kevin and the others' battle rhythm, okay? Lin Lin was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Okay. Putting aside the metaphysical rule that if he and Yezi joined the battle, their number would exceed 4, potentially leading to misfortune, simply considering their current strength and their experience coordinating with Master and the others, running over would be more trouble than help. Finding a secluded spot nearby, out of Lan Long's sight, Dakong found a relatively flat surface and laid down directly. Yezi supported Lin Lin, leaning against Dakong's body as he sat down. She spoke thoughtfully, recounting in as few words as possible what had happened since Lin Lin took flight on Dakong. Use falling rocks to repel Lan Long? After hearing their plan, Lin Lin frowned slightly, a look of contemplation on his face. From what he could tell, the storm dragon wasn't a purely physical ancient dragon like the Nergigant or the primordial silver dragon, but rather a mage-type ancient dragon like the Kirin steel dragon. This wasn't to say their bodies were weak, but rather, compared to their exceptional spellcasting talents, their bodies were relatively mediocre. If the mountain had crashed down on them, even the storm dragon would undoubtedly have been injured. The question was, how badly would it have been injured? Would it have retreated, or become even more enraged? In the end, however, he didn't voice any objections. Based on his and Dokung's previous experience escaping, a storm dragon wouldn't easily let go of anything it wanted to shred unless there was something else to distract it. In other words, he had no better solution. Could he possibly make a long-distance emergency call and call Mrs. Peak Dragon from the faraway Rocklak Desert? Leaving aside the question of whether he could defeat it, the Peak Dragon's body structure is specialized for the sand sea environment, and the mountains surrounding Lingthing are all over the place, so it can't reach it. Awang. Thunderclaps exploded, and a loud roar suddenly reached their ears. Judging from the sound, the source of the roar was not far away from the platform they had just been on. Lin shuddered subconsciously. He was so familiar with that roar. It was a Thunder Wolf Dragon, but the roar of an ordinary Thunder Wolf Dragon wasn't this powerful. Could it be that the Overlord Thunder Wolf Dragon had arrived? Did Master and the others fail to hunt it? Lin and Yeezy exchanged glances, each catching a glimpse of worry in the other's eyes. Go check it out? Okay. Lin turned to look at Yazao, who understood immediately. I stay here and look after Decamio. Where did this guy come from? Kevin forced down the rusty taste in his throat. He had just blocked a blow from Long with his shield, and was about to counterattack when a Golden Thunder Wolf Dragon suddenly leaped out from the side, nearly crashing into him. The moment he saw the figure, he almost thought it was the Overlord Thunder Wolf Dragon that had been harassing them for almost a month, looking to cause trouble. However, when the figure ignored him and rushed towards Long with a long howl, he knew things were more complicated than he thought. Awang. Long could recognize that the hunters who appeared before him were all different individuals, each one daring enough to attack him. His attention was focused on the tiny hunters before him, and he hadn't noticed the Thunder Wolf Dragon's movements as it ascended the mountain. At that moment, as he heard the familiar roar, the golden figure had already sprinted in front of him, leaping high and bringing down a solar fist on Long's head. Bang! Long's head was violently tilted by the powerful claw blow. Exploding lightning danced across his glossy scales, finally converging on the claw mark. But that was all. With a single powerful shake of his head, Long flung the Golden Thunder God, now in midair, its strength draining, and yet to be reborn, to the side. Long turned his head to gaze at the golden figure, which, without a pause, immediately began to charge again. Rage welled up in his eyes, which were dancing with lightning. Normally, it wouldn't mind fighting with this poor creature, perhaps even learning how to manipulate lightning. But today, it was in a foul mood. It opened its mouth, and boundless water vapor quickly gathered, forming a massive water ball in a flash. Boom! An armor-piercing grenade flew in while it was gathering its breath. The sharp steel spikes barely pierced Long's scales. Just as it had gathered its water ball, and was about to throw it, the explosive grenade blew its head slightly to the side. This deviation naturally deflected its water ball, giving Jean Legong the opportunity to close in again. This time, however, it didn't gather its electricity to strike with a sun fist. Instead, it leaped forward, clawing at Long's body and opening its mouth to bite down fiercely on Long's throat. Golden light burned in its eyes. It had challenged the storm dragon many times before, but the endless storms and breaths barely gave it a chance to close in. Its ranged attacks, unleashed with concentrated electricity, barely scratched the enemy. For it, this was its only chance for revenge. It felt duty-bound to restore the glory of the Thunder Wolf. Alas, ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Even after clinging to the storm dragon, even after precisely biting down on its throat, it didn't see the blood it longed for. Beneath the dragon's white flying membrane lay a pitch-black carapace, weathered by endless storms. Its exceptional strength almost completely withstood the force of its bite. It bit with all its might, but only left a row of wounds on the dragon's throat. While blood did drip from them, that little was a drop in the bucket for the massive storm dragon. But the Golden Thunder God remained undeterred. Instead, he tore with even greater force. The delicious taste of blood in his mouth told him one thing: even gods bleed, but for Long, the unmistakable sting in his throat was a profound humiliation. How could Long, a mere weakling at its mercy, dare to truly harm a divine being? The enraged Long soared into the sky, carrying the Golden Thunder God slung across his body. An endless storm began to gather around him. The storm Long unleashed with all his might was enough to rip everything apart, but if it targeted him, he would be hurt too. and the pain would undoubtedly be far greater than that of the Golden Thunder God's bite. Therefore, when the Golden Thunder God clung to his body, Lan Long dared not unleash his full force, instead controlling the wind's strength to the limit his shell could withstand, slicing the Golden Thunder God into pieces. However, the Golden Thunder God seemed determined to rip Lan Long's throat apart. If one attempt didn't work, he'd try again. He remained clinging to Lan Long's body, completely oblivious to the pain from the countless tiny wind blades slicing through his body. This slight pain was nothing compared to the deep hatred of having his homeland taken away and his tribe slaughtered. As the two dragons clashed, the three high-ranking hunters gathered below to discuss countermeasures. Should we continue with the previous battle plan? The sudden appearance of the Thunder Wolf Dragon has completely captured Lan Long's attention. This is the perfect time for us to retreat. Not necessarily. Lan Long is starting to lose his temper. I'm afraid he collapsed before we even get down the mountain. Then, this vengeful creature will definitely come looking for us again. Losing this chosen battlefield will only make things even more difficult for us. I think, since this Thunder Wolf Dragon is targeting Lan Long, it shouldn't be hostile to us. Perhaps we can coordinate with it? Rachel, your armor-piercing grenade just now was well-timed, creating an opening for the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Kevin, that's a monster. While there are certainly some unusual monsters, like the fire dragon cub beside your apprentice, he hatched it from infancy. Do you think a wild Thunder Wolf Dragon would cooperate with you? In that case, let's continue with the previous battle plan. When Lin Lin arrived at the battlefield, he saw golden lightning falling from the sky. Ultimately, the Golden Thunder God couldn't hold out. Under the slashing blows of the Storm Dragon, no matter how tough its shell was, it couldn't withstand such slashing for long. As its muscles began to succumb, hindering its ability to exert force, it could no longer cling to the Storm Dragon. The heavy body crashed squarely in front of him, though compared to before, its body was now covered in countless bloodstains, its golden form completely stained with blood. Lin Lin subconsciously pulled a handful of life dust from his pocket and sprinkled it at the Golden Thunder God. Chapter 320. The impact of the fall from high altitude left Jean Lei Gong sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for a moment. The excruciating pain emanating from every part of his body irritated his nerves, but compared to the physical pain, the mental anguish was even more frantic. If he had held on a little longer, if he had bitten with a little more force, would the outcome have been different? Would he have succeeded in ripping open his enemy's throat? He was filled with resentment, wanting to rise and fight again, but his overly heavy body made even movement difficult. Perhaps in the next few seconds, he would be blasted to death by the enraged Lan Long's water cannon. At that moment, a puff of pale green dust appeared from nowhere, enveloping his entire body, bringing a strange feeling of both coolness and itchiness. Unseen, the bleeding wounds quickly solidified upon contact with the powder, forming a scar in just a few breaths. Although still extremely weak, having barely regained some mobility, Golden Thunder God scrambled to his feet and glanced back. It was a tiny creature whose coloring resembled that of the Thunder Wolf Dragon, but whose body structure was noticeably different. It had just released the hemostatic and healing powder. Although he didn't know why it was helping him, he didn't have the energy to dwell on it. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another water cannon blasting towards him from above. Golden Thunder God glanced in the direction of the cannon's impact and, gathering his strength, began to run again. However, as he passed Lin Lin, he grabbed the creature with his mouth and swung it, throwing it directly onto him. Since the other party had just helped him, Jean Lei Gong decided to save him, lest he be blasted to dust by the water cannon. Lin Lin was speechless. Having sensed no ill will from Jean Lei Gong, he wasn't overly cautious, and without warning, he was thrown onto his back. Golden electricity rippled through his body. If he hadn't been wearing Thunder Wolf Dragon armor, which was highly resistant to current, he would have been electrocuted to death by now. Although he was forced to ride, Lin Lin had gained considerable experience thanks to the training from Xiaoner, Tiao Tiao, and Dekong. He quickly adjusted his posture and firmly grasped Jean Lei Gong's back armor to secure himself. Glancing down at the golden currents scurrying along his arm armor, Lin Lin raised his head again, looking in Lan Long's direction. The creature, stricken by the wound inflicted on his throat by the Golden Thunder God, was furious, unleashing a barrage of water cannons and tornadoes, a sight that made Lin Lin's heart ache. Brother, if you didn't take me with you, I only have to dodge that one water cannon. With me, I'd be constantly on the edge, fearing death from some unknown AoE. If I had known, I wouldn't have sprinkled you with that handful of dust out of pity. But since they were already on the pirate ship, Lin Lin had no other choice. While trying to maintain a steady grip, he reached into his tool bag with one free hand. Golden Thunder God. I sense your domineering intent. I understand your ambition. Life dust, ghost dust, hardening dust. Get out. Stimulated by Lin Lin's relentless sprinkling of dust, the Golden Thunder God's physical condition instantly surged, rapidly and explosively. While it didn't quite reach the invincible aura of what in the world can withstand this, it did briefly suppress the Golden Thunder God's severe injuries, preventing them from hindering its combat effectiveness and allowing it to maintain its agility to dodge the Storm Dragon's relentless barrage. Amid the clash between the two dragons, 3 high-ranking hunters dodged the aftermath of the attacks with a somewhat awkward look, retreating to an inconspicuous corner. Kevin glanced at Lin Lin, who sat on the Golden Thunder God's back, throwing powder around like it was free. He then turned to look at Rickreese, who had previously refuted his ideas. Although he hadn't said anything, it felt as if he had said everything. Rickreese's face flushed. Why are you looking at me? It's clearly your apprentice who's wrong. Kevin pursed his lips. Okay, he had to admit, Lin Lin was indeed a bit different from these traditionalists. But in this situation, perhaps a coordinated fight isn't impossible. If we succeed, we might actually have a chance of repelling the Storm Dragon. Rachel nodded. I agree. The launch of the restraining bombs and the detonation of the explosive barrel to collapse the mountain require 2 people working together. The person drawing the Storm Dragon's attention will be in great danger. If that Thunder Wolf Dragon can cooperate, the situation will be much easier. While spreading a large amount of dust to support the Golden Thunder God, Lin Lin inevitably absorbed it himself. The rich dust choked him, making him want to cough. But he had to suppress this feeling, because the Storm Dragon's bombardment wasn't over yet. If the Golden Thunder God hadn't challenged the Storm Dragon as soon as his injuries healed, and if his repeated battles hadn't given him ample experience in dealing with the Storm Dragon's attacks, he would have collapsed long ago. Even so, Jean Lei Gong's dodging was becoming increasingly difficult. He could be struck down in just a few more moves. Lin Lin had to concentrate and pay attention to everything around him. Suddenly, Lin Lin's gaze paused as he saw Kevin on the other side gesturing violently in his direction. Cooperate to attract Lan Long's attention and prepare for the rockfall. Lin Lin rolled his eyes in frustration. No, master, why do you think Jean Lei Gong would listen to my orders? He was completely dragged aboard by accident. But now that things have come to this, there's no point in talking about it. How about giving it a try? Hey! Hey! Big guy, listen up. We have a brilliant idea that might inflict significant damage on Lan Long. Can you cooperate with us? Of course, there was no response. Jean Lei Gong was completely focused on Lan Long and couldn't hear what he was saying. If Lin Lin hadn't been sprinkling powder on its back from time to time, it would probably have forgotten it had a passenger on board. Of course, even if it could hear, it might not understand. After all, it wasn't Dakong. But given the current situation, if there was no way to break the deadlock, once his dust ran out, Jean Lei Gong would be exhausted and doomed. Something had to be done. But how could he make the Golden Thunder God understand him? Lin Lin's brain raced, and he suddenly recalled the battle with the female fire dragon. Back then, the female fire dragon was clearly a completely wild monster, yet in her dying moments, it seemed to understand him. The memory images it transmitted also led him to Dakong. Could that be considered a manifestation of his special ability? Then why did it happen like that? Could it be the intense emotion that emanated from being touched? The binding stone, it seems, was also born under similar circumstances. Let's give it a try. Lin Lin reached into the package and grasped the sky blue gem that held such a strong connection to him. All the while, he pondered what it would feel like to stand before a powerful enemy that had invaded his homeland and destroyed all his beautiful memories. Resentment towards the enemy, anger at not being able to protect everything, a resolute resolve for revenge, an instinctive fear of the enemy's strength, and the courage and responsibility to overcome that fear. As his thoughts deepened, Lin Lin unknowingly absorbed himself into this complex mix of emotions. Especially with the enemy, whom he had fought tooth and nail but could not defeat, standing before him, the emotional resonance grew intense. Through this burning emotion, Lin Lin seemed to sense another heart that was very similar to his own. Its powerful being gradually overlapped with his own, allowing him to clearly sense the tenacious will of the life beneath him. Golden Thunder God, let's give him a good beating together. Without needing to shout, Golden Thunder God clearly sensed the will of the tiny creature on his back. While this was a rather novel sensation, the meaning contained within the voice captivated his attention even more. How? Success. Lin Lin's heart throbbed with joy, but the emotional turmoil immediately faltered the fragile bond they had just established. He quickly dismissed all distractions, and briefly relayed Yi Zi and his master's plan. Golden Thunder God subconsciously shifted his gaze toward the seemingly crumbling summit and let out an excited roar, his fatigue and pain seemingly vanishing. At this roar, the raging winds enveloping the Lan Long in the sky froze. Monsters don't speak a language. They communicate through battle, roars, and body movements. With Lan Long's intelligence, it was undoubtedly able to easily understand Golden Thunder Lord's emotions. Excited? This guy actually dared to be excited? Did he really think he couldn't do anything to it? If it hadn't wanted to learn how to control thunder from this guy, how could it have tolerated it for so long? The previous careless injury had already fueled Lan Long's murderous intent, and Golden Thunder Lord's excitement now ignited his rage. It was just the power of lightning, after all. He remembered that besides this guy, there was another similar-looking Golden Thunder Wolf Dragon on the spiritual peak. Kill this one, and at worst, he could find another to spar with. Lan Long stopped his meaningless exhalations and descended, landing in the center of the ravaged platform, his body tensing like a spiral. The howling wind suddenly dissipated. If it weren't for the dark clouds still swishing down from the sky, one would have thought it was a peaceful sunny day. Then, the wind and clouds surged, and an endless gust of wind roared towards Lan Long in the center of the field, accompanied by a terrifying suction force. At first, light objects like mist and fallen leaves were swept away by the wind, but the suction force intensified, reaching a strength strong enough to pull an adult in just a few seconds. From the moment he saw Lan Long tense up, Lin Lin was startled and shouted at the top of his voice, "Lan Long is going to use his ultimate. Stop it!" Time flashed back a few minutes. A water cannon blasted past him. To avoid the attack, Tayo slammed on the brakes, stopping just short of the gully it had torn. Though Tayo had come to a stop, Brave, on top of him, couldn't keep his balance and rolled off Tayo's back, landing flat on his butt. Rubbing his bottom, he grumbled as he climbed to his feet. Just as he was about to say something, he spotted a figure standing on a boulder not far ahead. Yezi? The girl, whose name was called, turned around. Upon seeing the man and the dragon, she looked a little surprised, but then realization dawned on her. Brave stepped forward. What's going on? I feel like Golden Thunder God is quite powerful. Should we be able to seize this opportunity to rescue Lin Lin? Golden Thunder God? Oh, that's the name I gave the Thunder Wolf Dragon we lured. I think it's quite descriptive. Brave paused, noticing something odd in Yeezy's expression, and asked, "What's wrong? Has something unexpected happened?" Yeezy opened her mouth, unable to find the right words. She sighed and pointed to the center of the battlefield. "You better see for yourself." Brave, ? Let me see what's going on. He then poked his head out from behind the boulder, and as he did so, his expression suddenly became incredibly strange. After a moment, he turned stiffly. Besides the monster friends we know about, does he have any other close companions? Yeezy shook her head and answered sincerely, "I don't know." Brave's mouth twitched. "So what should we do now?" Yeezy looked back at the battlefield. The golden figure carrying the person she cared about was struggling under the overwhelming attack, like a small boat in a rainstorm, which made her sweat. After Lin Lin and Dakong landed, when Kevin and the others used flashes to briefly attract Lan Long's attention, she had thought for a moment that they were safe. Now, they just needed to leave everything else to the three seniors, and they would be able to leave this place safely. But after that roar, and watching Lin Lin being thrown onto the creature's back, caught in the clash between two dragons with a long-standing grudge, she realized that escape was indeed useless. I'm still not strong enough. If I were strong enough, I could just kill Lan Long directly, instead of just standing here worrying. Yezi pursed her lips. Take Tayo and evacuate first. Dakong and Yezi are in that direction. You should take advantage of this opportunity to descend the mountain. With the three seniors here, we can't possibly get involved. Brave curled his lips, glancing back at the storm-ravaged battlefield. With self-awareness, he turned and, pulling Tayo in his arm, headed in the direction Yezi had indicated. By the way, we're talking about us. What about you? Brave suddenly turned around. You guys go ahead. I am still worried, so I stay and see what's going on. Chapter 321. Bref hesitated, looking back at Yezi. Seeing she showed no sign of leaving, he had no choice but to pull Tiao away. Just as Brief and his companions had found Dakong and Yez, and were about to lead them down the mountain, the entire sacred peak suddenly changed. At first, all was quiet, then a howling wind erupted. Even after they were far from the center of the vortex, they could still feel the powerful pull. Holy crap! Is it that big? Bref was startled. Not only was this pull severely hampering their movements, but he also felt a chilling sense of danger. Wasn't that tornado just now just the limit of that ancient dragon's power? Lon Long you. At the same time, his heart couldn't help but grow even more worried. Could Lin Lin and Mr. Kevin really escape unscathed from such a powerful monster? Or should we stay for a while and see if there's anything we can do to help? He reached out to gauge the wind speed in the air and turned to look at Yezhou. The more open the area, the stronger the wind. Now's not the best time to go down the mountain. We need to find some shelter. Yezhou didn't really want to just leave. After all, once they did, the battle on the mountain would have nothing to do with them. What if something went wrong? At least they could stay and maybe be of some help. So Yezhou responded, "Come with me now. The temporary camp isn't far ahead." Center of the battlefield. As the Lon Long landed and began to gather momentum for a big tornado, everyone present reacted instantly without even needing Lin Lin's reminder. After all, they were all experienced hunters. Once a monster made any strange-looking moves, it often meant that it was preparing for a big one. This storm dragon was clearly preparing to unleash its ultimate attack. We must not let it unleash it. This was the thought in everyone's mind. When Golden Thunder God felt the suction, he subconsciously used his limbs to firmly brace himself against the ground. Due to his weight, the current gale was barely enough to shake him. But after understanding the situation through Lin Lin's telepathic transmission, Golden Thunder God suddenly relaxed his resistance, even leaping to his feet, allowing the wind to suck him in. In midair, terrifying lightning gathered on Golden Thunder God's front claws. As the distance between them rapidly closed, he slammed his claws down on the dark carapace of the storm dragon's abdomen. However, the golden lightning blazed everywhere, leaving the dark carapace barely unaffected, save for the scratches left by Golden Thunder God's claws. The storm dragon's tense, ready stance only swayed slightly. This won't work. The head of a Lon Long is the most tender, followed by its front claws. Don't bother with the chest. Hearing Lin Lin's subconscious thoughts, Golden Thunder God didn't hesitate. After landing, he leaped with all his might, sending his entire dragon soaring into the air. He slashed down with another claw at Lon Long's head. Faced with this powerful and relentless attack, Lon Long finally reacted. With a slight tilt of its head, it easily avoided Golden Thunder God's claw strike. However, neither Golden Thunder God nor Lin Lin were discouraged by the missed strike. The opponent's dodging proved their attack still posed a threat to Lon Long. At the same time, its dodging interrupted the massive tornado's momentum, and its growing suction force faltered. Unfortunately, too much joy can only lead to sorrow. Although Lon Long's ultimate attack was interrupted, it twisted its body and lashed out with a powerful tail swing, striking the midair Golden Thunder God, sending it flying. Bang! The Golden Thunder God plummeted to the ground, creating a large crater in the flat ground. Lin Lin lost his grip on its carapace and was flung away. However, Lin Lin had his Kinsek with him. With a powerful swing, he pulled himself back into position and landed in front of the Golden Thunder God again. Like muscle memory, he raised his hand and sprinkled a handful of life dust. Just as he was about to sprinkle a second handful, he reached into his item bag, but found nothing. His item bag was already low, and after the previous battle with Golden Thunder God, he had already sprinkled dust furiously. If he hadn't previously replenished it with items from Coconut Date, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold out until now. Roar! Golden Thunder God's mouth continued to ooze bright red blood. He opened his eyes, and with those dim golden pupils, he glanced at Lin Lin before him. Then, turning to Lon Long in midair, he breathed heavily. Lon Long, perhaps intent on dispatching all enemies in one fell swoop, hadn't pursued him after sending him flying with its tail. Instead, it straightened its body and began to gather momentum again with its massive tornado. This time, however, the wounded Golden Thunder God no longer had the strength to charge forward and interrupt him. And so it all ended. His only regret was that he hadn't been able to recover his lost territory and defeat his enemy. Golden Thunder God slowly closed his eyes. It's not the last moment yet. It froze for a moment, then opened its eyes again, only to see the human in front of it suddenly run in one direction. It looked in Lin Lin's direction, and noticed that the three tiny figures it hadn't paid attention to were still fighting. One, muscular to the point of being bloated, roared with all his might as he swung his heavy axe at Lon Long. The golden fountain gushing from the axe's tip was no less powerful than his sun fist. A female hunter, clad in pitch-black armor, roared her crossbow with a continuous roar, unleashing a stream of crossbow shells, firmly locked onto Lon Long's head. A hunter, clad in sharp yellow and blue armor, repeatedly struck Lon Long with a long-handled hammer that emitted a strange melody. The echoing sound waves between the blows spread throughout the arena, a rhythm that seemed to infuse his wearied body with renewed strength. The three men's attacks, targeting his weak points, were indeed causing Lan Long considerable trouble. He tried to withstand these seemingly innocuous attacks and eliminate them all with a single ultimate attack. Unexpectedly, none of these attacks, taken individually, could match the full force of the Golden Thunder God's attack. However, the sustained bombardment inflicted far greater damage. Furthermore, the relatively weak carapace protection of the head and forelimbs affected by the attacks made the pain even more pronounced. The storm dragon rarely engaged in combat, as few stubborn monsters dared to fight it. It was even more rarely injured, as its life force was nearly non-existent. However, this also meant that when it was injured, its tolerance for pain was far inferior to that of monsters constantly engaged in life-or-death struggles. It was precisely the constant attacks of these three superior hunters that prevented it from focusing on controlling the gusts of wind, preventing the formation of a tornado powerful enough to clear the entire area. However, the ever-increasing suction force at the scene clearly told everyone that even this level was far from enough to interrupt Lan Long's ultimate attack. Lin Lin gritted his teeth and sprinted, reaching a ruin in less than 2 seconds. He forcefully lifted a large wooden plank covering it, revealing a heavy crossbow crafted from fine steel and knotted cloudwood beneath. Looking at the heavy crossbow and the swift stone-clad restraining bullet mounted in its ammunition slot, its sharp barb gleaming with a cold sheen, Lin Lin shouted towards Rachel's position. Most of the time, Lan Long's body was engulfed in vast swirling vortexes. Casually firing a restraining grenades would likely be deflected and deflected. However, when Lan Long was frozen in time to execute its ultimate attack, it needed to actively disperse the swirling vortex surrounding its body. This was the perfect opportunity to unleash a restraining grenades. Seeing Rachel give him an okay sign, Lin Lin took a deep breath, then forced his hands, which were trembling slightly with nervousness, to aim in Lan Long's direction. At this moment, Lan Long, tense and motionless, was a sitting duck. Having trained with heavy crossbows in Rock Lake, Lin Lin had no time for deliberation when the opportunity presented itself. Master! Retreat! A landslide is coming! Kevin felt his heart nearly leap out of his throat. Everyone knew that if Lan Long unleashed its carefully prepared ultimate attack, most of those present would be doomed. All he could do was attack, attack, attack with all his might. Unfortunately, Lan Long's body was far more resilient than any foe he had faced before. Even the relatively fragile head and forelimbs proved incredibly difficult to hack through. As he struck again and again, his heart sank. If this continued, they might not be able to stop Lan Long at all. What a mistake. I should have asked Reese to prepare the restraining rounds. Until he heard a shout from behind him, and instinctively turned his head, he saw a crossbow bolt blasting towards him, passing overhead and piercing Lan Long's right forelimb, which was tucked tightly against his side. The immense force exerted by the steel winch, combined with the restraining rounds designed to pierce monsters, successfully pierced Lan Long's incredibly strong skin, and the sharp barbs lodged firmly in the ornate flying membrane on Lan Long's forelimb. Without a second thought, Kevin and Rickles simultaneously sheathed their weapons and broke into a run, knowing full well what was about to happen. The pain from the restraining rounds piercing his skin caused Lan Long's body to stiffen, and the storm, already nearly forming, threatened to spiral out of control. Lan Long was about to launch his ultimate attack, regardless, when he heard a sudden, intense burst of explosions overhead. Instinctively, he looked up, only to find an entire mountain, far larger than himself, falling directly towards him. Although it appeared to be falling slowly, that was merely an illusion due to its great height. Lan Long finally gave up the tense pretense of preparing for a powerful attack. With a flick of his tail, he launched sideways. At his speed, he was more than capable of clearing the area of the falling rock in just a second or two. However, it failed to notice that the restraining bullet that had just pierced its skin was connected to an ivy-woven rope, all the way to the heavy crossbow that had just fired it. The base of this heavy crossbow had been firmly anchored to the ground by date palms. It burst forward with such a sudden burst, only to be jerked back by the suddenly taut restraining bullet. Lan Long's massive body stumbled, and the barbed membranes on its forelimbs, which had been directly impacted, were also ripped open. The rope connecting the restraining bullet to the crossbow groaned ominously, a crack appearing in the center, as if it would break at any moment. But Lan Long could not wait for another moment. As it staggered due to the restraining bullet rope, the crumbling rock fell down in torrents. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a mountain dragon had flipped over, the earth trembling violently, smoke and dust filling the sky, and even the torrential rain that had been relentless since the fight began stopped. Kevin and Rick Kress began retreating the moment they noticed the restraining grenades had been fired. In the brief 3 seconds, they ran like crazy, wishing they had 2 more legs. When they emerged from the cloud of dust, their bodies were covered in mud mixed with dust and rain, looking incredibly miserable. In fact, Lon Long's position wasn't directly below the predicted impact point, strictly speaking, not the most suitable time to trigger a landslide. However, precisely because of this, they were relatively close to the impact point, which allowed them to force their way out in just 3 seconds. Ahem, good boy, you almost buried me alive. Rickless panted, walked over to Lin Lin, and patted his shoulder vigorously. Although it sounded like a reproach and complaint, a smile lingered on his face. His smile was genuine. The situation just now was extremely extreme. If this kid hadn't been decisive and fired a restraining bomb at the right time, Lon Long might have created a supersized tornado in the next second. Based on the terrifying suction force when charging, if he had really unleashed this move, I'm afraid the entire Ling Feng would have been plowed over. Not bad, very decisive. Kevin's face also showed the slightest smile, but it quickly faded, and a serious expression turned. But I remember you promised to stay in the village while we're out hunting, right? Lin Lin, He hadn't recovered from the tense moment of the moment, and Kevin's words left him stunned for a moment. I teach you a lesson later. Now's not the time yet. Kevin glared at Lin Lin, sighed, and glanced over at the Golden Thunder Wolf Dragon staring intently at the center of the collapsing rock. He then followed suit. This should be enough to inflict a heavy blow on that creature, right? Chapter 322. This earth-shattering commotion should be enough to seriously injure the Mist Dragon, right? Probably. Kevin pondered for a moment, and gradually became less certain. After all, the earth-shattering power displayed by this Mist Dragon was second to none among the monsters he had faced in years. If it were a dragon-bombing armored dragon or something similar, he wouldn't be worried at all. Amidst everyone's tense gazes, the tremors gradually subsided, and the thick smoke and dust gradually dissipated under the rain, revealing rubble covering almost half the platform. Practically a newly formed hill. 1 second, 2 seconds. No sound came from the rubble mountain. Rachel swallowed hard. Did it work? Hearing Rachel's words, half muttering to herself and half asking, Lin Lin's expression froze. He tried to stop her, but it was too late. Bullet, what's with that kind of talk? Generally speaking, if such a flag isn't raised, the probability of things ending peacefully is 50%. However, once such a statement is made, the probability of an accident rising to 100%. As expected, as soon as Rachel finished speaking, something strange began to happen in the silent gravel mountain. First, the small pebbles began to vibrate continuously, and then the howling mountain wind intensified, madly sucking everything on the ground. The torrential rain intensified. Even the battlefield on the high platform was filled with rainwater. The water was already deep enough to reach the ankles protected by the shin guards, and it was showing signs of rising. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Is this a rip-off? Rickles cursed. In any case, Lon Long must be injured now. If we can survive this outburst, we should still have a chance. Kevin took a deep breath and, with a shout, everyone retreated again, all the way to the edge of the field. They barely managed to avoid the expanding super tornado in the center. Lin Lin retreated behind a boulder, using it to shield himself from the strong winds. He peered towards the center of the field and noticed that the Golden Thunder God was staring at the tornado, showing no sign of fleeing. He felt a surge of anxiety. He quickly grasped the binding stone. Get out of the way. The Golden Thunder God glanced in his direction, then returned his gaze to the tornado before him, letting out a mighty roar. Hiding, hiding, fleeing, fleeing, each time he challenged his foe with rage, only to be left covered in wounds, forced to flee like a stray dog. He had had enough of this humiliation. Better to die standing than to live on his knees. Golden Thunder God's eyes gleamed with determination. Far from retreating, he even took a step toward the center of the storm. After so many battles with Lon Long, today was his greatest achievement, his closest to success. The creature had been struck by the landslide and must have been severely injured. If he could use his remaining body to bring down both the severely injured Lon Long and the other, it would not disgrace his reputation as the king of his tribe. Lin Lin watched Golden Thunder God step into the storm, feeling a mixture of pity and admiration, yet also a surge of worry for him. But at this moment, he could only watch from behind a boulder, unable to do anything. No, there was still something he could do. Lin Lin gripped the binding stone, his eyes slightly closed, his mind focused on the ethereal yet real bond. Even though it wasn't as strong as the one he had forged with the Great Sky, he and Golden Thunder Lord had indeed forged a bond during their brief battle together. Even though he didn't have a particularly strong binding force to draw upon, a little bit of it would still strengthen him. All Lin Lin could do was to bestow this binding force upon Golden Thunder Lord with all his might. As the wind intensified, the weight it could pull increased as well. By now, the terrifying tornado had lifted the mountain of rubble high into the air, gradually revealing the body of Lan Long, buried beneath it. At that moment, the tip of its slender golden right horn was broken off, leaving the two horns asymmetrical. Furthermore, the once magnificent white flying membrane was now covered in a thick layer of dust, appearing somewhat tattered. But even this level of damage was far from a serious blow to Lan Long. The eerie red markings on his flying membrane, as well as the massive storm he now summoned, fully demonstrated the wrath of the Tianjin Huijing god. Fragments of rock that shouldn't have been on him were constantly sucked into the storm. The fragments swirled and collided with the wind's trajectory, shattering into even finer fragments. These fragments were then lifted up into the sky by the fierce wind, and finally flung hundreds of meters into the clouds. If the wind continued to strengthen, perhaps in another 4 or 5 seconds, even a creature of Golden Thunder God's weight would be easily pulled into the sky, and then suddenly fall down and smashed into a meat pie. But at this moment, it was not enough to pull a behemoth of Golden Thunder God's size into the sky. It only shook its body, making its movements step by step into the strong wind seem a little weak. When Lin Lin tightly grasped the restraining stone, Golden Thunder God's movements suddenly paused slightly. After glancing in the direction of Lin Lin, it roared again, and its movements suddenly became powerful. The dense injuries on its body no longer affected its movements at this moment. Broken rock, mingled with the raging wind, roared down upon the Golden Thunder God's body, leaving behind shattered scales, cracked shells, and rotten flesh. But the Golden Thunder God seemed oblivious to all this, charging resolutely towards Lan Long. Step by step, from slow steps to a rapid gallop, the Golden Thunder God seemed to transform into a streak of golden lightning, bursting forth in a flash of brilliant light. The thick, insurmountable wind barrier no longer offered any resistance. Roar on! The golden lightning flashed, and Lan Long, furiously unleashing his ultimate attack, had not anticipated a creature daring to brave the howling wind, and at such speed, leaving it no time to react. His entire body, electrified to its limit, a true electrified state. A force as immense as a landslide converged within his claws, slamming down hard on Lan Long's head. You bastard, die! Boom! Even with the storm's obstruction, the sudden flash of brilliant lightning remained incredibly dazzling. The gray tornado that connected the sky and earth seemed to transform into a whirlwind of concentrated electricity. The next moment, a thunderbolt pierced the raging wind, and the tornado that obscured the sun vanished. The bright lightning illuminated everything, making it seem like daylight. Whoosh! Boom! A dim golden figure flew backwards from the center of the storm, landing on the platform and rolling 2 or 3 times. Finally, unable to break free from its downward momentum, it fell over the edge again. Lin Lin instinctively wanted to chase after it to see what was going on. Although his life dust was gone, he still had some healing potions to feed. However, after the storm dissipated, the debris swept high into the sky began to fall continuously, forming a meteor shower. After rubbing against the air at high speed, each piece of gravel radiated a scorching heat, creating craters of varying sizes as it fell to the ground. Rainwater poured down on the scorching rock, instantly evaporating into a thick white mist that obscured vision. Everyone, stand beside me! Kevin shouted, raising his shield and swinging it repeatedly, accurately swatting away the rocks falling toward him. Rachel, with her heavy crossbow at hand, stood back to back with him, firing one shot after another, rapidly clearing the debris from Kevin's hard-pressed position. As a hunting horn user, Rickles had no other solution except to dodge the falling rocks. So, he could only roll and crawl to avoid the falling rocks while moving closer to Kevin. Lin Lin glanced back at Master Kevin's response and imitated him, drawing his own sharp guard. However, he wasn't as confident he had the same vision and control as his master, so he simply held the shield over his head and ran in the direction of the Golden Thunder God's fall. Don't go over there! Kevin's shout caused Lin Lin's movements to pause, a deep sense of foreboding rising within him. Oh no! He was so anxious to check on the Golden Thunder God's condition that he had momentarily withdrawn his attention from Lan Long. Almost immediately upon hearing Kevin's shout, Lin Lin thrust his foot forward with all his might, his forward momentum instantly halting. He then attempted to roll backward, returning to the shelter of the massive rock. It was during this brief moment that he glanced in the direction Lan Long had been. But at this moment, there were 3 deep claw marks on Lan Long's jaw and face. The deepest part even showed the white bones faintly. Blood gushed out from the wound, and golden electric light kept moving on it, burning the flesh and blood at the wound into a slightly charred color. At this moment, The Lan Long, utterly enraged, had opened its mouth wide, aiming in his direction, a boundless stream of water vapor gathering within it. I can't get away. From the moment he glimpsed the direction of the Lan Long's mouth to his judgment, a mere millisecond passed. Kevin's warning had momentarily distracted him, and he dodged prematurely, missing the opportunity to seize the moment. This gave the Lan Long a chance to adjust its direction. Although there was no way he could give the Kinsig during the evasive roll, he could only gamble on whether his father could align with his thoughts and save his life. Under the pressure of life and death, Lin Lin's brain raced, making an almost instantaneous decision. There was no time to regain his balance. He had to release the Kinsig now. Hold on. Another familiar roar. Before Lin Lin could release his Kinsig, he felt a heavy presence between him and the Lan Long. A glimpse revealed Kevin, charging forward, positioning his dark blackhorn shield axe in the path of the Lan Long's water cannon. Master! He cried out inwardly, and the next moment, accompanied by a resounding sound like a hammer's impact, a cloud of mist erupted around Lin Lin, tinged with a hint of crimson. Bang! Lin Lin's tumble concluded, and he was back behind the shelter of the massive rock. He stared blankly at the burly figure before him. A massive crack had appeared on his bloated heavy armor, nearly bisecting him. Through it, a bright red ooze could be seen. The top-tier shield axe, forged from Blackhorn dragon material and bearing the name Force of Destiny, lay quietly beside him. The shield, once resembling the curved horns of a horned dragon, was now cracked. With a bang, boiling blood and chi surged into Lin Lin's brain. Lin Lin felt his entire body instantly become incredibly hot, and the intense impact scrambled his brain into a tizzy. Without time to think, Lin Lin frantically dragged Kevin back behind the shelter. With trembling hands, he reached for his equipment bag, but suddenly remembered that he had used up all his life dust in the previous battle. Ahem. Leave me alone, just run. Blood flowed uncontrollably from Kevin's mouth. He pushed Lin Lin hard, but at that moment, he couldn't muster any strength. His push couldn't even move Lin Lin's body. The next moment, Rachel and Rickles both surrounded him. One quickly pulled out a handful of life dust and sprinkled it over, while the other pulled out a secret medicine, intending to lift his visor and feed it to him. Be careful. Everyone present knew what he meant by being careful, but before he could finish, Lin Lin had already rushed out again. I attract Lan Long's attention. Master's wife, take Master and evacuate. The two high-ranking hunters were already surrounding Kevin and giving him first aid, so how could they possibly stop him? Only the tail end of his words slowly drifted through the air as Lin Lin's figure vanished from their sight. At this moment, Lin Lin's blood boiled. He knew full well how irrational what he was doing was, tantamount to courting death, and certainly not what Master Kevin, who had just risked his life to save him, would want. But he didn't care. Ever since his encounter with the Deviljo, the fear, tension, and anger he had accumulated along the way. All these pressures had already stretched his emotions to the limit, like a slingshot being pulled to the brink of breaking. Just now, seeing Kevin collapse, covered in blood, was the straw that broke the camel's back. The last bit of force that snapped the bowstring, and boundless rage erupted, his blood boiling, his black pupils unconsciously turning blood red. He burst out from the shelter of the boulder and charged towards Lan Long, tightening his grip on the binding stone once more. In a moment of intense emotion, he poured his heart directly into his opponent's mind. Lan Long. You son of a bitch. If I survive today, I kill you. Lan Long was about to fire another water cannon at the boulder where they were hiding, but suddenly saw the figure he had intended to attack rush out, and he instinctively turned his gaze away. Meeting those pure, bright red eyes, Lan Long shuddered, instinctively sensing an intense sense of danger. This feeling had also occurred to him when the red fireworks exploded, but that time, the feeling was fleeting and far less vivid than this moment. Danger? Extremely dangerous. It didn't know what that aura was, but its mere presence gave it a terrifying, deadly threat. The feeling was almost identical to the reaction of ordinary monsters upon seeing it. Chapter 323. Lan Long's gaze was fixed on Lin Lin before him. He sensed the threat emanating from him, a profoundly ancient aura, rapidly intensifying. Yet, Lan Long felt a strange sense of dissonance. While Lin Lin clearly felt the strongest presence of that aura, his instincts told him the source of the threat wasn't the person before him, but an ancient being mysteriously connected to him. Lan Long stared at the tiny human before him, wondering how the being that so posed such a threat would react if he were to kill it. But before he could come to a conclusion, he suddenly looked up. The thick curtain of rain that had covered the sky dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a pristine sky. Alarm bells rang within Lan Long. Controlling wind and rain was an innate instinct, but now, No matter how hard he tried to gather the dark clouds, the heavens remained unmoved. The changes in his surroundings were so dramatic that Lin instinctively raised his head. He couldn't help but squint as he gazed at the dazzling sun, now free of its cloud cover, and once again casting its dazzling light across the earth. But the changes didn't stop there. The moment the sun reappeared in the sky, a pitch-black shadow crept over the scorching sun, slowly expanding, gradually swallowing up the blazing sun's brilliance. The sky, which had just brightened, gradually dimmed again. Is this a solar eclipse? And judging by the appearance, it looked like a total eclipse? Watching the eclipse overhead, Lin had an inexplicable feeling that something in the sky was resonating with him. What he couldn't see was that as the eclipse unfolded, the vibrant red glow in his own eyes grew even brighter. The instinct for survival screamed wildly, and an unprecedented fear crept into Long's heart. The moment the solar eclipse appeared, it cast aside all dignity and pride. Like the golden thunder god who had once fled before it, it turned and began to sprint, desperately trying to escape this dangerous place. The noise of Long's flight was so loud that it instantly drew Lin's attention. He no longer paid attention to the solar eclipse in the sky, but subconsciously took a step forward to chase Long. He didn't want to worry about anything else now. He just wanted Long dead, but Long was already an expert flyer, and now it was flying at full speed. Lin had only taken 2 steps when Long had already opened up dozens of meters between him, and the gap was rapidly widening. Lin paused again. Long was retreating too fast. Unless he could reunite his bond with the sky, there was no way he could catch up. He clenched his fists tightly, then slowly released them, then chuckled to himself. Long departed, and the oppressive ancient dragon pressure that had filled the arena dissipated. His intelligence, suppressed by his surging emotions, regained its upper hand. Lin then remembered that he was just a small, less than 5-star Karami. What could he possibly do chasing after him? He took a few deep breaths and looked up at the sky again. Just now, he had clearly sensed the fear in Long's heart. However, Long was already a top-tier monster among the unleashed class. Even though he hadn't yet mastered the power of lightning and only possessed feng shui, he was still considered a powerful unleashed class monster. To instill fear in such a monster. I'm afraid the only thing left was the taboo. Lin couldn't explain his feelings as he looked up at the sky again, but he knew he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the sun still shone, and the black border stopped expanding after reaching about 3/4 of its height. There was no total solar eclipse, and no taboo flew down from the sky. Nothing unusual had occurred. Everything was as peaceful as countless peaceful days before, except for the devastation surrounding the sacred peak. Lin stared at the sun, watching the black streak that obscured the blazing sun gradually fade until it vanished completely. Tears welled up in his eyes, and only then did he lower his head again and rub his eyes vigorously. Looking up again to confirm that nothing was amiss, Lin took off, striding towards the boulder where he had previously hidden. "How's master?" He quickly ran to Kevin, who lay on the ground, his eyes closed and barely breathing. He carefully examined his injuries and asked Rachel, who was standing beside him. Rachel glanced at the cloudless blue sky again, then back at Lin, speechless for a moment. "He's fine. His injuries are only slightly worse than when he fought off the Flame Queen Dragon last time." Rickless walked over and punched Lin's shoulder. His armored dragon armor already provides maximum protection, and the shield axe blocked the blow. It wasn't a direct hit, so it wasn't a fatal injury. "Alright, don't worry, kid. Our first aid is excellent. He won't die. He just have to stay in bed for a while." Rachel sighed, observing the look on Lin's face. She raised her hand and patted his shoulder. "This isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself too much. That's an ancient dragon. Fighting against a being like that, casualties are commonplace. We were already prepared for this when we were promoted to upper hunters. Besides, he's still alive. Successfully repelling the storm dragon is already a great outcome. Don't dwell on it too much." After saying that, Rachel looked up at the bright sun in the sky and frowned. "Okay, the battle is over, but we still have a lot to do. Don't let the wounded lie here basking in the sun. Let's get him back to the temporary camp first. Alas, there's no cat guard in this shabby place. How about I carry him back?" Lin glanced left and right, his gaze finally landing near the heavy crossbow, his eyes lighting up. That was supposed to be where the wreckage of the airship lay, but after the fierce battle with the storm dragon, the wreckage had been scattered everywhere by the wind. Luckily, Lin spotted a few flat wooden planks that were relatively wide enough to make a stretcher. Rachel and Rickles carried Kevin back to the makeshift camp. Lin Lin was about to follow when he heard a clear voice. Brother Lin Lin. Lin Lin turned and saw a dashing young woman standing in the sunlight, waving at him. Lin Lin glanced back at Rachel. The female hunter glanced at them, immediately understanding. She raised her foot and gently kicked Lin Lin in the butt. What are you doing standing there, you little brat? Are you worried that two of us, the top hunters, can't take good care of your master? Get out of here. Ouch. Lin Lin rubbed his butt in pain, then trotted off to EZ. Surviving the ordeal, looking at the disheveled, bedraggled girl before him, Lin Lin felt she was the most beautiful girl in the world. Just seeing her lively and energetic presence filled him with joy. Yezi. When he was about a meter away from Yezi, Lin Lin suddenly stopped, as if he accidentally gotten too close. He seemed a bit bewildered, unsure how to react, so he pretended to scratch his head and giggle to ease the awkwardness. But his awkwardness was instantly broken. Yezi took the initiative and took a step forward, opening his arms and embracing Lin Lin. His face pressed against his chest plate, which was almost covered in mud and sand, and he whispered repeatedly, "That's great, brother Lin Lin. That's great." Lin Lin froze for a moment, his mind blank as if struck by lightning. After several seconds, he finally realized, Is I being hugged? Why? Is it just because Yizi is so happy? Or are the customs of Yanhua village different from his own? Could it be that this girl likes me? It's possible, but what if she isn't? If I've misunderstood, wouldn't that be ridiculous? 3 great delusions of life. 3 great delusions. But what if it's true? Lin Lin's hands froze for a moment, their restlessness unsettling. Then he slowly lowered them, wrapping his arms slightly stiffly around the girl's waist. His whole body tensed, his heart pounding like a drum. He hadn't been as nervous as he was facing Lon Long just now. Meanwhile, in his arms, Yizi, tightly hugging Lin Lin, felt her heart pounding so hard it was practically bursting out of her throat. After she discovered that Lon Long had left, the storm had subsided, and the sun was shining, her mind was overwhelmed by great joy and relief. When she saw the person she had been thinking about standing in front of her safely, she hugged him impulsively, completely instinctively. After the initial excitement, Yizi became uncontrollably nervous and anxious. Oh no! If I get too carried away and just hug him like that, what if Brother Lin dislikes me? What if Brother Lin doesn't like me? Will he be pushed away, and then say to me with a cold face, "You crossed the line. We're just friends?" Or maybe, outwardly Lin Lin won't react to protect her pride, but deep down, he's secretly resenting her for having such inappropriate thoughts about him? A tonic for that sort of thing, at least for the sake of maintaining a semblance of harmony. Should I feign a casual release, then, like a good friend, punch him in the chest and say something like, "You scared me to death"? Yizi felt her cheeks burning from the pounding of her heart. Just as she was trying to control the weight of his arms, she felt a slight chill at her waist, like something metal was touching her. Glancing downward, she saw a pair of arm guards, gleaming with a faint lightning light, folded around her waist, as if about to touch her, but afraid to pull back if it would offend her. Yizi subconsciously took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement rising in her heart at Lin Lin's reaction. She tightened her grip on him, and rubbed her cheek against his chest. Unfortunately, he was still covered in a layer of Thunder Wolf Dragon armor, which felt cold and hard against him, not at all comfortable. She wondered how blissful it would be to rest his head on Brother Lin's muscular body. But at least Yizi didn't overdo it. After a brief embrace, she released her arms, took a step back, and tilted her head slightly, gazing at his face. "Brother Lin Lin, I'm so glad you're okay." Lin Lin's Adam's apple rolled, his mind racing, trying to brainstorm what to say next. 1,000 words swirled in his mind, and Lin Lin opened his mouth, As if feeling that this wasn't quite right, he paused, then added, "You too." Brother Lin Lin looked so clueless right now. Yizi's thoughts flashed through her mind, but after biting her tongue hard, she regained consciousness. No, there's still work to do. By the way, Brother Lin Lin, there's something else. Come with me. With that, Yizi seemingly naturally took Lin Lin's hand and rushed in one direction. Lin Lin's mind was still a mess from having just been hugged, and now that he was holding her hand so naturally, his thoughts were even more confused. Holding hands? Does she really like me? But why does it feel like she's completely oblivious? Is that right? Yes, oh no. Yes. Lin Lin's mind was in a turmoil as Yizi led him to the foot of a cliff. It wasn't until he saw the dim golden figure lying quietly on a platform woven from various vines ahead that his chaotic thoughts were finally extinguished. After I found it beaten down, I chased it and gave it all the life dust I had, Yizi said, cautiously observing Lin Lin's expression, a hint of worry on his face. "Brother Lin Lin, you in it?" Lin Lin was silent for a moment. "Strictly speaking, we first met during the battle that just ended. As for the deep feelings, it certainly wasn't that deep. Golden Thunder God wasn't like Dakong and Tayo Tayo, who had been by his side for so long and had poured so much affection into him." But seeing the still, dull golden form, Lin Lin felt a pang of sadness. He first noticed Golden Thunder God's existence from the thoughts of the former Overlord Thunder Wolf Dragon, but he wasn't sure then. It wasn't until this battle alongside Lan Long that he finally knew for sure. The Golden Thunder God before him was the leader who dared to bare his fangs to the gods for his tribe. He was a hero of the Thunder Wolf Dragons. Even repeated failures couldn't extinguish his fighting spirit. Even at death, he would tear a piece of flesh from his enemies. Although Golden Thunder God was only a monster, it was one worthy of Lin Lin's admiration. In him, Lin Lin vaguely saw the shadows of many people. A hero deserves a heroic ending. Lin Lin took a few steps forward, standing before the Golden Thunder God's head, and gently touched it. Although the process was tortuous, the result was just as you hoped. The Storm Dragon has been driven away, and your tribe can return. Chapter 324. Lin Lin stared at the massive figure lying silently before him in astonishment. Just then, as his palm touched its scales, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation. This thing. Lin Lin quickly pulled the bond stone from his item bag and held it tightly in his palm, concentrating his full attention on sensing it. A moment later, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Golden Thunder God, is it still alive? Lin Lin squatted down and placed his hand in front of the Golden Thunder God's nostrils, carefully feeling it. Although the rhythm was extremely slow and the breathing extremely weak, it was still breathing. Lin Lin stood up and took 2 steps back, taking in the Golden Thunder God's entire body. Although it was covered in fatal wounds, with almost no healthy flesh left, it was unclear whether it was due to its strong life or the binding power previously bestowed upon it, but at this moment, the Golden Thunder God was still barely hanging on, in a state similar to suspended animation. However, if it remains here for any longer without treatment, its apparent death will soon become real. "Brother Lin Lin?" Yi Zi asked tentatively. "Could there be a chance of recovery?" "Yes, it's not dead yet." Lin Lin nodded, his brow furrowed, as he considered how to bring his comrade back from the brink of death. "Then should we use more healing potions?" Yi Zi pulled out a bottle of healing potion G and attempted to pour it into the Golden Thunder God's mouth. However, in its current state, the Golden Thunder God was unable to swallow. The potion Yi Zi poured and leaked out the other side of its mouth. "This won't do. Healing potions are primarily for emergency use during combat, but Golden Thunder God's current condition is simply beyond the reach of these potions." Lin Lin circled Golden Thunder God's body several times, carefully examining the wounds, large and small, his brow furrowed ever deeper. This creature had already been chopped to pieces by Lan Long's wind blades in the previous close combat, leaving barely a single intact scale on its body. Now, the vine-woven platform beneath, it was stained bright red by the blood it had shed. And the final wave, desperately charging into the massive storm whipped up by Lan Long, the sharp rocks carried by the wind, fueled by their high speed, were as powerful as a crossbow bullet. The vast expanse of rotten flesh on Golden Thunder God's body was studded with dense, varying shades of broken stone. The only viable way to save it now is probably to activate its body's healing abilities, relying on the monster's tenacious vitality to forge through this period of weakness. The debris that has penetrated deeply into the body has severely impacted the Golden Thunder God's own healing abilities, easily causing inflammation and other adverse reactions. Coupled with the weakness from the massive blood loss, its healing abilities have been severely weakened. At this point, Lin Lin had a general idea in mind. He turned to Yi Zi and pleaded sincerely, "Yi Zi, I'm planning to perform surgery on it. Could you please help me prepare some supplies?" "Surgery?" Yi Zi was stunned. "Brother Lin Lin, tell me what you need. I give you whatever you need. It's not a big deal. Nutrients and life dust will be enough, but the amount needed might be quite large." "No problem. I have some in my tool bag right now. Brother Lin, you use them first. I get the rest later." Yi Zi gestured, tossed his tool bag to Lin Lin, and then, pulling the Kinsek with him, flew out again, disappearing in front of Lin Lin in the blink of an eye. Taking Yi Zi's tool bag, Lin Lin took a deep breath, suppressed the warmth surging in his chest, and tried to remain calm as he looked at the body of the Golden Thunder God lying on the ground. Swish. He set up the grill, pulled out his skinning knife, and used the flames of the grill to scorch the blade. Don't get me wrong, he didn't use the skinning knife to skin the material. It simply served as a scalpel. Besides, the Golden Thunder God's body was nearly shattered by Lan Long's beatings, leaving nothing but raw flesh to be skinned. Lin Lin circled around, finally selecting the most eroded-looking wound on the Golden Thunder God's back and swung the knife. The reason he chose to begin here was primarily because he had no surgical experience and was unsure of the outcome. At least for the Golden Thunder God, the back wasn't a particularly critical area, so even if it failed, it wouldn't put him in any more danger. One cut, two cuts. Blood trickled out, soaking his hands. Lin Lin, accustomed to this bloody scene, focused solely on using the tip of his knife to pry out the stone embedded in his flesh, carefully cleaning the half-meter-deep wound. Time ticked by, and after repeatedly confirming that he had finally cleaned the wound, Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief and opened Yi Zi's tool bag. Please, this has to work. Lin Lin grabbed a handful of life dust and sprinkled it directly onto the wound in front of him. The pale green powder landed on the flesh and quickly turned bright red as the blood soaked it. Are there any signs of healing and stopping the bleeding? It seems so, but it's still extremely slow, at least not noticeable to the naked eye. Unable to discern much, Lin Lin took out another bottle of nutrient solution and poured it over the wound. Recovering from injuries requires energy, and nutrient solution can provide the energy. However, as he had tried before, it was impossible to administer the medicine until Jin Lei Gong regained consciousness and the ability to swallow. Lin Lin had no choice but to resort to this last resort, hoping that the cells in the wound could absorb the nutrient solution's energy. The flesh in the wound seemed to be wriggling, signs of recovery. Lin Lin quickly pressed both sides of the wound with both hands, bringing it together, holding this position, not daring to move. In the absence of sutures, this was the post-operative suturing method Lin Lin had devised. Activate the monster's wound self-healing ability, then let it act as an invisible suture, stitching the wound together. A moment later, feeling the pull from both sides of the wound gradually weaken, Lin Lin slowly released his hands. The wound opened again, but this time the extent of the crack was far less than during the previous cleaning. Even now, even with Lin Lin's hands loosened, the wound continued to shrink at a visible rate. Done. Lin Lin was greatly encouraged. Ignoring his fatigue, he quickly moved to the wound on the Golden Thunder God's chest. This was a massive wound that nearly tore its entire chest apart. It was arguably the most fatal of all the wounds on its body, and the one that required the most priority attention. With his first experience, Lin Lin worked much faster on this wound. However, the wound before him was incredibly large, almost half the size of him. After carefully cleaning it, Lin Lin felt a wave of dizziness and a tizzy. Had I been straining myself too much, perhaps overdrawn? Drowsiness surged over him like a tide, and Lin Lin shook his head violently, trying to dispel it. The surgery wasn't finished yet. He couldn't just fall asleep here. He applied the life dust and nutrients to the wound in the same way. Watching the wound slowly shrink with the subtle movement of flesh, Lin Lin took a deep breath and stood up again. It wasn't over yet. This guy still had many more wounds to tend to. Lin Lin's body, having just stood up, swayed, and he felt dizzy and lightheaded. His vision went black. He took a step, but before he could steady himself, he felt a tizzy and fell to the ground. However, Lin Lin felt the ground wasn't as hard as he imagined. It was actually warm and soft. Ah! Yi Zi supported Lin Lin's back with one hand, reaching down with the other to hook his legs. Gritting his teeth, he lifted him sideways. Brother Lin Lin is a bit heavy. Carrying Lin Lin in a princess-like position, Yi Zi didn't walk too far, but instead placed him on a small platform covered in dense, sturdy vines. This way, any monsters attracted by the smell of blood wouldn't seek him out. After a pause, Yi Zi seemed to feel this wasn't enough, so he pulled out a camouflage net and covered him with it, providing both warmth and a layer of concealment. Have a good sleep. When Lin Lin opened his eyes again, he felt a surge of invigoration. The warm sunlight bathed him in warmth. Ah! After being so used to seeing the dark clouds under Lan Long's brutal rule, this sunny weather was so refreshing. Lin Lin blinked dazedly before suddenly realizing. No, how long have I been unconscious? He sat up abruptly, recalling everything that had happened before he fainted. In order to avoid Lan Long and escort the professor and his companions down the mountain, he had deliberately waited until midnight, so he could escape under cover of darkness. However, Lan Long still discovered him and pursued him all the way. After Lan Long finally retreated, he took a moment to glance at the sky. The sun was directly overhead, burning like a small furnace. It must have been noon. The sun was now perfectly overhead, and it was still midday. Could it be that he hadn't been unconscious for that long? Lin Lin rubbed his brows and reflected on his mental state for a moment. He felt incredibly energetic, even more alert than before. Given his severely depleted mental state before the coma, how could he recover to this level in just a few minutes? Perhaps a day had passed, perhaps even longer? What had he been doing before he passed out? Lin Lin was stunned for a moment, then his face changed drastically. Buheo! He abruptly stood up and searched for the Golden Thunder God. He discovered that he wasn't where he had fallen before, but on another small platform, not far from the one where the Golden Thunder God had fainted. Lin Lin looked around and quickly located the dim golden figure. Lin Lin's heart tightened, and he sprinted towards the platform, his palm tightly gripping the sky-blue bondstone. How come, judging by the bond's connection, Golden Thunder God's condition hasn't worsened, but has actually improved significantly? Could it be that simply healing those 2 wounds had such an effect? Lin Lin's confusion didn't last long. When he reached Golden Thunder God's side, he noticed a large package piled not far from it. A figure leaned quietly against it, seemingly resting. Yi Zi, looking at the man's slightly haggard face, Lin Lin couldn't help but slow his pace again. Yi Zi, however, didn't seem to have fallen into a deep sleep. Upon noticing the movement, he immediately opened his eyes alertly. Upon seeing Lin Lin, the sharpness in his eyes transformed into joy. "Brother Lin Lin, you're awake." Lin Lin nodded and took a few steps closer. "Just woke up. How long has it been?" Yi Zi stood up, twisted her waist, glanced up at the sky, and smiled slightly. "Brother Lin Lin, you've been asleep for at least 20 hours. After stretching a few times, she turned back to the large package and leaned over to search for something. "By the way, Brother Lin Lin, you must be hungry after sleeping for so long. Meat won't be easy to find in this area anytime soon. I make you some soup to warm your stomach." Seeing she was about to get busy, Lin Lin quickly stopped Yi Zi. "Wait a minute. I saw you were resting just now. I do it. Don't overwork yourself." Yi Zi couldn't help but feel happy and turned back. "Brother Lin Lin, I leave the rest to you." Lin Lin hummed, then turned to look at the Golden Thunder God beside him. Though still unconscious, his injuries were much better than before, a scene of bloodshed and bruises. "By the way, Yi Zi, what's wrong with it?" Yi Zi imitated Lin Lin's him, but stretched out the ending, sounding playful. "Brother Lin, you were so focused on treating its wounds. I watched for a while when I came back, but you didn't notice. After you fell asleep, I followed your example and treated some of its remaining injuries. It's just that this guy is so big and has so many wounds. I only had time to treat the more serious ones. Next." Yawn. "This job is indeed quite tiring. I go rest then." Lin Lin smiled and nodded. "Thanks for your hard work." Yi Zi took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. "By the way, Brother Lin Lin, after rescuing this big guy, don't forget to check back at the makeshift camp. Dakong, Tiao Tiao, and Brave are all over there." "Brave is here too?" Lin Lin was slightly taken aback. He had thought only Yi Zi, Yi Zhao, and his master had come to rescue him this time. "So Brave is here too? I don't think I saw him on the front lines. But to risk his life and rush into Gu Long's territory for me, this brother is truly a true friend." Lin Lin grinned and nodded vigorously. "Got it." Chapter 325. Lin Lin opened the enormous package and found, besides a large number of potions, a number of ingredients, including the specialty mushrooms Yi Zi had mentioned for soup. Since becoming a hunter, Lin Lin had become increasingly accustomed to grilling, so much so that other cooking methods had become somewhat unfamiliar, and his mastery of the precise amounts of various seasonings had become less precise. Making soup itself is a recipe that demands considerable skill. Although Lin Lin had carefully placed the ingredients and seasonings into the pot, adding the spring water, and simply waiting, after closing the lid, he couldn't help but question himself. Had he added too much water, too few seasonings? Should he have added another mushroom? Should he have used a little more force when cutting? He lifted the lid again and examined the bubbling broth. After finding it seemingly all right, Lin Lin finally turned his attention to the Golden Thunder God standing nearby. "This guy still had a lot of injuries to treat, and since the soup would take quite a while, I could use this opportunity to finish the unfinished surgery." A mixture of pain, numbness, and itching rippled through his body, making it incredibly uncomfortable. Golden Thunder God opened his eyes, with a certain irritation, the discomfort making him want to lose his temper. But after opening his eyes, he was stunned. The sky was clear, the sun was warm. It felt like he hadn't seen weather like this in ages. Golden Thunder God instinctively wanted to stand up, run wildly, and enjoy the warmth of the sun, but weakness and exhaustion brought his attention back to reality. Jean Lei Gong shook his head slightly. Not only was his body weak and powerless, his head was also dizzy. What had happened? As time passed, Jin Lei Gong gradually regained consciousness, recalling every detail of his fainting spell. Yes, he had been battling that monster high in the sky. After giving it a vicious claw in the face, he was also knocked away by Lan Long and lost consciousness immediately afterwards. Now it seemed that he had been lucky. He had thought it was doomed, but he had survived. Jin Lei Gong looked up at the sun again. The sky was clear and cloudless, a weather not seen since Lan Long appeared. Could this mean that Lan Long was dead? Or at least driven away? Had he successfully avenged his grievances and reclaimed his clan's land? Thinking of this, Jin Lei Gong's mood suddenly brightened, and even the pain in his body seemed to have no effect on him. If it hadn't been completely exhausted, it would have stood up and roared to the heavens, declaring to the scattered tribe members, "We've won. We can go home. Brother Lin Lin, it seems it's awake?" Suddenly, a crisp voice awoke Golden Thunder God from its ecstasy, and it realized that there were other lives around it. Golden Thunder God immediately tried to withstand the pain and weakness, adopting a vigilant posture to respond to the threat, but he relaxed again after hearing another voice. "Don't move. You're seriously injured. If you move, the wound will rupture again." It was deeply impressed by this voice. In its previous battle with Lan Long, if the owner of this voice hadn't been there, the outcome would have been no different from any previous encounter. Of course, more crucially, the other party's cadences and variations in tone reached its ears, becoming comprehensible, allowing it to truly sense that the other party held no ill will towards it. Golden Thunder God's golden eyes shifted. To its left, it could see a burning fire not far away and two figures seated beside it. These two figures were covered in turquoise shells. If it weren't for their completely different body structures, Golden Thunder God would have mistaken them for two stunted Thunder Wolf Dragon cubs. And now, as Golden Thunder God looked at them, they looked back. Golden Thunder God didn't move, simply lying there, purring from his throat. He looked no different from a fang hound, only a bit larger. "Ah yes, we saved you. Otherwise, could it be some other person or monster?" The relatively sturdy figure took a few gulps of something, then stood up and walked towards Golden Thunder God. As he walked, he pointed at the blood-stained vine platform beneath his feet, and the densely packed reddish-brown rubble of all sizes scattered on it. "Yi Zi and I were exhausted trying to get these things out." Golden Thunder God turned his gaze to the reddish-brown stones on the ground. He recognized them as the rubble that had been carried by the whirlwind during his final foray into the whirlwind, blasting him and embedding himself in his flesh. Thinking of the pain these things were causing him, his gaze softened as he looked at the two figures. "Woo woo woo." A low rumble escaped from the Golden Thunder God's throat. "Thank you? Don't you know that showing your belly is the way to express gratitude?" Golden Thunder God, ? Bullshit. It's supposed to be the inferior showing their belly to the superior as a sign of respect. No, that's probably just a rule within their Thunder Wolf Dragon tribe. These two aren't Thunder Wolf Dragons, so perhaps showing one's belly is really the way to express gratitude within their tribe? Golden Thunder God was immediately torn. When had he, the mighty king of Thunder Wolf Dragons, ever shown his belly to any other creature? But his gratitude to these two was genuine, without a trace of pretense. Putting aside the fact that they had saved his life, just think of the previous battle against the Lan Long. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to truly recover his lost territory. They owed him a great debt of gratitude, not only to himself, but to his entire tribe. To be ungrateful is something only humans would do. It's simply not in the lexicon of monsters. At least not for those with the intelligence to understand the meaning of gratitude. Golden Thunder God hesitated for a moment, then suddenly breathed heavily. Forget it. His dignity, as the king of Thunder Wolf Dragons, had been crushed countless times by that mist dragon. In the face of not only his lifesaver, but also the benefactor of his entire clan, what reason did he have to exist? With a faint sense of inexplicable humiliation, his claws moved, attempting to roll over and expose his belly as Lin Lin had said. "Hey! Wait!" Lin Lin's forehead was slightly sweaty, and he quickly called out to Golden Thunder God. "No, I was just joking. You're taking it seriously." However, considering Jin Lei Gong's current state of mind, Lin Lin suspected that if he revealed the fact that he was joking, he would likely be slapped away by the enraged Jin Lei Gong. So he decided to play it safe. "You're still seriously injured. Don't move. Thank you after you've healed." Hearing this, Jin Lei Gong breathed a sigh of relief. His claws slackened, and he sank back down like a puddle of mud. Lin Lin also breathed a sigh of relief, then took out the various potions from the package and approached Jin Lei Gong's head. "Since you're awake, drink these. They should help your injuries heal faster." Lin Lin unscrewed a bottle of healing potion G and held it to Jean Lei Gong's nose. Here, open your mouth. Ah. Jean Lei Gong didn't open his mouth immediately. Caution was paramount in the wild, and he almost never ate anything he didn't recognize. Even though he deeply trusted Lin Lin and the other two who had saved him, this long-established habit couldn't be broken. It sniffed gently, identifying the ingredients of the so-called medicine. The bitter aroma was familiar, not unlike the green plants it usually found to eat after being injured. It was also mingled with the sweet aroma of a honeycomb, as if it had occasionally seen green-haired bears eating it. It should indeed help heal injuries, right? Thinking this way, Jean Lei Gong opened his mouth and let Lin Lin pour bottle after bottle of medicine into it. After countless bottles of medicine, Lin Lin finally took 2 steps back. Is it over? Jean Lei Gong licked his sharp teeth with his tongue, sensing the signal set back by his taste buds. It seems some of the ingredients are different. Aren't they all the same from the beginning? However, Jean Lei Gong didn't seem to care much about this. He clearly felt a cool sensation in his body as the liquid medicine entered his stomach. The weakness seemed to have lessened considerably, and the pain from the tingling and itching throughout his body was suppressed, while the tingling and itching intensified. Jean Lei Gong had considerable experience in this regard. The tingling and itching were signs that the body's wounds were healing, which was a good thing. Off to the side, Yizi held a wooden bowl of mushroom soup, watching the man and the dragon communicate seamlessly, and couldn't help but be slightly distracted. Brother Lin Lin is so amazing. I've never heard of anyone who can communicate with monsters like Brother Lin, but is this really communication? Does one have to show their belly when thanking someone? Is this a custom in Jian village? Or are they not actually communicating completely, but simply speaking their own language, relying entirely on body language and tone of voice to communicate, with nothing said actually being important, so they just say whatever they want? Watching Lin Lin begin to administer the medicine to the Golden Thunder God, Yizi lowered her head and took a sip of the mushroom soup, her nose wrinkling slightly. Ouch, so salty. I make the soup next time. Brother Lin Lin should focus on the food, which he's better at. Although Ling Feng was devastated during this battle, the destruction brought by Lan Long was only temporary. But after its departure and the return of peace, the environment here has been transformed almost daily. The Ling Feng area seems to be bursting with even more vitality than before. First, mosses and lichens spread everywhere, enveloping the wind-ripped and scattered tree debris, filling it with a vibrant green. Then, a variety of vines and herbs began to climb up from the cracks in the rocks and under the rubble. Broken trees sprouted new buds and scattered spores, encountering the damp, rotten wood, quickly sprouted into a sea of red and white umbrellas. The abundant vegetation quickly attracted a variety of flying insects and small creatures. Then, small herbivorous and omnivorous monsters arrived in droves. Small predators, like the dog dragons, came in response to the scent, but were soon driven away by the thunder wolf dragons that were once again gathering towards the sacred peak area. Ewangangang. A golden light leaped nimbly across the mountain, creating crackling flashes of lightning. The golden light continued to climb, finally resting on the summit of the spiritual peak, a considerable height above it. A majestic golden thunder wolf dragon emerged, its head held high and chest puffed out, roaring with full force. The sound echoed far and wide, audible throughout the vicinity of the spiritual peak. The sun poured down on its body, draping it in a radiant golden battle suit. Its newly formed scales took on a golden hue tinged with a faint green. The regenerated carapace, after being damaged, seemed even more dramatic, and the dragon's aura seemed even more ferocious and domineering. After a roar, the golden thunder god crouched slightly, and 2 figures leaped from its back, one after the other. After Lin Lin reached out to support Yizi, he looked up at the other's head, which had lowered its gaze to meet his, and a wave of emotion filled him. You're incredibly resilient, you. Such a serious injury healed in less than a week. I wish my master had your self-healing abilities. Roar. Golden Thunder God roared softly. That's only because you're strong enough to use so many medicines. Medicines have their limits. With our smaller bodies, using more medicine would actually have the opposite effect. Thinking of his master's injuries, Lin Lin couldn't help but sigh and shook his head slightly. Anyway, thank you for taking us for a ride. Soaring through the mountains with such a dramatic drop in elevation is a different kind of thrill than flying. Roar. Well, that Lan Long guy probably won't dare come back. Live a good life with your tribe here at Ling Feng. Lin Lin stood atop the mountain, gazing at the mountain scenery. He then patted Jean Lei Gong's front paw, which was almost his own size, and pointed in a direction. Oh, and one more thing. Remember to remind the Thunder Wolf dragons in your tribe not to wander off in that direction. Roar? That's our Lingfeng Jiayan village. For my fellow tribesmen, seeing you is like seeing Lan Long. I, too, want to protect my tribe, but I'm not willing to turn my blade against a comrade who once fought alongside me. Jean Legon gazed in that direction, pondered for a moment, and let out a short, low roar. Chapter 326. Hearing the Golden Thunder God's low roar, Lin Lin couldn't help but smile. Thank you. He waved his hand and prepared to turn and descend the mountain, but suddenly paused. He noticed that several giant blue wolves had gathered below him. They were quietly resting on the platform that had once served as the battlefield with the Mist Dragon. Of course, after such a great battle, the platform had become less flat, with the crumbling rock forming numerous steps of varying heights. The Thunder Wolf dragons stood there, their heads tilted upward, staring silently at this direction. Huh? Though Thunder Wolf dragons are social monsters, as large creatures, they have large appetites and usually maintain clear territories, rarely gathering unless necessary. It seemed that the Golden Thunder God's high-pitched roar wasn't just a way to vent his emotions after regaining his life. Judging by the Thunder Wolf dragons that kept gathering around him, it was clear that the roar must have also served as a summons to his pack. But the question was, what was Golden Thunder God planning to do by gathering these Thunder Wolf dragons? A question mark popped up in Lin Lin's mind. It couldn't be I just meow a few words, could it? Roar! Golden Thunder God roared softly at Lin Lin again, signaling him to remain calm. Then, he slowly stepped forward and stood atop the highest, flat rock on the entire spiritual peak, gazing down at the Thunder Wolf dragons below. It glanced downwards and, for a moment, made no unnecessary movements, quietly waiting. During this time, new Thunder Wolf dragons continued to emerge from various locations and join the wolf pack below. Occasionally, a few Thunder Wolf dragons would stir, but after Golden Thunder God turned his gaze, they decisively lowered their heads and remained motionless. Lin Lin and Yeezy exchanged a glance, but didn't rush to leave. Instead, they sat down and waited. They had a feeling that what they were about to witness would become valuable ecological data that some scholars would desperately fight for the chance to witness. The wait wasn't long. In less than half an hour, 7 or 8 Thunder Wolf dragons had gathered on the platform below. Are these all the Thunder Wolf dragons currently scattered around Lingfeng? That's quite a lot. Lin Lin glanced at the Golden Thunder God, but it didn't seem entirely satisfied. It seemed as if it expected a greater number of Thunder Wolf dragons to have gathered. It seemed that a few more had either met with an accident or left the area. But at this moment, the Golden Thunder God finally moved. It held its head high and chest puffed out, unleashing a powerful roar. Ewan. The roar was so loud that Lin Lin and Yeezy had to cover their ears. The next moment, the wolves below all raised their heads and roared. Ewan. If the roar of the Golden Thunder God could be described as deafening, then the roar of a pack of Thunder Wolf dragons could only be described as overwhelming. Lin Lin was certain that any monster living near Spiritual Peak could hear this chorus of roars clearly. Lin Lin had a vague understanding. They were announcing to all creatures living near Spiritual Peak. The storm dragons were gone, and Spiritual Peak was once again their territory. It felt quite ritualistic. The coordinated howling gradually died down. As the last roar faded, a silence descended upon Spiritual Peak. Save for the rustling of the wind through the grass, nearly all animals ceased moving, and even the fluttering of insect wings vanished. Lin Lin and Yeezy exchanged a glance, thinking that after this roar, the giants would probably disperse. But the next scene told them that it wasn't over yet. The Golden Thunder God suddenly turned, gently grasped the shield axe hanging from Lin Lin's back, and lifted him up. Lin Lin instinctively glanced back, and saw the Golden Thunder God's head held high. This movement meant that it was no longer the Golden Thunder God himself, who now stood at the summit of the Spiritual Peak, but Lin Lin, held in its arms. Lin Lin turned again, and saw that the group of Thunder Wolf dragons below seemed to be in a state of stagnation, their large eyes staring blankly at Lin Lin above. Lin Lin blinked, the scene before him giving him a strong sense of déjà vu. If it had been a baboon instead of the Golden Thunder God holding him from behind, the sense of déjà vu would have been even stronger. Lin Lin curled his lips, raised his hand, and gently waved it downwards. Everyone, you've worked hard. On. Awoo. Ayo. The next moment, the wolf pack erupted in chaos, with all sorts of roars and howls echoing. Several agitated Thunder Wolf dragons even instinctively took a couple of steps toward Lin Lin. Golden Thunder God's eyes narrowed as he set Lin Lin down again. Once his feet had firmly planted themselves on the ground, he turned his gaze to Yeezy beside him. Yeezy took several steps back, shaking her head frantically, her face filled with resistance. Although she couldn't quite grasp what Golden Thunder God and his pack of Thunder Wolf dragons were doing, she had a feeling something was going to happen. Besides, riding on Golden Thunder God's back was one thing, but holding him in his mouth and showing him off to other monsters just didn't feel right. Golden Thunder God looked at Lin Lin again, and Lin Lin spread his hands, acting as an interpreter. She said she'd just watch. Roar. Golden Thunder God glanced at EZ again, but didn't force him. He simply roared and turned back to the somewhat chaotic wolf pack below. Lin Lin was just wondering what he was about to do next when he saw Golden Thunder God roar, suppressing the chaotic roars below. He then leaped from the mountaintop, landing lightly in front of the dragons. His golden eyes flashed with lightning, and his majestic gaze swept over the Thunder Wolf dragons before him, each of which was more than a size smaller than himself. Under Golden Thunder God's gaze, the chaos gradually subsided. The Thunder Wolf dragons swallowed their roars, lowered their heads, and avoided Golden Thunder God's gaze, shrinking their bodies. But not all Thunder Wolf dragons were like this. One of the more robust Thunder Wolf dragons in the pack avoided Golden Thunder God's gaze, but instead of lowering its head, it averted its gaze, still whimpering. It sincerely acknowledged Golden Thunder God's leadership, but it was unwilling to acknowledge the tiny creature, who wasn't even a Thunder Wolf dragon, whose body wasn't even the size of a Marinori, as equal to Golden Thunder God. Just ask, is he worthy? Golden Thunder God glanced at the stubborn thorn, questioning its decision. That was challenging its position as leader, and it deserved a lesson. The golden lightning flashing from its body grew brighter, as it fixed its gaze on the creature, barely smaller than itself, its powerful front paws stirring with anticipation. The only reason he didn't just smack this guy's head off with a single sun fist was because he still bore numerous scars from the storm. The Thunder Wolf dragon tribe originally inhabiting Spiritual Peak had 2 leaders, but after the arrival of Mist Dragon, more than half of the tribe followed the dominant Thunder Wolf dragon and left Spiritual Peak to seek other avenues. Those willing to remain near Spiritual Peak and follow the Golden Thunder Lord were individuals unwilling to surrender. They had all participated in battles between the Golden Thunder Lord and Mist Dragon, but faced with Mist Dragon's rock-splitting, turbulent breath, ordinary Thunder Wolf dragons were practically wiped out by a single blow, suffering heavy losses in the initial battles. Later, the Golden Thunder Lord simply forbade them from participating in battle, instead focusing on honing his combat skills in the hope of one day defeating Mist Dragon. This individual before him was a lucky survivor of that counterattack against Mist Dragon. After a moment's hesitation, Golden Thunder God didn't strike directly with his claws. Instead, he let out a commanding roar. Roar! This successful repulse of the Storm Dragon owes much to their contributions. Though Thunder Wolf dragons are still monsters, their intelligence significantly surpasses that of creatures in a lower ecological niche. They haven't yet developed their own language. Communication between them relies primarily on body language and roars to convey their emotions. Simple expressions like I don't accept are fine, but for what Golden Thunder God wanted to convey right now, a simple roar was completely inadequate. To the Thunder Wolf dragon, the meaning was distorted into, he's strong enough, he deserves it. Immediately, the Thunder Wolf dragon raised its head, looked toward Lin Lin at the summit, and let out a high-pitched roar. The meaning of this roar was crystal clear. A Thunder Wolf dragon would only roar in this tone when it was a challenge. You say you're strong enough, worthy of the same position as the leader. Then I challenge you to see if you're truly that strong. At this moment, Golden Thunder God couldn't help but miss the ease of communicating with Lin Lin. At first, it was just a novelty, but now, he realized how difficult it was to communicate with his own kind. He roared in anger, no longer caring about the friendship they fought so desperately for. He raised his claws to strike, but was stopped by a voice that reached his heart. Wait! He instinctively turned his head and saw Lin Lin on the mountaintop, pulling out something, draping it over himself, and then leaping down. Unlike the lightness of its landing, where it deftly used its strength to absorb the impact, Lin Lin now appeared truly light, his entire body floating down. No, gliding would be more appropriate at this point. Lin Lin glided down, rolling as he touched the ground to absorb all the impact, landing in front of Golden Thunder God. Jujub's improved sky gliding suit was surprisingly effective. I had thought I need the Kinsect to save the day. Lin Lin sheathed the sky gliding suit, glanced at the Thunder Wolf dragon, which was staring at him with high spirits, and then turned his gaze to Golden Thunder God. There's really no need for them to treat me the same way they treat you. All I want is peaceful coexistence. Forcing them to acknowledge my status will only make them resentful. Roar! Who dares to complain? I beat it down, Lin Lin twitched his lips. Let it fight me. If I win, they'd probably be more convinced. If I lose, Doesn't that mean your decision wasn't the right one? In the monster world, the strong ultimately reigned supreme. Of course, there was a more important reason why Lin Lin was willing to accept the Thunder Wolf Dragon's challenge. After his recent battle with Lan Long, he was already somewhat unsure of his own strength. While he knew his survival was largely due to luck, he couldn't help but harbor the illusion, I can even hold my own against Lan Long. Am I strong enough to challenge an ancient dragon? Fighting a familiar opponent again was the most effective way to confirm one's own strength. When he hunted the Thunder Wolf Dragon, he relied on a thorough plan and the combined efforts of 3 men, yet even then, an accident nearly occurred. This time, in his battle with the Thunder Wolf Dragon, he planned to use the most intuitive method to assess his own strength. No traps, no environmental traps, no props, relying solely on his own flesh and a single weapon to confront the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Before the time travel, this fighting style had a resounding name, TA Rules. After hearing Lin Lin's words, Golden Thunder Lord turned and glared at the thorny creature. Ultimately, he took 2 steps back, giving Lin Lin and the creature room to fight. Not only Golden Thunder Lord, but the other Thunder Wolf Dragons also retreated, forming a large circle that surrounded Lin Lin and the thorny Thunder Wolf Dragon. Yi Zi, perched atop the mountain, noticed something wasn't right. He flung out his Kinsect, leaping a few times before landing beside Lin Lin. He drew his bug staff and asked, Brother Lin Lin, what's going on? Are these Thunder Wolf Dragons unleashing their ferocity? Lin Lin waved his hand. No, don't worry. I just want to fight the guy to test my own strength. Yi Zi scanned the surrounding Thunder Wolf Dragons, finding them curious or excited, but no one was ready to attack. Only the large Thunder Wolf Dragon, surrounded like Lin Lin, seemed eager to fight. Then, Brother Lin Lin, be careful. Don't worry, we've got the Golden Thunder God watching over us. If I can't defeat him, I can call him to my rescue. Yi Zi's gaze swept over the icy blue shield axe on Lin Lin's back. Finally, he nodded and retreated to the Golden Thunder God's side. Big man, if things are going well, you need to save them. Golden Thunder God glanced down at Yi Zi, listening to the cadences in his voice. It seemed identical to what Lin Lin was saying, yet he couldn't instinctively grasp the meaning. Golden Thunder God exhaled a puff of white steam from his nostrils and grumbled softly in his throat, a response to Yi Zi, though he himself didn't know what he was saying. Swords have no eyes. So be careful. In the middle of the field, Lin Lin drew his shield axe and aimed it at the Thunder Wolf Dragon across from him. Chapter 327. Lin Lin felt quite lucky. After such an exciting experience, his shield axe hadn't suffered any malfunctions requiring repair by a craftsman. It was still usable in combat, and it happened to be in its most advantageous state at the moment. Of course, this was also due to him not using the shield axe to block certain overly powerful attacks. For example, his master's destiny force was severely damaged by the Mist Dragon's breath, and could only be restored to normal use after repair. Irrelevant thoughts flashed through his mind, but they didn't affect Lin Lin's complete concentration. He stared intently at the movements of the Thunder Wolf Dragon across from him, awaiting its attack. The Thunder Wolf Dragon showed no sign of being polite. With a roar, it activated its supercharged state, determined to crush this tiny opponent with its utmost force. Feeling the surge of power from the electric current, the Thunder Wolf Dragon leaped towards Lin Lin, its white fangs reflecting a metallic luster in the sunlight. Facing this oncoming attack, Lin Lin didn't dodge or use his fully charged counterattack. He simply seized the opportunity, and just as the Thunder Wolf Dragon's jaws were about to bite, he thrust his sword into his shield. GP. He intended to take the Thunder Wolf Dragon's blow head-on, to gauge the true extent of his own strength. Bang! The sharp fangs rubbed against the shield, sparks flying. A dull force flowed through the shield, then down his arms along his spine, finally pouring into his feet. Ding! Ding! Lin Lin's face flushed slightly from the exertion. He took 2 steps back, then, with a deep growl, he stopped himself. I held on. A fleeting smile flickered across Lin Lin's lips. Although he was still at a disadvantage in the power contest, it wasn't like the previous hunt, when he had to exert all his might just to withstand a single blow. I wondered how much the power gap between this creature and the Overlord Thunder Wolf Dragon was. If I faced it again, would I be able to withstand a single blow against it? A sudden whistling sound of breaking wind filled the air. Lin Lin immediately gathered his composure and looked towards the Thunder Wolf Dragon before him. Then, he saw a broad tail slamming down towards him. A bite followed by a flip and a tail swing. This tail swing, fueled by the inertia of the flip, would likely be far more powerful than the previous bite. This time, Lin Lin didn't resist directly, but raised his hand and twisted his wrist. A shimmering green figure flashed by, and a vast stream of silk spun out, instantly piercing deep into the surrounding ground. Fully charged, counterattack. Bang! The shield tilted slightly, and the falling tail slid aside. The taut silk trembled in sync, transmitting some of the impact force into the ground, while the rest flowed along the hilt of the power sword into the energy storage device within the shield axe. With the silk absorbing the force, the impact Lin Lin received this time was far less severe than the previous bite. After a brief pause, the silk loosened, and Lin Lin twisted his sword and swung it, leaving a frost-covered scar on the still retracted tail. Attribute-enhanced spinning slash, red shield, fire. The slight pain didn't slow the Thunder Wolf Dragon's movements. It twisted its body and raised its paw, striking Lin Lin's position. Lin Lin narrowed his eyes, watching the Thunder Wolf Dragon's movements, his mind already calculating where the punch would land. So, he lightly leaped to the left, moving about half a meter laterally. But even that distance was just outside the Thunder Wolf Dragon's attack range. No matter how hard it twisted its body, its right claw could only strike Lin Lin's side hard, sending up a cloud of dust. The arcs of electricity emanating from the claws did touch Lin Lin's body, but upon landing on the heavy armor covering his entire body, they merely flickered across the surface a few times before merging into the shimmering lightning patterns, making the armor glow even brighter. Lin Lin didn't have the energy to pay attention to these subtle changes in his body, as the second of the farmer's 3 punches was about to land. This time, it was the opponent's left claw that rose, and because he had just dodged sideways, he fell right into the range of the second punch, leaving him no room to dodge. But he didn't even think about dodging. He simply thrust his sword into his shield, and once again, withstood the blow. The force of this punch was far greater than the first bite. Lin Lin was knocked back a distance, his breathing rapid. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but as he resisted the opponent's blow, he felt a faint sense of his chi activating in that moment. Perhaps this was the reason, after withstanding the blow, Lin Lin suffered almost no damage, except for being forced to slide back. Without time to dwell on the momentary anomaly, Lin Lin unleashed his insect silk once more, unleashing a fully charged counterattack. The interval between the two attacks was short, so this time Lin Lin used the insect technique from his right-hand Kensect. While still skillful, it wasn't as fluid as the one from his left. Fortunately, he raised his hand and unleashed the technique almost immediately after stabilizing himself, successfully establishing a defensive stance before the third punch arrived. Bang! A heavy punch came crashing down, only to be deflected aside by the shield. The target appeared completely unaffected, and the Thunder Wolf Dragon let out an annoyed roar. Either dodging or blocking with a tortoiseshell, is surviving enough to be considered powerful? TSK. You asked for this. Lin Lin squinted his lips, listening to the gentle grating of the shield axe internal expansion mechanism, knowing that the energy stored in the energy storage device had reached its limit. Come on then, Chao Jie, smash it. The sword and shield quickly merged and transformed, forming a massive axe that was swung behind him. Chao Jie's move was somewhat similar to the Thunder Wolf Dragon's tail strike. Seeing this, the Thunder Wolf Dragon immediately realized that the opponent's attack was coming and took a small step back. The next moment, the giant axe, emitting a chilling aura, brushed past its nose and came crashing down in front of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. The Thunder Wolf Dragon looked at Lin Lin with a sudden excitement. The old strength had gone, but the new was yet to come. The tortoiseshell had transformed into an axe and smashed into the ground. Let's see how you can dodge my attack this time. But just as it raised itself, it noticed that the opponent's expression didn't seem as panicked as it had expected, which made it slightly stunned. The next moment, massive ice crystals appeared out of nowhere on the ground, covering an area so vast that they almost engulfed the Thunder Wolf Dragon's entire upper body. Aha! The ice crystals appeared and exploded instantly, sending intense pain and a piercing chill surging through the body. The impact of the exploding ice crystals caused the Thunder Wolf Dragon, which had its upper body raised, to lose its balance and fall sideways. However, compared to the merely injured Thunder Wolf Dragon, the damage sustained by the swarms of super-electric lightning bugs clinging to its body, powered by the Thunder Wolf Dragon's electricity, was truly devastating. As insects, their resistance to cold was far weaker than that of the Thunder Wolf Dragon itself. The exploding ice crystals on the Thunder Wolf Dragon only caused it pain, but the super-electric lightning bugs caught in the impact were instantly killed in large numbers. Being on the ground, the Thunder Wolf Dragon had no time to struggle to its feet before its bright electric light flickered a few times, like a light bulb, with a bad connection, and then went out with a bang. Its supercharged state was unexpectedly dispelled by Lin Lin's single super release. Hunters have a simple, easily understood term for this situation: barrel burst. Lin Lin glanced at the lightning patterns on his armor, which faded from bright to dim, and silently marveled at the powerful bonus this protection provided to the super release attribute. He then dismantled his shield axe, and returned to sword and shield form. However, he didn't take advantage of the Thunder Wolf Dragon's downfall to attack. Instead, he turned his gaze to the nearby Golden Thunder God, and the surrounding Thunder Wolf Dragons. After all, this wasn't a hunt, merely a competition to test and demonstrate one's strength. A decent fight would suffice. There was no need for such ruthless action. Even without activating his inner voice, Lin Lin could sense a hint of awe in the gazes of the surrounding Thunder Wolf Dragons. In the monster world, strength reigned supreme. The Thunder Wolf Dragon that had challenged Lin Lin was already the most formidable of the tribe, aside from the Golden Thunder Lord. If even it had been easily defeated, it wouldn't be much harder for Lin Lin to defeat any of them. The Thunder Wolf Dragon fighting Lin Lin collapsed to the ground, taking a long time to recover before rising. This time, however, its gaze toward Lin Lin was no longer filled with hostility. It even held a hint of respect for the powerful. It growled at Lin Lin and then collapsed, baring its belly. Lin Lin instinctively turned to glance at the Golden Thunder Lord, who seemed to have suddenly developed a keen interest in the weeds beneath his feet, staring intently at them. Lin Lin couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the scene when Golden Thunder God had just awakened. The movements this Thunder Wolf Dragon was making were exactly the same as those of a lower-ranking Thunder Wolf Dragon expressing submission to a superior. Lin Lin smiled and shook his head, no longer paying attention to Golden Thunder God, but looking at the Thunder Wolf Dragon lying on the ground, its belly exposed. Did I defeat this guy? Am I really that strong? Lin Lin glanced down at his palms, a little dazed, lost in a moment of thought. No, that's not right. It's too early to jump to conclusions. This wasn't a life-or-death battle. With Golden Thunder God's notice and his own demonstration of strength, he had truly become a member of the wolf pack, which was why the scene was happening. Furthermore, the apparent ease with which I defeated the Thunder Wolf Dragon was largely due to the targeted nature of my weapon, coupled with my familiarity with its moves, which I already had countermeasures for. If it were any other monster, I probably wouldn't have been able to suppress it so strongly. However, compared to when I barely reached 4.5 stars, I've certainly become much stronger now. Taking stock, I've basically mastered the full charge counterattack, and my physical fitness has greatly improved. With more experience, I should be close to officially reaching 5 stars, right? Well, that's excluding the strength of my rider partner, considering purely my own strength. Lin Lin slung his shield axe back and took a few quick steps, approaching the Thunder Wolf Dragon, still lying on the ground. Looking at the bluish-green scales on its abdomen, Lin Lin couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke them. It's icy and cool, the color of jade. If Sophia were here, she'd probably be quite excited, right? Roar. The Thunder Wolf Dragon before him. Well, since he's the troublemaker of the pack, let's just call him the troublemaker. Seeing that his airborne superior seemed to accept his submission, Troublemaker was about to get back on his feet. Just as he was about to move, he heard the other party say, "Don't move." Troublemaker paused subconsciously, then remained in that position, tilting his head to observe the other party's movements. Wow! He watched the other party sprinkle a handful of light green dust over his body. Unsure why, he licked the air in front of him twice, then felt a slight coolness spread across the frost-frozen areas of his body, and the pain and discomfort quickly eased. Well, it was me who wanted to fight you, after all. I heal you this time. Next time you get hurt, find a cool, shady place to lick your wounds. The Thorn was stunned for a moment, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Though Thunder Wolf dragons belong to a clan, licking each other's wounds is usually reserved for the closest of relationships, such as partners, mothers and children, brothers. And what Lin Lin was doing right now was no different from licking wounds. This strange-looking honorary kin, was he actually that kind? The Thorn twisted his body, and nudged Lin Lin twice with his head. Lin Lin pushed his head away impatiently. "Don't move. I'm not done yet." He didn't notice that the Thorn took the opportunity to sniff him all over, memorizing his scent. After treating the Thorn's wounds, Lin Lin stood up again and walked towards the Golden Thunder God. Yeezy watched him with a smile. When Lin Lin approached, he spoke, "Brother Lin Lin, are you ready to leave?" Lin Lin nodded. "Yes, I've been away from the village for a long time. It's time to go back and take a look." He turned to look at the Golden Thunder God and waved his hand. "Nothing else this time, right? Are we really leaving?" Roar. "Yes, I come back to see you someday. Just don't forget me then." Lin Lin said no more. He took out the binding stone and held it tightly in his palm. Not long after, a fiery red figure appeared in the clear sky, swiftly descending towards the center of the Thunder Wolf Dragon group. Chapter 328. Watching the fiery red dragon fluttering its wings as it slowly descended, Lin Lin took 2 steps forward and gently cradled its head. Let me introduce you. This is my buddy Dakong. If Dakong hadn't come to my rescue when we faced Long Long, I have died long ago. After hugging him, to prevent the wolves from mistaking Dakong for an enemy, Lin Lin turned to introduce Jean Lei Gong. This guy really has a way of building good relationships with all races. Jean Lei Gong glanced at the Crimson Dragon, now over 6 meters long, and thought about how Lin Lin had communicated with him effortlessly. This didn't seem unusual. Confirming it wasn't an enemy, Jean Lei Gong let out a low roar, silencing the wolves, who had just been agitated. They watched helplessly as their newest member of the pack flipped over, straddling the male fire dragon, and soared into the sky. Yi Zi hugged Lin Lin's waist tightly, while Lin Lin clutched the scales on Dakong's back with both hands. The strong wind blew past them, whistling in their eardrums. Brother Lin, I thought if you didn't take the Golden Thunder God away, you would take a Thunder Wolf Dragon with you. The wind was so strong that Yi Zi practically pressed his face against Lin Lin's back, so that Lin Lin could hear him clearly. Huh? Why do you say that? Lin Lin, through his strange empathy with Dakong, surveyed the area below while distractedly conversing with Yi Zi. Look, Tayo was with you when you were in Rocklak. Puff was brought back to Yanhua village after you came here, and Dakong has been with him ever since he was still in his eggshell. As usual, shouldn't the Golden Thunder God and the others be next? Lin Lin was a bit amused. What kind of custom was this? Golden Thunder God can't come with us. He's most concerned about his tribe. Besides, even if I brought him back to Jiyan village, it would probably only cause panic among the villagers. As for the other Thunder Wolf Dragons, haha, we're not that close yet. Yi Zi, no, so you've really considered it. Yi Zi wanted to say something, but Dakong had already begun to fold his wings and dive rapidly. She had no choice but to cling to Lin Lin's waist again, to avoid being thrown off. Whoosh, whoosh. As they neared the ground, Dakong's wings suddenly spread again, instantly slowing their descent. Seeing they were only 3 or 4 meters above the ground, Lin Lin and Yi Zi let go of Dakong's back and jumped down. Looks like we should consider getting Dakong a saddle like Tiao Tiao's. Otherwise, he'd have to hold onto his back like this every time he flies. It's fine for a short time, but any longer is really a bit tiresome. Lin Lin flexed his hands, then turned back to look at Dakong, who had landed slowly after 2 flutters, and muttered softly. "Ah? Brother Lin Lin, what did you just say?" "Oh, nothing." Lin Lin came to his senses, and quickly took a few steps forward. Not far ahead stood a cart. A person lay on it, surrounded by a haphazard pile of miscellaneous items, creating an extremely chaotic appearance. Next to the cart, 2 hunters had already noticed Dakong swooping down, and waved to Lin Lin and Yi Zi. Lin Lin quickly stepped forward and greeted them. These two were, of course, Rachel and Rick Rez, and lying on the cart beside them was Lin Lin's master, Kevin. "How's the master?" "He's fine. He's basically stable now." Rachel casually kicked an ammunition box at her feet. "We could have waited until he felt better before leaving, but treatment in the wild is limited. If we delay any longer, there's a high probability of residual symptoms. We need to return and see a professional doctor as soon as possible." Rickless smiled, his tone relaxed. "Thank goodness we have this cart. Otherwise, transporting old Kevin back would have been quite a hassle." "What? Now you don't mind the hassle of carrying ammunition for us archers?" "Ahem, no, I was just kidding." Lin Lin approached the cart and first looked at Kevin. He was still conscious, lying on his back, his eyes fixed on the sky. His face was still pale, and he looked quite frail. Seeing Lin Lin appear, a smile curled up his lips. He opened his mouth to say something, but his injury flared up, and he coughed violently twice, startling Lin Lin so much that he frantically tried to retrieve his life dust. Rachel stopped Lin Lin. "Given your master's condition, these potions won't work any longer. Your dust won't be very effective, and it only cause further trouble if it chokes people." She then glared at Kevin accusingly. "Why do you have to say it now? Can't you wait until your injuries heal? The most important thing you should do now is just sit there and do nothing." The 2 grown men, one old and one young, were so rebuked that they couldn't utter a word and looked away. However, Kevin was looking at the sky, while Lin Lin was looking at the other messy items on the cart, including a small piece of golden broken horn, several pieces of broken white flying membranes, and several pieces of peeling black shells. These were a small part of the materials collected from Lon Long when cleaning up the battlefield. In addition, there were also some materials that fell off the Golden Thunder God during the battle, which were also collected by them. This cart was originally used to store Rachel's ammunition. To accommodate Kevin, a large man, and all the miscellaneous materials, Rachel had been forced to discard most of the less valuable, cheap ammunition, such as standard rounds. Lin glanced at it, and felt as if something was missing. What was it? Lin unconsciously reached into his prop bag, searching for the source of this strange feeling. Then, his hand paused slightly, and he pulled out a dark green jade-like sphere. Huh? This thing. Looks like a Deinonychus gem. Boy, where did you get it? Rickless spotted the object in Lin's hand, and swooped over. He didn't think Lin had the skills to hunt a Deinonychus. Could this thing have been obtained through illegal material trade? This must be from the Deinonychus that forced Brother Lin to come to Lingfeng earlier, right? Before Lin could say anything, Yi jumped out and argued. Although Lon Long killed the Deinonychus, it wouldn't have come to Lon Long without Brother Lin's enticement. Brother Lin obtained this material absolutely legally. Lin finally remembered something was missing. The car contained Lon Long fragments and items dropped by the Golden Thunder God, but no Deinonychus. At the time, he thought it would be inconvenient to carry such a large mass, so he wrapped it in canvas and buried it at the foot of the mountain, intending to retrieve it after escorting the two scholars down the mountain. He hadn't anticipated a fight with Lon Long in the process. Thinking back to when Lon Long showed his might, the sky and earth changed color, and the violent wind and rain almost plowed the entire Lingfeng. Lin was immediately filled with worry. Can the materials he buried be recovered? Brother Lin. Lin was struggling to recall the location of the materials, when Yi suddenly quietly nodded at him, motioning him to look ahead. Is that Brave? And with Yeza and Tayo? Lin was perplexed after seeing the figures. This shouldn't be the case. After the Golden Thunder God awakened, he returned to the temporary camp and reunited with Brave and the others. Confirming the crisis was over, Brave breathed a sigh of relief. But he had barely a moment to relax. Seeing that everyone at Lingfeng was busy, and this guy the most relaxed, Rachel assigned him the role of messenger, reporting back to Jiayin village on the progress, reasons, and outcome of the Lingfeng battle. To show his sympathy, Lin had specifically asked Yezhao and Tayo to escort him, sparing him the days of trekking through mountains and rivers. Now it looked like they delivered the letter, and were running back. Lin waved at Brave and the others. Brave had intended to slow down and waved back in response, but Tayo, upon catching sight of Lin from afar, was so excited that he ignored Brave's signal to slow down and charged at Lin at full speed. Boss meow! As Tayo approached, a figure leaped from its back and pounced on Lin. Lin quickly opened his arms to catch Coconut Date, rubbing its head. Then another large head rested on his shoulder, leaving Lin flustered for a moment. Brave flipped over and leaped down, stumbling slightly. He wanted to high-five Lin, but with a cat to his left and a dragon to his right, the crowd in front of him was so dense that his raised hand froze in midair. Pa! Yezi high-fived Lin on his behalf. Rachel stepped closer. You're back? What did the guild say? Hearing this question, Lin couldn't help but feel curious. He rubbed his head with both hands and pricked up his ears. Brave pondered for a moment. That drunkard guild leader said you guys should probably prepare to attend the promotion ceremony when you return to Donnarumma. It seemed he recognized the legitimacy of this battle. Even if it was an accidental encounter, it would most likely be settled according to the mission commission upon return. However, this promotion ceremony. Rachel couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Didn't you tell them that Lon Long retreated on his own? If we had continued fighting, we would have had almost no chance of winning. I did. Brave thought carefully, then said, the drunken president said he write all this down in a letter and send it to headquarters. But he also said that even if that were the case, Donnarumma would definitely approve the promotion. The only difference would be whether all three were promoted, or just one or two. Rachel thought about it, and it seemed to be true. She had been at the 6-star level for quite some time, and her performance in repelling Lon Long this time was so impressive. Even if there was a lot of inflated information, it still met the standard for a 7-star upgrade. It was safe to say that her promotion this time was a sure thing. What about us? Lin instinctively leaned forward and asked, did the guild have any opinions about us? Yes, meow. Date raised his hand and replied, that drunken old dragon said that anyone who participated in this battle to repel the storm dragon will have it counted as a special mission on their resume, just like when they repelled the peak dragon at Rock Lake. The only difference is that this special mission will have a star rating. Star rating? What do you mean? Dave swallowed, his expression filled with indescribable excitement. This battle will be recorded on each of our resumes as a 9-star mission. 9-star rating? How exaggerated. Ahem, it's not counted like a regular mission. In a special mission, we're just participants, not the main combatants. Breath took over. According to that drunkard guild leader, the biggest benefit of this resume is actually letting others know you have experience battling ancient dragons, which will give you a significant advantage in the future assessments for advancement to higher-ranked hunters. Lin didn't quite agree. If anything, wouldn't the biggest benefit of this resume be to show off in front of the other hunters, flipping the notebook over and making them gasp in shock? Just thinking about that scene, Lin couldn't help but feel a little secretly pleased. So, any other news? Yeezy looked at Brave's expression, feeling like he hadn't finished what he was saying. Huh? There really is. What is it? That drunkard guild leader said Jiayun has finally escaped the gloom and is planning a grand celebration to attract tourists and boost Jiayun Village's long-slumping tourism industry. As he spoke, Brave couldn't help but give a thumbs up, as if he could already imagine Jiayun Village bursting with vitality and flourishing. Speaking of celebrations, Lin couldn't help but recall that memorable CG scene from the game. According to the in-game timeline, the celebration seemed to have taken place after defeating the Thunder Wolf Dragon, right? But now, on his side, it's happening after defeating the Storm Dragon. Thinking of this, Lin suddenly realized that the entire P3 storyline in the game seemed to have concluded after defeating the Storm Dragon. Now that the Storm Dragon on the spiritual peak had been driven away, the plot should have concluded. So where was the protagonist of P3? Who was the protagonist of P3? This was probably a mystery that would never be solved. Lin couldn't help but sigh. By the way, the drunkard guild leader also told you to hurry back to the village. A hero's celebration can't be without heroes. Brave added. Got it. Let's go! With a few voices echoing, the cart's wheels finally began to roll. Chapter 329. You go ahead. I catch up in a bit. Lin said goodbye to everyone, then left the group alone with Tiao Tiao, whom he hadn't seen for many days, and began wandering around the foot of Lingfeng Mountain. After about 10 minutes, they finally unearthed the packaged Deinonychus materials from a half-dried mud pit. As he unwrapped the mud-covered canvas, a strong, fishy odor pierced his nose, causing Lin to frown. This smell is too strong. The Deinonychus materials were already stained with blood, which was difficult to remove. After being trapped in this oxygen-free environment for over a week, the odor was difficult to describe. Thankfully, there was plenty of water in the stream area. He could find a small stream and wash the materials, which would remove most of the unpleasant odor without causing any significant delays. After putting the clean Dinosaurus materials into Taio's tool bag, Lin was about to leave when he caught a glimpse of a pile of scattered bones not far away. His gaze subconsciously paused. What was that? Lin surveyed his surroundings. The environment had changed significantly since Lunlung's outburst, but he could still vaguely make out its former form. Furthermore, the location where he buried the materials wasn't too far from the dragon's corpse. Combined with the sheer size of the skeleton, it seemed only possible that it could be the Dinosaurus. How long had it been? In about a week, and it had simply become a pile of bones. They claim to be destroyers of the ecosystem, but aren't they still part of it themselves? Even after death, they become nutrients for other creatures. Let's go, Tio. We should go back. As the earth gradually awakened, a ray of morning light broke the silence of the night, and a cart appeared on the path at the village entrance. Following the car were Lin and his group. Because they were carrying a wounded soldier, they traveled very slowly, and they couldn't travel day or night. Consequently, a journey that normally takes only half a day's flight took them 7 days to reach the village. Aside from the slightly longer journey, the journey back to the village was quite uneven. There wasn't a sudden Tyrannosaurus Rex blocking the way, nor was there a sudden downpour. While the ground was uneven, making driving difficult in many places, overall, the journey was quite smooth. They were accompanied by a yellow speed dragon king and a young fire dragon. Even the approaching dragon puppies and wild boars were frightened away by their roars. Hey, we're finally home. Lin instinctively stretched. After spending so much time in the wild, he almost turned into a savage, not to mention the numerous life-threatening situations he faced. Now that he could finally see the village in the distance, he couldn't wait to get home, rest, and finally soak in the hot springs to soothe his muscles. I really want to soak in the hot springs. In the car, Kevin craned his neck and saw the entrance to Jiayun Village in the distance, sighing. Rachel snorted. You better forget about it now. You're afraid your wound might get infected if it gets wet. Kevin sighed, lying back on the board, muttering, that can't be done. The water in Jiayan Hot Springs is excellent. The cart slowly entered the village. Initially, it attracted no attention from the villagers. Only a hunter wearing a Jiayan suit, sitting on the steps at the entrance, looked over. Iwata? Lin's eyes widened. Why are you cosplaying as a security guard here again? Iwata Hiroichi had just stood up, slightly excited, and before he'd taken 2 steps, his emotions were interrupted by Lin. He gritted his teeth, changed his intended hug, and punched Lin in the chest. How dare you say that? You've been gone for so long, without a word. Did you think we wouldn't worry about you? If Brave hadn't come back and delivered the news, I wouldn't have known you'd done such a big thing. You're incredible, kid. A year ago, you were a speechless little Karami, and now you dare to challenge even the legendary gods. Legendary gods? Oh yes, there seems to be a legend about the Longlong in Jiayan village since ancient times. Lin had noticed some fragments of it in some books he was reading before, and one sentence left a deep impression on him. I can't quite recall the exact sentence, but the gist is this. Ancient priests would wear equipment made of storm dragon materials and pray on the peaks to calm storms. It's called a blessing, but it almost sounds like hunters wearing storm dragon armor would fight off storm dragons on the peaks to calm storms. It's quite abstract, but it fits the legend's characteristic of vagueness and exaggeration, so it can only be used as a reference. If this legend is true, then the storm dragons likely claimed the peaks long ago, but later, for some reason, perhaps being blessed by an ancient priest, left the peaks and moved elsewhere, and only then did the Thunder Wolf Dragon tribe take over. Why, then, does that sound a bit like a wandering Taoist priest returning to a temple, only to discover he needs to pay for admission, and then angrily beating up the unscrupulous developer? Lin quickly shook his head, dismissing those chaotic thoughts. He then laughed heartily, and clapped Iwata's shoulder, making him stumble. You think I was willing to risk my life? I was forced into it. Fortunately, I survived. He glanced back, his smile fading. Alas, Master was seriously injured. Iwata glanced over at the cart, nodded, and motioned for them to follow him. As they walked, he said, Brave explained the general situation when he returned. The village head woman has already called in the best physician, and they're waiting to treat Mr. Kevin. Following Iwata's steps, they soon arrived at a small hut halfway up the mountain. They were greeted by a young dragon man. Well, at least judging by the state of the dragon man, he was a young man. Come, put the injured person on this bed. The young man directed the group, and a 3-colored Elu stood nearby, accompanying him and providing any incomplete information. After a flurry of activity, Rachel glanced at Kevin, who had been transferred to the bed and laid perfectly still. Then, she glanced back at the 3-colored Elu beside him, and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect there would be an Elu serving as a physician's assistant. I'm not an assistant, meow. Mr. Shan Chi-Wung isn't my assistant. In fact, he was Mr. Kevin's primary physician. Huh? Everyone was startled, except Yi, who was standing next to Lin. She stared at the 3-flowered Elu, known as Shan Chi-Wung, for a moment, then asked uncertainly, Are you the Dr. Shan Chi-Wung I know? 3-flowered Elu turned her head, and, upon seeing Yi, a kind smile crossed her face. Well, while it might seem a little strange to see kindness on a cat's face, that was the first word that came to Lin's mind when he saw her smile. Ha ha, how long have we been out of the village, Sayoko? You already don't remember me, meow? Sayoko forced an awkward laugh. I just didn't expect you to come to Jiayan village. Shan Chi-Wung waved his hand nonchalantly, but a hint of pride lingered on his face. The Jiayan village chief sent a message asking me, Ai Lu, the most skilled doctor in the surrounding area, to come and save someone. Plus, everyone in the village missed you, Sayoko, so I rushed over. I treat the person first, and I come back later. I have a message from everyone for you, meow. Rick. Lei seized the blind spot, and turned to look at the young dragon man. If that doctor, Shan Chi-Wung, is the village chief's doctor, then who are you? The young dragon man smiled gently, and adjusted his collar. I'm just an ordinary traveling doctor. I happened to be passing through Jiayan village recently. I heard that a brave hunter was seriously injured while protecting the village, so I volunteered to stay and offer my humble assistance. Don't listen to his nonsense, meow. This guy Yen is anything but ordinary, meow. I've exchanged medical experiences with him these past few days, and his attainments are no less than mine. Lin was stunned. Yen? The young dragon man nodded with a smile. My name is Yen. Just call me by my first name. This Yen sounds familiar, Where have I heard of it before? Yin, the traveling Dr. Yin. Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Yin, have you been to Elgard? Elgard? Sorry, I haven't been there. Why do you ask? Ah? I see. Sorry, I must have misremembered it. Lin rubbed his brow, wondering if his memory was flawed or if it was just the wrong time. But I seem to have some recollection of this name. Let me think. Yin tapped his chin twice. Oh, there was a plague in the kingdom of Tros, and I happened to be traveling there at that time. I must have heard the name Elgard then. The kingdom of Tros? Lin was startled, then clapped his hands vigorously. That's right. That's it. Elgard is just the name of the observation post the kingdom established to monitor the giant cave. Before the itinerant Dr. Yin went to treat Firena's injuries, he had likely never been to Elgard. Furthermore, his experience treating plagues matches the game's experience. This is undoubtedly the doctor who can treat rodent poisoning. With this person here, there's no need to worry about Master Kevin's injuries. A sudden silence fell in the air. Confused, Lin looked up and saw everyone looking at him with a hint of strangeness. Sorry, I lost my composure. Lin quickly took 2 steps forward, warmly grasped Yin's hand, and shook it vigorously. I've heard of you, and have great confidence in your medical skills, which is why I was so excited just now. Sorry. Haha, so that's how it is. I've unknowingly built up a bit of a reputation. You're so polite. I do my best, rest assured. Lin suddenly felt a disapproving gaze. He followed it, and met the gaze of a 3-flowered Ailu. Mr. Shanqi Huang, I've heard Yizi mention you, and I'm quite confident in your medical skills. Master will leave it to you too. Shanqi Huang clasped his paws and snorted softly. That's about right, meow. Yizi couldn't help but chuckle. Lin looked in the direction of the sound and glared at him fiercely. But the other man, far from relenting, even made a face at Lin. Lin gritted his teeth. All right, the patient needs to be left alone, meow. If you have nothing else to do, please leave immediately. Yin and I are about to begin our diagnosis and treatment, meow. Shanqi Huang glared at the 2 men's interaction, speaking in a stern tone, and began to chase them away. The hunters, like a small flock of quail, obediently left the hut. What are you doing now? Brave asked Lin. Should we go to the gathering hall? Snap. Ouch. Lin felt a sharp slap on the forehead, the familiar feeling instantly transporting him back to the early days of his hunter career. Lin rubbed his forehead and looked at Rachel resentfully. Why are you hitting me again? You should. If you had stayed in the village as you promised us and not wandered around, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Oh, that was true. Lin lowered his head and obediently accepted the punishment. If he didn't go out, after the great sky hatched, he would be stuck in the small farm all day. It would take who knows how long before he could fly. But he kept these thoughts to himself. He didn't intend to say them out loud to irritate his master's wife. After her master was injured, her nerves had been on edge. It wasn't until she had handed him to the healer and her heart settled that her pent-up emotions finally erupted. After a powerful slap, Rachel let out a long breath, as if releasing much of the negative emotions she'd been pent up in. Rationally, she knew that this incident wasn't Lin's fault. The Deviljosaurus was roaming near the village. If Lin hadn't encountered it, other hunters or villagers would have. If anyone else had encountered the Deviljosaurus, they wouldn't have had a yellow speed dragon king to help them escape, and would have been practically dead. They wouldn't have stumbled upon the information about a long living on Spiritual Peak. If Lin hadn't lured the Deviljosaurus to Spiritual Peak, he wouldn't have been able to rescue the 2 Dragon Academy researchers in the raging storm. If Long's information hadn't been transmitted, and it had remained entrenched on Spiritual Peak, the damage it would have caused would have been far greater than just one person being seriously injured. But there was no other way. My emotions were boiling, and I wouldn't feel good if I didn't hit him. Alright, let's get to the meeting place. Don't forget, the mission hasn't been completed yet. Chapter 330. The Jiayan Hot Springs, also the Jiayan Village Hunter Guild's meeting place, has a tranquil and gentle atmosphere, much like the village itself. But today, it's as bustling as a market, akin to the more rugged atmosphere of Rocklark. The source of this change in atmosphere is the 2 heroic teams that have just returned to the village. Are these the hunters who fought off the Scourge? Their aura alone looks so powerful. Those are high-ranking hunters. Isn't it normal for them to have such a powerful aura? It's hard to imagine how they fought the Scourge, even with only 2 hands and 2 feet. As soon as Lin and his group entered the meeting place, they became the center of attention, and the crowd gathered to watch them grew larger and larger as time went on. Some of them were hunters themselves, but the majority were curious villagers and passing merchants. However, Lin Lin only glanced around briefly, soon losing the energy to focus on his surroundings. Welcome back, hunters. On behalf of the Jieyun Village Hunters Guild branch, I thank you for everything you've done. Sasayuki stepped forward first, bowing slightly to the group. Rikers immediately took 2 steps forward, his face a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. A look of pride was evident, yet he remained feigned modesty. No, it's all we should do. Rachel held her forehead in her hand helplessly, but didn't interrupt. Having known him for years, she knew his temper well. From the moment he received a hunting commission to the moment he settled the bill, he loved the looks of admiration and respect he received during the final settlement, and he made no secret of it. Forget it, this battle with Lan Long is truly dangerous, so let this guy show off a bit. Sasayuki exchanged pleasantries with Rickles and Rachel, while Sihua also met Lin Lin and his companions. Compared to Sasayuki's formality, Sihua seemed much more casual. She first looked Lin Lin up and down, and seeing that he appeared to be in perfect condition, with no missing parts, she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Not bad. You've returned unscathed, truly worthy of being our Jieyun Village's genius hunter. Lin Lin, Although it sounds like you're praising me, why do you seem surprised I wasn't seriously injured or near death? What genius hunter? I was just lucky, a stroke of luck. What? Believe in yourself. I firmly believe you become one of the top hunters from Jieyun Village. Well, I take your good wishes. Lin Lin nodded and changed the subject. I heard from Brave that this time, defeating the Storm Dragon will be counted in our resumes? That's right. The President has already told me the important things to be aware of. However, since this involves the ancient dragon, we shouldn't divulge too much information. Please follow me. Chihua glanced at Sasayuki, who was still patiently playing supporting role for Rickles, and sighed inwardly. You're truly worthy of being a senior. Then you guys get busy. I'm going back to the farm now. I prepare a welcome dinner for you. Iwata tactfully took the initiative to excuse himself. He was only a 1-star hunter, ancient dragons and the like had nothing to do with him. Under the gaze of a large crowd of onlookers, Lin Lin and the other 2 followed Sihua into a quiet room. Inside the quiet room, the 4 of them sat down. Lin Lin glanced back in the direction they come in and said, I just saw a red contract on the notice board. That should be an emergency commission, right? After Lan Long left, the village should have been at peace for at least a while. How come a monster that needs to be hunted has appeared again? Huh? Did I forget to take that commission down? Sihua was stunned, then couldn't help but chuckle. Ahaha, nothing. That commission should be cancelled. I've been so busy with other things these days that I forgot about it. Yezi looked at her strangely. Could it be the commission I posted? Lin, ? Yezi's commission? What commission? Red Bean Paste Private Marseille. This is my mistake? I take it down later. Sihua clasped her hands together, her expression sincere. Yezi shook her head helplessly. Really? Never mind. It's not a big deal anyway. Noticing Lin Lin's puzzled look, Yezi simply smiled and offered no explanation. Brave hadn't noticed the document before, but curiosity piqued his interest, so he went back outside to take another look. A moment later, he opened the door again and looked at Lin Lin with a strange expression. Lin? Brave pulled out a chair and sat down. It's an urgent request to hunt the Deinonychus. I thought Yezi had come straight to me after Yezo ran back, ready to rescue someone, but it turns out he even came to the meeting place to issue a rescue mission. Yezi feigned composure. It's just an extra layer of insurance. After all, with our strength, we don't stand much chance of winning against a Deinonychus head-on. Lin Lin's heart was subtly moved by this. He looked at Yezi and found that while he appeared calm, his face was slightly flushed, and his earlobes were particularly red. Yezi is so adorable like this. Ahem, well, how about we review the entire incident? Chihua coughed lightly. Huh? Didn't I already tell you about this last time I came back? Bref was surprised. Doesn't the guild believe my story? No, it's just that your account alone is bound to have omissions. The guild needs to understand the fullest possible story and gain more intelligence, so that we can find a solution if something similar happens again. Lin pulled his thoughts back to their tracks. Is that so? Then I go first? Chihua nodded, pen and paper already in front of her, and gestured to Lin. Well, it all started that not-so-distant morning. Duckung's flight training had already yielded results. To help him survive in the wild, I was thinking of teaching him hunting techniques. Before Lin could finish his first sentence, Sihua interrupted with a frown, Wait a minute, Dakong. Who is he? Oh, a male rat halos hatched from an egg I found. I named him Dakong. Rat halos? Yes, a male rat halos. Sihua quickly drew a red owl on the paper. Is that so? It's either the red Fukugi rabbit or the one with the male and female fire dragons. Sihua took up her brush again, quickly sketching a familiar doll shape and showing it to Lin Lin. It's not a rat halos puppet, it's a real monster, a rat halos. Riorius. Sihua pursed her lips, forcing herself to suppress a laugh as she put down her drawing paper. I understand. Go on. I wanted to teach Dakong to hunt on his own, so I planned to take him out to the wild to hunt for some meat. I've been out a lot those days, and I figured the animals in other directions were becoming much scarcer. Only the north was a relatively easy place to find prey, so I, Yazao, Tayo, and Dakong headed north. Unexpectedly, the scarcity of animals was actually the result of the Devil Genosaurus. Tayo, who is that? Tayo is the Yellow Speed Dragon King, my hunting partner. I brought him back from Rocklac. Sihua pursed her lips, considering whether to call a doctor to treat this talented hunter's brain. She turned to look at Yi Zi and Brave. Don't you have anything to say? Yi Zi was confused. Didn't Brother Lin finish his story? Then this male rat halos, and the Yellow Speed Dragon King. Are there any questions? Sihua looked from Yi Zi to Brave, noticing they both seemed to be taking it for granted. Suddenly, she felt something was amiss. If it were just one person, she could call it a fantasy, but with 3 people, was it really her who was mistaken in common sense? Are monsters actually capable of fighting alongside hunters, and even considering the first animal they see after hatching as their mother? Please continue? We walked north for about 50 or 60 kilometers? I can't quite remember the exact distance. Anyway, we hunted a large wild boar for lunch, and not long after, we were attacked by a red-colored bird. After a while, the bird imitated the roar of a Deinonychus. Perhaps it was trying to scare us off, but it actually attracted the Deinonychus. Lin Lin's mouth was dry as he spoke. Yi Zi picked up the teapot from the table and poured Lin Lin a cup of tea. Lin Lin took a sip, thanked him, and continued, the red bird was instantly killed and devoured by the Deviljosaurus. Then it set its sights on Tayo. Remembering what I discussed with Senior Mia from the scribes, we suspected an ancient dragon resided on the sacred peak. If anyone could stop the Deviljosaurus, it would probably be that ancient dragon. So, I fled there with Tayo and sent Dakong back with the dates to report. Sihua blinked. Hearing Mia's name reminded her of the reason she stopped the Hunters Guild from issuing a subjugation request against the blue bear beast that had taken up residence near the village. Something about that being the research goal of the Friendship Project, a project to explore which monsters humans could coexist harmoniously with, even helping each other, blah blah blah. Although the blue bear beast had no record of harming anyone and seemed to rarely even frighten the villagers, she had never considered that project a serious research project. However, thinking about what Lin Lin had just said and the complacent expressions of his 2 teammates, could it be that this plan actually had some merit? Could it even tame a monster like a fire dragon? Sihua decided to continue listening. If the 2 researchers from the Dragon Calendar Institute had returned to the village, you should be able to reconcile what happened next with their experiences. Long killed the devilfish with 2 powerful water cannon shots, and then brought down their airship with another. I happened to see that, and ran up to the holy peak to rescue them. That part does indeed match the 2 researchers' accounts. I skipped the rescue part and go straight to what happened when Long discovered them, while escorting them down the mountain. Next, Lin Lin recounted the events as carefully as possible, including Yi Zi's crucial descent from the sky, the mysterious appearance of the bonding stone, and the final battle alongside Jin Lei Gong. However, he didn't notice that Sihua's expression grew increasingly strange and tense as he recorded the events. Lin Lin had no intention of concealing the details of the great sky and the binding stone. Unlike his ability to listen to monsters, this wasn't a unique ability, and he didn't have to worry about the guild simply assigning him to the Ancient Dragon Observatory or some other non-combat department. After all, he also wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could connect with other riders and resolve his many confusions. He reasoned that even though the riders were secluded, it was impossible for the guild to be completely unaware of their existence. As for Long's eventual retreat after sensing a forbidden aura, Lin Lin considered it and, rather than directly stating his own conclusion, briefly recounted the events. The dark clouds suddenly parted, and a solar eclipse appeared shortly thereafter. At the moment of the eclipse, Long ignored us and turned away from Spirit Peak. We have no idea where it went. Solar eclipse? Sihua bit her lower lip and glanced at Yezi and Brave. "Did you see the eclipse too?" Brave shook his head blankly. He looked at Yezi, only to find him frowning and shaking his head slightly. "I only saw the clouds part and the sun appear. At the time, I thought Lon Long had been frightened and withdrawn his power. Finally, it wasn't just me who felt my common sense was wrong." Siwa turned and looked at Lin Lin again. "As far as I know, no solar eclipse has been observed in the past year. If there really was an eclipse, it wouldn't make sense for Ling Feng to see it, but Jieyun village wouldn't, right?" Lin Lin's brows furrowed. He had seen the eclipse clearly, but Yezi and the others were right there. If there had been a truly unusual astronomical phenomenon, there was no way they wouldn't have seen it. Could it really have been just an illusion? Lin Lin gently rubbed his brows, quickly dismissing the idea. His ability to sense thoughts had never failed him. At that moment, he clearly sensed fear from Lon Long. The only monster that could instill fear in Lon Long could be a forbidden monster. And among those forbidden monsters, the only one connected to the solar eclipse was the ancestral dragon, known as the ancestor of all dragons. But why was he the only one to see the solar eclipse? At that moment, he recalled a fragment he had read about black dragon gear. It was said that hunters wearing black dragon gear often had nightmares in which they would see their arms as the claws of a black dragon. What if that wasn't just an exaggeration in the game? Chapter 331. Assuming that forbidden monsters truly affect the hunter's mind, does that mean that the solar eclipse he saw alone is proof that his mind has been affected? But this raises another question. When was he affected by the taboo? And why was he the only one affected? Lin Lin folded his hands on the table, staring at his intertwined fingers, lost in thought. He reviewed his past, trying to find any clues related to the taboo. However, the places he had visited since arriving in the Monster Hunter world consisted of only one city, 2 villages, and various hunting grounds in the wild. None of these places seemed to have anything to do with taboos. Wait, after arriving in the Monster Hunter world, Lin Lin's gaze narrowed. If there was a single turning point in his life, it was undoubtedly the very act of traveling to this world. When Lin Lin first discovered he traveled through time, he felt like he copied countless other suave male protagonist scenarios. Accidental time travel, then embarking on a path to marry a beautiful, wealthy woman and the pinnacle of life, only to end up living like a savage for several days. If he hadn't been fortunately rescued by Xiong'er, he had been transformed into monster feces or a stink bomb. If he truly been affected, it would have been only then, right? Now it seems his time travel wasn't an accident at all, but rather a summons from a forbidden entity that controlled the power of space. And it's likely that the entity had left something on him. Though it never showed up, it was secretly watching him. If Lon Long had continued his stubbornness, the solar eclipse might have become a total eclipse, and a white-haired, red-eyed, veteran King Shivering Eel would have flown out of the black sun. I just wondered if that guy really showed up. Would he hit Lon Long on the head, or throw a fit and blow up the entire Lingfeng Peak, even the Jieyun Mountains? Lin Lin instinctively looked up in the direction of the sun, but all he saw was the quaint wooden roofs of the buildings. Only then did he snap out of his thoughts, and notice the worried looks of the 3 people around him. He realized he'd been lost in thought for a long time. "Oh, I'm fine. What were we talking about? Red bean paste?" Yeezy cast a suspicious look at him. She had a feeling that Brother Lin had thought of something unpleasant while he was lost in thought. His expression was solemn and worried. "It's really nothing. I was just distracted." Lin Lin forced a smile, trying to lighten his expression, but it was a poor effort. There was no way. He'd been inexplicably linked to a taboo, and he didn't know the other party's motives. If anyone could keep a straight face like that, Lin Lin would give them a thumbs up. "We were just talking about the solar eclipse. Are you sure you saw it?" Chihua poked the scrawled paper with the tip of her pen and inquired earnestly. "Maybe my master was seriously injured saving me, and I was so overwhelmed I was hallucinating. At least I think I saw it." "Is that so?" Chihua scribbled a few more words, casually remarking, "Honestly, I was shocked when I read the information about the Lon Long, let alone you hunters, who faced its storm head-on. It's normal to be stressed. Luckily, we have the best hot springs in Jieyun, so soaking in them is a good way to relieve stress." Lin Lin nodded. His recent thoughts about the ancestral dragon were like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, the pressure suffocating him. He felt he really needed to relax. Chihua put away the notes he had just written, took out a blank sheet of paper, and looked at Yi Zi. "I've recorded the entire process from Lin Lin's perspective. Now it's your turn, Sister Yi Zi." "Oh, okay, here's what happened." After reporting the entire process to Chihua, Lin Lin and the other 2 waited for a while before retrieving their hunter's notes. Brave looked at the 9-star mission list on his resume, grinning widely. Lin, if I went back to Rocklark right now and slammed my hunter's notes on the gorilla captain's desk, do you think he'd cry and beg me to stay? Lin put his notes away again, looked at Brave, and rolled his eyes. If I asked you to go back and be a gorilla in the city tournament, all you do was fight pterosaurs and yellow speed dragons and maintain law and order, would you be willing? Brave thought about it for a moment, then chuckled. That's out of the question. My dream is to become a great hunter, and I really can't waste my life on trivial matters like this. It seems the Long incident didn't scare you much. Great hunters face all sorts of natural disasters, like Long. Ha, of course. Who am I? Would Brave lack that little courage? Yeezy grumbled softly. But it was me and brother Lin who faced the natural disaster. You didn't even get to see Long. Brave's face flushed red, like the head of a freshly cooked shrimp. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I just didn't draw my sword to fight it head on. I was the one who attracted the Golden Thunder God. You can't treat hunting like that. Looking at Brave's blushing expression, Lin couldn't help but smile, feeling a little relieved. Brave glanced at Lin furtively, noticing that his expression wasn't as stern as before. He then exchanged a glance with Yi Zi, his exaggerated demeanor subsiding. Ahem, speaking of which, what are your plans going forward? Lin thought back to what Chihuahua had said earlier and stretched. Nothing much. Eat well, sleep well, and soak in the hot springs. Oh, by the way, I brought back a lot of Deinonychus materials. I send them to the weapon shop later to see if I can forge a new weapon or something. No, I mean, more long-term plans. Brave paused and looked around. The village, awash in all shades of red, was now peaceful and harmonious. Just taking in the scenery could make him feel more relaxed. Yezi and I chose to come to Jieyun to help you resolve the unrest there, didn't we? Now that Jieyun village is peaceful again, what are we going to do next? Next? Lin crossed his arms, resting his head on his hands, squinting at the dazzling sun in the sky, as if thinking, yet also as if distracted. After a few seconds, Lin blinked and continued him. I should go to Donnarumma with Master and the others, right? Master has mentioned this to me several times before, but now Master is seriously injured. I won't leave until Master is fully recovered. Before that, I'd better stay in Jieyun village and rest for a while. Donnarumma? Yezi poked his chin lightly with his fingertips. I heard it's the largest city on the continent. The Hunters Guild's headquarters should be there too. It'd be nice to go and take a look. Brave nodded. Indeed, the guild's headquarters is in Donnarumma. In theory, going there would allow one to receive commissions from all over the continent, and there would surely be many suitable for one. It's definitely a great place to improve one's skills. Lin, as if coming to his senses, turned back to look at the two of them. Huh? You guys want to go to Donnarumma with me? Brave raised an eyebrow and punched Lin on the shoulder. Of course, aren't we teammates? Yezi said nothing, simply staring at Lin with those watery eyes. Lin met Yezi's gaze, his heart suddenly skipping a beat. He coughed dryly and looked away. Well, that's not what I meant. I'm just not sure how long we'd be staying in Donnarumma this time, so I'm asking about your plans. If we ever get separated, I know where to reunite. Let's go to Donnarumma. No need to separate. Yes, let's go to Donnarumma. Yezi finally spoke, and Brave echoed beside him. Lin smiled softly. Okay, then let's go to Donnarumma. Blacksmith shop. Lin jumped off Tayo's back, and Brave helped him unpack the materials from Tayo's bag. As for Yezi, she had wanted to come along, but Shan Chi-Huang had someone come over, saying they wanted to give her the letter from Yanhua village. So now, only Lin and Brave were there. Hey! Isn't that Lin? Could it be that you brought me some super rare ancient dragon materials? The blacksmith spotted Tayo's towering figure from a distance, and even without Lin approaching, he knew it was one of the hunters who had fought the scourge. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Hey, storm dragon materials. I never thought I'd be able to personally process materials from such a powerful being. With this experience, maybe I can even reach the level of a dragon craftsman. Ahem, it's not storm dragon materials, but it's definitely quite rare. Lin smiled, and handed over a large tusk from a devil-may-cry. Then he turned and pointed. Take a look. Are these enough to craft a weapon? What the hell? Why does it stink? The old dragon man frowned, took the tusk, and examined it in his hands. How's it? Is it okay? Lin's eyes were filled with anticipation. The blacksmith's face changed like a Sichuan opera face, from beaming with joy to one of disgust in barely a second. It was breathtaking. The old dragon man breathed heavily and muttered something under his breath. The other person's voice was low, and Lin Lin only caught a few scattered words, like bad luck and Dinorex. Lin Lin blinked, then vaguely remembered something. I don't know where I read it before, but it seemed to say that despite being a relatively rare monster, Dinorex material was not popular among craftsmen. Years of battle had stained its body with an almost indelible blood stain, and its scarred membrane was even called cursed material by the craftsmen. Oh no! Is this new equipment impossible to make? Ah, you're the only one who's in trouble. If some stranger had come here with this thing, I have told him to get lost long ago. Seriously. The blacksmith, carrying the massive hammer on his shoulder, walked over to the pile of materials on the ground and surveyed them twice, his face practically crumpled. Lin Lin cautiously approached and whispered, "Is there something wrong with this devil-may-cry material? Is it truly cursed and unusable?" The blacksmith picked up another piece of devil-may-cry's black scale, turning it over and sighing, "It can be used, but it's also cursed." Lin Lin instantly recalled the description of black dragon equipment, which ensnared its wearer in an endless nightmare. Come on, one creature that looks like an ancestral dragon isn't enough, so why is the Devil Choven using this trick too? So, if this thing is crafted into equipment, will there be any negative effects? The old dragon rubbed his arms and legs. Of course there will be some. For a monster of Devil Choven's level, the residual mental impact of the materials is much stronger than that of a Thunder Wolf dragon. But it's not really a big problem. Once you get used to it, and don't use it for long periods of time, it's fine. At this, Lin Lin knew there was more to it. The real problem is, could it be that the crafted equipment or weapon has some fatal flaw? The real problem is that I, an old man, will have a restless life for the rest of my life. Processing the materials for a Devil Choven requires several times more energy than for other monsters. Crafting this weapon will take me a month. Lin Lin blinked, finally understanding. So the cursed material was real, but it was meant to make the craftsman work overtime. Hee, thank you for your hard work. I treat you to a feast later. No thanks. The blacksmith waved his hand, his face slightly grumpy. Just give me a little more processing fee, so I can earn more. As for the shield axe you want to forge, I do have the blueprints here. Take a look. The Devil Shield Axe's design is a bit different from a normal one. You need to get used to the feel after replacing it. With that, the man returned to the room and reappeared a moment later with a scroll, showing it to Lin Lin. Looking at the design of the Devil Shield Axe on the blueprint, Lin Lin fell silent for a moment. The man's words, a bit different from a normal one, were the gentlest way to describe it. How can this thing even be called a shield axe? Look at the chain on this charged sword. It's a real chainsaw. It even has an iron chain. And that shield, its shape is so exaggerated, it's a shield, but those who don't know it might mistake it for the wheel in a meat grinder. The thought of this thing combining into a massive axe, swinging down, spinning wildly, slicing flesh and splattering blood, made Lin Lin shudder. It's so brutal, almost as brutal as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 332. After delivering the Deviljosaurus materials and a hefty processing fee to the blacksmith, Lin Lin received a notice to pick up his new weapon in a month. Then, he was kicked out by the sour-looking old dragon man. Lin Lin touched his shrunken wallet, a trace of pain in his face. This old man, after all, was a major customer who had paid 60,000 yuan, and couldn't even offer a bit of a friendly look. But despite the pain, Lin Lin had no regrets about this order. If he were given another chance, he would still happily open his wallet. After all, it was a Devil Choven shield axe. According to the blacksmith, in terms of attack power alone, the tyrannical shield axe would far surpass any other shield axe he currently possessed. If it weren't for the fact that it was a powerful dragon-attributed bottle shield axe, rather than a grenade bottle, it would have struggled against certain monsters with high dragon attribute resistance. Lin Lin even felt that there was no need to upgrade the Ursan hardened shield axe into a Ceratopsian shield axe. Mr. Duo? Brave's mouth dropped open as he listened to Lin Lin's account of the large sum of gold he had just spent. No man, my female fire dragon katana cost less than 10,000 Z. Isn't your shield axe a bit outrageous? Oh, not just crafting the weapon, but also including the cost of the subsequent enhancement. Lin Lin glanced back at the blacksmith shop and continued. Just crafting it would probably be around 25,000 Z. But the boss said that with these materials, plus a few ancient dragon blood, we can enhance it into a shield axe called Destinetta, with even greater dragon attribute strength and attack power. So I just paid for the enhancement as well. Ancient dragon blood? Do you have it? I cleaned up the battlefield after defeating the storm dragon this time, and I basically couldn't find any materials to extract it from. Lin Lin gave Brave a strange look. Don't you have it? Brave, ? Didn't you get your share of the reward for defeating the peak dragon at Rocklark? Brave, Oh, I forgot. It's probably because your contribution wasn't significant enough. It's normal you didn't get a share. Lin Lin patted Brave's shoulder sympathetically, his face grave. Brave, Hard. Fists hardened. Lin Lin laughed twice, and patted Brave's shoulder again. Let's go, have dinner, and then go to the hot springs. Frankly, in Lin Lin's opinion, Jiyan Village, a village whose main revenue streams are tourism and forestry, isn't quite up to par in terms of tourism development. While the hot springs here are unique and beautiful, making them a perfect place for tourists to relax and recuperate, their performance in the food and beverage industry, which is closely related to the tourism industry, is rather disappointing. Aside from the drinks, the only food they offer is the onsen egg. Lin Lin felt this was a bad sign. Soaking in the hot spring, Lin Lin chewed on the tender and delicious onsen egg, and took a sip of the newly released lightning cider, and couldn't help but sigh. But on reflection, this kind of food and beverage does go well with the hot springs. If it were smoky barbecue instead, the fumes would make it hard to say whether guests would still be in the mood to soak in the hot springs. What's wrong? Why are you sighing suddenly? Brave removed the towel from his forehead, and glanced lazily sideways at Lin Lin. I'm sighing for the restaurant industry in Jiyan. Lin Lin picked up a piece of onsen egg and tossed it upward, then opened his mouth and caught it accurately. It's too monotonous. It might add to the atmosphere, but I just want a big meal. Lin Lin picked up another onsen egg and shook it at Brave. This thing won't fill you up at all. So, if you were asked to boost Jiyan's restaurant industry, what would you do? Brave asked, his interest growing. Lin Lin gritted his teeth, pondered for a moment, and then said, cold wild boar head salad, braised pork offal, stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, braised fish sashimi, braised queen shrimp, steamed venison, grilled venison skewers, deep-fried fish bites, fresh-cut swordfish sashimi, pork bone and matsutake soup. As Lin Lin spouted one name after another, Brave couldn't help but follow his words and fantasize. When Lin Lin finished speaking, he belatedly wiped the saliva that was about to flow from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lin Lin with a puzzled look. Why are you looking at me like that? Brave hissed. How about we make a deal? Lin Lin tilted his head. Stop being a hunter and learn how to cook cat food. I hire you to do it for me from now on. Lin Lin rolled his eyes at him. Get lost. Brave coughed dryly, realizing his suggestion wasn't a good idea. Ahem, just kidding. We're a team. If you become a cat cook, who's going to face the monsters? But seriously, aren't you going to try to learn how to cook cat food? I think you have a talent. Lin Lin shook his head. Cat food, cat food. That's cat food, that's what's called cat food. If I try to make it, it become human food, and what's the point? No. He left unsaid. The reason he could come up with so many ways to eat food was because of 1,000 years of cultural heritage. He could just pick a few dishes from memory, find similar ingredients, and swap them out, and that was about it. But he could only eat well, not cook well. He didn't have the energy to devote to cooking. What delicious food are you talking about? A young voice called out. Lin Lin looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a sturdy young man in boxer shorts. Of course, this sturdiness was compared to that of ordinary villagers. Compared to Lin Lin, the man looked a little petite. Kyukasen? Lin Lin took in the man's features, and greeted him with some surprise. Why are you here? The man was the younger of the two Dragon Academy researchers, whom Lin Lin had rescued from Lan Long's very presence. Lin Lin had assumed they would return to the Dragon Academy soon after returning to Jiyan, but he didn't expect to see him here again, over a week later. Thank you for risking your life to save me. It would be rather ungrateful to leave without a formal thank you for such a great favor. Kyukasen walked to a distance in front of Lin Lin, then bowed deeply and solemnly. Well, if he hadn't been wearing only a pair of shorts, the scene might have seemed more formal. Lin Lin didn't care though. After all, this was a bathing area, and they wouldn't let you in without changing clothes. Besides, he wasn't saving people for any reward. He was just doing it out of spite. Lin Lin was just considering whether to put aside his lazy bathing attitude and stand up to get serious, but Kyukasen had already taken a seat on his other side, so he dismissed the idea. Glancing at Kyukasen, who sat upright and nervously beside him, Lin Lin knew he rarely soaked in hot springs, so he couldn't help but joke, I thought it was such a formal event, I get some surprise gift, like a protective stone or bead that would be incredibly appreciated by all challengers. Kyokusin instinctively tried to stand up again, but before he could move, Lin grabbed him and pinned him back down. Just kidding, don't be so nervous. I saved people purely because I wanted to. Now that you're here, just enjoy the soak and enjoy yourself. Kyokusin still looked a little uneasy, but he was definitely more relaxed than at the beginning. He rested his hands on his knees. By the way, I thought I overheard you guys discussing something delicious? Yeah, I was thinking Lin might have a talent for cat cooking. Brave nodded, not suspecting anyone was eavesdropping. After all, while they hadn't been shouting, as hunters, they were used to loud voices, so being heard wasn't surprising. Kyokusin sighed softly. In that case, if you have some free time, why not go to Bernard Village? The cheese hot pot there is really great. The cheese made with fresh Yunnan deer milk is incredibly sweet. I highly recommend it. Seeing Lin and Brave's gaze fixed on him, Kyokusin took a deep breath. Actually, my teacher and I have been debating for a long time how to thank you, but we haven't felt it was appropriate. After much deliberation, we've decided to invite you to visit Lonely Academy. Lonely Academy is a new institution focused on scientific research, and its members are extremely energetic and enthusiastic. Who knows, there might be some research that could help you. Lin listened silently, only making one final correction. No need for so many honorifics. I told you before, if you consider me a friend, just call me by my name. Kyokusin kept saying yes, but it was unclear whether he had actually heard. Brave spotted a blind spot. But didn't you just say we were going to Berna Village? How did it become the Dragon History Institute? Kyokusin blinked, then remembered he hadn't explained the Dragon History Institute in detail. He quickly added, well, the Dragon History Institute is a newly established research institute. Its full name is the Dragon History Institute. It primarily studies the ecological data of various monsters, as well as cutting-edge hunting techniques. The Dragon History Institute's research center is located in Berna Village, on the plateau. Plateau? Brave seemed intrigued, and Lin could guess why. Born in Tangia Port, he had subsequently traveled to Roklak, Jiayun Village, and Yinhua Village. He had seen the ocean and the desert, the tropical rainforest, and the Arctic archipelago. He had seen nearly every type of natural scenery, but the plateau wasn't one of them. It wasn't surprising that he was interested. I've heard of Bernardo Village. It's said to be a beautiful village nestled on a mountainous plateau, protected by mountains, grasslands, and blue skies. Oh, and by the way, they say there's a specialty rice called gyeoksuemi, which is said to be fragrant and soft. Seeing Brave's eager expression, Kyokusin couldn't help but smile. He glanced at Lin and realized that while he wasn't as overtly enthusiastic as Brave, at least he hadn't hinted at a refusal. This meant his invitation had been successful. Kyokusin clenched his fists, and then he heard Brave sigh. Unfortunately, our next itinerary is already set. We be heading to East Dorma soon, so I'm afraid we won't be able to go to Longliu anytime soon. Huh? Kyokusin was stunned for a moment, then stammered, is that so? It's true I can't go anytime soon, but this invitation shouldn't be limited to a short period of time, right? Lin suddenly spoke. Kyokusin snapped back to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Right, of course. Once we've established ourselves in East Dorma, maybe we can visit the Dragon Calendar Institute. Honestly, I'm really interested in their research. I heard you developed hunting techniques and hunting styles. Is that true? Kyokusin's mood brightened when he realized the other party really couldn't go anytime soon, rather than politely declining. Now that he knew the other party was actually interested in their research, his passion as a researcher was completely ignited. I didn't expect you heard all this. Yes, the Dragon Calendar Institute is indeed conducting research in both areas. However, the guild believes our current findings are a bit too radical, so they've decided not to promote them for now. Hunting techniques? Hunting styles? What are those? Is there any difference between a hunting style and a combat style? Is there still research to be done? Kyokusin patiently explained to Brave. Hunting styles are developed by studying the techniques used by hunters in combat, hoping to adapt them so that hunters with different combat habits can better utilize their strengths and mitigate their weaknesses. If no adjustments are made, the style that is widely adopted among hunters is called a guild style. Lin's breathing became rapid, and he eagerly inquired, so, is there a courage style? Courage style? Kyokusin frowned in confusion. I don't think I've heard of such a term. Currently, the mainstream styles being researched at the Dragon Calendar Academy are primarily Bushido and aerial combat. Other styles are either still in the conceptual stage or immature and in need of refinement. Is that so? Lin sighed. The invincible white back was gone. But that wasn't surprising. According to Kyokusen, the Dragon Calendar Academy only had 3 mainstream styles. The Assault style hadn't even appeared yet, and it looked like it was still a bit far from the X timeline. The XX Courage style was even more distant. The style doesn't matter. Let's hear about the current hunting skills. He has been coveting Shield Axe's hunting skills for a long time. Whether it's the awesome lightsaber or the ultimate release of 10 bottles at a time, it makes people extremely greedy. Chapter 333. Hunting techniques are special skills developed by the Ryukian Institute for short bursts of attack and combat. Different weapons have different hunting techniques. For example, the katana has a relatively mature hunting technique called Sakura Air Blade Slash, which is a relatively convenient way to sharpen the blade. Kyokusen saw Brave's expression light up, and quickly added, however, most hunting techniques place a heavy strain on the body, so they can't be used continuously. Brave wasn't at all put off by this minor drawback. In fact, with II Blade Slash and Kamui II GP Great Spin Blade Slash, he was no longer the low-star hunter who relied solely on continuous air blade slashes to sharpen his blade. But then again, who would complain about not having enough tools? One more way to sharpen the blade, and you have more in your battle. It give me another option in a fight. What about the shield axe? Have any useful hunting techniques been developed for it? Well, Kyokusen scratched his head. Because the shield axe, like the insect club, is a relatively recent weapon, and given the lack of research data, there aren't any mature hunting techniques yet. But I do have some ideas. Because my teacher and I chose devilfish as our research target, I've been looking through a lot of information on devilfish, including drawings of a shield axe made from devilfish materials. The designer of this shield axe used a different design concept than most, and that concept really inspired me. However, I wasn't focusing on hunting technique research at the time, so this idea was put on hold. So the design drawings for the Devil Shield Axe are widely circulated. No wonder the blacksmith mentioned he had the drawings when introducing them. Well, Kyokusen is a researcher at the Dragon Calendar Institute after all, so he should have access to a lot of information not available to ordinary people. It's not true to say the drawings are widely circulated, but they're definitely not strictly controlled top-secret information. Wait. Lin tapped his head. He seemed to have strayed a bit. That wasn't the point. The point was that Kyokusen said he got inspiration for his hunting technique from the design of the Devil Shield Axe. The Devil Shield Axe's design was incredibly chainsaw-inspired, so if a hunting technique based on that element was to be developed, it would definitely be that, right? When I get back this time, I give it some serious thought and try to develop this hunting technique. I've even decided on a name for it. I'm going to call it the Shield Saw. Lin, it's here. He was quite impressed by the Shield Saw. After all, it was the forerunner of the Shield Axe and chainsaw style in games after XX. The way it was used was exactly like using the axe mode for a power-up. If Kyokusen develops the Shield Saw, how far will the chainsaw style come? To be honest, as a devoted Super Solution Shield Axe user, Lin isn't particularly fond of the chainsaw. However, he's 100% in favor of Kyokusen's research on the Shield Saw. After all, having another style gives hunters more options when hunting, which is a good thing for humanity. To paraphrase a phrase I've heard, I can't quite recall where it came from. I can live without it, but you can't. Go for it. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Shield Axe hunting techniques will be like. Lin made a fist gesture towards Kyokusen, paused, and added, by the way, I have 2 more ideas. Give them a listen, and see if they can give you some new inspiration? Kyokusen immediately assumed an attentive attitude. The Shield Axe wasn't used by many people, and this man was an elite hunter who had faced the wrath of a storm dragon. His ideas were quite valuable to consider. Both of these ideas are actually derived from the Super Solution, the Shield Axe's killer move. This was just an excuse. The real source of his ideas was simply copied from his experiences in the original game. The lethality of the Super Resolution move is dependent on the amount of bottle energy stored in the energy storage device. However, the Shield Axe itself is designed with a charge limit. Any excess energy will leak out. I believe that if this limit could be removed, the power of the Super Resolution move would be even greater. Kyokusen frowned, pondering for a moment, then slowly shook his head. This idea is too dangerous. The charge limit itself was designed for safety. If it were removed, if the shield were to charge too much energy, it would become a serious hazard in battle with monsters. Oh! You didn't say it's impossible, so it's possible? Lin raised a brow. But in other words, as long as the user is familiar with the weapon and can control the energy charge within the limit, this idea is not impossible, right? Kyokusin hesitated, not denying it, but not nodding either. He simply changed the subject. You said you had 2 ideas. What about the other one? The other one is a concept for a new move. My guess is, it should be similar to Super Release, unleashing all the energy at once. Brave, who had been listening intently for a while, interjected, isn't that the same as Super Release? Why develop a new move? Lin rolled his eyes in annoyance. Shut up and hear me out. The reason for developing a new move is naturally to circumvent some of Super Release's shortcomings. With Super Release, there's a significant delay between the impact of the shield axe and the release of the energy bottle. This means that successfully hitting the target requires a certain degree of foresight. Once the monster starts moving, the bottle's damage can easily miss. So, I'm wondering if there's another way to instantly release the shield axe's energy. Explode, for example, by concentrating the energy into an 8-meter-long lightsaber, and then slicing off a monster's head with one strike. Kyokusin finally nodded this time. While this idea sounds a bit far-fetched, I think it's a truly interesting research project. However, to achieve this, I'm afraid the shield axe's structure would need to be adjusted, which would require a tremendous amount of time and effort. I can't say if or when we see any results. Lin clasped his hands together. Then I leave it to you. I really want a super cool lightsaber. Brave, eh? How did Lin get his face so red from the hot springs? It's like a shrimp head. It's unbearable to look at. And a super cool lightsaber. Is there any weapon more stylish than our katana? Kyokusin chatted with Lin and Brave for a while, discussing their ideas about hunting techniques and styles in detail, then excitedly said goodbye and left, seemingly going nowhere. Lin didn't pay much attention. His previous battle with Long had strained his nerves, and his brief week-long recuperation at the spiritual peak hadn't allowed him to fully relax due to his concern for his master's injury. Now, relaxing in the hot springs, Lin felt like his body drifting like a cloud, drifting and swaying, and soon he dozed off. Brave had been eager to chat a little more, but after a few words, he looked over and realized that Lin had fallen asleep. His head rested on the wet, warm rocks at the edge of the hot spring, snoring softly. TSK, he looks exhausted. Brave glanced at the lush green mountains in the distance. Although the hot springs were open air, the weather wasn't cold, so Lin wouldn't be in danger of catching a cold. He quietly rose from the water, tightened his still dripping shorts, and walked out of the bathhouse. He went to the changing counter and gave Elu, who was in charge of the bathhouse, a word of advice, asking them to keep an eye on Lin and make sure nothing happened. After drying himself and changing back into his Ice Fang dragon suit, Brave felt refreshed and full of energy. Wow, this hot spring is truly remarkable. No wonder it's called a healing sanctuary. Master-in-law, it seems, was quite lucky. He got injured right in the perfect place for healing, saving him the hassle of running back and forth. Phew! Brave looked in the direction of the sound and, as expected, saw the girl with hair as bright as blooming violets. At that moment, the young girl cried out in pain, crouching on the ground, clutching her head. Who else could it be but Cheyenne? And the woman next to her, who had just reached out and smacked the young girl hard, was undoubtedly her master, Rachel. Master, why are you hitting me again? Cheyenne looked up at Rachel, aggrieved. You can't talk. You deserve a beating. Rachel replied flatly, then turned to look at Brave. She scanned his surroundings, but didn't see him. She raised an eyebrow. Where's Lin? Not with you. He's still in the hot springs. He just fell asleep. Senior Rachel, are you looking for him? Rachel hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, there's something, but it's not urgent. I go wake you up, Senior. Ziyuan excitedly stood up and prepared to head for the men's section of the bathhouse. There was another sharp snap. Rachel withdrew her fingers, and Ziyuan crouched down helplessly, her head in her hands, weak and pitiful. Brave stole a glance at Ziyuan's once smooth forehead, which had become red and swollen. He swallowed hard, feeling a phantom pain in his own head. This Senior Rachel is really ruthless. This isn't a mixed bathing area, don't run around. Rachel rubbed her forehead helplessly. Why hadn't she realized this kind of personality when she first accepted her as a disciple? Surely she'd been fooled by her sweet talk back then. It's nothing urgent. Just let him know when he wakes up. Rachel waved at Brave, then reached out, yanked Ziyuan up by her ears, and slid her off the ground, leading her outside. He could still faintly hear fragments of Rachel scolding Ziyuan. Brave listened carefully, only catching a few scattered words. Your senior brother, look at you, and watch carefully and learn well. Brave, confused, shook his head and slowly walked to the mission counter, his gaze fixed on the commission form posted there, searching aimlessly. Although he had played a significant role in this battle with Lan Long, honestly, the real key to seducing the Golden Thunder God was Tayo Tayo. Anyone else could have paired up with Tayo Tayo. His two teammates had both faced terrifying ancient dragons like Lan Long head-on, yet he hadn't even seen him. This instilled a sense of urgency in him. I need to work on improving myself. Lin Lin is fine, but how come EZ, a newcomer who was 3 stars below me, has already caught up? If I continue to stagnate, won't I be no different from a worthless fish? How can I realize my dream of becoming a great hunter? Let me see what monsters I can use as a whetstone. After a moment, Brave paused. Oh! The Blast Hammer Dragon? Looks interesting. It's in a volcano. It's a high-risk hunting ground, but with my current strength, I can give it a try. Plains like volcanoes seem to have a lot of ruins. I could dig up some amulet beads and the like. I'm really short of a good amulet right now. Well, if I could find an amulet for the sword sheathing technique, my equipment options would be much wider. Brave thought for a moment, peeled off the receipt, and headed back to the counter. Koena was slouching behind the counter, and Sasayuki looked a bit tired. Seeing Brave approaching with a receipt, she forced herself to greet him. Brave didn't rush to get to the point, but instead asked with a hint of surprise, "Come to think of it, besides you two, I haven't seen any other clerks in Jiayun?" Xian Yuzihuo lazily flipped over. "Yes, there aren't many hunters active in Jiayun village, and the guild branch isn't large, with just the 2 of us. If there were another clerk, it would make things much easier for Sasuke and me. Then why not hire another one?" "Haha, Mr. Brave, the job of clerk isn't as easy as you think. Becoming a qualified clerk requires a lot of knowledge and training." Brave nodded, half comprehending, and pulled out the receipt he had just opened. "I'm interested in this commission. Do you have more details? Blast Hammer Dragon? I see. Please wait." Sasuke pulled out a thick tome of receipts, flipped through it quickly, and then froze. A question mark popped up in Brave's mind. Then Sasayuki turned to look at Chika, her voice almost cold. "Chika, this commission was accepted by you, right? Why is it still hanging on the counter?" "Huh?" Chapter 334. Hearing Sasuke's words, Konoha's eyes seemed to swirl in circles, seemingly moving like a revolving lantern, but in reality, they had been doing so for quite some time. Giving Konoha a rather oppressive look, Sasuke turned back and looked at Brave. "I'm very sorry. This was a mistake on our part. This commission was accepted about 10 days ago." Brave looked at Konoha, who pretended to be dead, with a strange look. "Another document he forgot to peel off. Miss, you're being a bit careless. By the way, did Sasuke just say that when Shu accepted this mission from Konoha, so she's so powerful, single-handedly taking on a 5-star monster? Although he only encountered her when he first arrived in Jiayun village, Brave still had a deep impression of the healthy, tan female hunter. There's one more thing I might need to remind you, Brave," Sasayuki suddenly added, and Brave, coming to his senses, instinctively chimed in, "Huh? Although you participated in the fight to repel the Storm Dragon, you're still a 4.5-star hunter. You can't accept 5-star quests alone without a 5-star or higher hunter leading the team." Brave, Boo-hoo, I forgot about that. Never mind. Then, please help me find any suitable 4-star commissions. I don't want to go too far, so I find one near the stream. I see. Please wait a moment. Sasayuki searched for a moment, then pulled out a receipt and showed it to Brave. "Is this okay? The target is a female wrath dragon, but please note that the scribe's requirement is to capture it. They want to conduct a thorough ecological survey of the monsters around Jiayun after the storm dragon leaves. If you accidentally kill a monster, it will count as a mission failure." A mission to capture a female fire dragon? Brave pondered for a moment. He remembered Yizi had mentioned that Lin Lin seemed to need the saliva of a female fire dragon. It just so happened that the female fire dragon was a target he had challenged before, so he was relatively familiar with it. As long as he hired the cat rescue team ahead of time, he could go alone without any problems. Besides, the requirement of only capturing, not subduing, was quite new to him. "Okay, that's it." Splash. Lin Lin stretched, his raised arms splashing with water, and a puff of white mist rose before him. With a long yawn, Lin Lin felt that he had recovered quite well. He felt relaxed and full of energy. Even if he rushed out right now, he could easily fight Xiong Air for another 300 rounds. Thinking of nothing, just soaking in the hot springs and getting a good night's sleep. It felt so good. Or maybe I just rest like this after wrestling with Xiong Air? It saved my snoring from disturbing the date palms. With another splash, Lin Lin abruptly stood up. His soaked shorts were quite heavy, and under the influence of inertia, they nearly fell off. Luckily, Lin reacted quickly and grabbed them, preventing his bare bottom from being exposed. Of course, even if they had been exposed, it wouldn't have mattered. This wasn't a mixed bathing area, and there wasn't any non-tongue. Glancing at the distant mountains, the night sky was clear, the bright moon hanging low, its edge lightly touching the peaks, its light reflecting a silvery white hue, like a glass cup touching a dark jade screen. It's getting dark so soon? TSK, but these clouds without the storm are truly beautiful. After drying himself, Lin stretched himself, and was about to leave the bathing area when an Elu suddenly called out to him. "Hunter, please wait a moment, meow." When Lin turned around, the Elu continued, "The hunter who came with you specifically told you to deliver a message when he saw you were awake, meow." "Did Brave send you a message?" "Yes, meow." "Strange, why couldn't this guy just say it directly? Why did he have to leave a message?" "Ahem." Friend Elu cleared his throat and mimicked, "I've been a bit bored these past few days, so I took a mission and went to the hunting grounds. Please help me take care of my puppies for the next 2 days. I have a surprise for you when I come back. Oh, by the way, Senior Rachel came to see you earlier. When she found out you were taking a bath, she said you should go see her when you're free." Let me think. Well, that's all, Ghana. It was obvious that this friend Elu was exhausted from trying to imitate Brave's words as closely as possible. He spoke so many words in one breath, forcibly suppressing his usual habit of ending his sentences with meow. Appreciating his professionalism, Lin casually produced 2 gold coins and handed them to the attendant, Elu. "Thank you." Hunter-sama, the bathhouse is free for hunters, meow. No payment required, meow. That's a tip for you, just keep it. With that, Lin waved his hand and departed gracefully, leaving Elu with only his handsome back. Elu stared blankly at Lin's retreating figure, then lowered his head to glance at the gold coins in his hand. After a moment, he managed to utter, "Tip, what's that, meow?" After leaving the meeting place, Lin didn't wander around, but went straight back to his farmhouse. A few lightning bugs floated among the wheat waves, their faint blue dots of light like scattered stars. The nearby houses lay silent in the shadows, only a few flickering candlelight glimmering through the window. The farm under the moonlight was quiet and peaceful. Or at least it should have been that way. But the farm's residents at this moment seemed to be at odds with the serene atmosphere. Lin could see a vibrant flame scurrying around the farm, chasing the lightning bugs around, and occasionally hearing a short, excited roar. Lin slapped his forehead hard. "Okay, I almost forgot." Although Dakong was already a fire dragon that had fought ancient dragons, it was still a baby. Babies are always curious about everything around them, and like to explore in their own way. "No, buddy, you're finally back." Lin was clad in heavy thunder wolf dragon armor, its turquoise lightning patterns gleaming faintly in the night. Without concealing his presence, he was conspicuous. Therefore, almost immediately after returning to the farm, a hunter in a cloud-encrusted suit approached him. It was none other than Iwata Hirokazu. He patted Lin's arm, then turned back to the young male rat halos happily playing in the night sky, his expression slightly contorted. "Why do you look like that? What's wrong?" Lin asked, softly calling out to the dancing flames. Then, Dakong spat out the lightning bug he had just caught in his mouth. Without even a glance at the frightened creature as it flew away, he trudged directly to Lin's side. "Oh my god!" Iwata was startled by the sudden approach of Sky, and instinctively did a tactical roll to get away. After regaining his balance, he realized that Sky was standing obediently in front of Lin, nudging his large head against Lin's palm. Iwata breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at least it wasn't going berserk and attacking. Lin couldn't help but feel a little helpless. "Why are you reacting so strongly? Are you afraid Sky will eat you?" Iwata's expression was filled with resentment. Any normal person would be afraid, right? This is the king of the sky, a flying dragon at the top of the food chain. Elite hunters, like you, are rare. Lin blinked and smiled sheepishly. He had almost forgotten that his unconditional trust in Sky and the others was based on his ability to understand their minds. But Iwata and the other natives of the monster hunter world lacked these abilities, so it was natural for them to be wary of Sky and the others. That's true. If you encounter a male or female fire dragon in the wild, it's fine to run away. But our Daikong is different. He's very special. If you don't believe me, come over and touch him. Iwata hesitated for a moment, then inched closer. Only when he stood next to Lin did he realize that, from the moment he arrived, this young, one-eyed fire dragon had been staring at him with its right eye, as clear as the sky. Iwata recalled the various monsters he encountered in the wild since becoming a hunter. There were the violent gazes of giant boars, the foolish gazes of Maritori, the alert gazes of elven deer, and the wild and domineering gazes of thunder wolf dragon. He had never seen a gaze as calm and gentle as the one before him. He tentatively extended his hand. Dakong's pupils constricted slightly, his gaze fixed on the outstretched hand. After a moment, he looked back at Lin Lin. Seeing Lin Lin nod slightly, Dakong exhaled heavily and rubbed his head against the other man's hand, somewhat perfunctorily. Iwata withdrew his hand. Though the warm, firm touch of the fire dragon's scales was so real, he felt the experience as if it had been a dream. Honestly, I still can't believe it. How did you do it? Lin Lin reached out and gently stroked the scar on Dakong's left eye, sighing softly. Dakong was hatched and born on this farm. Didn't you see him grow up? Feeding, accompanying, teaching. That's pretty much it. No, I mean, how did you get him to let me touch you? Even the jays sometimes stubbornly refused to return to the pen, requiring whipping. In truth, Dakong, for a fire dragon, is quite proud and doesn't really think much of you. He was just being polite just now, out of courtesy. Lin Lin and Dakong exchanged a glance. This feeling of telepathy was truly wondrous. No words were needed, each understood the other's thoughts. You're talking about this. Lin Lin scratched his head, pondering for a long moment before saying, maybe it's a bond? Bond? Iwata's mind raced, but he couldn't grasp what this meant. It sounds quite magical at first, and it is indeed quite magical. Lin Lin took out his own bond stone and showed it to Iwata. It's a beautiful stone, but does it have anything to do with our topic? Where do you think this stone came from? Without waiting for Iwata to respond, Lin Lin rubbed the smooth surface of the bonding stone with his fingers and continued his story. Lon Long was a monster more powerful than you can imagine. I was in dire straits at the time. If it weren't for Deisora risking his life to save me, I'm afraid you wouldn't even see me standing here right now. Really, I was deeply moved when Deisora saved my life, but then I discovered that Deisora had lost his left eye as a result. Actually, my emotions at that time were very complicated. I can't really put them into words now, but at that moment, my emotions reached a peak, and then this stone appeared out of thin air. After the stone appeared, Deisora and I felt a wondrous connection. Through this connection, we can sense each other's emotions, know each other's thoughts, and even share our senses. I call this bond a bond. Iwata grew increasingly bewildered as he listened, and by the end, his mouth dropped open, exclaiming, "This is unscientific. I told you, this is magical, and it's even more magical than that. Even if Dakong is a fire dragon, let alone one that's underage, even a full-grown male fire dragon's proud flying abilities pale in comparison to the storm dragon. But through the bond, Dakong's power has been greatly amplified, unleashing a flight capability far exceeding that of a full-grown male fire dragon. Otherwise, we would have been pulverized by the storm dragon storm long ago. This is truly magical. It sounds like something outrageous, like something made up by some fantastical playwright or bard." Lin Lin sighed and put the bond stone away again. "But this is exactly what happened. I actually have many questions about this stone and this magical bond. I'm waiting for the Long Long incident to be reported to the guild headquarters to see if there are any other cases I can refer to." He turned his gaze back to Dakong. Although he had many questions, after pondering it for over a week, he actually had some ideas. The bond he had formed with Dakong, while seemingly similar to the old Japanese anime style they rush forward shouting about friendship and bonds, was significantly different. For him, holding the bonding stone, he could truly feel the power of the bond. That power wasn't ethereal. If he had to find an adjective, perhaps it would be something like mental strength. The deep affection for his companions, combined with the mental strength within his mind, merged to form the invisible power of the bond. This power could bless the bonded companion, helping them unleash even greater power. However, conversely, as this bond power was consumed, Lin Lin's condition would also weaken. Although this was only Lin Lin's speculation as he reflected on the battle at Spirit Peak, it did explain why, despite feeling physically energized, he felt mentally exhausted and weakened after activating the bond power. Chapter 335. Lin Lin was lost in thought when he suddenly felt a sinking sensation behind him. A heavy pressure fell upon him, forcing his center of gravity forward and sending him careening to the ground. Turning around, he saw it was Tiao Tiao. It had somehow run up behind him and placed its front paws on his shoulders, crushing him. Lin Lin tried to stand up again, but Tiao Tiao's size and weight were vastly different. He was no longer the Huang Sulong he had carried on his back for weight training at Locklear. Lin Lin's attempts failed several times, and he could only manage to roll over, letting Tiao Tiao splatter his face with saliva. Alright. I can't carry you anymore. Lin Lin freed his hand to rub Tiao Tiao's head, then gently tickled his jaw. His hand tickled Tiao Tiao's itch, and Tiao Tiao immediately quieted down, squinting his eyes in pure enjoyment. With it quiet, Lin Lin finally found an opportunity to sit up. Why was Tiao Tiao suddenly so enthusiastic? Continuing to force control Tiao Tiao with one hand, Lin Lin couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. It wasn't until Tiao Tiao quietly opened his eyes, and shot a slightly complacent look in Dakong's direction, that he finally understood. Good boy, are you jealous of me being so close to Dakong since I came back? Lin Lin couldn't help but hold his forehead in frustration and gently tap Tiao Tiao's head with his finger. You're a veteran after all. Why are you fussing over such a trivial matter with a junior? Tiao Tiao turned his gaze to Lin Lin, exhaling a puff of white air from his nostrils, like a snort, with an inexplicable sense of arrogance. Before, when communicating with Lin Lin, Yazao, Tiao Tiao relied more on his tone of voice, expression, and body movements to guess his meaning. But since the appearance of the bonding stone, he's now easily understood Lin Lin's intentions. After all, as the elder who's been with Lin Lin the longest, his bond with him is no weaker than Dakong's. Tiao Tiao, fully understanding Lin Lin's words, bluntly expressed his disdain. What's wrong with the elder? He should be vying for favor. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'd be called Tiao Tiao before, and the new dragon will replace the old one, calling him the Yellow Speed Dragon King. Lin Lin couldn't help but scratch his head. How could he be so utterly harem-ridden? After pondering for a long time, Lin Lin gave up and simply rubbed Tiao Tiao's head vigorously, coaxing him gently as if to a child. Okay, I'm wrong. I shouldn't be so partial. I spend more time with you from now on, okay? Gaw! Tiao Tiao howled excitedly, nudging his head into Lin Lin's arms. It's a deal, Dakong yawned, glanced at Tiao Tiao, then dropped to the ground, burying his head in his wings. I don't mind, and... Well, now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep. From the side, Iwata silently watched the interaction between the man and the dragon. Despite having been quite shocked by Lin Lin's description, he still found it quite outrageous. Okay, you two want to hang out a little longer? The feast I prepared at home is getting cold. Coming, right here. Back in Jieyun, life became leisurely once again. Every day when he opened his eyes, he was either playing with Tiao Tiao Dakong or discussing improvements to new hunting equipment with Yez. Yezi often tried to cook delicious food for Lin Lin to taste. When he was short of ingredients, he would ask Tiao Tiao Dakong to go out to the wild to collect them. In the evening, he would grab 2 jars of honey, and go to wrestle with Xiong Er to hone his strength. After that, he would have a meal of honey-grilled fish to restore his strength. Finally, he would return to the bathhouse at the assembly hall, have a drink, and sleep in the hot springs. Yet, amidst these ordinary, leisurely days, some things were quietly changing. For example, the number of vehicles passing or stopping at the village entrance had quietly increased. New faces, dressed in different clothes and speaking different accents, gradually appeared in the village. The inn run by the village head woman was packed, and the faces of familiar villagers were noticeably more smiling. Children, seen at the intersection, were full of energy, chasing and playing games of pretend play. You're Lon Long. You're Lon Long. Stop arguing. I be Lon Long this time. But next time I'm the hunter. No problem. Then let's begin. Ha, I'm the hunter. For justice for everyone, I'm going to crush you. I'm Lon Long. I'm going to unleash a storm and destroy you. Run. We need to wear down Lon Long's stamina, so he can't defeat us. Lin Lin was walking down the village path, when he saw a group of children playfully running past. He smiled, and was about to continue forward when another child rushed out from the side. Oblivious to the person walking in front of them, they ran headfirst into Lin Lin's butt. This sudden attack from behind almost instantly brought back the unpleasant memory of being shoved on the butt by a wild boar. However, compared to the wild boar, the force of the child's impact was negligible. Lin Lin's center of gravity barely shifted as he walked, yet the recoil sent the child crashing down to the ground. Lin Lin glanced back and down. This child must have been around 7 or 8 years old, the perfect age for mischief. The kid collapsed to the ground, barely even looking up to see what he'd bumped into before he bared his teeth. Damn human. I'm a Lon Long. How dare you stand in my way? I destroy you. Ha! Lin Lin was practically amused. This Haji Lon was even breathing heavily. If only a real Lon Long had this kind of power. He squatted down and held out his hand to the slumped kid. You can't do anything sitting on the ground. Get up and see if you're hurt. Huh? The little boy looked at the large hand before him, then raised his gaze to its owner and froze. Lin, Master Lin Lin. Lin Lin tilted his head. Huh? Am I already that famous? Even the kids know me? Yes, it's me, but don't add master at the end. It sounds weird. Lin Lin waved his hand, held out before the other boy. Can you still stand? The little boy nodded nervously, then reached out to grasp Lin Lin's hand. With a gentle tug, Lin Lin lifted him from the ground. Move around, see if you're hurt? The little boy followed his instructions, stretching every joint in his body. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Lin Lin felt relieved. With one more reminder, be careful and pay attention to your surroundings when you run next time, Lin Lin stood up and prepared to leave. But he had barely taken a step when he heard the childish voice behind him again, Master Lin Lin. Lin Lin frowned slightly, turned around and squatted again, his eye level with the boy. I told you not to call me master. If you really want to add a suffix, just call me Brother Lin Lin. The little boy lowered his head. I understand, Brother Lin Lin. Lin Lin smiled softly, his tone gentle. So what's going on? The little boy hesitated for a moment, then raised his head again and met Lin Lin's gaze, as if mustering up courage. Brother Lin Lin, I want to be as powerful as you someday, to defend the village and maintain peace. Can you tell me how? Talking while squatting was still a little awkward, so Lin Lin simply sat down on the ground and asked, Do you want to be a hunter? Yes. I want to be a hunter. Not the kind you play in games, but a real hunter, revered by everyone like you. Huh? Am I already a revered hunter? That seems a bit exaggerated. I didn't do anything. Lin Lin subconsciously touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Then let me ask you, what exactly do you want? To be a hunter, or to be respected? Being a hunter is a very tough job, often facing life-threatening dangers. And to be respected, you don't have to be a hunter. Look at our village chief. She's not a hunter, but everyone respects her just the same, doesn't she? As long as you make genuine contributions, everyone will see. Being a hunter isn't the only path you can take. The little boy thought deeply for a moment before turning back to Lin Lin and answering with a resounding voice. No, I want to be a hunter who can protect us all. Although everyone respects the village chief, when the Lon Long appears, the village chief will still rely on the hunters to protect the village. Lin Lin was stunned for a moment, his gaze towards the little boy softening slightly. This child is truly pure. Most hunters in this world are probably like this child, entering the profession with aspirations and ideals, right? It's just a pity that talent is truly crucial for hunters. Too many hunters spend their entire lives stuck at the 2-star or 3-star level. I wonder if this child will be one of them. Okay, it seems you truly want to be a hunter. Then I tell you the secret to becoming one. Hearing his idol share a secret, the little boy nodded excitedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared intently at Lin Lin's lips, unwilling to miss a single word he uttered. The secret is to eat every meal on time, play hard, and stay up late at night, and get some sleep. Huh? Seeing the boy's clearly disappointed look, Lin Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Did you think I was teasing you? The little boy pursed his lips. Though he didn't say anything, it was a gesture of acquiescence. I mean this sincerely. Do you think being a hunter requires a strong body? The little boy nodded. So, to maintain a healthy body, you must eat well, and eat plenty to get adequate nutrition. Play hard, run and exercise more, so that nutrients can be converted into muscle instead of fat. And get a good night's rest, and don't stay up late. This way, you'll be fully refreshed the next day, and won't be affected by studying or exercising. The little boy nodded, half understanding, feeling that Lin Lin's words made sense. But it didn't seem quite the same answer he hoped to hear. Children his age couldn't hide their thoughts. Everything was written all over their faces. Lin Lin knew what he was thinking just by looking at his expression. Did you expect me to tell you about the things to pay attention to when choosing a weapon, what to watch out for during a fight, and what preparations you need for the hunt? The boy nodded. Yes, that was exactly what he wanted to hear. It's too early for you right now. Your body hasn't fully developed yet, and you don't even know your strengths. You're not even sure about melee and ranged combat. And as a shield axe wielder, a lot of my experience isn't transferable to other weapons. Oh, so that's it. Seeing the slightly disappointed look on his face, Lin Lin couldn't help but smile, soothingly saying, Don't be discouraged. You just can't access these things now. When you're old enough and start hunter training, I teach you all of them. Well, if you can't find someone suitable to train you by then, and I'm still alive, I could give you some guidance. Really? The little boy's eyes sparkled brightly, looking incredibly excited. Of course it's true. Then we have a deal. It's a deal, come on. Okay. Hook and hook, don't change for 100 years. Lin smiled, reaching out his hand, interlocking his little finger with the others, and shaking it back and forth. So, future hunter, what's your name? Alban. My name is Alban. Mom said it means inheritance. I want to inherit the hunter spirit and protect everyone in the village. Inheritance. That's easy to remember. Inherit, then surpass. Hunters have always been like that. Lin rubbed the child's head. Well, goodbye, Alban. Go play with your friends. Watching the excited little boy run off, a gentle smile played on Lin's lips. I didn't realize you're quite good at soothing children. Hearing a voice from behind, Lin subconsciously turned his head and realized that a female hunter in a velociraptor suit had suddenly appeared not far behind him, and he hadn't noticed at all. Is she worthy of being called Hidden Rachel, a high-ranking hunter? She's so elusive, it's truly terrifying. Strictly speaking, shouldn't it be called coaxing? Children are just young and immature, but they're not fools. They can tell when adults are being perfunctory or serious when speaking to them. I just wasn't being perfunctory with him. Rachel stared at Lin intently for a few moments, as if pondering something, then shook her head after a moment. Forget it. We haven't even confirmed our relationship yet, so it's a bit far-fetched to think about who will take care of the child in the future. Let's focus on the current situation. Chapter 336. So what do you want to talk to me about? Rachel suppressed her chaotic thoughts and asked, what do you think of Cheyenne? Lin, question mark. Wait, there's something wrong with the way you start your statement. Why does it feel like an elder recommending a blind date? I don't have any plans for a relationship right now. Rachel, question mark. Who told you that? I mean, what do you think of Cheyenne's current level as a hunter? Hearing Rachel's question, Lin realized he'd been wrong. For a moment, he felt so embarrassed that he just wanted to build a 3-bedroom apartment right there. Cheyenne. Is she? Okay. Lin's eyes wandered. Rachel couldn't help but frown slightly. Don't worry about me. Just tell me what you really think. Real thoughts. The real thing is, I haven't even been on a mission with her, so how can I know what her current level is? Lin scratched his head. While he was quite impressed with his junior sister, it undoubtedly had nothing to do with her strength as a hunter, but rather her personality. When he first met her in Rock Lake, he felt she was an elegant, dignified, and quiet young lady. Later, he realized she was just putting on an act in front of strangers, hiding her whimsical side. She's quite adventurous. Yi said that when they were trying to save him from the Devil Jado, Cheyenne volunteered to join in. However, after discovering the storm unleashed by the Long, he realized the opponent was too powerful, so he only asked Cheyenne to escort the 2 researchers from the Dragon Calendar Institute back. But honestly, isn't a Devil Jado too powerful for a 2-star hunter? Calling it adventurous is a bit of a stretch, as Lin felt a sense of responsibility for this incident. Otherwise he'd have thought death would be a more apt description. Honestly, I'm not sure. Why do you ask? Rachel sighed, smoothed her hair, and then said, well, after we parted ways in Rock Lake, I took Cheyenne back to East Dorma. Lin quickly hummed twice, playing the role of a competent straight talker. And then? And here in the Hunters Guild, top hunters and lower hunters are different. Lower hunters are completely free to accept commissions, or just sit back and relax with their earnings. But once they reach the top, they must accept commissions assigned by the guild. After all, top hunters are the cutting-edge force protecting humanity, and they're often needed for many things. Lin pondered for a moment. Like that time when Master was urgently dispatched by the guild to repel the Flame Queen Dragon? Yes, that was a guild assignment. Since returning to East Dorma with Cheyenne, I've turned down several guild assignments in order to teach this disciple. It wasn't until this time, with Jayun causing trouble, that I couldn't refuse. Plus, I only thought it was a 5-star Thunder Wolf Dragon, so I brought Cheyenne here. Lin blinked. So, of the 3 high-ranking hunters who came, only Rachel was truly assigned by the guild, while the other 2 came completely on their own accord, but Lin still couldn't understand how what Rachel was saying connected to the question she had just asked. After defeating Long this time, and waiting for Kevin to heal and return to East Dorma, I most likely be promoted to 7-star. The guild won't let this level of combat power go unused. By then, I'd be even busier, and it'd be hard for me to guide Ziyuan. Lin had a vague realization. So I was thinking, when I'm no longer able to, if I could help guide you, my junior sister. While a marksman hunter can hunt alone, it's much easier with a team. Rachel looked Lin straight in the eye. I know you already have your own teammates, but I hope you can give Ziyuan a chance and see if she can integrate into your team. She tapped her brow lightly. This idea isn't entirely for Ziyuan's sake. With her joining, your team will be even more complete. Lin nodded repeatedly, completely understanding and agreeing with Rachel's words. Ranged hunters, due to their far greater logistical requirements than melee hunters, face significantly greater challenges hunting solo, and therefore often opt for a team. Currently he, Brave, and Yezi form a three-man team. He, armed with a shield and heavy weapons, is undoubtedly the frontline attacker. Yezi and Brave, each wielding a bug staff and a katana, are light weapons primarily for engaging monsters, offering support. If the team needs a final member, the heavy crossbow, which provides consistent heavy firepower suppression while also offering a degree of support, is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. And from a personal perspective, Xiwan was still his junior, after all, and had previously rescued her. Lin had no objection to her joining. The only two issues were, I don't have the final say in the team, and adding new members requires the approval of the other members. Rachel nodded. Of course. Then, there's another problem. The three of us are already 4- and 5-star hunters, and Xiwan is only a 2-star. I'm a little worried she might not be able to keep up. Rachel pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Lin was puzzled. Why did he suddenly laugh again? What I said was that I wanted you to give Xiwan a chance, not force her into your team. It would be best if she could fit in. If she couldn't, it would simply be her own fault. What's there to worry about? I think so. Since he had accepted Rachel's proposal, Lin naturally needed to consult with his teammates. So he went straight to the meeting place to find Yizi. When Lin found Yizi, she was humming a cheerful tune, happily enjoying 2 skewers of tricolored dumplings. Perhaps having just soaked in the hot springs, Yizi's skin looked remarkably moisturized, her face rosy. When she saw Lin enter the gathering hall, she waved joyfully. Brother Lin. Over here. The scattered hunters around cast glances at Yizi, who had spoken, and then shifted their gazes to Lin, who was approaching quickly. For some reason, these stares, which should have been normal for him, now seemed a bit jarring to Lin. Lin quickly walked over to Yizi and sat down. Seeing several skewers of tricolored dumplings on the plate before him, he casually picked one up and waved it at Yizi. Did you make these yourself? Seeing Yizi nod, Lin gulped down 3 large dumplings in one gulp, his cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Yizi couldn't help but wonder, I remember you didn't like rabbit dumplings, Lin? Chew. Gulp. Lin poured another cup of tea and washed the dumplings down, then sighed softly, to be honest, I really don't like them. Seeing Yizi's expression dim slightly, Lin smiled and added, but strictly speaking, it's not the rabbit dumplings I dislike, it's the eating of them every meal. If you only have a few skewers now, and then, as a dessert, they're quite good. At least they're better than the monotonous hot spring eggs. At least I feel better eating your rabbit dumplings now. It's better than the rabbit dumplings made with mudwort back in Yanhua village. Yizi's eyes suddenly brightened, and she couldn't help but smile. Sister Mudwort put so much effort into making the rabbit dumplings. I'm just making them casually, how can I possibly compare? Lin patted his chest lightly, feeling a little choked. He took another sip from his teacup, and casually replied, who knows? It's just my feeling. Maybe it's just because the person making it is different? Yizi was stunned for a moment and fell silent, but her cheeks were more rosy than before, looking even more radiant. After a moment, Yizi spoke again, but this time changing the subject. Brother Lin, didn't you go out to wrestle Xiong today? Lin didn't pay much attention. Feeling the bunny finally go down with the tea, he breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I need to take a break once in a while. Xiong is incredibly strong right now. I don't know when I'd be able to defeat him. That day will come soon. Yizi's eyes sparkled, and her tone was firm, seeming quite certain of this. Ha, I hope so. Lin smiled and shook his head, picking up another bunch of bunny. This time, he didn't shove all 3 into his mouth. Instead, he nibbled on them one by one. As he nodded, he casually said, by the way, I went to see Master's wife today. Guess what she wanted to talk to me about? Senior Rachel? Could it be that something's wrong with Senior Kevin's injury? But I haven't heard anything from Shan Chi Wang. No, Master's injury is healing well. When I saw him yesterday, Yin Du said he's expected to be back to normal activities in another 2 weeks. After another 2 or 3 months of recuperation, he can basically return to his hunter life. I remember that celebration the Drunkard Guild president mentioned. The ceremony will probably be held in about 2 weeks. While the reason for pushing it back so the news spreads further and attracts more people, on second thought, Master won't miss it, right? That's good news too. Huh? So, what did Senior Rachel want to talk to you about? Lin put down his bamboo stick and discreetly observed Yi Zi's expression before speaking. Master's wife said she have little free time to teach Cheyenne when she returns to Donnarumma, so she wants me to help guide her. Yi Zi asked, puzzled. You didn't agree? This shouldn't be a big deal, right? Lin waved his hand. That's not the case. The main thing is, I need to discuss this with you guys. Yi Zi, ? Master's wife wants Ziyuan to see if she can join our team. I figured I'd definitely ask you and Brave for your opinions on this sort of thing. So, I didn't agree right away. I see. Yi Zi pondered for a moment before saying, I think it's possible. Ziyuan is quite sensible, and she has Senior Rachel's guidance. Although she's only a 2-star hunter now, she should have a solid foundation. With more combat experience and equipment, she should be able to make a big difference. Actually, I've considered inviting Sister Winshu to join us, but that would make the 4 of us an all-melee team. It would be better to add a heavy crossbowman, Pinghing. You agree? Yi Zi asked curiously. Why wouldn't I agree? Lin pursed his lips, recalling the time he met Xiuan when he returned to the gathering hall after his first Thunder Wolf dragon hunt. Back then, there had clearly been a strange tension between Yi Zi and Xiuan, but how come they seemed to have no grudges now? Of course, he had no idea that more than half of the delicacies Yi Zi had experimented with recently were created with Xiuan's guidance and advice. Well, that's up to Brave. But then again, is this guy truly restless? It's only been so long since the Battle of Lingfeng, and he's already rushing out hunting again? Yi Zi spread her hands. Maybe Lan Long provoked him? In fact, it wasn't just Brave who was provoked by Lan Long. Yi Zi herself was also quite provoked. However, unlike Brave, she didn't hone herself through actual combat. Instead, she calmed down and focused on studying the various monster records available within the guild. In many cases, intelligence is also a component of strength. Fighting a monster for the first time is no more difficult with a completely unfamiliar one than with one whose characteristics are already known. As the two chatted over tea, a faint commotion suddenly erupted in the guild hall, with people rushing in and out. What's going on? Yi Zi was confused, and Lin was also confused, but since he had a mouth under his nose, he knew he could just ask. Lin grabbed hold of a middle-aged hunter, who was hurriedly passing nearby. Uncle, what happened? Uncle? The middle-aged hunter felt a sharp sting in his heart from the word, but looking at the 2 young hunters before him, the handsome man and the beautiful woman, calling him uncle seemed perfectly acceptable. The middle-aged hunter waved his hand, hurt. I heard someone was just pushed back on a cat cart. And it wasn't a forager like me, but a powerful hunter capable of battling flying dragons. I wonder what kind of terrifying monster could have sent such a powerful hunter onto a cat cart. Lin and Yi Zi exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of unease in the other's gaze. Chapter 337. Excuse me, do you know where the hunter brought back by the cat cart is now? Lin turned his gaze back to the middle-aged hunter before him. He's probably been sent for treatment, right? I didn't look closely. Lin and Yi Zi exchanged glances. Let's go! Having a hunter brought back by a cat cart wasn't a big deal, far less so than Lan Long's rebellion, but it certainly caused quite a stir. Lin and Yi Zi easily found out where the hunter brought back by the cat cart had been taken. In the small hut that served as a medical clinic. Kevin yawned boredly. The days of recuperation were so boring, and he had no idea when they would end. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly, and he instinctively turned his head to look outside. What happened? There seems to be a bit of noise outside? He instinctively straightened himself up, but a dull pain in his chest stopped him. Damn it, why haven't I fully recovered yet? Recalling the instructions of the 2 doctors treating him, Kevin sighed helplessly, and gave up trying to get out of bed. Instead, he simply sat up, leaning against the headboard. A moment later, Kevin saw 2 fake cats rushing in, pushing a simple cart. Several villagers followed, helping to carry the hunter lying on the cart to the adjacent bed. Another hunter injured? Kevin was stunned for a moment, but didn't find it too strange. After all, hunting is an extremely dangerous profession, and injuries are commonplace. Even in Jieyun village, where hunters are relatively rare, the occasional hunter being pushed back on a cat cart is normal. Kevin's composure didn't last long, as he subconsciously took a closer look and recognized the armor the hunter was wearing. Isn't that the Ice Fang dragon suit? Among the hunters currently wearing this set in Jieyun village, He happened to know one. Kevin couldn't help but move closer to see the man's face. The villagers helping with the transport quickly left, leaving only Yin and Shan Chi-Huang examining the hunter. Kevin took this opportunity to get a closer look at his face. It was brave, but wasn't this guy already 4.5 stars? With the storm dragon retreating and the thunder wolf dragon returning to the mountains, what monster in the stream region could possibly put him on the cat cart? Kevin's first thought was the thunder wolf dragon, the overlord he had abandoned in pursuit of the Deviljo. But a closer look at the marks on Brave's body dispelled that thought. That's unlikely. The fact that this guy was already being sent to the cat carriage suggests he was in a life or death situation. But if he encountered a dominant thunder wolf dragon, there's no way he wouldn't have obvious injuries like now. He's been poisoned, and not just any poison, but a powerful one. Yin rubbed his chin, making his assessment. He must have taken the antidote in time. While the poison wasn't completely eliminated, it was suppressed. But after taking the antidote, he thought he was safe and continued fighting. With his chi and blood highly active, the antidote's effectiveness quickly wore off, and the poison erupted during the battle. If the cat rescue team hadn't been there, seeing the situation and immediately rescuing him, I'm afraid there would have been a serious problem. Shan Chi-Huang followed suit. Yin glanced at Shan Chi-Huang in surprise, awestruck. Speaking of which, he was quite knowledgeable in treating poisoning. He hadn't expected this doctor, Elu Cat, to be even more accomplished in this area, able to uncover so much with just a simple examination. Don't look at me like that, meow. I was just talking to Elu, the one pushing the cart, meow. Shan Chi-Huang scratched his face sheepishly. Yin was stunned by his own misunderstanding. To ease the awkwardness, he turned back to Brave and carefully examined him, changing the subject. By the way, Mr. Shan Chi-Huang, did Elu, the cart pusher, tell me what monster poisoned him? Poison is a curious thing. Different monsters often produce different toxins. Even the same monster can produce different toxins depending on its habitat, time of day, or prey. While antidotes have a wide range of potential toxins, they're only emergency medicines used by hunters in combat. To truly eradicate the toxins and eliminate potential risks, doctors, like us, still need to prepare specialized formulas. You really said it, meow. This guy accepted a mission to capture the female rat halos, meow. So he was poisoned by the female rat halos? Yan's brows furrowed slightly. But why, according to his recent examination, didn't Brave's symptoms of poisoning match those of the Earth Queen? Listen to me, meow. This guy was fighting the female rat halos when the purple water beast suddenly appeared. That's when he must have been poisoned, meow. Purple water beast? Yan's frown relaxed instantly. That was right. He had said that even if his judgment wasn't accurate, it shouldn't be too far off. If it was a purple water beast, then these symptoms would be very consistent. Kevin, who was listening, couldn't help but interject, wait a minute, a purple water beast. What kind of monster is it? He knew about water beasts. He spent quite a while with Jaeyun, and knew it was a sea dragon-like monster that looked like a yellow banana. But that creature was only a 3-star danger level, and the word poison wasn't even mentioned. Could it be a subspecies? Yin walked to the nearby table and casually answered while writing a prescription, it's a subspecies of the water beast. Compared to the original species, it has evolved significantly more advanced venom glands. Its skin appears purple due to the venom it secretes. In some individuals with particularly developed venom glands, the toxins they produce can even be highly toxic. He enjoyed traveling throughout the continent, and had once visited. Back in Moga village, he had treated villagers poisoned by purple water beasts, and so he had a deep impression of them. I've specifically researched these monsters. Perhaps because they constantly secrete toxins, the waters around them are constantly contaminated by their venom. Unlike their original species, they rarely gather in large groups of aquatic beasts. I asked other hunters, and it seems the guild's information lists purple water beasts as 5-star monsters. Yin paused, as if contemplating something, and suddenly turned to look at Kevin. Are monsters like these, which pollute nearby water sources, decimating flora and fauna upon their appearance and disrupting ecological stability, the guild's priority for hunting them? Kevin glanced at Brave, who lay on the bed next to him. Generally speaking, if this kind of monster has a fixed habitat, the surrounding creatures will often adapt to the toxic water source, forming a relatively stable ecosystem. But if their habitat changes, and they appear in places they wouldn't normally be, a subjugation is inevitable, and it might even be issued as an emergency commission. Purple water beast. At the entrance to the clinic, Lin and Yi exchanged another glance. It wasn't that they intended to eavesdrop, but who would have thought they overhear a conversation just as they reached the door, before even knocking? Now, before they even entered, They confirmed that it was Brave who had returned, and they knew the culprit behind his return. Mr. Yen and Mr. Shan Chi Huang seemed quite confident in this poison. With them around, Brave shouldn't be seriously injured. Lin spoke slowly, observing Yi Zi's expression. Then, can we go kill that guy and avenge Brave? Yi Zi's voice trembled slightly, and Lin had an inexplicable feeling that it wasn't the anger of Brave's injury that was driving this, but rather the excitement of being able to go out and kill monsters. If it's true, as Master said, that when a purple water beast appears, it's usually registered as an emergency mission, then we should be able to accept it. Lin and Yi Zi's eyes met, and they said in unison, "Let's do it." Gathering house. Lin and Yi Zi left and returned, though they had left with a hint of worry, and returned with a murderous look on their faces. Sasuke seemed to be off today, so Konoha was the only one at the counter, so Lin and Yako immediately surrounded her, one on each side. Kano started, glancing around at the two men's expressions. She cautiously said, I haven't made any mistakes these past 2 days, have I? It has nothing to do with you. Lin waved his hand, trying to dispel the murderous look on his face. The guild must have received news of the purple water beast's appearance, right? Hurry and bring in its emergency hunting request. Yako rubbed her hands, eager to make her move. Konoha finally realized that the two men's murderous intent wasn't directed at her, and she breathed a sigh of relief, secretly sighing inwardly. As expected of a hunter who could participate in the battle against the Scourge Ancient Dragon, their aura was terrifying. But after a brief sigh, she reflected on what Yako had just said and scratched her head in confusion. Have there been any purple water beast hunting commissions posted recently? Lin carefully studied Chihuahua's expression and realized she wasn't acting. She genuinely hadn't heard of the purple water beast's appearance. But before the two could say anything more, Elu, dressed in a guild uniform, ran out of an office and waved at Chihuahua. So Chihuahua could only smile apologetically at the two and say, "Excuse me." 3 minutes later, Chihuahua reappeared before Lin and Yezi, holding up a receipt with a strange look on her face. The ink on it was fresh, barely dry. Here. The commission you requested. Hunting mission, urgent purple stream. Mission description, hunt purple water beast. Reward, 12,000Z. Handling fee, 300Z. Mission location, stream. Time limit, 7 days. Client, the Drunken Guild Master. A hunter has reported hiccups. A purple water beast, a subspecies of water beast, has appeared in the stream near the village. It's spreading its venom everywhere, causing chaos in the area. If it keeps up, it's going to kill all the fish and shrimp near the village. For the sake of the village's continued availability of fresh river food, I beg you, hunter, to take care of it. A reminder from the kind-hearted poster girl. The purple water beast is highly poisonous, so hunters, remember to bring plenty of antidotes. If you have any traditional Chinese medicine, it's best to bring it too. Lin and Yi Zi each glanced at the place, seeing nothing wrong, so they simply nodded. Help us register. Chihuahua pouted, quickly completing the paperwork, wondering how these two had received the news faster than she, the poster girl. Chihuahua took the hunter's notes back, and the two of them didn't waste time. After a brief discussion, they decided to go back and prepare their supplies, and meet at the village entrance in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Yi Zi stood at the village entrance, carrying a large bag on her back. Looking at Lin, who was traveling light, seemingly carrying nothing but a shark guard, she lapsed into a brief silence. Lin smiled. I've asked Dakong to take my things. Let's go. This place is too close to the village for Dakong to take off. Yi Zi glanced around and wondered, where's Tayo? Aren't you taking him this time? Lin shook his head slightly. Tayo isn't very resistant to toxins and can't fly, so he's not suitable for this battle. Is that so? Then let's go! After they were 2 or 3 kilometers out of the village, a fiery red figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the two. Yoza jumped off its tail and waved at them. Ding Di Dragon is here. Get on board. Lin's face darkened. Damn it! He just said a few random words, and Yao Zhao had actually learned them. Never mind. He might as well learn them. At most, it might sound a little strange to others, but for them, soaring through the sky on a male fire dragon was strange enough. Dakong's length had officially surpassed 6 meters. Even without the aid of his binding power, he could easily carry Lin aloft, and even with Yezi, it wouldn't be much of a burden. The only problem was that Dakong wasn't big enough, and there was limited room on his back for steadying. To keep steady, Yezi had to cling tightly to Lin's waist. Yozeo had nowhere to sit, and didn't want the VIP treatment of being carried by Dakong's claws, so he continued clinging to Dakong's tail. However, as Dakong reached a certain altitude and began a steady cruise, he suddenly noticed something was amiss. Holding onto the boss's waist to keep steady was understandable, but why was Miss Yezi pressing her face against his back? Something was wrong. 9 out of 10. Was Miss Yezi harboring any inappropriate thoughts about the boss? Yozeo blinked, but remained silent, intending to remind the boss when they had some time alone after returning home not to let anyone take advantage of him so easily. However, Yezo's brainstorming didn't last long. Lin Lin's sudden warning from the front caught the attention of the man and cat behind him. We've found our target. Chapter 338. Since taking off from Dakong, Lin Lin had been searching for traces of his target through Dakong's shared senses. As a fire dragon, Dakong could still clearly see the scene below even with only one eye. Through Dakong's perspective, Lin Lin could clearly discern traces on the ground. For example, at this moment, a waterfall flowing down from a high mountain converged into a small lake in a flat area, roughly several hundred square meters in area. However, the water was now an eerie lavender, and a large number of dead fish and shrimp floated on the surface. Lin Lin was certain that if Dakong and he were not so high in the sky, they would have smelled a strong, fishy, and rotten odor. A bamboo forest grew by the lake, with numerous pointed bamboo shoots visible within. This should have been a prime source for the nearby Jiyan region's specialty bamboo shoots, but now, as if doused with paraquat, vast expanses of it were withered and yellow. The land surrounding the lake was also contaminated by the toxin-laden water. Until these toxins slowly decomposed over time, it was likely that no grass would grow on this land. It was clearly just a subspecies of aquatic beast, but its destructive power to the surrounding ecosystem was comparable to a weakened version of the mist dragon. Wherever it went, it left a swarm of dead. No wonder it was registered as an emergency mission. Lin Lin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why was the Jiyan region's ecology so plagued by disasters? First, the Thunder Wolf dragon was driven down the mountain, causing chaos. Then a Devilja Rex arrived and nearly devoured the surrounding area. After finally being driven away by the Storm Dragon, now a Purple Water Beast had appeared. Since they have found the traces left by the Purple Water Beast, they must not be too far away from it. With Dakong, an aerial reconnaissance unit that is no less powerful than Fukuki Rabbit, Lin Lin believes that it won't take long for them to successfully find the target and put an end to its damage to the nearby ecology as soon as possible. At Lin Lin's signal, Dakong descended slightly and began circling around the lake searching. More than 10 minutes later, we've found our target. Lin Lin's soft cry attracted the attention of the man and cat behind him. They quickly looked down and saw a voluptuous monster resembling a rotten banana, wiggling its limbs and leisurely crawling along the current in a stream below. Venom continuously leaked from its spongy mane, dripping into the stream, staining it a faint purple. As it crawled, the stream behind it spread a faint purple hue. Countless fish, shrimp, and crabs floated to the surface, belly up. The purple, banana-like monster casually crawled among the carcasses, occasionally catching a large enough fish, such as a voracious tuna, and swallowing it whole. As for the other poisoned fish and shrimp, they slowly drifted past the purple water beast, swept downstream by the current, without the beast even giving them a glance. This guy. That's too much. Even Yeezy couldn't help but feel a little angry at the sight. She released the arm from around Lin Lin's waist and gestured forcefully toward the purple water beast below. Brother Lin Lin, let's go down and finish it off now. Lin Lin didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked at the river around the purple water beast, now dyed a pale purple, his face hesitant. We're both melee hunters. If we go down and fight it in the water now, we definitely get poisoned, right? Huh? Yezi paused, glancing downward again. It seems. Indeed. In reality, as a subspecies of water beasts, the purple water beast's actual ecological niche isn't much higher than that of the original species. The reason it receives a 2-star higher danger rating than the original species is entirely due to its incredibly potent toxins. Compared to the original species, its spongy organs, originally used for water storage, have additional venom glands, causing the vast amount of water stored in the spongy tissue to become infused with a highly toxic substance. For the original species, the spongy tissue serves as a water reservoir to maintain moisture, but for the purple water beast, it's not water that keeps it moist, but venom. So, imagine that the original water beast's moves merely create a splash, which can be completely ignored by avoiding the main impact. However, when the purple water beast uses the same attack, the splash isn't just water, but a highly toxic substance that severely weakens its combat effectiveness. For a melee swordsman, Fighting a purple water beast is undoubtedly more challenging than battling a flying dragon like the fire dragon horn. We have to wait until it reaches shore before we fight. Lin Lin had barely finished his words when he heard a soft roar from Dakong below him. Huh? You want to fight too? Roar! Dakong roared again, filled with fighting intent. This time, the purple water beast below finally noticed the movement in the sky and raised its head. It spotted us. Prepare to fight. Lin Lin hadn't finished his words when he saw the purple water beast below tremble. Its previous leisurely demeanor was gone, and its long tail swung vigorously, propelling it swiftly along the stream. It's trying to run. Yi was a little stunned. What was going on? This was the first time she encountered a monster that just ran away without even fighting. It was so unconventional. Lin Lin was silent for a moment, then sighed. This creature is afraid of Dakong. It thought Dakong's roar was a sign of a territorial grab, so it just ran away. Yi, what should we do then? Lin Lin scratched his head. Let's land first. On the ground. In the makeshift camp. Lin Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, spread out the map, and slowly moved his finger across it. Our current location is here. The purple water beast was here before, and after being startled by Dakong, it headed downstream. Based on its speed, its current location should be around here. Finally, his finger tapped a wide riverbank and drew a circle. It's just a shame I didn't use the color ball to mark it. I just have to send Dakong back up to reconfirm its location later. Yezi sat cross-legged next to Lin Lin, his head leaning in to examine the map. His hair occasionally brushed against Lin Lin's nose, making it feel a bit itchy. It's a shame I didn't bring Ah Fu with me this time, otherwise I wouldn't have to bother Dakong again. Yinza squinted at the distance between them, then forced his way in, staring intently at the map. That's not the problem, Meow. The thing to worry about now isn't how to deal with that rotten banana, Meow. We have to find a way to get it ashore, Meow. Otherwise, a melee hunter won't be able to defeat it, Meow. Yi, pushed aside, couldn't help but wrinkle her nose and glanced at Yizeo, who looked serious. Was this little kitty doing this on purpose or accidentally? Never mind, now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. It's actually quite simple to lure it out of the water. Yi raised her right arm, and the bright red rhinoceros beetle, lying quietly there, fluttered its wings, emitting a low hum. Although we can't go in the water ourselves, we can definitely let Xiao Jia attack, attracting the purple water beast's hatred and luring it ashore. Won't Xiao Jia be poisoned? Lin Lin glanced down at the rhinoceros beetle's shiny shell, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. The hunting insect absorbs essence and returns to feed the hunter. This process is called lighting. But if the target monster is poisonous, won't the hunting insect be poisoned when it absorbs the essence? Or will the essence it absorbs be poisonous? The rhinoceros beetle flapped its wings briefly again, and Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Lin Lin, don't underestimate the vitality of the hunting insect. Xiaojia has even sucked the blood of an ancient dragon. Hiss. That's true. The only problem is that the purple water beast seems a little afraid of Dakong. When luring it ashore, it's best not to let Dakong appear in its sight, otherwise it will be scared away. Dakong, lying quietly on the ground, cast his gaze at the two of them. The tail suddenly drooped limply. Lin Lin hurriedly touched Dakong's head. Just don't go before the battle begins. Once we lure the purple water beast out of the water, Dakong, you will block its retreat. The limp tail suddenly regained its strength and began to twitch excitedly. Alright, the plan's set. Let's go! We have to walk the next short distance. Actually, Lin Lin was wrong about one thing. To confirm the purple water beast's location again, there was no need to send Dakong flying up to investigate. The stream is flowing, constantly diluting the venom secreted by the purple water beast. The longer it flows, the lighter the purple hue in the water. Therefore, to track the purple water beast, simply head in the direction of the deeper purple. About 10 minutes later, Lin Lin spotted the purple water beast poking its head out from the edge of a shallow beach. It kept glancing up at the sky, checking that it didn't see the male fire dragon chasing it, before finally settling back down. Lin Lin winked at Yi, who gave him a thumbs up, unsheathed the long staff from his back, and swung it gently. Air passed through the special hollow structure within the insect stick, emitting a low-pitched whistling sound. This was the structure used by the insect stick to issue commands to the hunting insects. Of course, there were differences among the hunting insects. For the more intelligent ones, this thing was simply a secondary command device used when the insect stick was inconvenient to speak. The purple water beast, thinking back to how it had just been frightened and forced to flee by the male fire dragon in the sky, felt a surge of annoyance. It raised its claws and slammed down on a large rock in front of it. Bang! Watching the oval rock tumble to the side, still without a single crack on its surface, the purple water beast became even more enraged. With a flick of its tail, it sent the rock flying. But it could only sulk here. It absolutely wouldn't dare go back and seek revenge on the male fire dragon. Just recently, while strolling around, it encountered a female fire dragon. It seemed to be battling something and looked quite distressed. The purple water beast, thinking it could bully her, excitedly charged at her and doused her in poisonous water. The female fire dragon, however, seemed completely unfazed. With 2 somersaults and a tail swing, she slapped the dragon twice, followed by another fireball that burned it into a panicked retreat. If the Earth Queen was already so formidable, wouldn't the Sky King, who looked similar in appearance but had the added advantage of flight, be even more outrageous? The purple water beast breathed heavily and was about to swim downstream again, further away from the male fire dragon that had appeared earlier, when it suddenly felt a headache. Roar! Who dares to launch a sneak attack? The purple water beast whipped its head around, and now it saw a red beetle flitting around it. The buzzing of its wings, like a subwoofer, irritated the dragon, and it wished it could slap it to death right there and then. The purple water beast thought so, and so it did. It suddenly raised one of its front paws and slapped it down, but aside from a large splash of lavender water, it had no effect. The red beetle even swooped down again, its horn piercing the purple water beast's skin like an arrow, causing a stinging pain. The purple water beast was furious. It had been bullied by a female fire dragon, then by a male fire dragon, and now even a roadside beetle dared to bully it. Did they really think the purple water beast had no temper? It pondered for a moment, then with a vomit sound, spat out a purple ball of water, hurling it at the red beetle. Unfortunately, the venomous breath wasn't even as fast as the purple water beast's slapping blows. The rhinoceros beetle had no trouble dodging it, even taking advantage of the gap to charge at it again. Roar! On the distant riverbank, Yi Zi saw that Xiao Jia had almost won over the purple water beast's hatred, so he swung his insect stick again, using a special frequency of sound waves to call it back. The purple water beast, having been attacked 3 times in a row by the tiny insects, was burning with rage. Suddenly, seeing the beetle start to flee, it immediately stepped out of the river and gave chase. You've offended the purple water beast, and you still want to escape? That's not going to happen. The purple water beast swiftly twisted its plump limbs, then suddenly leaped, opening its maw and biting the red beetle. Compared to the purple water beast's bulky form, the red rhinoceros beetle was far more agile. It sensed the beast's approach long before it pounced, gently adjusting its wing beats and swooshing sideways a meter or 2, allowing the beast to plop down onto the rocky riverbank with a thud. The impact caused a spray of purple venom to erupt from its spongy purple mane. That's disgusting. Yi Zi couldn't help but express his disgust. We're almost far enough from the stream to get on. Lin Lin assessed the direction and nodded slightly to Yi Zi. The 2 of them leaped out from behind the giant tree where they had been hiding. Chapter 339. Hey! The massive axe, emitting a chilling aura, whistled as it slashed down towards the purple water beast's head. Contrary to its sturdy frame, the purple water beast was not slow in its movements. The moment it realized it was under attack, it forcibly turned its head, preventing the powerful blow from striking it. Only the chill emanating from the axe blade caused it a slight discomfort. The purple water beast primarily inhabits warm, humid environments with abundant water, and therefore has a strong aversion to cold, second only to its aversion to fire. The strike missed, but Lin Lin didn't care. His goal was simply to distract the purple water beast. Seeing its gaze locked on him, he disassembled the massive axe into a sword and shield, allowing him to evade or defend himself. Meanwhile, while the purple water beast was focused on Lin Lin, Yi Zi lightly tapped the ground with his insect stick and instantly soared into the air, meeting the bright red rhinoceros beetle flying back towards him. Feeling the sudden surge of power within him, Yi Zi glanced at the long, purple form below him, resisting the urge to thrust forward. Although a thrust from this position might pierce through its spongy mane, inflicting severe damage, the sight of its swollen, pinkish-purple mane gave him a nagging feeling. So, Yi Zi gently activated the insect stick's built-in jet mechanism, and, relying on the recoil of the air explosion, he swiftly charged forward several meters. Feeling the beginnings of his downward spiral, Yi Zi no longer waited, hurling the insect downward. Dragon slaying, under Yi Zi's precise control, the insect stick thrust down, leaving a deep, bloody mark on the purple water beast's plump, tender tail. Ah! The purple water beast had just raised its front paw, intending to smack the tiny creature that had dared to attack it, but the pain from its tail pierced its body, sending a shudder through its body. Lin had intended to raise his shield to block, but when he saw the purple water beast didn't strike directly, he quickly changed his mind, leaping to the side and following up with a spinning slash. This time, with a closer distance, the purple water beast had no way to evade Lin's attack. The blade struck firmly against its pink-purple spongy mane. Swish! The spongy material was extremely soft, and the blade easily broke through the surface of the skin, tearing a deep wound. But Lin cried out inwardly, as his attack sent the water-filled spongy material spurting out a stream of pale purple droplets. A large number of these fell into the air, while a few splashed onto Lin's left hand, holding the sword, and flowed through the gaps in his armor. Feeling the slight burning pain in his arm, Lin cursed inwardly, but as the purple water beast recovered from the pain and charged forward, he didn't have time to react. He simply raised his hand and unleashed a fully charged counterattack. Bang! The purple water beast wasn't particularly powerful, barely any different from its original species. Its forward bite lacked the potential energy, and its attack landed on the shield, barely moving Lin's body. The only problem was that as the purple water beast's body collided with the shield, poisonous liquid spurted out from its neck again. Most of this venom was blocked by the shield held in front of Lin, but the shield of the shield axe wasn't a full-body shield like a spear or musket. A few drops of poison still managed to escape and splash onto Lin's armor, seeping through the gaps in the armor. The burning pain suddenly intensified, and a faint dizziness crept into his mind. Such a potent poison! Just a few drops of venom could poison someone. Lin endured the burning sensation, spun around, and unleashed his red shield. He then quickly sheathed his sword, trying to distance himself from the purple water beast and find a chance to take the antidote. Brother Lin? Yi Zi noticed something was wrong with Lin's movements and decisively launched a series of attacks at the purple water beast, distracting it and preventing it from affecting him. I'm fine. Be careful of its spongy flesh. Try to attack the head or tail. Lin hurriedly downed a bottle of antidote and quickly reminded Yi Zi. Thankfully, the venom that reached Lin was only a tiny fraction, and his symptoms were relatively mild. After taking the antidote, the slight dizziness had disappeared, leaving only a slight burning pain in his venom-corroded skin, which didn't affect his continued fighting. Lin quickly returned to the battlefield and proceeded to charge his attacks directly to the side of the purple water beast's head. His successive attacks, each avoiding the beast's explosively venomous sponge, aimed precisely at its head. While rapidly gathering energy, Lin also used this opportunity to refocus the purple water beast's attention, allowing Yi Zi to attack more comfortably. After deliberately avoiding the sponge, the most tender part of the purple water beast's flesh, Lin's fight actually went much more smoothly. Aside from its troublesome venom, the purple water beast's combat capabilities were practically identical to those of its original species, and Lin easily managed them. From the moment they met, the two hunters had been relentlessly assaulted, their numerous attacks thwarted. The purple water beast's frustration and anger grew steadily. Finally, after another tumbling attempt, only to be dodged with a single step, the purple water beast let out a furious roar. It no longer focused on its immediate target, but simply twisted its limbs and began to crawl at high speed, slashing across the riverbank. Lin considered using a super dragon stop, but after glancing at the purple water beast, which was frantically crawling and spewing purple water balls from its mouth, he decisively sheathed his weapon, just like Yi Zi, and pulled the insect away. A few seconds later, is its endurance so good? Yi Zi observed the purple water beast, which was still furiously driving around, carefully dodging the splattering venom, and grumbled. After all, the key ingredient in the powerful walking drug, the running extract, is extracted from these creatures. It's no wonder they have such good endurance. Lin performed a tactical roll to avoid the venom balls spewing towards him, feeling equally helpless. If the purple water beast continued to drive like this, he and Yi Zi had no real solution except to wait for it to tire and then stop. Wait, there's something else going on. Lin quickly pulled out a sky blue gem and clutched it tightly in his palm, muttering to himself. Dakong, it's time to take the stage. Roar on! With a passionate roar, a fiery red figure swiftly emerged from the forest, whistling and lunging at the still frantic purple water beast. Heavenly kick! With this mid-air kick, Dakong directly exploded a ball of venom shot towards him, and then, without stopping, kicked the purple water beast in the head. Sizzle! The fire dragon's sharp claws easily tore through the purple water beast's soft skin, leaving several hideous bloody marks on its face. Because it failed to dodge in time, the sharp claws pierced the purple water beast's left eye, causing it to bleed profusely. Seeing Dakong seemingly about to grab the purple water beast with his claws and soar into the air, Lin Lin was immediately alarmed. No, I taught you the heavenly cripple kick to teach you hunting skills, not to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a monster twice your size. Is it some kind of instinct ingrained in a fire dragon's DNA that requires them to engage in hand-to-hand combat with other monsters? Sensing Lin Lin's intention, Dakong paused for a moment, then immediately released his claws and flapped his wings to regain altitude. Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was a purple water beast, and not a golden lion Tyrannosaurus Rex. Otherwise, if he were to engage in close combat like this and be caught, there would be no chance of flying. The purple water beast, blinded in one eye, grew even more furious. With its single remaining eye, it stared intently at Dakong, who had returned to the sky, and roared at the top of its lungs. During the brief struggle when Dakong tried to grab it and fly, the purple water beast had already realized that, perhaps due to its immaturity, the king of the sky was no match for the queen of earth it had previously encountered. If it ever found the opportunity, it would bite this creature and pin it to the ground, filling it with venom. Come on, come down and fight again. We were just caught off guard and didn't react. Dakong, maintain your altitude and attack with fireballs. Don't engage in close combat unless the purple water beast flees towards the stream. Dakong roared back at the purple water beast, but with Lin Lin's guidance, it didn't dive again. Instead, flames ignited in its mouth. After a brief buildup of momentum, a fireball of combustible dust erupted, emitting a scorching heat, and shot towards the purple water beast below. Roar! The air twisted under the intense heat. The fireball struck the purple water beast, instantly evaporating the moisture from its surface and burning its fragile skin, now deprived of its protective moisture. Although the fireball was small, the flames ignited were quickly extinguished by its stored water, but the pain it caused was significant. Furthermore, the effort to extinguish the fireball consumed a significant amount of the water stored in the purple water beast's spongy organs. The fireball's blast seemed to clear the purple water beast's furious mind slightly. Sensing it might still be no match for the rat halos, it roared at Dakong again, turned, and fled in the opposite direction. Did I let you escape? Dakong intercepted the purple water beast back toward the stream. Naturally, the purple water beast was fleeing in the direction of Lin Lin and Yi Zi. Lin Lin's shield axe had already been refilled with energy bottles, his red shield activated, waiting for an opportunity. And now, the purple water beast, panicking and reckless, was charging towards him. To maximize the power of this attack, Lin Lin unleashed a kinsect, pulling himself upward. His shield axe, already transformed into axe mode, slammed against the ground, providing some additional upward momentum, sending him even higher. Explosion! With a roar, the axe slammed down with immense force, striking the panicked purple water beast squarely on the skull. The terrifying force, coupled with the sharp axe blade, shattered the bridge of the beast's nose, cleanly severing a section of its upper jaw, and then, without losing momentum, buried itself in the beast's lower jaw. The purple water beast trembled with excruciating pain, but Lin Lin's attack didn't end as it had anticipated. As the lightning patterns on Lin Lin's body flashed, large ice crystals suddenly emerged from the air, enveloping its entire upper body. Just as the searing heat from the fireball had been extinguished, the cold of ice and snow returned. Intended to dissipate the intense heat from the fireball, the purple water beast's body instinctively increased blood flow, widening the pores within its spongy organs that held water. However, this allowed the extreme cold of the ice explosion to penetrate deeper into its body more easily, causing the vast amount of water in its body to rapidly condense into tiny ice crystals, which then pierced its cells, causing even greater damage. The next moment, the ice crystal shattered, and the purple water beast let out a feeble wail. Its limbs, still following the instructions from its brain, attempted to move forward, but its weakness only allowed it to straighten itself briefly before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground made his heart skip a beat. Lin Lin disassembled his shield axe and transformed it back into a sword and shield, looking at Yi Zi uncertainly. This guy just died like that? It was a 5-star monster after all. Aside from the initial venom trouble, the rest seemed a bit too weak. With that kind of strength, a single super break could crack its skull. Oh, I almost forgot. Ever since wrestling with Xiong Air to build up my strength has greatly improved. Even defending against the Earth Sand Dragon's dragon chariot wouldn't be much of a challenge. Give it a try and you know. Yi Zi leaped up again, then stabbed the prone purple water beast in the head with a dragon-slaying beast. Puff! Yi Zi wiped the blood from his face. Confirmed. It's indeed dead. Lin Lin stared at Yi Zi, speechless. Hey! Brother Lin Lin, what's wrong? Yi Zi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that his previous actions were too violent, making Brother Lin Lin uncomfortable? Nothing, I just think you were a little reckless. What if the purple water beast's blood is also poisonous? Aren't you afraid of getting poisoned too? Huh? So that's how it is. His heart suddenly relaxed. Yi Zi scratched his head and chuckled. If it's poisonous, just drink the antidote. Besides, I feel fine now, which means the purple water beast's blood isn't poisonous. Ah, horse! Lin Lin shook his head helplessly. He turned to look at Dakong, who had landed beside him, excitedly offering his head to him for credit. He reached out and rubbed its head. Well, you did a great job. Thanks to you, otherwise Yi Zi and I would have had to waste a lot of effort. Chapter 340. The purple water beast hunt was over incredibly quickly, so quickly that Lin Lin even felt a bit rushed. From accepting the quest and leaving the village to the purple water beast's demise, it took less than 50 minutes. How does that even begin to make sense? In a game, if you spent 50 minutes fighting a dragon, you'd be out of time. But in real life, normally, just walking from the village to the hunting grounds wouldn't take 50 minutes, not to mention the considerable time spent searching for the monster's traces. With bad luck, finding the target could take a day or two. And now, looking at the purple water beast's corpse lying quietly on the ground, Lin Lin couldn't help but lose consciousness for a moment. With Dakong's help, the time spent traveling and searching for the target was greatly reduced, and even the battle became much easier. If Dakong hadn't blasted a fireball to evaporate most of the moisture from the purple water beast's body, Lin Lin's final blow with the axe would have likely transformed the beast into a self-destructing infantry, spreading its venom everywhere. He might have been forced to ride back to the village on the cat cart. Oh, I almost forgot. He didn't hire the cat rescue team before setting out. If it fell, there wouldn't be any cats pushing a cart to rescue it. Oh, by the way, when Dakong first appeared and attacked the purple water beast, he seemed to have directly kicked a venom ball to pieces. Lin Lin came to his senses and carefully examined Dakong's body again, finding it still full of life, showing no signs of poisoning. Hiss. As expected of a fire dragon, its resistance to poison is high. Well, of course, this might also have something to do with Dakong having no external injuries, and the venom not coming into direct contact with flesh. Boss, the trap's set. A sudden shout came from not far behind him. Lin Lin turned around to see Yezhao, frozen in place. Yezha shook off the dirt on his body, glanced suspiciously at Lin Lin and Yezi, and couldn't help but ask, huh? Where's the purple water beast? Didn't we say we were going to lure it into a trap? Lin Lin scratched his nose guiltily, and tilted his body slightly, so that Yezha could see the corpse lying quietly on the riverbank. In reality, he had intended to follow the prearranged battle plan, gradually coordinating with Yezi to lure the purple water beast into position, then finally trap it, and deliver a sudden and decisive kill. However, plans couldn't keep pace with the times. With Dakong's cooperation, such a golden opportunity for a super kill was presented before him. No qualified shield axeman could resist. As for the result, this purple water beast was completely squishy. A single super break destroyed it instantly. It lacked the physical strength expected of a 5-star monster. We've already defeated it, meow. Yezha subconsciously glanced down at the digging claws on his wrist. Did this mean the trap he just painstakingly dug was useless? Yezha shook his head vigorously, shoving away the inexplicable emotions that surged up in his mind. No, the hunt went so smoothly, that's a good thing, meow. He glanced around at Lin Lin and Yezi standing there, feeling a little puzzled. He subconsciously took a few steps forward. Since the hunt is complete, why don't you take the materials and return to the village, meow? Yezi tried to stop Yezhao from getting any closer, but by the time she reached out, it was too late. After taking a few steps, Date felt something strange beneath his feet and instinctively looked down. The riverbank had originally been covered in pebbles, but now, instead of the usual rocky texture, they were covered in a thick, viscous purple liquid. Date's steps landed squarely on the still dry purple liquid. I see. Before Date could utter the last word, he felt a wave of dizziness, his hands and feet went limp, and he suddenly lost all strength. He was about to trip and fall headfirst into the pool of viscous purple liquid before him. Swoosh! Yezi's bug stick touched the ground again, and with a leap, he flung out his kinsect. Midair, he grabbed Date by the scruff of the neck and carried him to a safe spot off to the side, untouched by the venom. He fished out a bottle of antidote and gave it to Yezhao. The dizziness and weakness subsided considerably. Shaking off the burning lingering venom from his feet, Yezhao finally saw the true state of the riverbank where the battle had taken place. The venom residue, just as it had just stepped on, covered the entire riverbank, a hue of varying shades of purple. In some areas, the venom had almost dried up, while others had pooled, forming pools of venom. Yeza's Thunder Wolf Totoro armor focused primarily on protecting his upper body and head, with no protective gear on his feet. This meant that he could only safely tread on areas of the riverbank completely free of the purple stain. Now you understand why we haven't started the exfoliation yet? Lin spread his hands towards Yeza. This purple water beast was saturated with poison. It hadn't been poisoned during the battle, but it had been smeared with venom during the exfoliation, and had been left lying flat on its back. If it weren't for the materials from the purple water beast as proof of mission completion, Lin wouldn't have bothered to extract any from it. Lin glanced at the thick pool of venom in front of him and sighed. He could only wait until the venom had almost dried up before extracting it. It was only because Dakong had a strong resistance to poison that he could run around so briskly in this venom-soaked environment. 2 hours later. Upper stream. After glancing at the fish swimming in the water, and confirming that the water quality was acceptable, and the venom wasn't too severe, Lin stepped in, using the current to wash the venom off his feet. Yi Zi and Yi Zhao, posing in the same position as Lin, stood in the stream. Yi Zhao couldn't help but sigh. This is probably the only monster that's still this formidable even after death, right? Yi Zi swung his feet and echoed, based on my hunting experience, yes. While monsters like the fire dragon and the poisonous dragon bird have the ability to secrete venom, they only use it in combat or hunting. A monster like the purple water beast that constantly produces venom is probably the only one. Lin opened his mouth. He wasn't entirely convinced by Yi Zhao's point. For example, let's take the story of the molten mountain dragon, Gu Longdu, fleeing to the New World. If that creature had died in the underground corridors, the entire New World would have been blown to pieces. That would have been far more troublesome than the purple water beast's recent death. However, considering that this hadn't likely happened in this world yet, Lin simply pursed his lips and said nothing more. Okay, we're almost done cleaning up. It's time to go back. If we're any later, I'm afraid we won't be able to make it to dinner. Gathering house. Kahana tilted her head in confusion as she looked at Lin and Yi Zi, who had returned. Huh? You two want to cancel the mission? How strange. They rushed over and grabbed the mission, but why would they want to cancel it so soon after? Lin slammed his hunter's notebook on the mission counter and placed a small bag on top without saying anything. Kahana tilted her head again. Could he be subcontracting the mission? Was the small bag filled with extra compensation from his personal sponsorship? But when Kahana picked up the small bag and shook it, she didn't hear the crisp sound of gold coins colliding. It didn't seem like there was any money inside. Lin observed Kahana's reaction with interest, waiting for her to react. Yi Zi rolled her eyes and muttered something under her breath, but didn't remind Kahana. She just watched quietly from the side. Brother Lin has such a bad taste. Sihua glanced at Lin again with a strange expression, feeling that there was something odd about his silent, smiling expression. Is he setting a trap for me? Have I made another mistake? No, they took over this emergency mission right after it was announced. I didn't even have time to post it on the notice board. How could I have forgotten to pick it? Sihua hesitated for a long time. Lin was getting impatient, and he almost couldn't help but speak. Then, with a look of suspicion on his face, he opened the small bag and exclaimed, "What is this?" Sihua unrolled a piece of rolled-up purple leather, unrolled it, and touched it. It felt soft, like a sponge. This spongy purple leather is a material produced by the purple water beast. Lin proudly placed his hands on his hips, chest puffed out, and smiled, anticipating the admiration and praise that would follow. He already thought of the compliments for Chihua, the fastest mission completion record in history, Jian Village's prodigy. Chihua suddenly stared intently into Lin's eyes, lowering her voice. Hey! You should know that buying and selling materials is illegal, right? Especially using purchased materials, like this as proof of mission completion, will be severely punished by the guild. If you really don't want to face that purple water beast, I cancel the mission for you. Just don't go down the wrong path. Lin, Yezi, suppressing laughter. While Lin remained speechless, Yi Zi, unable to suppress a laugh, gently poked the purple leather in Chika's hand. If you don't want to be criticized by Miss Suzuki again, why don't you take another good look at it? Chika, ? She turned the purple leather over and over again, then gave Yi Zi a clear, foolish look, like a college student. What's wrong with this purple leather? Lin's temper had completely lost its temper. He dropped his hips, and banged his head against the counter with a dull thud. Yeezy's mouth curled up even more wildly. We're back from hunting. This purple leather was freshly peeled from a purple water beast. It's still fresh. It's just been soaking in poisonous water all day, so it's not easy to clean. There's probably still a little bit of venom left in it. Be careful. Konoha, You mean, you're back from hunting? How is that even possible? How long has it been? Lin, slumped limply against the counter, stared blankly with his eyes fixed on him. Although he finally got the reaction he wanted, why wasn't it satisfying at all? This pretense was pointless. Yeezy glanced at Lin's expression, fighting back the urge to burst out laughing. He said to Konoha seriously, if you give it a good squeeze, you might be able to squeeze out some of the remaining venom? Konoha was about to do as she was told, but only after Yeezy's reminder did she put on her gloves. With a firm squeeze, like twisting a towel, a few drops of lavender liquid actually emerged from the purple skin, landing on the counter, leaving a few incongruous marks. Konoha stared blankly at the drops of lavender venom on the counter. She had already convinced herself that this was indeed freshly peeled material, but she still couldn't comprehend the situation. That shouldn't be possible. This is impossible. It takes almost 2 hours to go from the village to the hunting grounds, round trip. How could you have found your target and successfully hunted in just one? Lin sighed, propping his head up with his arm. I told you last time that we have special hunting partners. Have you forgotten? 2 hours round trip is if we're walking, but if we were flying, it would only take a few minutes. He sighed again. Alas, can't people have a little more trust in each other? You've already shown us the proof of mission completion, but you just don't believe we've already finished the job. Why bother explaining it so clearly? There's no sense of satisfaction at all. Hearing this, Chihua suddenly remembered the profound impact her worldview had suffered when she last recorded the entire battle against the storm dragon. After reporting the contents, Chihua had subconsciously blocked out this outrageous information from her mind. Now, awakened by Lin's words, she remembered that the hunter before her was a man capable of commanding the Sky King to face natural disasters head-on. Even though they were both 5-star monsters, there were still differences between 5-star monsters. If the Sky King were to fight a purple water beast with no other strength besides its venom, the male rat halos would undoubtedly win. After all, danger level is a measure of the hunter's combat effectiveness, and doesn't fully reflect the monster's own ecological niche. But this only raised another question. If that fire dragon, Dakong, had killed the purple water beast, would that still count as a completed commission for the hunter? Chihua's words were shocking. Lin had initially lost interest due to Chihua's reaction, but after hearing this, he subconsciously pondered it for a moment, then suddenly froze. It seems so. Can victories achieved with Daisora's participation in battles truly be considered a testament to my hunter's true strength? Is it appropriate to achieve a 5-star promotion based on such achievements? If I were left alone to face Map King level monsters, without Daisora's help, would I truly have the strength to defeat them? If I truly want to understand my own strength, shouldn't I be like other hunters, accepting commissions and facing monsters alone? Like Crimson Horn, the proof of heroism? Would it be better to defeat a unicorn dragon alone? Chapter 341. Lin was just wondering when he'd find time to go on a solo hunt when Yeezy spoke up. Huh? So, if you encounter a turf war between monsters in the wild, and the target gets injured as a result, the guild won't approve the hunt? Can you interpret Fire Dragon Dakong as an intruding monster from this perspective? Chihua was stunned for a moment, then waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's just that this situation is so rare that I'm a little surprised. I handle the settlement procedures right away. When Lin and Yeezy left the meeting hall, the covers of their hunter's notebooks had been replaced with 5 stars. In truth, Lin felt that his promotion was a bit hasty, but since Chihua had already given him the stars, he couldn't say anything. Yeezy, on the other hand, looked quite pleased. After being 3 stars behind when they first met at the abandoned shrine, he was now officially on the same level as Lin. After leaving the gathering place, the two headed back to the infirmary. However, to their surprise, upon returning, they found Kevin lying idly in bed. Master, where's Brave? I heard he was sent here? Kevin glanced at the bed next to him and curled his lips. He was poisoned. A cure and a bottle of recovery potion will clear him up. I estimate he lay there for about half an hour, and once he recovered, he went back to the hunting grounds. Huh? Kevin wanted to shrug, but fearing it would affect his injury, he simply curled his lips. What's so strange about that? The cat rescue team only took a third of his mission fee. He stayed within the time limit, and the mission wasn't a failure, so he naturally continued on. Just recovered and he's already going back into battle. This guy's really got some ruthlessness. But then again, a proper catguard rescue is only 1/3 of the reward. Lin Lin sighed inwardly. Since arriving in this world, he'd been rescued numerous times from various dangers, but he'd never even ridden a catguard. Well, of course, if possible, it'd be best if he didn't. As it turned out, Brave was more than qualified for a 4.5-star hunter. He was pulled back by the catguard simply because of the intrusion of the purple water beast. After Lin Lin and Yi Zi defeated the purple water beast, Brave successfully completed the commission to capture the female fire dragon. The next day, at dawn, he excitedly ran to the farm and found Lin Lin, who was taking care of the children. Well, Dakong and Song Xiang, these two could really be considered children. Brave rubbed the head of Song Xiang, the dog that lunged at him. The fur felt wonderful to the touch. Lin Lin had been raising the dog for so long, and the dog remained very close to him, which made him feel a little relieved. This guy is no longer the tiny pup he once was. While its growth rate isn't as rapid as Dakong's, it's now over a meter long. While it can't really participate in hunting yet, it's basically time to start training as a tooth hound. Should I ask Easy for help? But her dog doesn't seem to be very useful in combat. Is it really reliable? Forget it. I just figure out the training myself. If I encounter any problems, I ask Easy for help. Brave played with Song Xiang for a while, then, seeing it begin to doze off, simply cuddled it and sat down. He then took out 2 glass bottles and handed them to Lin Lin. Lin Lin, ? What is this? Lin Lin took them and examined them. They looked clear and transparent, not much different from water, but after unscrewing them and taking a quick sniff, Lin Lin knew it was anything but. Brave raised his eyebrows smugly. Guess? Lin Lin sniffed the liquid in the bottles again. A familiar, fishy smell reached his nostrils, though it wasn't overpowering, more subtle. It felt familiar because large, carnivorous monsters often have a similar bad breath when they roar. So, is this the saliva of some large monster? Why are you giving it to me? Could it be used as a raw material like Deinonychus saliva? Lin Lin paused, glancing at Brave, who was deliberately keeping things in suspense. He then glanced at the sky not far away, and suddenly an idea struck him. Is this female fire dragon saliva? Brave snapped his fingers, flashing a smile he thought was quite sassy. Correct. It was collected no more than 8 hours ago, absolutely fresh. Lin Lin recalled how this guy had just returned from his cat car yesterday, and then rushed off to continue his mission. He couldn't help but purse his lips, then gently patted his chest. Thanks, brother. That day, Dakong tilted his head suspiciously, as he looked at the bowl of meat puree that Lin Lin had mashed. Didn't he remember that this kind of liquid food was only eaten by newborns, before their teeth had fully grown? Was he eating this today to reminisce about the glorious past? Just eat it. How could I possibly harm you? Dakong glanced at the bowl of mincemeat again, his eyes a bit disdainful, but after Lin Lin's words, he dove in and began to eat furiously. For Dakong right now, the amount of meat in the bowl wasn't even enough to fill his stomach. He devoured it in just a few minutes, even licking the bottom of the bowl until it was slick and greasy. Seeing Dakong turn his head back to look at him, Lin Lin smiled and said, "No rush. Try this first." As he spoke, Lin Lin took out a large purple mushroom he had prepared and handed it to Dakong. Looking at the purple mushroom, Dakong immediately recalled some unpleasant memories and took 2 steps back in resistance. It remembered clearly the last time Lin Lin had fed it this thing. It had swallowed it without a second thought. The result was a dizzy, uncomfortable feeling, barely able to walk. If Lin Lin hadn't promptly given it the antidote he prepared, it would have suspected that Lin Lin had felt the financial strain of raising such a dragon and wanted to put it to sleep. Lin Lin had no other options, so he resorted to rhetoric. Do you remember that purple water beast from yesterday? That creature's venom was quite troublesome. You should have had that ability too. It was my fault that you got poisoned last time, but I'm sure it won't happen again this time. And I've got a double guarantee. Lin Lin pulled out another bottle of antidote from yesterday and waved it at the sky. Look, with this, even if you do get poisoned, I can save you. Don't be afraid. Dakong glanced at the bottle of antidote in Lin Lin's hand. After a moment, he took a deep breath and resignedly opened his mouth, allowing Lin Lin to drop the large purple mushroom in. Gulp. Lin Lin stood before Dakong, antidote in hand, watching him nervously. If Dakong showed any signs of discomfort, he would immediately pour the antidote down his throat. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. The man and the dragon remained deadlocked for half an hour, until a growl from Dakong's stomach finally broke the silence. Lin Lin, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. See, what did I say? This time, it's definitely going to be alright. Dokong carefully sensed the changes in his body. It seemed the discomfort he felt before wasn't there anymore. Only the nagging hunger returned as his stomach rapidly digested the meat paste he'd eaten. Come on, let's take you hunting. Last time, our lesson was interrupted by a devil-may-cry. I don't believe another one will show up this time. Dokong heard this and pushed his claws against the ground, ready to take flight. But as he did so, he felt a strange sensation in his claws, so strange that he almost forgot to flap his wings to maintain his balance. Ouch! Dokong called softly to Lin Lin, raising one claw and making a grasping gesture. Something strange in my claw? Lin Lin was startled and quickly squatted down, moving closer to examine it carefully. Then he noticed that as Dokong's claws gripped tightly, a few drops of purple liquid leaked from the tip of the sharp claw. The liquid swayed on the claw tip, and as the amount of secretion increased, it could no longer hold onto the claw and dripped onto the ground. Lin Lin released Dokong's claws and breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. It's okay, it's normal. Male fire dragons have venom glands on their claws that secrete hemorrhagic toxins to aid them in hunting and fighting. You simply didn't produce venom before because you didn't consume enough raw materials to synthesize the toxin. Dokong roared, seemingly understanding. So, basically, it's become more powerful, right? Yeah, that's right. Aho. Dokong roared excitedly, stomping his feet. It couldn't wait to start killing everyone. The number of visitors to Jieyun was increasing day by day. Even before the festival officially began, the festive atmosphere was already permeating every corner of the village. Various lanterns, drums, and festive costumes were being prepared in full swing. Hold on tight. Those are fireworks. Be careful not to blow yourself up. Got it, meow. A short old man with a white beard, a yellow helmet, and sunglasses was carrying a cylindrical object on his back, trudging along with all his might, occasionally looking back to urge his companions along. The old man's height, nearly the same as Elu's, revealed him to be another old dragon man. His companion and Elu, wearing the same yellow helmet and sunglasses, made it clear they were a team. The old dragon man called himself Treasure Hunter, and the Elu beside him had adopted the name Treasure Hunter. Having heard that Jieyun village was hosting a grand celebration, the two, both admiring the excitement, had traveled thousands of miles from the snowy mountains of Flacia. Treasure Hunter Cat surveyed the bustling crowd, trying to hold the fireworks steady to avoid being touched by the people around him. While fireworks weren't as powerful as the explosive barrels hunters used, their impact would be no less devastating. Even if they didn't injure anyone, they could still set the entire village on fire. Caution was essential. With so many people coming and going, the village naturally became bustling, even a bit noisy. As Treasure Hunter Cat walked, he could hear the conversations of the tourists. This village is truly wonderful. After being so used to the dusty desert, the climate here, surrounded by mountains and water, is incredibly comfortable. A young man in a long robe and a bamboo hat exclaimed. Treasure Hunter Cat took a quick glance and concluded, judging by his attire and conversation, this person must be from Rocklac, in the vast desert across the mountains. Oh! Let's go! Let's go to the hot springs. Ouch! Why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Two children, dressed rather revealingly in shorts and shirts, chased each other down the stairs at the village entrance. Treasure Hunter quickly dodged to the side, clutching his fireworks, to avoid a head-on collision. Treasure Hunter breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by the children's dark complexion and attire, they were likely fishermen from the coast, likely from the nearby Moga village. A hunter in a Jieyun suit walked slowly by side, with another hunter in blue speed dragon armor. Apparently, the Jieyun hunters were entertaining fellow hunters from elsewhere. The hunter in blue speed dragon armor glanced back at the sky, a hint of worry in his voice. Is Jieyun village truly safe for such a grand celebration? With so many people here, what if a monster attacks the village? The hunter wearing the cloud-bound suit gently patted his companion's shoulder, urging him to relax. Don't worry. Do you know why this celebration is being held? Why? Of course, it's for the heroic hunters who defeated the storm dragon. They were able to defeat even the most formidable monsters. With such powerful hunters in our village, why should we worry about monster attacks? The hunter wearing the blue speed dragon suit seemed relieved, but still not completely reassured. So powerful, that's good. But when I got here, I thought I saw a male rat halo circling near the village. Did the guild decide it wasn't necessary? I'm a little worried. The cloud-bound suit hunter. The man was stunned for a moment, then chuckled dryly. Well, since the guild isn't sending hunters to subdue it, it shouldn't be a threat, right? Listening to the two hunters' discussion, Treasure Hunter Meow took 2 unsteady steps. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired of the figure in front of him. Old man, you said there are so many people here, and quite a few hunters too. Could Ta be here too? Old Treasure Hunter paused slightly, seemingly lost in thought. It took him 2 seconds to come back to his senses. That guy with the gunpowder? Maybe? Haha, to be honest, I've missed him a lot after not seeing him for so long. I hope that dragon on the snowy mountain didn't leave too much of a shadow on him. Chapter 342. Brother Lin Lin, what are you looking at? Yi Zi's question brought Lin Lin back from his thoughts, and he looked away from the man and cat in the yellow helmets and sunglasses. Treasure Hunter and Treasure Hunter Cat, I didn't expect to see them in Jaeyun. It really makes me miss them. It's just someone I've seen before, that's all. Then Brother Lin Lin, why don't you go say hello? Lin Lin grinned. Forget it. I've seen them before, but they might not have seen me. Yi Zi glanced curiously in the direction Lin Lin had been looking, but the treasure hunters were already lost in the surging crowd, and she saw nothing. Okay, let's go and get Master out of the hospital. Out of the hospital? Lin Lin coughed dryly. It's the dialect back home, I guess. It means the patient is recovered from their injuries, and no longer needs to stay in the clinic. Yi Zi uttered an oh, paused, and suddenly came to her senses. So Brother Lin Lin's hometown isn't actually Jian Village? Lin Lin was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. Yes, my hometown is actually very far away. I don't know if I ever have the chance to go back and visit again. Yi Zi pursed her lips and observed Lin Lin's expression. His interest in the topic was clearly not high. Far away, he asked, how far away is that? Why do you say you can't go back? Despite her curiosity, Yi Zi didn't press the issue. She was a considerate girl. She had only been away from Yanhua village for a little over a month, and she already missed everyone there. How sad would Brother Lin Lin be if he could never go back? She took the initiative to change the subject, casually commenting on the surrounding layout as she walked towards the clinic, sharing her thoughts with Lin Lin. Looks like there's a stall over there. What's selling? Barbecue? Won't you get tired of this? Lin Lin collected his thoughts and turned to look. He saw that Yi Zi was pointing at a small cart set up by Fei. Several strips of barbecued meat were spinning at a steady pace, the aroma emanating from it attracting many tourists. He smiled. We're hunters. Barbecue is the most convenient food in the wild, so we naturally eat a lot. But hunters are only a small part of the tourists coming and going. Then Lin Lin pointed to the stall next to the barbecue stall. Look, besides barbecue, there's also grilled fish, fried noodles. A whole bunch of other stalls. I don't have to cook tonight. I can just eat while I walk around when the celebration officially starts. Yi Zi then pointed to the facility set up on the other side. Brother Lin Lin. Look over there. Why is there a little pond? What's that for? Lin Lin pulled his gaze away from the fried noodle stall, licked his lips, and looked in the direction Yi Zi pointed. Judging by the look, it looks like they're scooping up goldfish, right? Scooping up goldfish? Yi Zi was confused. What kind of activity was this? Was it fun? Lin Lin walked a few steps toward the pond and glanced at the fish that had been released. Among them were a few small, shimmering golden fish, intermingling with the gold and red. They looked quite pretty. Scooping for goldfish, in a physical sense. This little goldfish could fetch 500 yen, making it a very valuable ornamental fish. This goldfish scooping isn't as simple and crude as fishing in the wild. Look at the net they use. Yi Zi asked the stall owner for permission, then picked up a small scoop net and looked it over. He looked at Lin Lin in surprise. This net looks like it's made of rice paper. Rice paper breaks easily when it gets wet, right? Using a net like that to scoop goldfish? Lin Lin smiled and nodded. Yes, it looks difficult, but that's part of the fun. Scooping goldfish is a skill. At a goldfish scooping stall like this, you usually pay for the net and scoop around the pond, taking whatever you catch with you. An expert might be able to catch several small goldfish in one go. It was scooped up, but if a novice tried, they might tear all their nets apart and still not catch a single fish. Brother Lin Lin is amazing. You know so much. Hearing Yi Zi's flattery, Lin Lin immediately scratched his face sheepishly. I also learned about this from watching anime. Oh, anime is a kind of drama in our area. Yi Zi chuckled. Brother Lin's shy expression was truly adorable. It looks like fun. How about we try this later? Sure, no problem. We can try it. We can try anything. Of course, the fun had to wait until the official start of the celebration. Lin Lin and the others passed the goldfish scooping stall and quickly arrived at the clinic's entrance. Before they even entered, they heard a noise coming from inside. Take it easy. Dr. Yin says you need 2 or 3 months to recuperate before you can return to action. The voice was familiar to both of them. It was Rachel. Hee, it's nothing. Look, I'm fine no matter how I move. Hiss. The voice that followed was thick, and it was immediately clear it was Kevin. And judging by the noise, it sounded like he was trying to show off and aggravated his injury. Pushing open the door to the clinic, Lin Lin and Yi froze. Kevin, shirtless, tense with a distorted expression, was visible. Rachel rested her arm on her shoulders, one hand on Kevin's waist, helping him stretch his muscles. Seeing Lin Lin and Yi enter, Kevin's face flushed. He instinctively tried to pull on some clothes, but the moment he moved, his expression froze again. Master, are you okay? Lin Lin's face was filled with worry. According to Dr. Yin, Kevin should have been able to move freely today, but looking at his current condition, he didn't seem quite so reassured. No, I'm fine. Kevin's face twisted into a frown as he carefully stretched himself. It's just... I've been lying there for too long, and the sudden movement was too intense, so I got a cramp. Rachel looked helpless, but she still reached out to help Kevin stretch. She also took the time to explain the situation to Lin Lin and Yi. That old guy was trying to show off, saying he was alright, but this is what happened. You saw it. Yi glanced at the man and woman in front of him, their bodies practically pressed together, then lowered his head, staring at the ground, trying to minimize his presence. Oh, the ground was so dry. Lin Lin didn't pay much attention to the rather ambiguous poses of the two people in front of him. He was simply worried about his master's health. Master, are you okay like this? Do you want to rest for a few more days? As he spoke, Kevin's expression relaxed. He grabbed the thin shirt from the bed and draped it over himself, covering his sturdy yet scarred torso. Yi glanced up furtively. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a flicker of disappointment in Ms. Rachel's eyes. It's okay. If you lie down any longer, you get moldy. Kevin waved his hands repeatedly, then puffed out his chest. Besides, the celebration should officially start tonight, right? How can a hero's celebration be without heroes? Lin Lin was still a little worried. At this moment, Rachel took a few steps forward and stood beside Kevin. Alright, just have fun with Yi. I'm here. It's not your turn to worry about this old man. I'm in my prime, a hunter at my peak. How can I be old? Kevin weakly retorted, but judging by Rachel's expression, his rebuttal was probably ineffective. So, shall we go? Let's go! Rachel waved her hand, shooing the two away like flies. Why does it feel like Master's wife isn't very happy to see us? Lin Lin stood at the doorway puzzled. As he pondered, a soft hand quietly grasped his palm and gently tugged. Turning his head, he saw Yi smiling brightly at him. Brother Lin Lin, since Senior Rachel has said so, let's just go have fun. In reality, Yi had already guessed some of Rachel's thoughts. Her feelings for Brother Lin's master were likely similar to her own feelings for Brother Lin. She certainly wouldn't be happy to have her moment of solitude interrupted. But there's no need to spell these things out. Didn't Senior Rachel just say, as long as you and Yi have fun? Come on, let's go, Brother Lin Lin, let's go goldfish catching. Night gradually enveloped the earth. Starlight climbed the sky as always, and moonlight streamed down like water, casting a silver glow over the dark earth. Usually at this time, the villagers, who lived a traditional life from sunrise to sunset, would pack up and go to sleep, and the village would become quiet. Often, the chirping of a bird from someone's house could be clearly heard by those nearby. But tonight was an exception. The village was festooned with lights. Red lanterns painted in various patterns hung from the eaves. The lights danced to the rhythm of the drums, transforming the cold moonlight into a warm hue. In the open space in the center of the village, a wooden platform had been erected at some point. A large drum sat in its center. Elu, folding fan in hand, sat atop the drum, tapping it lightly, setting the rhythm. Dong, dong, dong. Accompanying the drum beats, a variety of stringed instruments mingled, interweaving into a melodious melody. Beneath the platform, villagers, tourists, hunters, and Elu all began to dance to the beat. Although each dance style varied, most simply swayed their bodies freely to the rhythm. Far from being in unison, everyone shared a common joy at that moment. This melody seems like a testament to heroism. I never expected it could be adapted into such a cheerful tune. Rickles rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Because of today's celebration, the village was packed with tourists, practically shoulder to shoulder. He abandoned his flamboyant dragon armor, which seemed to pierce anyone who approached. He also left the drum and tiger bell in the hunter's hut. Rickles now wore the typical clothing of a Jillian villager. But right now, listening to the cheerful drumbeats, Rickles' hands itched, and he regretted not bringing his hunting horn with him. However, playing along with the melody would have been a wonderful experience. And then, he'd definitely be the center of attention, easily becoming the center of attention. While dancing to the drums wasn't bad, it still lacked a certain quality. After dancing for a while, Rickles' gaze paused, settling on a nearby shooting game booth, or rather, on a man and a woman standing in front of it. That figure, with its broad silhouette, was undoubtedly his good friend Kevin. He'd been wondering why he hadn't seen him at the clinic, but it turned out he already left. As for the person next to him, from the back, it looked like a tall woman with a well-proportioned figure. When had Kevin finally caught his eye? And even found a female companion? Rickles continued his dance, blending in with the crowd, inching closer to Kevin's position, all the while quietly studying the woman beside him. As he got closer, until he caught sight of the woman's profile, his expression suddenly froze. Wait, this? Why is it Rachel? How come she looks so feminine after taking off her armor and changing into casual clothes? Is this still Rachel? Or rather, Rachel actually wears casual clothes? Rickles' eyes narrowed. Something's wrong, 10 to 9 points. There's definitely something fishy going on between these two. He have to observe carefully. Elsewhere, when Shu held the hair tie in her mouth and reached out to pull her loose hair back into a neat high ponytail. She had only recently returned to the village. It wasn't that hunting the blast dragon was particularly difficult, but rather the long journey back and forth, which took too long without an airship. Most of her time was spent in the boredom of sailing. But that wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least, she could catch the local festival upon her return and soak up the festive atmosphere. It would be nice to experience such a lively atmosphere. Flame Village had never been this lively before. After all, the villagers still had to deal with the threat of the night-roaming 100 dragons, so they naturally had no mood for any celebrations. Come to think of it, it seems the Jillian festival was held because those high-ranking hunters eliminated a major threat, restoring peace to the village. I wonder when the troubles back home will be completely resolved. Manjusri sighed, took off his yukata, and changed back into his favorite Thunder Wolf dragon suit. Forget it, why dwell on those trivial things now? Let's just enjoy the festive atmosphere. Sayoko should still be in Jillian, right? I go see how she's doing, and also check on that kid who imitated me wrestling with the blue bear mon. I wonder if these two are making any progress. Chapter 343. Leaving the bathhouse, when Shu saw several cats gathered together, struggling to lift a giant red Daruma doll and preparing to carry it to the center of the village. Atop the doll stood a woman wearing a bamboo hat, Marilu, folding her arms and steadying herself on the swaying doll, looking quite the expert. Excuse me, do you need any help? Seeing the cat seem to be struggling, when Shu asked instinctively, Thank you very much, but no need, meow. Marilu, wearing a bamboo hat, smiled coolly. Her lower body swayed to the rhythm of the doll, but her upper body remained steady as if stabilized. Don't worry, meow. Nujiro has excellent balance. He can easily handle the logistics between the village and the hunting camp, and this Daruma doll is no problem, meow. The cat carrying the doll below also chimed in. When Shu glanced at the Elu who had spoken, thinking, I'm asking if you need help lifting the roly-poly. That Marilu is so steady, I'm not worried at all. But since they said so, it was likely they really didn't need help. Without giving it much thought, when Shu prepared to walk around the giant roly-poly and head down to the venue. Before she got close, the struggling Elu stumbled sideways while descending the steps, causing the roly-poly to sway violently. The violent sway finally broke Nekojiro's steady stance, causing him to stumble. To maintain his balance, muscle memory forced him to run in the opposite direction of the roly-poly's sway, restoring his dynamic equilibrium. As for the outcome, right before Manjusri's eyes, the Daruma doll rolled down the stairs and crashed into the crowd. Get out of the way, meow meow meow. Watching the scene, Manjusri finally understood why those Elu had just said that Nekojiro had excellent balance. To be able to run on this constantly rolling doll, even controlling its direction to avoid crushing the crowd, truly requires a master. Manjusri tried to catch up with it for a few steps, but after failing to catch up, she slowed down again. While the Daruma doll looked large, it could be lifted by a few Elu cats, so it must be light. Plus, with Nekojiro on top yelling and warning those around him to get out of the way, she wasn't too worried about anyone getting hurt. Huh? Why did it stop? Suddenly Manjusri's gaze shifted, noticing that the doll's momentum, which had been tumbling down the hill, had been abruptly halted. Which passing hunter had made the move? He's quite skilled, with the potential to stop the dragon chariot. Lin's arms gave a slight jerk, neutralizing the impact of the tumbler's tumble. He then took a step back, opening his arms to catch Marilu, who had been caught off guard by the tumbler's sudden stop. The black cat in his arms stared at Lin for a moment, then spoke awkwardly, "Thank you, meow." "You're welcome." Can you put it down here, meow?" Oh, of course." Lin set the black cat down, but memories involuntarily flooded his mind. This Melila was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Familiar from the time when he first played the game, back in the old days, before tints were readily available. Every time he entered a map and filled his backpack, he always relied on this black cat to return the items he gathered to his item box. And unfamiliar from the time, in this world, this was the first time Lin had seen it in person. Hunter, can you do me a favor, meow?" Miojiro's voice brought Lin back from his thoughts. He looked down and saw Melilu speaking awkwardly. "It's just, I was supposed to be moving this Daruma doll to the pool over there, meow, but something happened just now, meow." Miojiro's words were rather weak. After all, a hunter had just asked if he needed help, and he confidently said no, and then something happened. Lin was unaware of this little incident. He simply stepped forward and picked up the large doll. Admittedly, this thing isn't really that heavy, but its size makes it difficult to find a suitable point to exert force. To hold it steady, one would have to exert at least 2 to 3 times its own weight. Thankfully, for Lin, this was only a minor effort. He tossed the enormous roly-poly doll into the pool, clapped his hands, nodded to Nekojiro's thanks, and returned to Yezi. Yezi handed Lin a bowl of fried noodles, a smile in his eyes. "Here, you dropped the original one when you tried to catch the roly-poly doll, so I bought you a new one." Lin took the noodles, coughed lightly, and explained, "I can't just watch a roly-poly doll rolling around like that. It would be terrible if it hurt someone." After leaving the clinic, the two began wandering around the village, eating a little here and there. They had just returned to the center of the village, and were about to finish off with another serving of fried noodles, when the scene just happened. "Hey, I didn't say you shouldn't go pick it up, Lin." The two continued their aimless wandering until they unknowingly came upon the goldfish scooping stall again. Remembering that they had previously promised to try a bit, but had been busy eating since leaving the clinic, Yi suggested a goldfish scooping competition. Lin agreed, and the two each bought 10 paper nets, and squatted by the pool, intently beginning their game. When Shu moved a few steps closer, blending in unnoticed among the crowd of onlookers. Her eyesight was good, and she had noticed that the hunter who had stopped the roly-poly seemed to be the man Sayoko had attracted, so she quietly approached, wanting to observe the progress of their relationship. They're even having a goldfish scooping competition. Is this really a date? Looks like things are going well. Last time, this girl was so coy, hiding something she didn't want to reveal. It feels like they finally get married soon. Lin, she's gotten to know him, and he seems quite nice. He's talented and capable as a hunter, a match made in heaven for our Sayoko. Those thoughts only crossed Winshu's mind as she leaned over to watch. After carefully observing the two's actions, her mind had shifted to, how could these two be so useless? They haven't caught a single fish yet? That little goldfish is so hidden, it's almost impossible to reach it. And isn't there a giant ruptured dragonfish nearby? Even if you stack 10 paper nets together, you still can't catch it? Purely into the machine, the poet of May Pavilion. Just as Winshu was blushing more and more, a man's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Miss Winshu, are you also interested in this game?" Winshu turned around. The person who spoke, wearing Ice Fang dragon armor, looked familiar. Who was this? Oh right, it seems to be Sayoko and Lin's katana teammate. Winshu glanced back at Lin, who was still concentrating on catching goldfish, and Sayoko, who was pretending to be concentrating on catching goldfish, but secretly watching Lin. He quickly pulled Brave back 2 steps, slightly away from them. "Please don't disrupt their world of two." "Huh?" Breast's cheeks flushed, his eyes vacant. Wasn't this going a bit wrong? How could they have jumped right into holding hands? Waited until they were a sufficient distance away from Lin and the others before Winshu released his hand. Then, curiously, he looked at Brief. "Are you alone?" "Huh?" Breath, whose wrist had just been grabbed, was still a little dazed. Winshu repeated his question again, regaining his focus. "Aw yes, Lin. I don't know where those 2 people from Sayoko have gone. I looked around everywhere, but couldn't find them." Manjusri's heart immediately went off in alarm. "Waheo, This kid really wants to disrupt Sayoko's world of two. No, I can't let him have that idea. Manjusri, using his incredible wisdom, instantly came up with a solution. Hey, I'm alone too. Why don't we go shopping together? Breath? There's such a good thing? Cheyenne sat on the steps, watching the singing and dancing crowd, and sighed wistfully. Beside her, Dave sat in the same position and sighed as well. Cheyenne glanced sideways. What are you sighing about? Yoseo rolled his eyes. Then what are you sighing about, meow? Cheyenne pursed his lips. I'm sighing for myself. Yoseo scratched his ear. I'm sighing for myself too. Cheyenne gritted his teeth. Can you please stop imitating me? Yoseo refused to give in. Who imitated you, meow? Cheyenne, then let me ask you. What are you sighing about? Let me ask you. Yoseo, I'm sighing about becoming a lonely old man, meow. Boss said he accompanied Yezi to the festival, and Dakong went out to inspect the territory. Tayo isn't interested in any of this, and just wants to stay home and sleep in. I can only watch them sing and dance here. Yoseo put on an expression that said, the happiness is theirs, I have nothing. After a pause, he asked, then what are you lamenting about, meow? Shiyuan sighed again, somewhat listlessly. Me too. This festival looked so lively. I wanted to go with Master, but Master said he had to go with Master's husband, leaving me to have fun on my own. I tried to find Sister Yezi to join me, but couldn't find anyone. Shiyuan thought for a moment, but still held back from commenting on the love over friendship comment. After all, she only became a friend by helping Yezi conquer love. Yoseo and Shiyuan exchanged a glance, realizing they shared a common sympathy. A sense of empathy welled up between them, and they said in unison, how about? Let's go shopping together, meow. The man and the cat hit it off immediately, leaving their seat on the cold steps and enthusiastically joining the jubilant crowd. However, as they began to wander around, it wasn't the various mini-games or food stalls that caught their attention, but the sight of couples. Jujube, have you noticed that so many of the people visiting the festival are couples? What's so strange about that? They say there's a fireworks display at the end of the festival, perfect for a romantic date. Cheyenne casually bought 2 skewers of grilled fish, and handed Jujube 1 spice with mulberry. But isn't that too much? Look at all these couples, even the little kids are childhood sweethearts playing together. As soon as she finished her words, Cheyenne saw 2 familiar figures walking together. The girl was constantly reassuring them, saying things like, it's okay, catching a gunpowder goldfish is already impressive, and this is a complete conspiracy by the vendors, using these fragile paper nets. Well, just as I was saying this, another couple appeared before me. If I went up to them now and said hello, asking to play with the senior brothers, what would Sister Yezi's expression be? Thinking about it, it seems a little exciting. No, I'd die. Shiyuan quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. She looked down at Yezi. It doesn't seem interesting here. Let's go over there. I'm quite confident in my shooting skills. I should be able to bring back some good prizes. Due to Yezi's height, his vision was obscured, and he didn't see the man and woman walking by, so it didn't matter to him. But when the man and cat arrived near the shooting game, Shiyuan noticed a familiar group again. How's it going? Am I awesome, right? The voice was incredibly familiar. It was undoubtedly my teacher's. But what was with that arrogant tone, begging for praise? Had my master been replaced? Isn't this just normal performance? If a top-tier archer couldn't hit a target in this little game, then there's no point in the archer profession existing. You? Ms. Rachel was audibly annoyed, but since you're a casualty, I won't bother with you. After a moment, Rachel added, the crossbows used in these shooting games have specially adjusted trajectory. The one I just used was one of those. It was off to the left, but I was able to adjust it after just 1 test shot. I'm obviously quite skilled, right? Didn't you just try it too? I didn't miss a single shot. Hit. I'm a swordsman, not an archer. So what if I miss? Okay, you're awesome. That's more like it. Cheyenne, Suddenly feeling so full, I couldn't even eat the grilled fish in my hand. Let's go, explore some other places, then go dancing. Jujube looked up at Cheyenne, bewildered. He couldn't help but wonder if she'd gotten water in her head while soaking in the hot springs. Why was she so confused? Didn't you just say you wanted to try shooting? Didn't you say you were an expert archer and confident you could win a prize? Despite Jujube's disapproving gaze, Cheyenne played 2 rounds of shooting games with him, then returned to the center of the village and began dancing to the beat of the drums. A moment later, seeing another couple dancing enthusiastically not far ahead, Cheyenne paused, barely keeping up. Why is there more? Chapter 344. As the night deepened, the sky lit up with vibrant fireworks, and the hero's celebration finally came to a close amidst a jubilant atmosphere. Even Ziyuan, whose mouth was full of dog food, couldn't help but reveal a look of leisurely fascination as she gazed up at the fireworks that rose and fell in the night sky. The next day, when the sun rose as usual, the Red Village remained serene, unlike its usual bustling atmosphere. This was understandable. After all, people had been busy until late last night, and they needed to catch up on lost sleep. However, this tranquility was only general. In reality, compared to the tranquil interior of the village entrance was particularly bustling. These were tourists from all corners of the world. After participating in the hero's celebration last night, some with tight schedules needed to wake up early to catch the convoy. Amid the bustling crowd, the truck pulled by Bobo stood out unassumingly. However, anyone passing by, upon seeing its contents, would be filled with awe and a sense of security. It was a truly mobile arsenal. Listening to the passers-by's involuntary exclamations outside the window, and looking at the weapons and armor piled before him, Lin rubbed his nose. Is this little bit of equipment truly abundant? Wouldn't his in-game gear box be considered luxurious? A sand dragon suit, a transforming ice shark suit, and the thunder wolf suit he was currently wearing. As for the bloody dog dragon suit, which he kept purely as a keepsake, it was stored in his room on the farm. A sand-hardened shield axe, a transformed ice shark shield axe, a Viking shield, and a chainsaw that exuded a brutal and ruthless aura simply by its presence, Destinetta. Yes, this dragon-attributed shield axe, crafted from Tyrannosaurus materials and enhanced with the blood of an ancient dragon, was finally completed before Lin set out and delivered to him. Gently reaching out to grasp the handle of the shield axe, the tyrannical aura seemed to find an outlet, pouring towards Lin. It felt as if he was holding not a shield axe, but a Tyrannosaurus with its jaws open, ready to devour. As if he were truly being targeted by a Tyrannosaurus once again, Lin's heart raced, his blood flowed faster, and adrenaline began to flow, his entire body practically entering combat mode. Just die. Why are you still showing off? Even if you were alive, you couldn't do anything to me. Lin growled, gripping the untamed shield axe tightly, holding it in the standard sword-holding position. With this growl, the mental pressure he endured seemed to ease, and the violent aura no longer focused on him, but slowly blended with his entire being. Lin subconsciously rubbed his stomach, a seemingly insatiable hunger welling up, followed by a frenzied desire for killing and destruction. Blood. I want rivers of blood. No. Lin shook his head sharply, his eyes clearing, but a moment later, the hunger and frenzy surged back into his heart. Something's wrong. The lingering mental influence of this Deinonychus shield axe is too strong, isn't it? Lin suppressed his rising desire to fight, lowered the shield axe back to its original position, and as his grip loosened, the hunger and frenzy vanished. Lin took a few deep breaths and took 2 steps back, putting some distance between him and the strange shield axe. Only then did he realize the cold sweat that had broken out from his body. Oh my goodness, is this what the old man in the workshop meant by the mental impact is slightly stronger than that of the Thunder Wolf dragon? Not a big deal? What an exaggeration. Lin put the most impressive shark guard back on his back, looked at Destinetta, and muttered to himself. Judging from the way he gripped the shield axe just now, until he found a way to counteract this influence, this most powerful shield axe he had in his arsenal would likely be left to gather dust for a while. I find time to ask Master if there's any solution later. Brother Lin? The car door suddenly opened, and Yeezy poked his head in. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed something was off about Lin's expression. Are you okay? Lin rubbed his face vigorously, and smiled at Yeezy. I'm fine. Is the convoy ready to leave? Yeezy glanced at Lin suspiciously before nodding and getting down to business. Yes, we be leaving in 3 minutes. From Jiyun to Donnarumma spanned almost half the continent. Traveling purely by land would likely take at least several months. If they were harassed by monsters a few times along the way, that time could stretch to half a year or even longer. So, at Kevin's suggestion, everyone finally decided to travel by land from Jiyun to Rockrak, then transfer to an airship there. This would shorten the journey to about a month. The convoy's current destination was, of course, Rockrak. As for why not just take an airship from Jiyun to Dondorma? Well, besides birds, the skies of this world are also filled with all sorts of flying monsters. Plane crashes like the 2 scholars from the Dragon Calendar Academy happen all the time, so developing air routes is a long and arduous task. So far, only the guild headquarters in Dondorma, the dusty city of Rockrak, and the Dragon Calendar Academy in the distant village of Berna have relatively mature and well-established airship ports. Brother Lin, that harvest festival you mentioned earlier is held in Rock Lake, right? Will we have a chance to attend it this time? Lin smiled and shook his head slightly. The harvest festival won't be held until the monsoon starts and the peak dragon appears. It's only the beginning of summer. Seeing Yi Zi's expression shift from anticipation to disappointment, Lin couldn't help but add, well, though I can't see the harvest festival, if you want to see the peak dragon, there should still be a chance. Huh? Why? Isn't it said that peak dragons only appear during the monsoon? Lin smiled mysteriously. Who can be so sure about nature? As they chatted, the truck slowly began to move. Seeing this, the two men exchanged glances and jumped out one after another. Compared to the cramped interior of the truck, they preferred following the car from outside. The view was wide, and there was no feeling of being cramped. However, compared to the others in the caravan walking, Lin and Yi Zi stood out a little differently. Lin rolled over and rode on Tao's back, while Yi Zi sat on Xiaobai, the Fang hound. Lin turned sideways and glanced down, his lips curling slightly. Although Fang hounds were considered tall, reaching up to 3 meters in length, they were far too petite compared to Tao, who was now over 10 meters long. Consequently, Lin had to lower his head to look at Yi Zi. Beautiful lady, if you don't mind, how about riding with me? Lin held out his hand. Yi Zi's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a light cough, he feigned a casual air and held out his hand, letting Lin take it. In that case, that would be troublesome. So Lin exerted a slight force with his arm, yanking Yi Zi up and sitting behind him. Sitting behind Lin, Yi Zi naturally put her arms around Lin's waist and rested her face against his back. Jujube, who had been thinking of jumping onto Tao's back, said, eh? It said nothing, merely glancing in the direction of Ziyuan not far away, then silently climbed onto Xiaobai's back. Ever since last night's heroes' celebration, it seemed as if these two had completely abandoned their acting. By the way, Brother Lin, you be gone for quite a while this time. Did you say goodbye properly? Yi Zi suddenly asked, as if remembering something. Lin glanced back at the shrinking village entrance. He could still vaguely see a few figures waving in the direction the caravan was leaving. Perhaps one of them was someone they knew. We've already said most of what we needed to say last night. There's no need to repeat it before we set off, right? It's all so sentimental. As Lin spoke, as if a thought struck him, he suddenly reached out, took out the sky blue bondstone, and held it in his palm. You have to admit, he actually forgotten to say goodbye to someone. Glancing at the caravan slowly advancing, following the movement of the Bobo, Lin gently patted Tao beneath him. Tao understood immediately, and with a few shifts of his long legs, he pulled himself out of the caravan and turned into the woods to the side. Tao was already familiar with the destination. In less than 2 minutes, it carried Lin and Yi Zi to the familiar cave. Tao made no effort to conceal its approach, so as soon as they approached, a bear head popped out of the cave. After taking in the incoming targets, it roared excitedly and made a move to pounce. Lin quickly waved his hand. Wait a moment. Xiong'er paused, tilted his head, and blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Didn't you come here every few days to wrestle? Winning gets you honey grilled fish. Aren't you not playing today? Lin flipped over and jumped off Tao's back, taking 2 steps at a time to reach Xiong'er. This guy was now quite tall. Standing in front of him, one had to crane their heads to see his head. He must have been at least 7 or 8 meters tall, right? And he wasn't slender like Tiao, but a solid chubby hunk. In terms of weight, he was probably as heavy as 2 Tiaos. Perhaps realizing that it was tiring for Lin to keep his head tilted up, Xiong'er sat down with his butt, his front paws resting on the ground, his dark, shiny eyes fixed on Lin blankly. Lin couldn't help but reach out and gently tap Xiong'er's dark, moist nose. You become a dominant figure, yet you still look so dull. If it had been before, Xiong'er wouldn't have reacted to Lin's casual quip, since he wouldn't understand. But now was different. Lin had the bonding stone, and as Lin's first friend and companion since arriving in this world, the bond between him and Xiong'er was undoubtedly deep. Therefore, Xiong'er easily understood Lin's meaning. Xiong'er roared with a feigned ferocity, proving he wasn't stupid. However, considering Lin was right in front of him, he subtly lowered his voice to avoid shocking him. This roar was surprisingly gentle and unthreatening. After his roar, Xiong'er even laughed at himself, panting heavily. Lin clapped his hands with glee. After laughing, Lin Lin suddenly leaned in again and gave Xiong Er a tight hug. Xiong Er was a little confused, but he instinctively returned the hug. Gently a little. After Xiong Er released his arms, Lin Lin bared his teeth and stretched his body. This overlord was still a overlord. Even though he had the strength to wrestle with Xiong Er, being held like that was still painful. Under Xiong Er's slightly worried gaze, Lin Lin's movements gradually ceased, and he fell silent. After a long pause, Lin Lin finally raised his head again and met Xiong Er's gaze. I'm leaving. Who? It's a long way off, and it might take a long time to get back. Who? I have to go. After all, it's my choice. I want to see more and reach the highest peaks of the hunter world. Who? Yes, I'll be back. I definitely will. I promise. Who? When? It's hard to say. Maybe in a few months, maybe in a few years? Who? Thank you, you two. Although there are probably no monsters in the stream that could threaten you right now, if you do encounter one, you still have to run. Roar. The village? I'm glad you're willing to protect it, but the village can't rely solely on you. We still have to run when it's time to run. Yi sat on Tiao Tiao's back, quietly watching the scene before her. Man and bear coexisted harmoniously, even speaking fluently. If this scene were to be told to others, people would probably think it was the fantasy of a madman, right? But Brother Lin Lin had done it. Perhaps this was something only he could do, tenderness even towards monsters. Yi looked down at her palms, lost in thought. It wasn't until Lin Lin's voice rang out beside her that she snapped back to reality. Brother Lin Lin? Are you guys done talking? Well, I'm really sad to see you go, but it's time to go. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up with the main group. Lin Lin rolled over and mounted Tiao Tiao's back. He glanced back at Bear 2 and waved. Then Tiao Tiao gave a low cry to Xiong Er, then sped off at full speed, quickly disappearing into the bushes. Yezi instinctively glanced back at the giant bear, still sitting there quietly. It should have been a powerful and ferocious creature, but Yezi could sense a sense of loneliness and desolation in its motionless form. At that moment, Yezi couldn't help but wonder, perhaps Brother Lin Lin meant something special to this blue bear? Chapter 345. At Tiao Tiao's current size, he could run incredibly fast, and within minutes, he caught up with the convoy. The guard at the rear of the convoy had just noticed the large monster approaching and was nervous, hesitating whether to request protection from the accompanying hunters. But as Tiao Tiao approached and saw the two figures on the dragon's back, he frantically let go of his half-drawn sword. Are hunters so wild these days? Can they tame a large bird dragon monster like this as a mount? Tiao Tiao quickly passed the guard and reached the center of the convoy, where their truck was. You're back, Meow? Jujube, perched on Little White's back, greeted the two returning duo. Yeah, I went to say goodbye to Xiong Er. Lin Lin nodded, looked around, and couldn't help but wonder, by the way, where's Brave? I saw him before we left. Brave? Yeza pondered for a moment. He seems to be sitting in the car, Meow. In the car? Doesn't he feel suffocated? I don't know, Meow, but he looks a little depressed. He probably can't pay attention to these little details, Meow. Lin Lin was even more confused. Depressed? Why depressed? What happened? Seeing the puzzled expression on Lin Lin's face, Yeza opened his mouth, his mind recalling the scene he saw with Ziyuan last night. Manjusri, your dancing is pretty good. I didn't expect you to have such a good sense of pitch. Brave, thank you, but that's flattering. I think you dance much better than me. Manjusri smiled, you're quite modest. Brave quickly waved his hands. No, honestly, I really think you dance well. Manjusri shook his head and laughed. No, I'm really going to be flattered by your praise. Yuzeo listened as they initially exchanged awkward compliments, then moved on to conversations about dancing, hunting, and family matters. The conversation gradually heated up, until fireworks burst into the night sky, and Brave asked a question. What are your plans now? Will you return to Yanhua Village, stay in Jieyun, or travel elsewhere? Well, I'd probably go back to Yanhua Village. If nothing else, I'd probably continue traveling to improve my skills. What about you? Lin Lin and the others are planning to go to Dondaruma, and I plan to come along. Dondaruma? That's where I went before coming to Jieyun. It's truly a blessed place with good feng shui, a place that can really hone one's character. Manjusri smiled mysteriously, emphasizing the words favorable place with a hint of meaning. But Brave didn't notice this. You just left Dondaruma. Does that mean you won't be going there again for a while? After receiving a positive answer, Brave's demeanor visibly drooped. Jujube scratched his cheek and briefly recounted his speculation to Lin Lin. Lin Lin rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Could it be that Brave is interested in Miss Wenshu? I never thought this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes would be interested in such a thing. A dark-skinned, older, heroic older sister, TSK. Lin Lin subconsciously glanced back at Yi. How adorable, fair, and tender she was. Ahem. Of course, I didn't mean to say anything bad about Wenshu. I was simply a little surprised. Yi wasn't sure what Lin Lin meant by looking at her, but that didn't stop her from expressing her opinion. Judging by what Yeza said, I'm not sure about Brav, but Sister Wenshu probably doesn't have that in mind. With her personality, she can chat with anyone. Lin Lin blinked, then looked back toward the truck, a moment of silent mourning in his heart. Poor Labu. While Lin Lin and the others chatted, the convoy continued its slow progress. This route was familiar to Lin Lin. He had taken it the same way on his last trip to Rock Lark. So, when they reached a stream, Lin Lin jumped off Taio's back and let Xiaobai carry him instead. Brother Lin Lin, what are you doing? Lin Lin patted Xiaobai's head. I get you some delicious food. Taking Taio with us would make us too conspicuous. Let Xiaobai lead me. Coconut Date, come and lend a hand. Yi was actually quite curious, but since she couldn't take Taio with her, and Xiaobai couldn't carry two people and a cat on his own, she suppressed her curiosity and waited quietly for Lin Lin's return. The Fa-hound is a fawn-beast monster that excels at running, and Xiaobai is a well-trained and in excellent physical condition. When it gallops, its speed is no less than Taio's, and its smaller size makes it even more agile. Riding Xiaobai through the mountains and forests, Lin Lin soon found a muddy riverbank. Bending over to examine the deep pits in the sand before him, Lin Lin couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. I miss it so much. The last time I had crab roe was almost a year ago. It's a shame we came this time out of season. Shield crabs aren't breeding, so even if they had roe, it wouldn't be as delicious. So, male or female doesn't matter. I just picked two with more meat. While shield crab meat isn't as premium as crab roe, it's still a very good ingredient. Even simply steamed with a few slices of ginger to remove the fishy smell, it's still quite delicious. Boss Meow, what are we doing? Lin Lin smiled faintly. The last time he came here was before he went to Rock Lark. Back then, Coconut Date didn't know him yet, so it was understandable he didn't know. I told you to prepare something delicious. Help me prepare the ingredients right here. Coconut Date nodded blankly. It wasn't until Lin Lin excitedly drew his sword and charged at the shield crabs heading sideways towards the water nearby that it suddenly realized what was happening. Wait, boss, you didn't ask me to help fight, you just asked me to help prepare the ingredients? The process of preparing the small shield crab was truly unremarkable. Back when Lin Lin was only a 2-star, he could handle it easily. Now that it's a 5-star, its strength is several notches higher. If it weren't for preserving the crab meat in its claws, Lin Lin would have just used all his might to kill it. Looking at the two neatly arranged shield crab carcasses before him, Lin Lin gently shook off the blue blood stain on his shark guard, and was about to call on Coconut Date to help him prepare the two ingredients. But as he raised his hand, Coconut Date pointed behind him and shouted, "Boss, watch out, meow." At the same time, a gurgling sound like the stirring of foam could be heard from behind. TSK, come on, I only wanted to get a couple of the little ones to eat. A thought flashed through Lin Lin's mind. He pushed off the ground with force and slid sideways. The next moment, he saw a thin but swift stream of water spurting towards where he had been standing. Lin Lin turned his head slightly and saw an oversized red and white shield crab spewing high-pressure water from its mouth. Even when it missed, it stretched its claws and shifted its body sideways, trying to adjust the trajectory of the water gun to re-enter the intruder. This daimyo shield crab. Looks familiar? Did I just lie on its back for a while before finding an opportunity to sneak away? Judging by its size, it's grown quite a bit in the past year. Watching the high-pressure water cannon coming at him, Lin Lin even had the leisure to assess the daimyo shield crab. Just before the water cannon reached him, he suddenly swung his silkworms, unleashing a fully charged counterattack to block it. This maneuver made Yezo sweat inwardly. The water continued to pound against the shield, the silkworms at the four corners vibrating. Lin Lin felt the force on his arms and felt as if he could withstand it head-on. After facing Lonlong's terrifying water cannon, which could tear the earth apart, the water spray from the daimyo shield crab was really no different from a toy squirt gun. It was equally insignificant. The water continued to pound against the shield, but like the sea trying to break up a reef, It was destined to be fruitless. After 2 or 3 seconds of continuous attacks, and before Lin Lin was even seriously injured, the daimyo shield crab's stamina gave out, and with a squeak, it stopped breathing. At first, seeing Lin Lin's small size, and having already killed 2 smaller shield crabs, the daimyo shield crab thought it was just an ordinary predator, easily crushed or driven away. However, after seeing Lin Lin remain unmoved by its breath, the daimyo shield crab began to sense something more serious was happening. It flung its claws wide open, striking a menacing pose to make itself appear even larger. Unfortunately, its threat proved ineffective against Lin Lin. Lin Lin simply spun around, channeling his newly recharged energy into his shield, initiating a shield strengthening state. TSK, this fully charged counterattack is truly a magical skill. Using the red shield to accumulate bottles is a piece of cake. Life without Kinsex is truly hard. Boss, do you want me to help, meow? Date drew the Thunder Wolf Totoro's sword from his waist, eager to join the battle. No need. It's just one daimyo shield crab. Just peel the meat off the other 2. I keep its attention focused and prevent it from disturbing you. As he spoke, Lin Lin charged at the daimyo shield crab. The daimyo shield crab saw that its threats were ineffective, and that the other side was charging directly at it, so it decided to fight back. It raised its claws, and clamped down on Lin Lin. Lin Lin glanced at the daimyo shield crab's raised claws. The attack trajectory was too obvious, and a simple slide or side jump could have dodged it. However, Lin Lin didn't do that. Instead, he met the incoming claws with a fierce swing of his right arm shield. Dang! A sound like the collision of metal echoed through his arms, the force of the impact spreading throughout his body, bringing a subtle tingling sensation. Feeling the relentless pressure from his shield, Lin Lin couldn't help but grin, a slightly sinister smile forming. His legs sank in the muddy ground due to the recoil, even his entire calves being pressed deep into the sand. But Lin Lin remained oblivious. His right arm shield firmly held the daimyo shield crab's claws, preventing it from advancing an inch. His left hand, the charged sword, seized the momentum and swung, stabbing the daimyo shield crab's mouth and abdomen behind its claws. Hey! 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 The daimyo shield crab, struck in a vulnerable spot by the sword, felt pain, and its claws involuntarily lost some of their strength. The moment the pressure eased, Lin Lin roared, his entire strength erupting, and he fiercely flung his shield upward. The daimyo shield crab's claw involuntarily lifted high, inevitably shifting its center of gravity. Its balance was lost, and it fell backward, rolling across the muddy sand. Its once striking red and white body was now largely blackened by the mud and sand. With a single thrust, Lin Lin flipped the daimyo shield crab over, feeling a sense of relief. He longed to let out a long roar. He instinctively considered slamming his sword into his shield and unleashing a super destruction on the dazed daimyo shield crab. However, just as he thrust his sword into the shield, Lin Lin realized that the shield's energy had been used to activate its enhanced state. He abandoned the tempting super destruction and instead recharged it with the energy accumulated from his previous stabs. Watching the daimyo shield crab quickly adjust its stance and stand back to face him, Lin Lin's gaze lingered on its claws for a moment. He wondered what the claws of this giant creature would taste like. Given its size, there must be a lot of meat, right? Not quite right. This creature's claws are quite powerful, and the muscles within them are probably quite well developed. It might be hard to bite. Or it might be quite chewy. Only after tasting it would one know the answer. Feeling the increasingly menacing gaze of the smaller, yet incredibly powerful creature, resembling a miniature golden lion, the daimyo shield crab's heart began to tremble. Just now, it hadn't even used up any of its strength, yet it was still knocked over. What's the point of fighting this? There's no way I can fight it. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I even die. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best strategy. When living in the wild, the most important thing to learn is to retreat and run. Slay the small shield crabs. Just don't come after me. Run. So, just as Lin Lin was pondering how to deal with the daimyo shield crab's claws, he saw it suddenly exert force on all 4 legs, leaping straight into the air, and then with a plop it slammed into the nearby river, sending a cloud of water flying. Lin Lin, huh? Just ran away like that? Hey buddy, at least give it another shot. I've got my red shield activated, my energy gathered, and I'm ready to use a super attack to send you to the brink of death. Why did you just run away? Standing there and waiting for a moment, Lin Lin couldn't help but sigh in disappointment when he saw that the daimyo shield crab had indeed not reappeared. Alas, it looks like it really ran away. Too bad I won't be able to taste its claws. After watching Lin Lin battle the daimyo shield crab, a stunned Yezo finally came to his senses. Boss, meow, don't forget we didn't accept any hunting commissions. Chapter 346. When Lin Lin returned to the caravan carrying 2 large bags of crab meat, a hint of shock still lingered on Yezo's face. Yezi watched Lin Lin toss the 2 bags of food onto the car, and couldn't help but quietly pull Yezo aside to ask what had happened. Hearing this, Yezo couldn't help but recall the visually stunning scene from before. The boss is simply superhuman. Yezi tilted his head, a little confused by Yezo's incoherent words. Had brother Lin Lin done something truly astonishing? Hadn't he just said he'd bring back some food? So, while Lin Lin was preparing the food in the car, Yezo briefly recounted the events to Yezi. Boss took me to a riverbank over there. We were just planning to hunt 2 small shield crabs, but suddenly a daimyo shield crab appeared and attacked us. Yezi's expression subconsciously tensed, but she quickly realized that since brother Lin Lin had returned safe and sound with the food, everything must be fine. Besides, thinking about it, it was just a daimyo shield crab. It wasn't much of a threat to brother Lin Lin. So, what did brother Lin Lin do? Why do you look so shocked, Yezo? Yezo licked her paw instinctively and sighed. Boss, in a head-on confrontation, flipped the daimyo shield crab over. The daimyo shield crab was so frightened by Boss that it ran away. Yezi tried to reconstruct the scene in her mind from Yezo's description. A tiny human toppling a monster many times their own size must have been a very striking sight. It was a pity she wasn't there to witness brother Lin Lin's majestic presence. Dates? Give me a hand. Lin Lin suddenly poked his head out of the carriage and called out. Coming, meow. Me too, me too. Travel is always tedious, especially since Lin Lin had traveled this road twice before. The scenery no longer had the same initial freshness, and the tedium was even more intense. Aside from the initial incident with the daimyo shield crab, the journey had been remarkably smooth. The largest attack the caravan encountered was a dog dragon, and a few little dragon pups attempting to harass them. Naturally, the accompanying hunters only needed a few moves to defeat the dog dragon king, forcing him to flee in panic. After all, these monsters wouldn't have guessed that our ordinary convoy would be accompanied by 3 high-ranking hunters and escorted by 3 5-star hunters. Such a magnificent lineup. Cheyenne watched the dog dragon leader flee in panic, fearing he'd be hacked to death if he stayed even a second longer. She curled her lips, then folded up her heavy crossbow and puffed out her chest with pride, though this didn't make the airport any more bulging than it appeared. Brave, standing by, glanced at Cheyenne in confusion. Sister, what are you so proud of? How much does this magnificent lineup have to do with you? But Brave hesitated for a moment and didn't utter his sharp rant. After all, strictly speaking, he was only a 4.5-star hunter. Cheyenne's calling him a 5-star hunter was a generous gesture, and complaining at this moment would have been somewhat beneath him. Brave took in the surrounding scenery and sighed. I didn't expect the journey to be so smooth. We're almost at the sand plains, and the biggest attack was just a dog dragon. I hope the rest of the journey can be this peaceful. Lin Lin, who had just driven off the dog dragon leader and returned to the center of the caravan, said, He wasn't sure what to say. Generally speaking, hearing someone in the group say something like that usually meant trouble was about to hit the road. As expected, once the caravan officially entered the desert, Lin Lin's ominous premonition became reality. Roar on! A 20-meter-long, brown-yellow beast roared to the heavens. The sound waves emanated from its demonic maw like a physical substance, forcing those nearby to cover their ears to prevent the terrifying sound waves from rupturing their eardrums. The sunlight cast a vast shadow on the massive figure, shrouding Bobo, the driver of the cart. This was a ceratopsian, scientifically known as Diabolos, also known as the Desert Tyrant. It was a powerful flying dragon-like monster that stood at the pinnacle of the desert ecosystem. On his way back from Loklak to Jeyun, Lin Lin was attacked by a horned dragon. Having only recently been promoted to 3 stars, he was completely powerless to withstand its relentless charge. Ultimately, with no other options left, he used bait and jumped to lure it away, allowing it to engage a passing rock dragon, which gave him a chance to escape. And now, just as the caravan had entered the desert plains, the tyrant of the land, following the noise of the passing carriages, burst forth from the earth, sending a cloud of dust and sand catching the caravan off guard. However, although everyone was terrified by the horned dragon's attack, instinctively fleeing from the terrifying creature, no one gave way to despair. They all knew that the hunters accompanying them were exceptionally powerful, heroes who had ended the Jeyun scourge. While formidable, the horned dragon was no formidable foe. Boom! The steel needle of an armor-piercing grenade lodged itself in a gap in the ceratopsian's head, protected by its thick horns. After a brief delay, it exploded, the force of the explosion causing its head to tilt back slightly. Everyone remained silent and dispersed in an orderly manner. The ceratopsian will prioritize attacking those who make the most noise. Rachel quickly changed her magazines, shouting a warning to everyone in the convoy. The ceratopsian, irritated by the armor-piercing grenade, instantly became even more enraged. It shook its head, its frantic gaze fixed on Rachel, the loudest voice in the room. Rachel remained calm. While adjusting her position with her heavy crossbow, she kept shouting, keeping the ceratopsian's attention focused, preventing it from attacking the defenseless merchants and civilians. Bang! The long-handled hammer. No, the hunting horn struck the ceratopsian's right leg hard, producing a short melody and leaving several tiny cracks on its carapace. After the blow landed, Rickles, clutching the tiger bell, rolled back to create distance, avoiding the ceratopsian's counterattack. Looking at the tiny scar left by the previous blow, Rickles couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Without the melody that had significantly increased its power, the impact felt truly unremarkable. Chapter 347. The two superior hunters worked together, successfully distracting the horned dragon and buying time for the caravan members to disperse. However, while humans could run, the animals pulling the carts and the cargo on board were unable to evade the attack and were soon severely damaged by the horned dragon's rampage. Kevin clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the horned dragon not far away, his heart burning with the urge to charge. Rachel and Rick Ress, each armed with a heavy crossbow and a hunting horn, were not well suited to direct confrontation with the monster, and naturally, they were unable to prevent it from inflicting economic damage on the caravan. Damn it! If his equipment hadn't been damaged in the battle with the storm dragon, and his body hadn't recovered enough to fight, he would have already charged forward to confront the horned dragon. Master, let's retreat first. We're useless staying here. Ziyuan was a little nervous and wanted to pull Kevin away from the savage beast, but she was just an archer, and there was no way she could pull Kevin, a humanoid beast. Seeing the battlefield about to shift, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and reached out to remove the heavy crossbow from her back. I distracted. A sudden shout came from behind him. Kevin glanced back and saw a bird dragon clad in emerald green armor sprinting towards them. The shout came from the hunter on its back. Don't be so stubborn. Kevin couldn't help but shout a warning as the yellow speed dragon king sped past. Lin didn't look back, but simply raised his arm and gave a thumbs up. The ceratopsian came suddenly, emerging from the sand to attack him. He was in the carriage at the time, trying to tame his Destinita. That was why he arrived late on his horse after the ceratopsian had already started fighting with the two superior hunters. After observing from the perimeter for a moment, he discovered the problem. While the two superior hunters were able to pin down the horned dragon with their experience and superior skills, and even a kill was possible with more time, they also had flaws. They lacked the ability to move quickly, forcing them to fight on the spot. The horned dragon's massive size meant that even if it locked its sights on the two hunters, it could still cause immense damage to the surrounding area. If this continued, the popos pulling the cart would suffer heavy casualties, severely slowing their progress. But he was different. With Tayo, he could easily attract the horned dragon's aggression and move the battle to a more distant wasteland. Time was running out, and Lin only had time to lift Juju by the scruff of its neck onto Tayo's back. Then, with a slight push of his legs, Tayo shot out like an arrow, charging directly at the horned dragon. As a native of the Great Desert, Tayo had long since witnessed the terror of the desert tyrant, clearly recognizing the vast difference in their ecological niches. Logically, when confronted by such a terrifying creature, he should have stayed away, avoiding provoking the tyrant's wrath. But now, having followed Lin and witnessed all manner of powerful monsters, even terrifying ancient dragons capable of unleashing natural disasters, Tayo was a different person. Facing the ceratopsian once again, he maintained a composure that surprised even himself, deftly dodging the battering ram-like force of its massive tail before unleashing a mouthful of paralyzing venom on the ceratopsian's rear. Roar on! Aside from the weak, barely able to pull the carts, Tayo was almost the largest creature present. It was precisely for this reason that Tayo's venomous attack instantly caught the ceratopsis's attention. Although the ceratopsis primarily feeds on cacti, its temper is even more aggressive than that of the carnivorous creatures. Its territorial awareness is terrifying, and it will aggressively attack any intruder, sometimes even its own kind. At this moment, the ceratopsis clearly regarded the entire convoy as invaders, and Tayo, swaying before it, was the most pressing of these invaders to be dealt with. The ceratopsis roared angrily, lowered its head, and aimed its thick, curved horns in Taio's direction. Its blood boiled, its heart pumping rapidly, infusing this massive body, over 20 meters long, with terrifying strength. Although there was no sound of steam, its charge was far more imposing than that of the sand dragon. Without needing Lin Lin's reminder, Taio had already twisted his body, and was sprinting towards the open space in the distance. His claws stomped on the rough, gravelly ground. The familiar texture made each step more effortless, and for a moment, he was running at a speed far exceeding that of the Ceratopsis. The Ceratopsis's dragon chariot could not catch up for a moment. The downward charge affected its center of gravity, forcing it to slow down and stop after about 100 meters to avoid a fall. When it raised its head again, to get a better look at its target, it found that the hateful intruder had already run 50 meters ahead. It had stopped and turned to look at him, emitting the unique, mocking GAO cry of the yellow speed dragon. Well, of course, Taio was indeed taunting. After all, he just accidentally run too fast. If he lost his grip and let Taio return to attack the caravan, that would be disastrous. The Ceratopsian was only trying to drive away the intruder and defend its territory. Seeing Taio flee in panic, it was about to turn back and let him go. But Taio's piercing, shrill, and mocking roar, reaching its excellent hearing, set a surge of rage rising within it. It didn't attempt to pursue him. Instead, it spun around, slamming its heavy tail club into the ground ahead. The next moment, a large crater appeared in the ground, shattering the solid rock. The heaviest boulder within was hurled outward by the force of the tail strike, crashing down upon Taio with unparalleled force. TSK, this guy's gotten smarter. Finding it couldn't catch Taio, it simply gave up chasing and resorted to this ranged attack? This Ceratopsis. Taio dodged the incoming rock with a nimble side jump. Knowing Lin wanted to lure the Ceratopsis further away, it advanced instead, charging at it again. The Ceratopsis's eyes widened slightly at this sight. Not only isn't it fleeing, it's actually coming towards me. It exhaled a puff of hot air excitedly, its claws digging the ground, as if gathering strength. This strike will crush you. Chapter 348. The Ceratosaurus exerted force with its legs, raising its body high. Only its neck was slightly bent, and it pointed its thick, curved horns towards Taio. Its entire body seemed to be frozen in time. The big one is coming. Lin knew at a glance that this creature was gathering strength. The power of its next attack would be immense. He absolutely must not be caught in it. Get out of the way. Although he felt his current distance was safe, Taio obeyed Lin's command and nimbly leaped backward with a kick of his legs. The next moment, the Ceratosaurus suddenly leaped, closing the distance by over 10 meters. Its horn stabbed directly at the spot where Taio had been standing, with such force that the two massive horns were completely buried in the ground. However, that wasn't the end. Leveraging its forward momentum, the Ceratopsis took another step forward. Its horns, like giant shovels, shoveled away a vast expanse of dirt and rock. If Taio hadn't just jumped back in time, the horns would have pierced its flesh, sending the entire dragon flying. Excellent! We've hooked it. Let's lure it over there. Coconut, prepare the sonic booms. As soon as it burrows into the ground, unleash them. Lin's gaze swept across the area, quickly locking onto a large rock platform several hundred meters away. Covered only with a thin layer of mud and sand, this impenetrable terrain would effectively limit the Ceratopsis's ability to burrow, making it a perfect battlefield. Taio broke into a run again, but this time, he didn't use his full speed. He simply kept ahead, running at a pace comparable to the Ceratopsis, only slightly faster. This gave the Ceratopsis the illusion that he could catch up with a little more effort, effectively keeping it behind him. This allowed him to retain some strength, saving him from having to use his full speed, and giving Taio time to evade the Ceratopsis's attacks. As the two sides engaged in a tug-of-war, the chosen ledge drew closer and closer. Finally, just as the Ceratopsis was about to lose patience and give up, Lin yanked the insect off Taio's back, drawing his shield axe midair and slashing at the Ceratopsis's wings. There was no particular reason he targeted the wings instead of more vulnerable areas, like its belly and tail. It was simply because the Ceratopsis was so large that Lin couldn't reach anywhere else, so he could only strike the wings in front of him. Sizzle! As Lin landed, a narrow gash appeared on the membrane of one of the Ceratopsian's wings. Tiny ice crystals condensed in the wound, emitting a chilling chill. However, the ice crystals had only appeared briefly before being quickly melted by the heat of the daylight sand plains. This creature's membrane didn't seem very strong either. Glancing at the wound on his head from the shark guard, Lin didn't hesitate to thrust his sword into his shield and release his kinsect, instantly completing a fully charged counterattack and defensive posture. Then, irritated by the pain, the ceratopsian turned around and opened its maw wide, biting towards Lin Lin. The sharp, curved fangs on either side of its upper jaw were usually used to dig through mud and sand when searching for plant roots, but there was no doubt that if pierced by one of these fangs, a bloody hole would instantly appear on the hunter's body. However, by the time it bit down, Lin Lin had already formed a defensive posture. Its sharp fangs and jaws, with their terrifying bite force, only impacted the shield, making a crisp clang without even shaking Lin Lin's body. After blocking the ceratopsian's attack, Lin Lin spun around, channeling the energy accumulated from the recent blow into his shield, activating its enhanced shield state. He had originally been standing to the side of the ceratopsian, forcing it to turn its head to strike him. This attribute-enhanced spinning slash propelled him forward another step, bringing him to the side of the ceratopsian's sturdy legs. This position was practically a blind spot for the ceratopsian. Whether it was its sledgehammer-like tail or its massive, deadly horns, it was difficult to find the right angle to strike. Lin Lin had originally intended to seize this opportunity to strike another wound, but the ceratopsian seemed to have considerable combat experience, its reaction speed exceptionally quick. After turning its head to confirm Lin Lin's position, it tensed its entire body, like a spring. The tighter it compressed itself, the greater the force it would unleash when it rebounded. Iron Mountain, time is too short, there's no way to dodge. Making a split-second mental decision, Lin Lin reacted without delay, releasing the kinsect once again and counterattacking with a fully charged attack. Bang! Powered by the ceratopsian's massive and heavy frame, its attack style was dynamic, each move imbued with immense force. Especially after building momentum, this sideways charge was far more powerful than the previous one. Even though the silkworms had dispersed a significant amount of the force, the remaining power was no less than a full-strength charge from a sand dragon. If Lin Lin were still at the same level as he had just left Lokrak, even with a fully charged counterattack, this collision would have left him severely injured. But now, veins in his arms bulged, and he instinctively let out a low roar as he withstood the heavy impact without retreating a single step. It seemed an eternity, yet it also seemed to happen in an instant. The pressure transmitted back through the shield dissipated completely. Almost on instinct, Lin Lin maintained the sword-shield connection with his shield axe. Grasping the hilt with his left hand, he swung it violently behind him. As he swung, the shield rapidly changed its structure, revealing the sharp edge of the axe. The ceratopsis had just unleashed a powerful, charged attack, making it difficult to immediately follow up with the next. His shield axe, however, happened to have both a red shield and a bottle. If he wasn't prepared now, what would become of it? Explosion! Like a taut bowstring, springing back the moment it was released, the ice blue axe descended with a force no less powerful than the ceratopsis's previous attack. The sharp blade pierced the brown-yellow carapace of the ceratopsis's leg. There was only a moment's delay before it continued downward, carving a wound several meters long. Finally, it landed heavily on the ground, carving a deep dent in the rock. The intense pain in its leg irritated the ceratopsis, making it even more furious. It was about to twist its body and swing its incredibly heavy tail club at Lin Lin. But Lin Lin seemed oblivious to the ceratopsis's movements. His gaze was fixed on the axe blade embedded in the rock, silently calculating the time. Explode! As the words uttered, 5 thick, fan-shaped icicles emerged from the ground, enveloping most of the horned dragon's body. The pervasive freezing air nearly completely destabilized it, interrupting even its movements to turn and swing its tail. The next moment, the icicle shattered, shattering large swathes of the horned dragon's sandy yellow carapace. The horned dragon let out a painful wail, stumbling, its turn interrupted. It immediately lost its balance and fell sideways, its heavy body colliding with the rock with a dull thud. When Lin Lin saw the horned dragon about to perform a tail swing, his heart sank. He hadn't expected the horned dragon's moves to connect so quickly, but Xiaojia had already swung it out. All he could do was gamble that this move would interrupt the horned dragon's movement, or that he could successfully separate the sword and shield before the horned dragon's next attack and mount a defensive move. Thankfully, his gamble paid off. Lin Lin's mouth stretched into a slightly arrogant grin. Ha, a ceratopsian, a desert tyrant, so what? Didn't I still knock it down with one axe? With slightly trembling hands, Lin Lin pressed the trigger, dismantling the axe and returning it to sword and shield form. He couldn't help but breathe heavily. It had to be said that, despite its poor cold resistance, the ceratopsian's shell was quite strong. A single super-release strike on the ceratopsian felt almost as good as chopping stone, and the recoil left his hands limp. However, now was no time to relax. This ceratopsian had only fallen to the ground, not lost its combat capability. The threat was still there. Lin stared at the ceratopsian struggling to get up, gripped his weapon tightly again, and charged directly at it. It had been quite a while since he had used his earth and sand-hardened shield axe. This ceratopsian, attacking him, was a source of power-up material that had come to him. As long as he could hunt it right then and there, it wouldn't violate the guild's rules. Just as Lin seized the opportunity to strike down the fallen Triceratops, a few hundred meters away, the caravan was in ruins. A Bobo was struck directly by the Triceratops' tail club, falling to the ground soundlessly. The others, further away from the Triceratops' location, had more time to react and were not seriously injured. In addition, several trucks were affected by the Triceratops' attacks, suffering varying degrees of damage. The cargo they were transporting was also severely damaged. Fortunately, the cargo transported by the caravan rarely included expensive luxury goods, but mostly consisted of in-demand daily necessities and giant specialties. Otherwise, this attack alone would have bankrupted the shipping merchants. Rachel called Ziyuan and gave her a task: to regroup the scattered crowd and take care of matters such as inventorying the damage and casualties. She herself, after restocking her ammunition, prepared to carry her heavy crossbow to support Lin, who had just led the Triceratops away. Although Lin was already a 5-star hunter, she still wasn't entirely confident he could handle the Ceratops alone. Wait a moment. Rickless suddenly called out to Rachel. Rachel gave him a puzzled look, so Rickless continued, although the Ceratops has appeared here, there shouldn't be any other large predators nearby. However, we must be wary of monsters like pterosaurs, ankylosaurs, and yellow speed dragons. You, with your heavy crossbow, are best suited to stay here and ensure the caravan's safety. But I go support Lin. Rickless, carrying his tiger bell, gave Rachel a thumbs up. However, he didn't just run over. Instead, he swung his hunting horn in place, playing a self-strengthening melody. This melody enhanced his physical state. While the melody was in effect, even carrying a weapon no lighter than a sledgehammer, he could still run at top speed to the distant battlefield. In the few seconds he played the melody, Rachel noticed two figures darting out of the corner of her eye, rushing towards the horned dragon. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her well-honed dynamic vision instantly recognized the two figures. Yezi, the insect stick user, had impressed her deeply during their battle with Lon on Spirit Peak. As long as she didn't suffer an injury or retire, her promotion to a high-ranking hunter was a sure thing. A little behind Yezi was Brave, the swordsman. Although they hadn't seen much of his combat performance, he must be quite capable to have been accepted as a teammate by Lin and Yezi. With these two men's assistance, Rachel's anxiety eased considerably. Both men were riding their mounts, running at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to tiny dots in sight. Meanwhile, Rick Kress had just finished playing a melody and was about to take off. Suddenly, they felt the passage of time. While these old-timers were still proud of their time-tested bodies, the new generation of hunters were already using combat-capable mounts. Should we adapt to the times and build a mount that can be ridden and shot? That would make traveling, carrying ammunition, and even engaging in combat much easier, wouldn't it? Didn't Yezi mention before that the giant dog called a Fahound is a domesticated fawn beast monster from their homeland, useful as a hunting partner like the fey cat? If we get a chance, would we like to go and see it? The perspective returned to the battlefield. Lin and the Ceratopsian continued to clash. Learning from his previous experience, Lin became much more cautious in battle. He avoided the Ceratopsian's attacks whenever possible, only raising his shield when they were truly difficult to dodge. For those aggressive moves, Lin would use bug defense, followed by a sword power-up to counterattack. Using his red sword state to slash the Ceratopsian, he could also inflict significant damage. Unless the Ceratopsian exposed a significant vulnerability, he absolutely had to resist the urge to use a super attack. After all, he was fighting alone now. If he made a mistake, there would be no one to save him. No, that's not accurate. After all, there's Date there. Even though he's just riding on Tayo and using a cat-style crossbow to occasionally fire arrows at the Ceratosaurus to help distract it, it can't be considered a strictly single-player battle. Chapter 349. In any case, a little caution wouldn't be a bad thing. Thinking this, Lin thrust his sword into his shield, forcibly blocking the massive tail club swung at him. He slid back several meters, his blood surging and his arms tingling. Looking up at the horned dragon, its body covered in scars and frostbite. It looked a bit disheveled. But it remained energetic and showed no signs of fatigue. Despite its numerous wounds, most, including those from the ice blast, were merely superficial. While painful, they wouldn't affect the horned dragon's fighting ability, only making it more frantic. Only the leg wound had torn the horned dragon's outer muscle fibers, making it difficult to exert force smoothly, making it difficult to turn and run. If the fight continued like this, the horned dragon wouldn't be able to defeat him, but leaving it there was unlikely. More likely, after expending so much energy, the horned dragon finally gave up its killing intent and retreated. This raises the question. This ceratopsian has marked this trade route as part of its territory. Lin Lin was attacked by a ceratopsian last time along this stretch of road, meaning it's likely responsible for both attacks. If it retreated this time, would the next caravan, and the next after, be attacked as well? Based on Lin Lin's understanding of the guild's operations, by the time this attack was reported to the guild, this ceratopsian would undoubtedly be on the subjugation mission. It's even possible that it's already been on the mission, engaged in a duel with the hunters, and survived. Lin Lin's suspicions were based primarily on the scars, both old and new, covering the horned dragon's body, as well as its exceptionally quick reflexes in previous battles. For a small creature like a human, it seemed to always find the perfect angle and method of attack in the shortest possible time, as if possessing considerable experience in combat with hunters. If he couldn't kill it here and let it escape, he'd likely have to wait until he reached Loklak to accept a commission, then return across the desert to search for it again. This would take 10 days, or even half a month to finish it off, and he clearly didn't have the time. If only he had a guild receptionist nearby. He could just stamp the official seal, accept the commission, and begin the hunt right there. There wouldn't be much time to waste. Under the current circumstances, to finish the hunt right there, he had to use as many ultimate and super attacks as possible, or, depending on the situation, use shorter ultimate attacks to inflict fatal damage directly on the horned dragon. This, like before, required a gamble, betting that this attack would stun the opponent, or that he could remove the shield and block the next one before it arrived. Lin Lin couldn't help but suck his teeth. Current weapon technology was still immature. It would be great if the shield axe could be improved to a superpowered state, eliminating the need to remove the shield due to energy overheating. Then, whether rolling to evade or pulling a kinsect for movement, there would be ample flexibility. A crossbow bolt made of iron or flew in with a whizzing sound, aiming for the angry eyes beneath the ceratopsian's massive horns. Unfortunately, the ceratopsian's eyes were small to begin with, and coupled with its constant movement during the battle, the bolt only hit its majestic horns. With a ding, a white dot was left behind before it was deflected to the ground nearby. Roar! The horned dragon couldn't help but roar. The arrow had been incredibly dangerous, nearly blinding one of its eyes. Realizing the threat posed by the painless attack, it temporarily shifted its attention away from Lin Lin. It turned and kowtowed to the dragons, Yezao and Tayo Tayo, who were standing nearby. Fortunately, Tayo Tayo reacted quickly and dodged the blow with another backward leap. The horned dragon's turn now faced Lin Lin with its rear end, its thick tail swung overhead. This was a flaw. This move was a gamble. In the heat of battle, opportunities are fleeting. After clarifying his mind, he made a nearly instantaneous decision. As the horned dragon's rear end pointed at him, he had already released his kinsect in one hand and leaped high, swinging his axe-shaped sharp guard in the other. Strike the axe and leap. Aerial super release. Smash it. Lin Lin gritted his teeth. To unleash his full power, he even suppressed his natural tendency to shout, roaring inwardly. Crack! The sound of the brown-yellow ring carapace on the horned dragon's tail shattering. Swish! The sound of the cold axe blade piercing the tough flesh of the horned dragon's tail. Crack! The sound of the ice-blue axe blade colliding and rubbing against the pale bones within the horned dragon's flesh. Ouch! The painful howl of the horned dragon, just as it was about to take a step to pursue its nimble escape, was heard. Lin Lin landed, not even taking a moment to catch his breath. He hurriedly pressed the trigger, attempting to speed up the separation of the automatically dismantling sword and shield. Alas, this operation only provided psychological comfort. The brown-yellow beast, panting heavily, had already turned again, and the pair of deadly weapons above its head swept towards Lin Lin with a whistling sound. What quick reactions! This thing must have fought hunters more than once. Seeing the massive horn sweeping toward him, Lin Lin was forced to abandon his half-open sword and shield and lunge backward. Feeling the wind whistling past him, and the crackling sound of gravel and rocks carried by the current, Lin Lin's adrenaline surged. He even turned his head back, not even attempting to stand up, but simply rolled over on the ground. However, this time, he didn't roll away from the ceratopsis, but towards it. This maneuver frightened Yezhao, who was standing nearby, into a cold sweat. He almost instinctively wanted to throw a flashbang to interrupt the ceratopsis's movements. But the next moment, Yezhao realized the correctness of Lin Lin's decision. The ceratopsis twisted its body dramatically, sweeping from left to right with its horns as weapons. It didn't stop there, but instead, using its immense strength, twisted its body and took a step forward, sweeping from right to left at an even faster speed. The horned dragon's size meant a single strike could reach over 4 or 5 meters. If Lin Lin had rolled away from it, he would have been out of range of the subsequent attack. The horned dragon's stride, combined with Lin Lin's decision to roll towards it, saved his life. Aside from his armor being covered in dust and looking a bit disheveled, he remained unscathed. The wounds from Lin Lin's initial supernatural transformation had indeed taken their toll. The horned dragon took 2 consecutive steps, twisting its body dramatically, relying entirely on the powerful muscles in its legs. This burst of force caused the wound on its leg, which had previously stopped bleeding, to reopen, causing it to stumble and sway twice before regaining its footing. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Lin dove, quickly retrieving his sword and shield. He rolled back to his feet, vigilantly observing the ceratopsian's movements and condition. Blood gushed from his left leg, and the tail behind him had been sliced through almost half. The heavy, thick tail club, held to the body by only the remaining flesh, seemed precarious, as if it didn't need to attack again. Just a few more swings of the tail would send the rest flying. A sinister grin played across Lin Lin's lips. While this gamble was dangerous, the payoff was considerable. The ceratopsian's tail was already half broken. Severing it completely would not only negate a powerful weapon, but also affect its balance, and make it easier for Lin Lin to be stunned. Unfortunately, having dealt the ceratopsian 2 heavy blows in a row, it would surely focus more on itself, making it less likely to find an opportunity to completely sever its tail. Buzz! A familiar low-pitched hum echoed. Lin Lin caught a glimpse of a bright red light, swiftly charging towards the ceratopsian. That was the red figure, as it rushed in front of the ceratopsian's head, nimbly arced around the massive, bony horns, striking fiercely against its face, which was disproportionately small compared to the horns. Yezi's hunting insect, Xiujia. With a sudden tug on the insect, Lin Lin shifted several meters to the side, dodging another sand-throwing attack from the ceratopsian's horns. He glanced to the side. A figure soared through the air, its double-bladed blade swirling like a windmill, leaving streaks of white on the ceratopsian's body. The streaks, however, were then scorched to a faint black by the red and black lightning as soon as they appeared. The one coming was none other than Yizi. Lin Lin couldn't help but smile, but this time, it was much calmer than the previous ferocious smile. He was truly happy. If he had relied solely on himself and Yizhao Tiao Tiao, he would have needed to resort to gamblers to have a chance of retaining the horned dragon. But with Yizi's help, he could confidently give it a try. Yizi! I attract its attention. You first try to break its tail. The female hunter, also wearing an emerald thunder wolf dragon suit, slashed the horned dragon's massive body with the tip of her insect stick. Using the momentum, she flew lightly towards the dragon's tail. At the same time, a clear voice echoed from midair. Understood. The horned dragon felt something above it, and was about to turn to attack, but Lin Lin had already thrust forward and slashed the side of its face, overlapping the wound left by the insect hunter's horn. Look at your mother? Your opponent is me. The aggressive and provocative words truly stung the horned dragon's hatred. It bit its neck slightly, then slammed its head down fiercely towards Lin Lin. However, such a clear pre-swing didn't escape Lin Lin's attention. He shifted his footing slightly, slid back with a spinning slash, and slashed his sword against the massive horn that had pierced the rock in front of him. Dang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Lin Lin felt as if the sword had struck refined swallow stone. The recoil was so strong that the sword almost slipped out of his hand. So tough. Don't panic, brother. I'm here to help you. Another figure sprinted towards the battlefield. As they neared the battlefield, they leaped from the Fang Hound's back with all their might. While still in midair, they had already drawn their amber-colored, vermilion-colored ice Fang blade. Using the force of their spinning body, they slashed the katana diagonally across their body. Dang! Another crisp sound as Brave fell to the ground. His arms trembled involuntarily, and the slender katana trembled with them. So hard. Lin Lin, I admit you look handsome when you shout I help you, and wield your sword as you descend from the sky, but you look truly awful when your hands are shaking. What's the saying, coolness only lasts 3 seconds? This is it. What? I'm awful too? That's fine. Lin Lin moved his left arm slightly, quickly suppressing the numbness. He tilted his head slightly, and nodded to Brave beside him. I handle the front, you and Yezi cut off its tail first. Brave glanced at Lin Lin's condition. Besides being covered in dust, and looking a bit disheveled, he was mostly fine. Without further ado, he grabbed his katana and circled around to the side of the horned dragon. He was well versed in tail cutting. It was simple. He first let him build up 3 levels of chi blade, then use a kamui, and he'd definitely be able to chop it off. If Lin Lin could hold his own against the horned dragon, with the help of his teammates, Yezi and Brave, and the support of Coconut Date and Tayo Tayo, the horned dragon would soon be overwhelmed and unable to cope. Another sharp pain rippled through the tail, followed by a sudden lightening of the back. The sudden shift in weight distribution forced the Ceratopsis to involuntarily lunge forward 2 steps. Simultaneously, the wound on its leg, left by the scales, and deepened by Brave, hindered its power. After 2 steps, the Ceratopsis completely lost its balance and tumbled to the ground. The 3 hunters, naturally, would not miss such a golden opportunity to strike. They each took their positions, and furiously attacked the Ceratopsis with their weapons. At this moment, the Ceratopsis, its mind, swirling with fury, finally regained some clarity. Its tail was broken, its body covered in wounds, and its heavy frame, once capable of devastating devastation like a heavy artillery, now became an impediment to its movements. The significant drain on its energy, the weakness and pain radiating from its body, coldly revealed the truth. The tiny creatures it had encountered this time were far more formidable than the kin it had so easily dismissed. No, I had to run. If I didn't, I might die. Driven by the urge to survive, the Ceratopsian somehow summoned up a surge of strength and, despite the attacks of the 3 hunters, stood up, covered in blood. Without even a glance at the 3, it charged single-mindedly towards the fine sand beyond the ledge. As long as it could reach that place. Chapter 350. The Ceratopsis struggled mightily, forcing its legs to thrust, braving the relentless attacks of the 3 hunters. It burst free from the ledge and into the loose sand. Ignoring the slashing swords and slashing blades from behind, it used its specialized wings and claws, no longer suited for flight, along with its horns to dig rapidly into the sand, its body sinking rapidly. Within a few breaths, its massive form had almost completely vanished from the ground, leaving behind only a vast sand pit stained by the blood flowing from its severed tail. Once successfully submerged, its speed in the sand could even be several times faster than running on the ground. Sorry, Meow, the underground is full. Lin Lin didn't need to be reminded. Yezhao, already prepared, threw a sonic boom bomb with all his might. With Yezhao's precise timing, the bomb detonated almost as it landed on the sand pit. Only a small portion of the high-frequency noise was dissipated through the air, while the majority was instantly transmitted underground. Sound travels faster through solid matter than through air, and the Ceratosaurus, which had just burrowed underground, was completely buried in the sand. The sudden burst of noise was transmitted directly to the Ceratosaurus, creating a 360-degree surround sound. Unfortunately, the Ceratosaurus had evolved highly developed hearing to accurately determine the enemy's position underground. Its wrinkled crest, besides serving as a shield, more importantly, served as an underground sound receiver. When its extremely keen hearing met the intense, surround sound of high-frequency noise, the Ceratosaurus's muscles tensed suddenly, and its legs subconsciously exerted force, attempting to burrow out. However, its injured leg hampered the Ceratopsis's movements. Its burst of strength was immediately sapped by the excruciating pain, and instead of bursting out of the ground as usual, only the upper half of its body emerged, its lower half remaining buried beneath the sand. Dizzy from the sonic boom, and wounded in its leg, the Ceratopsis had no strength left to rise again. This time, the 3 hunters had already surrounded the sand pit where it had dove, waiting for the Ceratopsis to reappear before unleashing their newly prepared ultimate attacks. Kenya Dragon Subjugation. The Ceratopsis's vitality was truly tenacious, so tenacious that even after taking a full round of attacks from the 3 hunters, it still had the strength to struggle and wail. Alas, this tenacity proved of little practical use, merely allowing it to endure the 3 hunters' brutal assault a little longer. After another round of attacks, the Ceratopsis finally gave up, unwillingly ceasing its life, never to rise again. To this, Lin Lin, the newly promoted rider, could only say, as if, dare to repeatedly attack the caravan? This Ceratopsian is no ordinary Ceratopsian. He must be dealt a heavy blow. Now that this creature has finally ended its sinful life, it's said that its thigh meat and heart are rare and extremely expensive premium ingredients. Could it be that because it's vegetarian, it tastes especially good? Lin wasn't sure. He was a little tempted, but he resisted. After all, these things could at least make up for the economic losses suffered by the attacked caravan. Well, of course, as for the materials on this creature, Lin definitely wouldn't give them away. After all, his own earth and sand armor shield axe still needed it to upgrade. Ah, I'm so exhausted. Brave sat down on the ceratopsian's corpse, sighing. This ceratopsian was incredibly powerful, and with those massive, heavy horns, there was no way to forcibly deflect its force like a roar. The best thing to do was to avoid its attack. This fight had truly exhausted him. Of course, the main reason was that this was pure labor. Without reward, there was no motivation. I mean, why don't we just repel this thing? All this effort and no reward. Lin breathed heavily. Although he wanted to start peeling right away, he was the one who was most tired after battling the ceratopsian for so long. After thinking about it, he sat down on the ceratopsian's head, resting for a while, and sharpening his knife, and maintaining his weapon. Watch your wording. This isn't a crusade. We were acting in self-defense. At most, we overreacted and accidentally killed this guy. Of course, this has nothing to do with me needing materials from a horned dragon. Brave glanced at Lin, his lips twitching. This guy is really good at taking advantage of loopholes. Well, at least it wasn't all in vain. It's good that this guy's materials can be put to good use. Brother Lin? Yi Zi, clutching her dragon bone staff, suddenly spoke awkwardly. Huh? What's wrong? Yi Zi couldn't help but look down at the dragon bone staff in her hand, recalling the battle just now. Although the horned dragon's body was covered with wounds, most of them were inflicted by Lin and Brave. Although she was attacking with all her might, the dragon bone stick was a bit of a drag in terms of both its material and sharpness. Ordinary light attacks could hardly break through the horned dragon's defense. Only the dragon attribute energy contained in the dragon bone stick could have some effect on the opponent. Now it seems, she really needs to upgrade her weapon. The materials from this horned dragon are quite strong, making it a great choice for crafting a new insect club. But Brother Lin had just said he needed horned dragon materials, which made it difficult for her to speak. Under Lin's repeated questioning, Yi Zi finally spoke hesitantly, stammering and belaboring her point. Lin, what did I think it was? Just a small matter? The three of us killed this guy together, so we all have a share of its materials. Besides, I only need its materials to strengthen my weapon, not just a few. Given its size, it's more than enough for a new set of armor, not just a bug club. Brave waved his hand. Don't worry, I don't need its materials. You two can share, don't worry about my share. How can that be? Why not? Since you said so, I have a share of this material, so I have the right to decide what to do with it. My decision is to give it to you too. Any problem with that? Lin opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't utter a word of rebuttal. He simply patted his shoulder and said, Thanks, brother. Huff, huff. Suddenly, a rhythmic panting sound approached. The three of them instinctively turned in the direction of the sound, only to see a sharp-looking figure running towards them, carrying a long-handled flute. The yellow and blue armor blended perfectly, with the sandbar's brown and yellow theme. The one running over, with the hunting horn, was naturally Rickles, the 7-star upper hunter, who had been traveling with the others. The burly man slung the horn over his shoulder, and pressed his helmet against his bald head. His gaze swept over the massive dragon corpse lying on the ground, and then he glanced back at the three people with a hint of approval. Hey, these little guys really pulled it off. The apprentice Kevin had taken on was incredibly talented, making him a little jealous. How old is he? Judging by his appearance, he couldn't be more than 22, right? When he was in his early 20s, he was still outwitting Yang Cuckoo, yet he had already successfully hunted a desert tyrant Ceratops, achieving something most hunters would never achieve in their lifetime. And that swordsman and the bug stick user, while not the main force in the previous battle, didn't hold back at all, their performance perfectly matching the expected star rating. Damn, are geniuses mass-produced these days? Yes. Setting aside the initial part where Lin fought the horned dragon alone, Rickles actually witnessed most of the subsequent battle, where the three of them joined forces to siege the horned dragon. Lin initially lured the horned dragon away not far, no more than a kilometer from where the caravan was attacked. While his running speed wasn't as fast as the Fang Hound, he managed to arrive at the scene not long after Yi Zi and Brave. However, he didn't immediately join the battle, but quietly remained at the sidelines. It wasn't because his body was shaking. but simply because he saw that this small team had successfully grasped the rhythm of the battle and had excellent tacit understanding. If he joined the battle directly, it might disrupt their rhythm, so he felt no need to intervene. With him lurking nearby, he'd be in plenty of time to rescue them if anything unexpected happened. As a high-ranking flute master, supporting his teammates was a must, and he was fully confident he could save the three. Lin and the other two lived up to his expectations, executing the horned dragon right there and then. Only then did he feel relieved. He picked up the tiger bell, pretending to have just arrived, and appeared before the three. "Senior Rick Rez?" Lin asked tentatively. He was a little worried. What if the senior heard what he had said to Brafe? Would he be severely reprimanded and then punished with confinement? That would be really bad. However, Rickers's reaction reassured Lin. Well done. Monsters like these that wantonly attack caravans and pose a serious threat to public safety should be dealt with forcefully. We hunters maintain ecological harmony, but the fundamental purpose of maintaining the ecosystem is to protect human survival. When the two conflict, when it comes to protecting humanity, the most important thing is to ensure its survival. Your approach is absolutely correct. Lin and Brave exchanged glances, feeling that this senior hunting horn user wasn't particularly disciplined. Ha, have you rested enough? If so, then hurry up and finish the skinning. With that, Rickles drew his skinning knife, stepped forward, and stood before the ceratopsian corpse. It's a good thing a lot of the cargo on the convoy was damaged, which freed up plenty of space for materials. We can be more careful and strip this thing of everything we can. The night sky in the desert is always incredibly clear. Lying on the ground, the starry sky always feels so close to me, as if I could just reach out and grab the starry sky. It's so beautiful. No matter how many times I see it, I'm still captivated by it. Lin stretched one hand toward the sky, grasping, while in the other, he clutched a bunch of fragrant charcoal-grilled ceratopsian thighs. It was sprinkled with a light sprinkle of salt, a thick layer of chili powder, and a variety of other desert spices, giving this already delicious dish even more of a local flavor. It was now 5 days since the caravan had been attacked by the ceratopsian. Perhaps the ceratopsian had completely wiped out all their bad luck, and the journey was smooth sailing. The greatest threat they encountered was a few ungrateful rocket-fleshed ankylosaurs. And their fate, of course, was to become food. Although the people had to mostly nibble on hard-to-swallow dry rations to keep up the pace, no one would refuse meat presented to them. When tonight passed and the sun rose tomorrow, they would officially leave the sand plains and enter the Lakla Desert. That would also be when Lin and his companions officially parted ways with the caravan. To save time, they would switch to sand boats, which traversed the sand sea, while the caravan would switch to camel caravans, which were more suited to transporting goods in the desert. Tonight was their last night before parting ways. To thank the hunters for their escort, the team leader had prepared a dinner with the horned dragon meat Lin and his companions had given them to compensate for their losses, along with some of the precious spices from the cargo. The skewer of barbecued meat in Lin's hand was one he grabbed after dinner. I hope they have a safe journey after parting. They're all such simple, kind people. Lin took another bite of horned dragon thigh meat. It had only just been off the fire, and a subtle sizzling sound still lingered on the surface. Golden fat rolled down the crispy skin, dripping onto his tongue, and a sweet, meaty aroma, mingled with the crispness of cactus, filled his taste buds. Lin's Adam's apple rolled. Even though he already eaten quite a bit, he was still eager to swallow the meat. However, his instinct to savor delicious food made him subconsciously want to chew it slowly, letting the sizzling juices linger on his lips and tongue a little longer, savoring it a little longer. It must be said that horned dragon meat truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier ingredient. It's a rich, yet not greasy, texture, with a fragrance like cactus sap. The lean meat has clear textures, distinct strands, and a nice chewiness. Well, just to try it once often requires a hefty price, either in the form of money or a major battle. Chapter 351. Take a bite of the barbecue. Lin fished a sky-blue gem from his pocket, lay flat on his back, and stared at it in a daze. Of course, he only appeared to be dazed. In reality, Lin was using it to sense Dakong's condition. Once he confirmed everything was normal, he set down the bond stone. Perhaps because this bond stone was condensed from Dakong's blood, compared to the other monsters Lin had bonded with, Dakong was even more special. Through this stone, Lin and Dakong could sense each other's condition, location, and even their moods, regardless of the distance. Thus, after learning that reaching East Dorma would require first traveling to Rockrak to board an airship, Lin didn't let Dakong follow him into the desert, a place it struggled to adapt to. Instead, he planned to wait until he reached East Dorma and found a new habitat suitable for Dakong before summoning him. For now, it was better to let Dakong stay in Jiayun to grow. "You're here." A voice from behind pulled Lin Lin back from his thoughts. He glanced back, shifted slightly to the side, and patted the flat rock beneath him to brush off the wind-blown gravel. The girl approached gracefully, gently sitting down beside Lin Lin. Then, she tilted her head towards him. "Brother Lin, aren't you going to rest?" "What are you doing here?" "I'm not sleepy yet. I'm just here to watch the stars for a while." "Stars?" Yeezy looked up. The galaxy was as bright as ever. What was so special about the stars? "I can't see such a beautiful starry sky back home." Yeezy couldn't help but feel curious about Lin Lin's hometown again, but if Lin Lin didn't mention it, she wouldn't ask. Yeezy looked up at the starry sky for a moment, then suddenly brought up another topic. "Brother Lin Lin, have you noticed that Senior Kevin and Senior Rachel seem to have an unusual relationship?" Lin Lin hummed a hum and said, a little puzzled, "I know, Senior Rachel always seemed to covet my master." "Covet?" Hearing the word, Yeezy couldn't help but raise her fist and gently hit Lin Lin on the shoulder. "Can't you put it nicely? Covetousness is so offensive. And that's not what I'm talking about. When we first met, I just feel like there's something off about the way Rachel Senpai looks at Kevin Senpai. I'm talking about the relationship between Kevin Senpai and Rachel Senpai. Have you noticed that they've gotten closer since the Heroes Celebration?" "Really?" Lin Lin rubbed his chin, briefly reflecting on his recent experiences. After a moment, he looked back at Yeezy. "Not at all." "Yeezy, she sighed wearily. Sure enough, high emotional intelligence was just something Lin Lin occasionally flashed at. Most of the time, he was just a wooden man. Never mind, who told her to like this wooden man? She might as well stay a while. The next day, at an oasis bordering the sand plain and the sand sea, the hunters parted ways, with the caravan and boarded 2 sand boats, sent by Loch Lark. The 3 high-ranking hunters took one, and Lin Lin's team took the other. As for Cheyenne, Rachel had dumped her on Lin Lin's boat under the pretext of getting to get ready with the teammates. The hunters were heavily laden with weapons and equipment, plus the materials needed to haul a horned dinosaur. If this wasn't the small civilian sand boat Lin Lin had previously rented, but a larger one second only to the Fengshan Maru, they would have been completely overloaded. Although the sand boat was only about 15 meters long, less than half the length of the Fengshan Maru, it was still the largest, aside from the Fengshan Maru. Yeezy was the only one in the group who had never encountered this amazing mode of transportation. Upon boarding, she looked around curiously. Seeing her curiosity, the captain generously let her try to control the sails. Unfortunately, Yeezy, perhaps lacking any natural aptitude for vehicle control, nearly capsized the boat, causing her to panic and quickly return the steering wheel to the captain. "Ha ha, it's okay. This is normal." Without sufficient experience surviving in the sand sea, sand boats are difficult to control. Aboard the large sand boat, a sturdy, dark-skinned young man laughed heartily. This person was the one sent by Loch Lark to fetch Lin Lin and the others. Furthermore, he was someone both Lin Lin and Rachel knew, and also someone Brave knew well. "I didn't expect you to pick us up, Connor." Brave patted the young man's shoulder, his tone quizzical. "Why, you're surprised to see me?" "Of course. I thought the captain would come personally, but I didn't expect it would be just you, a 2-star Karami." Brave's face lit up, while the dark-skinned young man's face darkened, though his face was already dark enough to begin with. "First, if it weren't for someone I know, I wouldn't have come. Second, I've already been promoted to 3 stars. Connor displayed the twin blades on his back. Judging by their tan appearance, they were likely crafted from sand dragon materials. Breath glanced at the familiar material, and couldn't help but congratulate him. He then asked, "You've already reached 3 stars. So fast. Will you continue to stay with the City Tournament Gorilla?" In Rocklac, the City Tournament Gorilla's primary responsibility is to maintain order. They primarily face smaller monsters, like velociraptors and pterosaurs. Therefore, aside from those hunters, who have no hope of reaching higher stars, or who are unwilling to leave Rocklac, most hunters leave the City Tournament Gorilla after reaching 2 or 3 stars, seeking more suitable locations for their development. This also results in a high prevalence of low-star hunters within the City Tournament Gorilla, but an extremely rare number reaching 4 or 5 stars. As for me, I probably won't leave, will I? Connor chuckled, glancing at Brave, then at the other people on the boat, whose equipment was clearly made of high-quality materials. A subtle tinge of envy crossed his eyes. "I'm not as talented as you, nor do I have any desire to venture out into the world. Staying home is fine. Behind them, Lin peered back for a moment before interrupting. Are we heading straight back to Rocklark? Can we rest along the way? Huh? Why do you ask? Connor glanced at Lin in confusion. He still remembered the hunter before him. Last year, Rocklark had escorted the batch of Jieyun, what they had purchased from Jieyun. It was this hunter, and a senior heavy crossbowman, who had accompanied them. Lin pointed behind the sand boat, and Connor followed suit. Even at a considerable distance, with the swirling yellow sand blocking the way, his extensive desert experience allowed him to instantly discern that it was a yellow-speed Dragon King, and likely quite large. Such keen perception, but a bit timid, to be startled by a yellow-speed Dragon King. Don't panic, the sand boat is fast. It can't catch up to us. Lin, question mark. No, I'm asking if we can rest midway and wait for it. Tayo is a far cry from when he was first picked up from the desert. Back then, he could still get seasick while lying on the sand boat, but now, at over 10 meters long, he'd likely overload the boat and immobilize it. So, with no other options, Lin had to resort to the arduous task of helping Tayo. This time, it was Connor's turn to be puzzled. He pointed at himself, then at Tayo, who was following far behind, with a strange expression on his face. That's my hunting partner. He's too big to fit on the boat, so I had to let him tag along. Even though he's a yellow-speed Dragon King, he can't run continuously in the desert for too long. So I was wondering if we could stop at an oasis along the way and let Leap rest. Connor's mouth twitched, and he turned to look at Brave, wondering if he should ask him to talk him down from his madness. Instead, he found his former colleague acting completely matter-of-fact, not even wanting to argue. Connor, question mark. He turned to look at Yi, who had just tried to pilot the sand boat, and she nodded in agreement. He glanced past the fey cat beside Lin and at the last person on the boat. The other person blinked twice and stared blankly at Connor. Perhaps it was homesickness, or perhaps some other emotion, but Ziyuan had been distracted for a moment, completely oblivious to their conversation. Do you also think what he said is correct? Should we rest midway and wait for the yellow-speed Dragon King? Ziyuan coughed lightly. Although Mr. Connor may find it difficult to accept, what senior brother said just now is true. The yellow-speed Dragon King is indeed our comrade in battle. Well, while she hadn't actually fought alongside Tayo, if you excluded her from her statement was actually quite pertinent. Well, alright. Connor glanced back again. Even if all four of them went berserk and went insane, it was just a yellow-speed Dragon King. He already hunted the Earth Sand Dragon, so he could handle any unexpected situation. There's an oasis not far ahead. Let's stop there and rest. Securing the sand boat to a large, raised rock with a cable, Connor watched the approaching yellow-speed Dragon King with a tense expression. When the creature truly stood before him, he suddenly realized the sheer size of the yellow-speed Dragon King before him. Furthermore, it was wearing a complete set of armor, likely made from the same monster as the armor worn by Lin and Yi. Could this really be their hunting partner? Connor watched the breathlessly running yellow-speed Dragon King approach, instinctively reaching behind him, ready to draw his two swords, but suddenly saw a figure pass him by, heading straight for the monster before him. As he stared in shock, Lin reached out and rubbed the yellow-speed Dragon King's lowered head. Thank you for your hard work. Gao. The yellow-speed Dragon King nudged Lin's body with its large head, chirping as if in response to Lin's concern. Connor, this world is truly insane. Something was suddenly thrust into his hand. Connor turned to see his old friend, Brave. Want a cold drink to calm down? Connor didn't refuse, unscrewing the bottle and downing the icy, slightly chilly, pale white liquid. He shuddered involuntarily. The chill from the ice crystals finally brought Connor back to his senses. When I first met Springtrap, I was completely shocked and my worldview shattered. But as I spent more time with it, I gradually realized that this guy is truly different from the desert bandits we've dealt with before. His temper might be a little milder than that of the elf, Dirmaru, but compared to the Great Boar, he's much gentler. I often wonder why I wasn't the one who picked this guy up. Picked? Connor instantly grasped the key words. To tame the yellow-speed Dragon King to this level, doesn't it have to be trained from the moment it hatches? What does it mean to pick it up? Brave snorted with a hint of pride. You don't know that, do you? This guy originally accepted a commission to hunt the Sand Dragon King. While dining, he met Tayo, then a yellow-speed dragon, and abducted him over a barbecue. That simple? If taming a yellow-speed dragon was that easy, Locklak city-raised guerrillas would have changed their name long ago to city-raised dragon knights. The desert bandits would no longer be a threat, and they would only have to deal with the winged serpent dragons in the sky. Of course not. There were quite a few twists and turns, but I mainly heard about it, so it might not be detailed enough. Why don't you ask Date? He was a direct participant in that mission. While Connor was seeking advice from Brave and Date, Lin Lin paid them no attention. Instead, he led Tayo Tayo, who was thirsty from running for a long time, deeper into the oasis. Tayo Tayo was now too large, and the water pouch Lin Lin used as a hunter's bag was a drop in the bucket for it. He had to find the water source in this oasis to drink. However, as he walked, Lin Lin inexplicably felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had been to this oasis before. And more than once. He glanced around in confusion, unable to make out anything. He had already reached the water source, so Lin Lin temporarily put aside the feeling of déjà vu. As Tayo Tayo lowered his head to drink, he also began to fill his water bag. Of course, he didn't fill the water pouch directly. The water quality in stream areas was too good, so drinking mountain spring water was fine. For water sources in the desert, it was best to first go through 2 purification processes. Just as Lin Lin was about to boil water, a burst of noisy noises gathered from all directions. Geo. Geo. This sound. Lin Lin's eyes widened involuntarily. He knew the sound all too well. It was exactly like Tiao Tiao, except for the higher, sharper pitch. This was a group of yellow speed dragons. Chapter 352. That was the cry of the yellow speed dragons, and judging by the source, there was a large group of them. Tayo Tayo lifted his head from the lake and turned to look around. One after another, yellow speed dragons emerged from the woods, from behind rocks, and from beneath vines, swarming towards the man and dragon near the lake. Lin Lin couldn't help but put down his work and placed his hand on the hilt of his shield axe. He sensed a greedy malice in the encircling cries. Strange, can't they see Tayo Tayo? Lin Lin glanced at Tayo Tayo beside him, and a vague understanding dawned on him. Yes, Tayo Tayo was now wearing a full set of Thunder Wolf dragon armor. Given the intelligence of most yellow speed dragons, it wasn't surprising that they couldn't recognize him as the Yellow Speed Dragon King. However, weren't these little creatures overconfident in targeting them? With Tayo Tayo's current length of 10 meters, a simple flick of his tail could easily send 2 yellow speed dragons flying. Lin Lin observed the slowly encircling yellow speed dragons, wondering what gave them such courage. Until he noticed that after they gathered within a certain radius, they stopped moving closer and instead paused, as if waiting for something. After a while, a figure, considerably taller than the other yellow speed dragons, slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest. Its greedy gaze turned to Tayo Tayo, clad in emerald armor, and saliva dripped from its mouth. This was also a Yellow Speed Dragon King, although this Yellow Speed Dragon King was shorter than Tayo Tayo. Compared to the one they encountered last year, this one was indeed youthful and robust. Even without telepathy, judging from the constant dripping of saliva, it seemed as if this guy was treating Tayo Tayo as a completely new species he had never seen before, and was about to test whether it was some kind raw meat with a lot of flesh but little combat power. As a yellow dragon, Tayo Tayo naturally understood the opponent's intentions, and was immediately annoyed. Dare to think of eating it. This wasn't just any other member of the same clan. He had to deliver a powerful blow. Geo. Tayo Tayo took a deep breath and roared loudly at the Yellow Dragon King across from him. He couldn't wait to give this ungrateful creature a beating. At Tayo Tayo's roar, both the Yellow Dragon King and the surrounding yellow dragons were stunned. They looked distinctly different, yet why did the cry sound exactly like a yellow dragon's? Could this be a unique individual that had undergone some peculiar transformation? The surrounding yellow dragons looked at each other, finally seeming to conclude that this was another challenge from an alien yellow dragon to their leader. They quietly retreated, leaving the Dragon King and Tayo Tayo ample room for battle. They were already familiar with this routine. Now they just had to watch quietly from the sidelines, waiting for the final victor to lead the pack. The Yellow Speed Dragon King glanced at the retreating Yellow Speed Dragons, then returned his gaze to the green fellow before him. He roared angrily, accepting the challenge. Facing this towering fellow, who hardly resembled a Yellow Speed Dragon, the Dragon King took the initiative, stomping his legs hard on the ground and leaping high, charging towards Tiao Tiao. It intended to use the Yellow Speed Dragon's most powerful attack to seize the initiative. However, Tayo Tayo simply leaped back lightly, moving out of the way and allowing the opponent's kick to miss. This leap clearly left Tayo Tayo with plenty of energy. Almost as soon as the opposing Dragon King landed, it took another step forward and slammed its helmet-covered crown into the opponent's head, knocking it sideways and causing the opposing Dragon King to stumble twice. That wasn't the end of it. Tayo Tayo, taking advantage of the situation, swerved sideways and struck the unbalanced Dragon King with an Iron Mountain Lean. The Iron Mountain Lean was a move that almost every dragon could use, and its power depended largely on the weight of the dragon wielding it. At this moment, Tayo was clearly much heavier than the Yellow Speed Dragon King. With this seemingly light push, the Yellow Speed Dragon King tumbled to the ground. Tayo took 2 more steps forward, swift and flowing, catching up with the fallen Yellow Speed Dragon King. He placed his foot directly on its neck. A single push would easily break it. The Yellow Speed Dragon King, being stepped on, clearly understood this. This fellow was a monster. He was still young, and he didn't want to die. If he lost this tribe, he could still find another, still strong and vigorous, to challenge the aging and weakened leaders. So he let out a low, whimpering howl, a plea for mercy, and an admission of defeat in the battle for leadership. Tayo glanced at the Dragon King beneath him with disdain. With this level of skill, he still thought he was a dish, but since it had already conceded defeat, Tayo retracted his claws, turned around, and used his tail to kick up some gravel and dust, sprinkling it onto the head of the other Dragon King on the ground. The battle for the leader's position was decided immediately. Lin watched Tiao decisively defeat the Yellow Speed Dragon King and subconsciously applauded. "Well done, Tiao. My strength has improved, and you haven't fallen behind." Thinking back to Tiao's first battle with the Yellow Speed Dragon King, it was a close call. They were 2 completely different beasts now. Come to think of it, the last time Tayo defeated the Yellow Speed Dragon King, it seemed to be in this oasis too? No wonder I keep feeling a sense of déjà vu looking around. So what's this called? The Dragon King returns? Yellow Speed Dragons, your king is back. Looking at the surrounding Yellow Speed Dragons that instantly changed their positions and scurried towards Tayo, Lin pursed his lips. This scene felt incredibly familiar. It seemed like it was the same last time. Last time, Tayo chose to follow him. This time, he probably won't stay and become the Dragon King, right? Locklack curses. A cry of surprise from nearby made Lin turn around. He saw that it was Yezi Brave and the others who had followed, and the one who exclaimed was none other than Connor. At that moment, he was staring at Tayo, surrounded by a group of Yellow Speed Dragons, his eyes sparkling. Eyes shining? Is that right? Lin recalled his reaction when he saw Tayo right after getting off the sand boat. Shouldn't he still be shocked that the Yellow Speed Dragon King could become a human companion? Why were his eyes so excited? Before Lin could figure out what was going on, Connor walked towards him with an excited look on his face, grabbed his hand, and shook it vigorously. What a great opportunity! What a great opportunity! What good opportunity! Lin was confused. Of course, it's a good breeding opportunity. Connor turned to look at Tiao, who was bewildered and surrounded by a group of yellow velociraptors. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his voice. I just heard Brave, and the others tell you all about how you met this hunting partner. When you encountered it in the wild, it only tried to steal food without attacking. This yellow velociraptor's personality is very different from those desert bandits. It's likely related to its genes. Even when it was raised in the wild, it could still become a hunting partner with hunters. If its offspring were raised by humans, taming yellow velociraptors might not be a pipe dream. Connor grew increasingly excited as he spoke, finally waving his hands in the air, as if he had already envisioned a future where every hunter in Rock Lark had a yellow velociraptor hunting partner. This? Lin was silent for a moment. What Connor mentioned was something he had never considered before. After all, in his view, the bond he formed with Tayo and the others was inseparable from his unique ability of resonance and perception. He had never considered promoting the profession of writer. But now, Connor's description made him ponder the possibility. Speaking of which, Tayo's thinking was indeed different from that of other Yellow Speed Dragons. While personality formation was related to acquired experiences, the influence of genes was also not negligible. If Tayo could truly cultivate a group of Yellow Speed Dragon riders, it was foreseeable that the survival ability of people in Rocklack and other desert regions would be significantly improved in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Although the idea is indeed beautiful, actually making it a reality presents many difficulties. After pondering for a moment, Lin finally spoke, bringing Connor back from his reverie. However, Connor remained undeterred. He pointed at Tayo, who was surrounded by a group of dragons not far away. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A tree two-men embrace begins with a pile of earth. To tame a yellow velociraptor, we first need a stable and gentle individual. And that depends on your hunting partner. There's a ready-made herd of yellow velociraptors right here. Let them breed. Lin, Although, it's still a while before the breeding season. Can Tayo be strong enough now? Also, if we really leave the offspring here, wouldn't Tayo have to stay and become the Dragon King, fulfilling his duty to protect the herd? This guy considers me the leader of the herd. Would he agree? Besides, even if Tayo agreed, he wouldn't be willing to leave. Lin expressed these concerns, but Connor still had a no-problem expression on his face. He pointed a finger at the dusty former Yellow Speed Dragon King, which had risen to its feet a little distance away. It was trying to minimize its presence, slowly pacing away, glancing back with resentment at the beautiful women surrounding Tiao. In the monster world, strength reigns supreme, and survival comes first. Tiao had demonstrated overwhelming power, so it was no wonder his former harem was so fickle. But he was still reluctant to leave like this. Don't we have a ready-made leader? As long as Tiao leaves and breeds, he definitely returned to be the leader. Wow, are you doing this? I'm reporting it. There's a cow. There's a cow here. Lin's face was quizzical. Well, although human values don't apply to the monster world, this feeling of déjà vu is truly indescribable. You said Tayo left after leaving the offspring? How can we tame the little yellow velociraptors? That's easy. Now we've found the location of their nest. After the mother gives birth, we can sneak in and take the eggs away. Then, we can set aside an area in the city to train the dragonlets. It won't be long before the city race gorillas are renamed the city race dragon knights. Hey! You're a fucking genius. Brave walked over and patted Connor's shoulder firmly. Then, he turned to look at Lin. I agree. There's really no problem with this idea. Lin, Can I say I'm actually convinced? Then I asked Tayo. If he's willing, then let's do it. Lin said, and walked towards Tayo. At this moment, surrounded by these birds of prey, rubbing against each other, Tayo felt bewildered yet also uncontrollably a surge of heat, as if some primal impulse were slowly awakening. But Tayo couldn't quite grasp the meaning of this feeling. When Lin picked him up after he'd been driven away from his tribe, he hadn't yet reached adulthood. Since then, he followed Lin extensively, battling monsters beyond his wildest dreams. He rarely seen an adult female yellow dragon, the only time being his clash with the old yellow dragon king. That time, his entire focus was on the battle, and afterward, he had neither the energy nor the energy to care about the troublesome creatures. Consequently, to this day, Tayo remains a fledgling dragon with 0x experience. Noticing Lin's approach, the Yellow Speed Dragons, who had already considered Tiao their new leader, immediately became alert, howling menacingly at Lin, all eager to pounce and attack. This movement finally shook Tiao out of his bewilderment. Seeing these ungrateful Yellow Speed Dragons daring to treat their eternal leader in this way, his irritation suddenly turned into a surge of anger. It violently twisted its body left and right, knocking away the Yellow Speed Dragons that leaned against it. A low growl simultaneously deterred the restless ones. After this, Tiao approached Lin, lowered his head, and enjoyed the pat he offered, his eyes closed in comfort. Do you have any thoughts on them? Lin looked up at the Yellow Speed Dragons, who had been dismissed by Tiao, and were watching him and Tiao's interaction in bewilderment. Tayo simply tilted his head. Although their communication had become incredibly smooth with the bond stone, why couldn't it understand this sentence? What did it mean to have an idea? To kill them? Or to drive them away? Lin suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. It seemed like monsters couldn't use such euphemisms. They seemed to genuinely not understand. So Lin cleared his throat and changed the question. Do you have any thoughts about having dragon cubs with them? Do you have the urge to breed? Chapter 353. Tayo, surprise. The moment the word reproduce uttered, it passed through a magical bond into Tayo's heart, bringing with it a wave of inexplicable heat and an indescribable urge. Somewhat excited, yet somewhat bewildered, it turned its head to look at the yellow dragons that had been driven aside. Its claws stomped the ground relentlessly, instinctively wanting to approach them, but unsure what to do once it did. Not only did it have 0x experience, but it didn't even have any theoretical knowledge. Lin couldn't help but facepalm. Tayo truly was a pure-hearted little dragon. However, judging by Tayo's reaction, it simply didn't understand, but it still had the urge. Given it some time, I'm sure its instincts would guide it to find its way, then let Tayo have some space. They shouldn't bother it here for now. A dozen minutes later, a small group of 4, plus a cat, 2 dogs, and a guide, crouched behind a huge rock, their expressions as strange as could be. After a while, Brave broke the silence. Tayo seems not to have succeeded yet? Lin Lin peeked over, and could see Taio Taio's towering frame from afar, along with the yellow dragon crawling beneath it. The size difference between the two was quite noticeable. However, they had overestimated the power of instinct. Taio Taio had been pressing down on the yellow dragon for a while, but still couldn't get in. He was completely twitching. Even the favored yellow dragon beneath him began to squirm impatiently. Lin Lin's expression was indescribable. He had never imagined that he would one day be able to watch a dragon movie in person. What was even more unexpected was that, given the current situation, he might have to do more than just watch the movie. If it still doesn't work, I go up and help Taio Taio find a position, push the butt later. Lin Lin gritted his teeth and spoke with immense determination and perseverance. The two women exchanged glances. While hunters wouldn't have the pretentious shyness of city girls, the subject was somewhat embarrassing. If the subject wasn't a dragon, it would have seemed a bit risque. They decided to pretend they hadn't heard or seen anything, and simply pretend they were concentrating on resting. Although Taio Taio, as your hunting partner, probably won't react, will those yellow velociraptors really ignore your approach? Connor's face was serious, completely focused on achieving his grand goal, oblivious to the women's embarrassment. Lin Lin reached out and touched his bondstone. While it felt strange to use his powers in this place, with Taio Taio as his temporary leader, he should be able to appease them, right? We have to give it a try. After all, even with the yellow speed dragon's teeth, there's no way it can break the thunder wolf dragon's armor. Sigh. Taio Taio, that idiot. After observing quietly for a while longer and finding Taio Taio still struggling, Lin Lin sighed helplessly and slowly walked out. Under the wary gaze of the yellow speed dragons, he returned to Taio Taio's side. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. It was like he was the mother-in-law directing his own child's wedding night. How bizarre. Taio Taio, you're not doing this right. You have to do this. This way. A little lower. Yes, squat a little lower, and press directly on top of this yellow speed dragon. That's it, you see. Isn't it simple? Okay, enjoy yourself. I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving. Congratulations. Under teacher Lin Lin's guidance, Taio Taio finally got his first taste of the secrets and experienced a wedding night. Of course, this was just the beginning. This tribe of yellow velociraptors numbered over 10 females alone, so Taio Taio's sewing mission had only just begun. 2 days later, Lin Lin and his companions were ready to embark on their return to the sand boat and continue their journey to Lak Lak. Taio Taio followed them, still fully armed and ready to go, though he looked a bit more lethargic now than he had 2 days prior. 2 days of diligent sewing had truly taken its toll. But there were also benefits. Taio Taio no longer had any of that instinctive impulsiveness or urges in his heart, having returned to the absolutely calm state best suited for combat and hunting. In other words, it was sage time. The sand boat started, and Taio Taio took off, plunging into the yellow sand. The oasis shrank smaller and smaller until it vanished, completely obscured by the rolling dunes. In the oasis, a well-fed flock of yellow speed dragons had just awakened from their slumber. They lay lazily in their beds, their eyes already searching the lair for their king. Looking around, they found nothing. The yellow speed dragons grew anxious, howling incessantly, hoping for a response from their leader. Alas, no matter how they called out, the expected roar never came, sending the yellow speed dragons into a panic. Soon, the yellow dragons left their nests, following the trail and set left by the Dragon King. They found the edge of the oasis, then gazed at the endless, rolling sand dunes, lost in thought. The new leader. Left alone? Yes, with Taio Taio's strength, surviving alone in this vast desert was no problem. But the question was, what would they do? The entire group of yellow dragons was centered around the strongest Dragon King. Without him, how could they survive in this oasis, where competition was fierce? The bewildered yellow dragons howled to the sky once more, hoping that their powerful leader, now nowhere to be found, would return to protect them. Their cries echoed far and wide across the oasis. Not long after, a distant roar, slightly sharper than Taio Taio's, echoed the yellow dragons. It was the same yellow dragon king that Taio Taio had easily defeated earlier. Normally, a leader like it would be expelled by the new dragon king and the entire herd of yellow dragons. However, Taio Taio was different. For the past 2 days, it had spent its time planting seeds, foraging and resting, paying no attention to the former Dragon King still roaming the territory. Seeing a chance to stay in this lush, grassy, and abundantly nourished land, this creature immediately became scheming. While carefully avoiding Taio Taio and avoiding him, it continued to wander the oasis, hoping for a chance to exploit its territory and snatch a few yellow dragons. After only 2 days of waiting, it finally found its chance. That strange-looking fellow quietly departed. For a moment, it was in disbelief, holding back from any rash action, fearing a sudden counterattack. But after waiting for Tayo's return, it heard the calls of the yellow dragons. Unable to contain itself any longer, it responded. "Harem, it's back." However, just as this yellow dragon king joyfully approached the group of yellow dragons gathered at the edge of the oasis, gazing at the distant sand dunes, it discovered that their reactions to its arrival were, well, how should I put it, perfunctory? It was definitely far less enthusiastic and attentive than before Tayo's arrival. They seemed a bit indifferent. That night, when this yellow dragon king attempted to reconnect with his harem, he was unsurprisingly met with a cold shoulder. Not a single yellow dragon was willing to cooperate. This situation continued until, over time, the yellow dragons gradually realized that Tayo was unlikely to return, and that their only remaining support was their former leader. Only then did things slowly improve. Of course, by the time this period had passed, the female yellow dragons had successfully laid a batch of fertilized eggs. This dragon king with an inexplicably green crown would likely have to wait until next year's breeding season to leave offspring. On the other hand, compared to the yellow dragon king, Lin's side had it pretty smooth sailing. After several days of traveling with Tayo, resting at several oases, they finally arrived at the rocky city, the pearl of the desert, Rocklac. It seems like nothing has changed here since before. Brave looked up at the airships flying overhead, and couldn't help but sigh. Still so prosperous, bustling, and busy. Compared to the harvest festival, it's not nearly as busy. Lin took off his helmet, and poured out the sand inside. Then he vigorously brushed his sand-stained hair, mentally complaining. Rocklac is great in every way, except for the unpleasantness of being filled with sand. Luckily, Rocklac has plenty of water. He can take a shower and clean himself up after entering the city. It'd be best to use the foaming lubricant as a cleaning agent to wash away the sand inside the armor. Thinking of the foaming lubricant, Lin couldn't help but think of Little Puff, far away in Yanhua village. I wonder how that clingy little thing is doing now. I haven't seen her in a while, and I miss her so much. Well, she could be considered Dakong's sister. Dakong is already nearly 7 meters long, so Little Puff shouldn't be much behind. So we can't call her Little Puff anymore. Boss, meow! Yinzo suddenly tugged at Lin's waist armor, the sound bringing him back to his senses. He instinctively looked down, and saw Yinzo pointing toward the city gate ahead, a look of surprise on his face. I think I just saw my mother, meow. Boss, can we hurry over there, meow? Oh! Yinzo's mother? Is that the Elu named Joey? Lin was deeply impressed by that Elu's name, and the image of a gentle, well-mannered silver cat popped into his mind. Lin thought about it, and felt that just going over there like this might not be enough, so he carried the dates onto Tiao's back. Suddenly he felt as if he was returning home in glory, riding a tall horse and sitting in a sedan chair carried by 8 people. Ha ha, that feels about right. Let's go. Let's show Ms. Joy how successful their Elu has become. Because of Tayo's armor and baggage, and the fact that several hunters were traveling together, passers-by, upon glancing at the towering bird dragon, instinctively marveled, wondering where this newly domesticated monster had come from. After a closer look, they suddenly realized, holy crap! This admiration turned to amazement, but it didn't cause panic or unrest. People simply involuntarily stood a short distance away as they passed, creating a sense of automatic crowd flow around them. Connor marveled. This was the first time he had entered through the gates of Rocklac without being swarmed by the crowds. It seemed the plan to domesticate this yellow speed dragon needed to be put on the agenda immediately. He would go back to discuss with the mustache leader and the captain to see if they could allocate a piece of land. A uniformed silver Elu was answering questions from passing merchants at the city gate when she suddenly noticed the crowd around her involuntarily disperse. Just as she was wondering what was happening, she saw an extremely tall figure standing directly in front of her. Its body blocked out the sunlight, casting a shadow that enveloped her. Gulp! Silver Elu couldn't help but swallow nervously. This was the main gate of Rocklac, and with the city tournament gorillas present, monsters wouldn't be allowed to so brazenly charge in and harm anyone, right? Mom! A voice practically etched into her jeans echoed, and Silver Elu was startled. Before she could react, a towering figure, clad in what looked like high-end armor, leaped down and scooped her up into a hug. Is it Little Date? Silver-haired Elu's voice trembled uncontrollably. He tilted his head back and stroked Date's face, the part not covered by his helmet. Tears welled up in his eyes, as he confirmed the touch. It's you? It's really you. My little date is back, meow. Then, silver-haired Elu tugged hard, pulling the much stronger date into his arms. He held her tightly, suppressing his faint sobs. Mom, don't be like this, meow. The boss and the others are watching, meow. Date was a little embarrassed, but deeply touched by Joey's genuine affection. He couldn't bring himself to push him away. He could only gently pat her back and whisper soothing words. I'm fine, meow. Boss is very powerful, meow. I've never been in any danger, meow. No one interrupted the loving mother-son scene before them. They watched silently until Joy calmed down, wiped her face, let go of Coconut Date, and looked at them. Only then did Lin Lin and the others step forward. Ms. Joy, nice to see you again. Lin Lin waved and greeted. Coconut Date also actively introduced the people behind him to his mother one by one. This is our monster hunting partner, Tayo Tayo, meow. This is Yezi, our friend we met in Yinhua village, meow. This is Brave, the hunter who was in the gorilla team in the Rocklac City tournament, meow. And this is Boss's apprentice sister, Cheyenne, meow. Chapter 354. After the introductions, everyone greeted Joey in turn. Honestly, the sudden appearance of the child he'd been so worried about, worrying about his well-being, shook Joey deeply. However, his years of tour guide work had honed his emotional control, and he quickly put on a proper smile and responded to each person in turn, secretly memorizing their faces. According to Coconut Date, these were his comrades who would be with him through thick and thin in the future, so he couldn't neglect them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Joey offered to invite these comrades to his home. However, Lin Lin glanced at Joey, and then at Coconut Date, shook his head slightly, and declined the invitation. Last time in Jieyun, Coconut Date missed seeing C. Buckthorn. This time, give him more time to talk with you. We won't bother him anymore. As he spoke, Lin Lin winked at Coconut Date. Talk to your family more often, spend time with them. Consider this your vacation. Yeza understood and gave a thumbs-up gesture in return. Though for Cat's Claw, it wasn't quite as satisfying. Clearly, after such a long separation, Joey had a lot to say to Yezao. Seeing Lin Lin had said so, he didn't insist. He simply went to the foreman and asked for 2 days off. He then took Yeza home, picking up some groceries along the way to prepare a few home-cooked meals. So from now on, we still stay at the guild as usual? Yezi glanced left at Lin Lin, then right at Brave. Just now, after noticing they seen someone familiar, Connor had hurriedly said goodbye, saying he was going to prepare the Yellow Speed Dragon Rider's plan. Having lost her guide, she felt somewhat lost, having never been to Rockrack before. She could only focus on the 2 people who had been to Rockrack. Brave curled his lips. Why are you looking at me? I had a place to stay in the city tournament gorilla squad, but it was a bunk bed. The conditions were worse than a hunter's lodge, but the price was much cheaper. You have to ask Lin Lin about that. He lived in a palace-level lodge here back then. Lin Lin rubbed his nose. I was completely relying on Senior Rachel. That level of lodge is normally only for high-ranking hunters, and there aren't many of them. After Master and the others arrive, there won't be any more vacancies of that level. Bray. But Fu didn't care. Even so, we're 5-star hunters after all. If we can't stay at the top level, we can stay at the next level, right? I think so. Anyway, let's go to the guild hall and ask. Oh, by the way, dear swordsman Mr. Brave, I have to remind you that Yezi and I are 5-star, and you're only 4.5. How about? Forget about the guild and stay at my place? Just as the 2 of them were about to start bickering, they were interrupted by a voice. They turned and saw that it was Cheyenne, who had a low profile. You're home? Oh right, I almost forgot. Junior sister, you're from Rocklark, just like Coconut Date. Lin Lin pretended to be enlightened, then asked, is this convenient? Lin Lin hadn't considered the issue of not having enough room, as Coconut Date had. When Rachel had introduced him to Ziyuan, she mentioned that she seemed to come from a wealthy family. And from their initial experience, Ziyuan was indeed dignified and elegant, with a manner that was impeccable except for her excessive politeness. Lin Lin, yeah, isn't that the impression he's left of Ziyuan? When did she become the comedian she's become? A master at courting death, I can't be comfortable without being naughty, a sucker for being a wimp, a pro at getting hit on the head? Of course it's convenient. Just considering the environment, my place is no worse than the guild's palace-level cabin. Ziyuan agreed, and seeing that no one objected, she couldn't help but take a slightly excited step, skipping and leading them in a certain direction. As she walked, she kept reviewing Rachel's instructions. Your senior brother, and his two teammates are exceptionally gifted geniuses. Their promotion to high-ranking hunters in the future is a sure thing, and even surpassing us won't be difficult. If you can truly integrate with them, your future will be much easier. Besides honing your hunting skills and fulfilling your duties as the team's marksman, you must also strive to build good relationships with the rest of the team. Bringing your senior brother and his friends home with you should help build closer ties, right? In the city of Rocklack. After passing the orc settlement, rows of mansions stood quietly. Besides the main buildings, there were also walled gardens. Through the perforated windows in the courtyard walls, one could see the rockery and greenery within. The mere sight of them gave him a whiff of wealth. Why does this place look familiar? Thinking back, Lin finally remembered that when they first defeated the Peak Dragon at the celebration banquet that evening, Brother Todd seemed to have taken him along this very route. What had he said then? It seems to be the domain of a fairly large chamber of commerce. I heard they used to be aristocrats. They're so pretentious and arrogant all the time. I don't want to deal with them anyway. When he heard the name Zijin Chamber of Commerce, he couldn't help but associate it with Ziyuan. However, after hearing Brother Todd's comments and thinking about his impression of Ziyuan at the time, he subconsciously felt that the two might be related, but it was unlikely. Standing at the mansion's front door, Ziyuan took a deep breath. Suddenly, she noticed something odd about Lin's expression and blinked. I have a feeling you're thinking about something rather disrespectful, brother. Yezi's expression suddenly grew alert, and the look he gave Lin made him feel a strange sense of pressure. Lin coughed lightly. No, it just suddenly occurred to me that when we first met, you seemed quite different. Ziyuan thought for a moment, a flicker of realization in her eyes. She adjusted her stance slightly, lifted the hem of her non-existent skirt with both hands, bent her knees slightly, and saluted. Excuse me, is this how it is? Instantly, her demeanor shifted. The silly comedian vanished, and a dignified smile graced the young girl's face, as if she were not a hunter standing here, but a noble lady dancing at a ball. If she were wearing a formal dress instead of hunter armor, it would have been perfectly appropriate. Shit! Brett stared at Ziyuan with wide eyes, as if meeting her for the first time. Lin also had the urge to exclaim wow, but his wow was the shock of this woman is so pretentious. Ziyuan's noble etiquette was quickly retracted, and she quickly returned to her usual lazy appearance, with her standing posture becoming slack. Oh, there's no way to fake that. How much should the corners of your mouth bend when you smile? How long should you take each step when you walk? And even the order in which you eat first. If I don't pretend, I've already learned all the etiquette. Looks like I'm going to have to torture myself with etiquette lessons for who knows how long. Yezi gently grasped Cheyenne's small hand. Although she was a simple country girl, just listening to Cheyenne's brief narration made her feel strangely suffocated. The feeling of being regulated by rules and regulations was too terrifying, wasn't it? Cheyenne had no idea what Yezi was thinking. Seeing her movements, she assumed she was frightened by hearing about all the rules and regulations at home. She explained, "Oh, it's okay. You're my guests. Don't worry about it. I'm a hunter now. Those rules and regulations don't apply to me. If you really piss me off, I just fire my heavy crossbow." Before she could finish her words, Yezi physically muted her microphone. Yezi covered her mouth, her face serious. First, hunters' weapons must never be pointed at humans. Second, if you don't want to face them, we can rent a hunter's cabin from the guild. We just need to wait for the airship to East Dorma, which won't take a few days. Finally, Yezi opened her arms and hugged the girl, feeling a little distressed. You've become a hunter now. You have the full power to choose your own life. As long as you don't want to be bound by constraints, your family can't control you. Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. So that's why this girl often seems out of touch, a thrill-seeker, commonly known as courting death. It seems she was previously repressed to such an extent, and now that she's finally free, she's completely freed herself and unleashed her true nature. TSK, this guild could suppress a young girl to such an extent. No wonder Brother Todd would give it such a high evaluation. Indeed, I think we should just rent a small cabin at the guild. Brave looked at the miniature Peak Dragon statues flanking the doorway and couldn't help but hesitate. Wow, 2 such large statues, carved from gyroscope stone. The weight of wealth from just the doorway ornaments alone was enough to make him feel a little suffocated. Xiwan hesitated. But, I'm already here. Before she could say anything else, the gate suddenly opened and a woman in servant's attire emerged, carrying a basket. She seemed about to go out shopping. She was stunned to see 4 people, a dragon, and 2 dogs blocking the entrance. But her stunned expression was brief. As her gaze scanned the 4 faces, pausing for a moment on the hunter in the blue speed dragon suit, Her eyes suddenly widened. Miss. You're back? The maid finally recovered, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully, looking a little nervous. Miss? The three gazes fell on Xiwan, making her feel uneasy. Xian twitched the corner of her mouth, and nodded to the maid as a response. Then, with a slightly timid look, she glanced at the three people. Yes, didn't I say that before? The three of them shook their heads. The slight sympathy that had just risen in Lin Lin's heart vanished. This was a rich bastard. Why should I sympathize with her? Based on what he had heard about the size of the Zijin Chamber of Commerce, even if he hunted 800 male fire dragons, the commissions he earned wouldn't even be half as generous as their wealth. Your family is so wealthy, and you're running away to become a hunter? Is this some kind of trick where if you fail at your job, you have to come home and inherit a multi-million fortune? Lin couldn't help but sigh. No, there was something different. Hunting is truly dangerous. It's like putting your head on a belt. With so much wealth, she doesn't want to go back and inherit it, but instead runs away to become a hunter. This girl either truly loves the profession, or she's truly rebellious. She's willing to be a hunter, if it means escaping the family rules. From what Lin had observed so far, he couldn't discern her passion for this profession. Instead, she was more drawn to the thrill of seeking death, enjoying food, and having fun. I had a feeling this girl would have a lot in common with a certain princess known for her unruly ways. Well, these are my friends. We're planning to go to East Dorma, and we'll be staying in Rock Lake for a few days waiting for the airship, so I invited them to my home. Ziyuan felt a little guilty under the scrutiny, so she turned to the maid and briefly explained the situation. The maid was quick to react, quickly bowing to Lin and the others. So you're the young lady's friends. I apologize for not welcoming such a distinguished guest. I take you to see the master. It must be said that the Zijin Chamber of Commerce is truly wealthy. They've sourced various decorative home materials from around the world, all of which are extremely valuable. However, according to the maid, the place they were visiting was actually a private residence. The decoration of the Chamber of Commerce headquarters was even more luxurious than what they saw now. The level of extravagance was truly astonishing. Damn capitalism. Lin couldn't help but mutter under his breath as he looked at the golden carpet beneath his feet. The carpet's golden sheen was entirely the result of the material it was woven from, not dyed with something like wool. Noticing Lin's gaze, the maid smiled and began to introduce him. This carpet originated in Baird. It's woven from the hair of a monster called the Golden Lion. Its golden color makes it highly sought after among noble merchants, and is therefore extremely valuable. Baird? Bruff asked curiously, hearing a place named he had no familiar impression of. Baird is the capital of the kingdom of Sithrid, and this carpet originated from the kingdom's royal palace. It's said that this carpet was quite popular with a certain princess, who paid a considerable price for it. Chapter 355. Ugh! Lin's spirits perked up at the keyword princess. The combination of Golden Lion and princess made it very likely that the maid was referring to the third princess. Although Lin had yet to meet this headstrong and capricious princess in this world, before crossing over, the third princess's notoriety was well known throughout the game, from the first generation to the XX. Her deeds included, but were not limited to, competing in a fishing contest with her brother, and commissioning a hunter to hunt a lava dragon for a fish print to win. Wanting to see the aurora, but finding it too cold, she commissioned a hunter to hunt a golden lion to make a coat. To prove who was the true queen, she challenged a female fire dragon to a duel, frightening the maid next to her and commissioning a hunter to. The hunt was complete before she arrived. Unable to get out of bed, and having heard that the black boom dragon was quite loud, she commissioned a hunter to capture one to use as an alarm clock. To confirm whether the 1,000-blade dragon truly had 1,000 scales, she commissioned a hunter to hunt 2,000-blade dragons. Even the maids complained that 2,000-blade dragons should have 2,000 scales. Tired from walking, she wanted to ride a horse, and having heard about a rare mythical beast, she asked the hunter to capture one for transportation. Questioning the hunter's abilities, she ordered the hunter to hunt a raging Tyrannosaurus and a furious golden lion. The quests issued by the third princess are characterized by their absurd reasons, and the sheer difficulty of the quests. Their atrocities are too numerous to list, leaving an indelible impression on countless veteran hunters. While it's unclear whether the third princess will truly be as outrageous as in the game, the brief information revealed by the maid suggests that the bond between her and the golden lion remains strong. But the golden lion carpet was only a minor incident. After passing it, the maid began introducing other ornaments. Lin had no chance to bring the conversation back to the princess, so he dropped the subject. After walking through the long corridor, The group finally arrived at the main hall. A graceful lady greeted them. She wore a lavender velvet gown, and the black pearl necklace around her neck shone a dazzling luster under the crystal chandelier. Lin, with his sharp eyes, immediately recognized these as the black pearls occasionally found in shield crabs. He had found them several times while shelling crab meat. To Lin and his companion's surprise, the lady wasn't as pretentious as they had imagined, nor did she appear condescending. With a gentle smile, she greeted them calmly. "You are Ziyuan's companions from her adventures, right? I apologize for the inconvenience." With this, the lady glanced at the maid, signaling her to prepare refreshments while she invited them to take their seats. "Why is this a bit different from what I imagined?" The three of them looked at Ziyuan. Before she could say anything, the noblewoman interrupted them. "Haha, it seems Ziyuan hasn't told you much about her family background. I'm Ziyuan's mother, Windsor. Her father is the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and is usually quite busy, so I have to greet you all. She's truly a rich lady, the president of the Chamber of Commerce." TSK. Lin glanced at Ziyuan again, saying nothing more. They each briefly introduced themselves and explained their purpose for coming. "You are Ziyuan's companions, so you can stay as long as you like. Our manor doesn't have much else to offer, but it's spacious." Lin glanced at the surroundings, which exuded a rich atmosphere. "You call this a place with nothing but space? That's a bit too modest. I didn't expect you all, despite looking so young, to be 5-star hunters. You're truly promising young men." Madame Windsor sighed. "It's a blessing for Ziyuan to join your team. I'm truly sorry to have you all take care of my daughter." She suddenly waved to the maid beside her, whispered a few words in her ear, and then looked back at the group. "If you're going to East Dorma, our Zijin Merchant Guild happens to have an airship heading there soon. You could take it. Our merchant ship is quite well armed. Even Sky Kings like fire dragons would struggle to approach easily. It's safe enough." Lin's mind moved. Although they planned to come to Rock Lake to take an airship, they hadn't yet decided which one to take. Since Madame Windsor mentioned it, taking this one wouldn't be a bad idea. But how long exactly were these? A few days? He was itching to use the horned dragon materials he just acquired. If he had more time, he could enhance the horned dragon weaponry at Lockrak. He could also perhaps use this time to craft Yizi's horned dragon staff, further strengthening their small team. However, after asking this question, Lin didn't receive a definitive answer. As for when we're leaving, a few days early or late doesn't really matter. Huh? Why do you say that? Donnarumma is the most prosperous city on the continent, so trade is naturally frequent. In fact, we have 2 airships operating on the route to Donnarumma, rotating every 3 days. If there's nothing urgent, a few days early or late won't make a difference." Lin couldn't help but gasp. Abundant wealth, truly enormous wealth. How expensive are airships? The Zijin Chamber of Commerce actually has 2 operating in shifts just for the East Daruma route. So, his previous idea seemed sound after all. Just as he was thinking, he heard a sudden commotion nearby. Turning his head, he saw the maid who had been with Lady Windsor, directing several people carrying a box towards him. Seeing the bewildered faces of the others, Lady Windsor smiled and explained, "You've all taken such good care of me. As a token of my gratitude, I've had some small gifts prepared. I hope you accept them." "Oh my God, why are you so exaggerated? Are these filled with gold bars?" "No, this is just the beginning. We've never even taken on a mission together as a group of 4. It's inappropriate, truly inappropriate." Seeing the others try to refuse, she chuckled again and added, "Don't worry, it's nothing valuable, just a small token of my appreciation. Just keep it." Yes, I told you to keep it, so you can't refuse." Xion quickly chimed in, but as soon as she spoke, she received a death stare from her mother, and immediately cowered like a quail, falling silent. Lady Windsor frowned slightly, as if about to lecture him, but then she sighed, and gently rubbed her brow with her fingers. "Forget it. From the day I decided to send you to hunter training, I knew it was impossible to expect you to be a lady. But at least at home, you better maintain a little demeanor. Otherwise, if your father sees you, I'm afraid you will have to take etiquette training classes for several days. Then I can just keep him from seeing it." Ziyuan grumbled, but under Mrs. Windsor's disapproving gaze, she reluctantly put on airs, acting like a noble lady. At this moment, the maid brought tea and snacks and placed them in front of the group. Mrs. Windsor changed the subject. "Zijin's family has very strict rules. I apologize for making you laugh. By the way, those thank you gifts I mentioned are actually just some ore. They won't violate the Hunter Guild's rules, and you should be able to use them. Please accept them." With that, Mrs. Windsor gestured for the servants to open the box. The dazzling display of jewels nearly dazzled everyone. Lin Lin took a closer look. This wasn't some ore at all. Whose ore was filled with spirit crane stone, scarlet kite stone, shura pearl, and glazed pearl. This is too precious. Yi Zi rubbed his eyes, looking at Ziyuan with an increasingly strange expression. Hee, if you don't want it, I use it to craft equipment. Ziyuan had just made a playful remark when she was once again met with strong repression from her mother. Brave quietly nudged Lin Lin and lowered his voice. Old Lin, when are we going to take Ziyuan on a mission or something? Otherwise, I feel guilty taking this thing. Lin Lin couldn't help but nod. Indeed, he had to find time to take care of this little two-star junior sister. Since upgrading her weapon would take a while, it was a good opportunity to take her along. In the end, Lin Lin and the others accepted the gift and temporarily settled into this luxurious manor. It looked more like a tavern than a guild hall. Lin Lin and his 3 companions sat around a table, several large wine glasses before them. However, no one was drinking at the moment. Instead, they were absorbed in studying the appropriate mission documents. Before this, they had already sent the materials for the Horned Dragon to the workshop and placed the order. Lin Lin's Horned Dragon weapon enhancement would take about a week, while Yi Zi's Horned Dragon Horn Insect Stick, being crafted from scratch, would take slightly longer, estimated to be around 10 days. To be honest, after viewing the design for the Horned Dragon Horn Insect Stick, Lin Lin was completely astounded. The reason was simple. This insect stick completely defied his conventional notion of a bug stick weapon. It looked more like an axe than a stick. If it were longer and heavier, Lin Lin doubted he could use it as a shield axe in axe mode. Which commission would be best? How about this Sand Dragon? Breath pondered for a long moment, then pointed to a commission on the wall. Lin Lin glanced at it, and immediately rejected it. No, it's not an emergency mission. Ziyuan can't take a 3-star mission. The reason they were sitting here to study the commission at this moment was naturally to train the new member of the team. It wasn't entirely because of the little gesture of kindness from the old lady. Another important reason was that they had nothing else to do before they got their new weapon. By the way, after learning of their plans, Kevin and the other 2 discussed it briefly and decided not to rush out, but to stay for the time being. After all, the palace-level cabin in Rocklark was quite nice, and if he didn't go out and eat sand, it wouldn't affect Kevin's recovery. But there are so few suitable 2-star commissions. And do missions of this level really offer any training? Yi Zi raised her glass, took a sip of the sea buckthorn juice, and glanced at the commission wall in front of her, her tone slightly distressed. When she first started with Brother Lin Lin, the 1-star assessment commission alone was to hunt a sickle weasel dragon king. And many of Locklak's 2-star commissions weren't even as valuable as her 1-star assessment commissions. Being limited to 2-star levels, there weren't many options. For example, could a commission like collecting tropical strawberries really improve Xiuan in the slightest? In that case, I think I need to find an emergency commission to reach 3 stars. Monsters, like the Sand Dragon and the Daimyo Shield Crab, are quite suitable for training Xiuan at this stage. Lin Lin stroked his chin, his gaze drifting across the wall. Look at this wall of commissions. Where's a single red item? Where's the emergency mission? Brave sighed and cursed. Ziyuan glanced at Lin Lin to the left, then Yi Zi to the right, and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, she wasn't particularly ambitious. 2-star was fine. She followed the big guys anyway, so she could just hang around. Traveling and enjoying the scenery was a wonderful thing. At most, she could just follow orders when necessary and be a laborer. How wonderful. Alas. Mother, why do you give gifts for no reason? You've already inspired so much enthusiasm. Hey! Isn't that Brother Lin Lin? Back to Rocklark so soon? The monsoon still has a while to come, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, followed by a firm pat on the back. Looking back, he saw a mustachioed old dragon man wearing a red cap and riding a mushroom pig, beaming at him. From a distance, I was wondering why I, the guild master, hadn't seen anything of the high-end gear. As I got closer, I realized it was you, Brother Lin Lin. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? It's only our 2nd day in Rocklak, and we've just landed. I didn't bother you because I was worried you'd be busy with your duties, so I didn't bother you. Facing Yi Zi's puzzled gaze, Lin Lin coughed lightly and introduced, This is the guild master of the Rocklak Hunter Guild. Didn't I come here with Senior Rachel during last year's Harvest Festival? Well, we got to know each other after a few interactions. President? Yi Zi blinked. This president seemed so easygoing. Oh no, it seems neither Yenhua's president Hotooshi nor Jiayan's drunkard were serious people. The mustachioed president glanced back and forth between Lin Lin and Yezi, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. He patted Lin Lin's back vigorously. Sure thing, Lin Lin, brother. I was thinking about introducing you to a few girls, but now it seems that's not necessary. Chapter 356. Introducing a few girls? Yeezy's eyes suddenly grew alert, and a hint of menace lingered in her gaze as she looked at the mustache-faced president. However, after hearing his next words, her gaze became slightly panicked, and she avoided looking directly at Lin Lin, her face beginning to burn. Lin Lin blushed at the mustache-faced president's teasing, but he didn't respond. Instead, he changed the subject. By the way, President, we've been studying the commission wall for quite some time now. Are there no urgent missions lately? Young people are naturally thin-skinned, and their reactions to teasing are quite amusing. Ha ha ha. However, the mustache-wearing president knew when to stop. After a couple of laughs, he stopped nagging and continued with Lin Lin's topic. Brother Lin, you really can't sit still. You just killed a horned dragon on the way here, and you're itching to do it again so soon? Huh? Lin Lin was startled, then scratched his face lightly. You know all this? The mustache-wearing president laughed again. You don't know, but the hunting commission for that horned dragon has been sitting in the guild for ages. I heard it was taken down by a team of outside hunters. I was just about to come see who the experts were, and I didn't expect to see you, brother. He patted Lin Lin vigorously, his words full of praise. It's been down for a long time. No other hunters are hunting that horned dragon. Brave was a little surprised. That shouldn't be the case, right? Yes, there have been 3 or 4 requests to hunt it, but the hunters who went in were either unsuccessful or had to stop due to frequent accidents. And as that creature gained experience fighting hunters, it became even more difficult to deal with. Gradually, no one took on the quest. I was thinking if no one took it anymore, I tried to recruit a higher-ranking hunter. The mustache-faced president looked a bit emotional. If you hadn't happened to run into and kill a guy, I'm afraid countless more people would have been attacked. After a pause, the mustache-faced president dismounted from his mushroom pig mount and patted the 2 men in satisfaction. Honestly, I'm truly astonished by your improved strength, even to be able to kill that horned dragon. Especially you, Brother Brave. If Charles knew you reached your current strength in just 1 year, he'd probably regret not letting you out sooner. Charles was the captain of the city tournament guerrilla team, a 5-star greatsword user. It was this captain who had imposed the suspension for probation punishment on Brave for his hunting violations. Brave smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, that's not necessarily the case. He was able to rise so quickly after leaving Rocklark entirely, because he followed Lin Lin's footsteps, traveling to Yinhua village to become Puxian's disciple, and, under Lin Lin's guidance, constantly challenging powerful enemies. If the captain had released him earlier to gain experience, without Lin Lin, he wouldn't know where he would have gone. The mustachioed guild leader picked up his cup, poured himself a glass of wheat beer, took a deep gulp, and then let out a sigh of relief. With your current strength, you need to be 6-star to take on emergency missions. You might not know that the promotion process for upper-level hunters is different from that for lower-level hunters. Lower-level hunters can advance by completing a sufficient number of missions of the corresponding star level, and then successfully completing emergency missions. However, to advance to upper-level hunter status, you need approval from guild headquarters. You must have a solid resume, and the approval of the Great Elder before you can be promoted. Besides, 6-star emergency missions are usually for major events. Look at how calm Rocklac seems right now. Does that sound like a possibility? We didn't intend to take such a big step. Listening to the mustache-faced leader's explanation, Lin Lin was about to correct them by saying they were only looking for 3-star emergency missions, but when he heard the word resume, he suddenly froze, remembering something he almost forgotten. Last time in Rocklac, Coconut Date hadn't registered with the guild yet, and its resume included the battle against the Peak Dragon, where it was swallowed. I have to talk to the leader later and get Coconut Date's resume back. Yeezy finally calmed down from the mustache president's earlier teasing and rejoined the conversation. No, you misunderstood. We don't have any plans to take on 6-star missions yet. Yeezy paused, looking at the distracted Cheyenne. We're just looking for a 3-star emergency mission. The mustache president was stunned. You guys can defeat a horned dragon, and you're still taking on a 3-star emergency mission? Isn't that bullying the dragon? But as Yeezy looked at Cheyenne, he quickly realized that they were bringing in a rookie. Wait, why does this rookie look familiar? The mustache president's gaze shifted to the silent girl. The more he looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. He tugged at his beard, nearly pulling out a few hairs. Isn't this the daughter of the Zijin Chamber of Commerce? I heard she become a hunter. Is she going to be promoted to 3 stars so soon? I originally thought she was just getting some experience as a hunter, and would soon return to inherit the family business. But now it seems she's determined to stay in the hunting profession, and isn't about to retire. So, does that mean the Zijin Chamber of Commerce is preparing to train a new successor? The mustache-faced president silently memorized this information. As a guild manager who started out as a merchant, keeping track of valuable information has become his instinct. As for 3-star emergency commissions, there are indeed some. Even if there aren't any, it doesn't matter. Just find a 3-star mission and turn it into an emergency one. As a major taxpayer in Rocklac, the Zijin Chamber of Commerce plays a crucial role in every aspect of Rocklac, so a little leniency wouldn't hurt. The mustache-faced president said, "Wait a moment," and ran back to the counter to look for the mission documents. Lin didn't sit there any longer, but followed and told the mustache-faced president what he had just recalled. "Hey, it's just a small problem. Just give me a moment, brother Lin. I fix it right away." Lin looked around at the scraggly, slightly distracted president, and asked curiously, "By the way, why don't I see Miss Xia?" At the time, he and the girl had a pretty good relationship. She had helped him find many commissions. The mustache-faced president picked up a thick booklet and slammed it down on the counter. She went to Donnarumma. The mustache-faced president brushed the non-existent dust off his hands and flipped open the booklet, saying, "The girl's training here is basically complete. After this training at Donnarumma headquarters, she'd be able to officially assume the position of poster girl when she returns." When Lin first heard that Xia wasn't at Rocklark, he was startled. He almost thought the mustache-faced president was referring to her return to Moga village. If that were the case, the storyline of the 3rd generation would be about to unfold, and the legendary King Naiju would arrive in his loyal Moga village. But now it seems I was just overthinking it. Although he's the guild leader and the guild manager, guild leader Zai Mustache is quite capable. It didn't take him long to not only fill the gap in Coconut Date's resume, but also find the documents they needed for the 3-star emergency mission. Hunting mission, emergency table manners on the sand. Mission description, hunt a hydra. Reward, 2700 Z. Handling fee, 300 Z. Mission location, desert. Time limit, 3 days, crossed out, now 15 days. Client, terrified driver. I was delivering goods as usual when a terrifying monster suddenly appeared from nowhere and swallowed my Maritori, the bird I depend on for my livelihood, in one gulp, scattering my cargo all over the ground. That creature was terrifying. Every time I close my eyes, all I can think of is that abyssal maw. Please, hunter, kill it now, avenge my Maritori, and let me have sweet dreams, huh? Hydra? Lin suddenly became intrigued. This is a sea dragon-like monster that lives in the desert. Its most distinctive feature is its enormous mouth, capable of swallowing an ankylosaur whole. It's named Hydra because it lurks beneath the sand and launches surprise attacks with its abyssal maw. Common large monsters in the desert include the Yellow Speed Dragon King, the Sand Dragon King, the Earth Sand Dragon, the Submarine Dragon, the Horn Dragon, the Rock Dragon, the Boom Dragon, the Daimyo Shield Crab, the Tiger Dragon, the Windfang Dragon, the Sand Lion, and so on. Lin had either fought many of them, encountered them before, or had seen closely related species. However, this submarine dragon was clearly a very common monster in the desert, yet he had never witnessed its majesty. Seeing this commission, Lin's curiosity was piqued. Lin took the receipt and flipped through it for a moment, then couldn't help but look back at the mustache-faced president. "Brother President, everything else seems fine to me, but what's with the time limit? Why was it originally 3 days, then changed to 15? Without looking up, the mustache-faced president carefully read the notes attached to the receipt. After a moment he said, "This is what's going on. The scorpion fish, like those sandfish, likes to roam freely in the desert and rarely has a fixed habitat. When the mission was first issued, the hunters who accepted it discovered after their departure that the attack on the client. The scorpion had long since vanished, so the mission naturally failed. However, the client later lowered his requirements, no longer insisting on the scorpion that attacked him. He simply wanted to kill a scorpion to avenge him, so the time limit was extended to 15 days. How is this mission? Does it suit you?" Lin waved the document in his hand. "I think it's good, but I need to discuss it with my companions." The mustache leader shrugged and gestured for permission. After all, he was only temporarily filling in as the clerk. At the round table, Brave and Yeezy took the document in turn, passed it around, and finally handed it to Cheyenne, letting her make the decision. A monster of this level, if the three of them worked together, they could probably just beat it up and take it down on the spot. But after all, the main purpose of taking this girl hunting was to give her enough training. So she had to be the main force on this mission, with Lin Lin and the other two accompanying her as a backup. How is this mission? Ziyuan glanced at the document in her hand, then glanced around at the three people around her, a look of clear stupidity in her eyes. I'm just a scoundrel, what do I know? She opened her mouth for a long time before replying, I don't know. What do you think? Lin Lin crossed his arms, resting his chin on his hand. I think it's possible. Although I haven't hunted a snorkel myself, I do know a bit about it. It's a perfect challenge for beginners. If you use your tools properly, hunting it will definitely be easier than hunting a sand dragon. Brave nodded, also expressing his agreement. I once witnessed a snorkel hunt. This monster's fighting style is quite unique. If we can hunt one once, we'd be better prepared to respond to similar attacks in the future. Only Easy objected. This creature. Brother Lin Lin and I aren't familiar with it, and Brave has no personal hunting experience. If anything goes wrong, we might not be able to rescue it in time. After expressing their opinions, the three of them turned to Ziyuan again. Ziyuan blinked. 2 votes in favor, 1 against. How about? Just do it. Sister Yezi, we've been searching for ages, wasting so much time. I think. How about this? Besides, I'm a hunter too. I can protect myself, not some powerless civilian. Don't treat me like a target to be protected. Yezi was stunned for a moment, taking in Ziyuan's expression, then slowly nodded. It was true. Ziyuan was usually so comedic, giving her an unreliable vibe, that she'd forgotten she was actually capable of fighting. Okay, that's it. Having made the decision, Lin Lin and the others approached the counter, where the mustache-faced president personally handled the formalities for accepting the mission. Brother Lin Lin, I think I need to remind you that when 4 people take on a commission, the reward is split equally among the 4. That means, of the 2,700 Z reward, each of you will only receive 675 Z. Lin Lin nodded non-committally. He Brave and Yi Z each earned thousands or tens of thousands Z for any commission, and they couldn't even consider a 3-star commission worth a sesame seed. And Ziyuan, the daughter of the prestigious Zijin Chamber of Commerce, capable of wielding a weapon as expensive as a heavy crossbow, would probably look down on such a meager reward even more. Let's go! Pack your things, get ready, and we set off. Ziyuan glanced at Lin Lin cautiously. Senior brother, you said before that if you use the right tools, hunting becomes much easier. So what tools do we need to prepare? Chapter 357. 2 hours later. The docks at Rock Ark were bustling with activity. Sand boats were constantly entering the harbor, while more were heading deeper into the sand sea. On a sand boat near the outer edge, Ziyuan glanced around and nodded slightly. Well, these preparations should be enough. Off to the side, looking at the sand boat's cabin, which was so packed that there wasn't even room to stand, Lin Lin twitched his lips, a slightly subtle expression on his face. While being well prepared is a good thing, isn't this a bit excessive? Huh? Exaggerated? Ziyuan glanced at the 4 massive, almost human-sized barrels of explosive bombs placed side by side before her. Belatedly, she realized that she had seemingly used all the space for props, leaving no room for the hunters. Seems like a little bit? Is that a little? Brave twitched his lips. Who told you to bring 4 large barrel bombs at once, especially the G-class enhanced ones? 2 should be enough. So? Cheyenne pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. So? Yezi tilted her head and looked at him. Just when the 3 thought Cheyenne was going to give up the 2 large barrel bombs to make room, Cheyenne waved her hand and said, So I've decided to deploy another sand boat. If 1 sand boat can't fit, 2 should be enough, right? Lin Lin and the other 2, Is this the mindset of the Chamber of Commerce's daughters? It's their mindset that's too narrow. They don't even need to rent sand boats, because they have countless of their own, ready to deploy at any moment. In that case, I have no objection. Lin Lin was the first to express his opinion, followed by Brave and Yi Zi, who nodded, though their expressions were somewhat indescribable. Woohoo! Let's go! And so, after loading 2 large barrels of explosives onto the newly arrived sand boat, Ziyuan excitedly announced the official start of the hunt. The dominant color of the desert is always that withered yellow that symbolizes desolation. The hot wind blew through, carrying gravel from the dunes to a nearby exposed rock platform with almost no vegetation. Above the platform, in a gap formed by several magnificent rock pillars, a piece of khaki canvas shielded the yellow sand carried by the hot wind. Swish. A corner of the canvas was lifted, revealing a pair of weary eyes peering out through the gap. Although all they could see was yellow sand, seemingly devoid of any living creature, the owner of these eyes dared not relax even a moment. "How's it going? Has that thing left?" A slightly hoarse voice, thick with the whiff of the desert, spoke in a low voice, as if fearing the noise might attract some unstoppable presence. "As much as I like to say yes, as of 10 minutes ago, it was still lurking outside, waiting for us." The young man in the leather suit also lowered his voice, and turned to look at his companion. It was a young woman in a hunter's suit, but at that moment, she lay weakly on the ground, her once healthy tan skin now noticeably pale. One hand drooped limply at her side, looking severely injured. Beside her lay a large shield crafted from fine iron, and a spear of the same material. "It's all my fault. If I noticed that guy sooner, we wouldn't be trapped here." The young man looked at his companion, lying helplessly, his tired eyes filled with self-blame. His fingers unconsciously moved back and forth on the crossbow in his arms, as if this could help relieve his anxiety. "Do you think we can make it back alive?" Compared to the unharmed young man, whose expression was filled with worry and pessimism, the female hunter lying on the ground, though dejected, wore a faint smile. "Relax, Jack. It's not your fault. We were just a little unlucky." As if her words had revived her injuries, she paused, as if waiting for the pain to subside before continuing. "We'd definitely be fine. Judging by the time, we're not too far from Rockrack. Once we send out the distress signal, someone will see it and come to our rescue." Jack was silent for a moment, then forced a smile. "I hope so. They weren't too far away, considering the speed of the sand boat. To be honest, there was no way Rockrack would have seen their distress signal. They could only hope that a sand boat was heading their way and happened to notice the red firework, which was inconspicuous in the daylight desert." Jack lowered his head, loading the crossbow shells into the magazine one by one, his mind racing. Both of them were students from the Rocklack training camp, and had just completed their assessment tasks. As long as they returned to Rocklack, they would be able to become regular hunters, and remove the word apprentice from their apprentice hunter title. Sadly, the smooth journey ended with an unexpected incident on the return journey. A stunt dragon, seemingly from nowhere, targeted them. While they were trying to navigate their way through the map, it emerged from beneath the sand and, with a single swift bite, ripped their sand boat in two. If they hadn't both been hunters and reacted quickly to the danger, they would have been swallowed by the monster, along with the boat itself. Although they managed to escape with their lives thanks to their quick reaction, a foe of the stunt dragon's caliber was no match for the two rookies. Furthermore, Ruth was injured in the stunt's attack, leaving her shield-holding right hand powerless and unable to strike. The two of them were forced to flee for their lives. Fortunately, there was a ledge nearby, preventing the stunt dragon from swimming on the hard surface, giving them a moment to breathe. But it was only a moment to catch their breath. The scorpionfish moved at breakneck speed beneath the sand, and this creature had been lurking nearby. He had tried twice before, but each time, before he had left the ledge's 100-meter radius, the scorpionfish would suddenly appear and startle him. Stayed on this ledge, however, they would also face a slow death. The sudden destruction of the sand boat meant they had no time to carry supplies, not to mention recovery medicine, and certainly no hot or cold drinks necessary for desert life. If they simply stayed on the ledge until nightfall, the cold desert temperature alone would be enough to kill them, even without the scorpionfish's attack. For now, their only option was to trust that someone in the direction of Rock Lake had seen their distress signal and rushed to their rescue. Jack sighed heavily. If no one had spotted them before nightfall, they would have no choice but to risk leaving the ledge and gathering supplies from the wreckage of the damaged sand boat, hoping the snorkeling dragon would lose patience and give up on their pursuit. He mentally estimated the time, and when he felt it was about time, he pulled out another flare, pulled a fuse, and released it into the air. Thanks to the detailed training at the training camp, they usually carried these large red fireworks with them, allowing them to send signals even after a sudden attack. However, there weren't many of them, so they hoped someone would see them before all the fireworks were set off. The sails billowed, carrying the two sand boats rapidly forward, heading towards the location noted on the order document where the client had been attacked. Although the mustache-faced leader stated that the submouthed dragon was most likely no longer there, in the absence of any other submouthed dragon sightings, they could only try their luck. Look over there. Xiuan was a marksman after all, and her eyesight was excellent. Braving the howling desert wind and yellow sand, she managed to spot a sliver of red on the distant horizon. It's a distress signal. Yezi looked over and instantly made a judgment. Let's get there. Without hesitation, Xiuan immediately adjusted the sails, and the sand boat glided in a graceful arc, heading in the direction of the distress signal. Yeezy turned around and gestured to another sand boat not far behind him, signaling them to follow. What's going on? Because he was busy maneuvering the sails, Brave, not very experienced in the craft, had no time to carefully decipher Yeezy's signal, so he could only ask Lin Lin. Someone sent out a distress signal. We need to check. Lin Lin, resting his hands on his waist, gazed into the distance, sighing, this world is truly full of dangers. Ordinary people could be in danger at any moment. Brave grinned confidently, but they're still lucky. They have us. The sand boat, powered by full wind, sped along at breakneck speed, quickly arriving at the scene. However, to Ziyuan's surprise, aside from the ledge ahead, there seemed to be no living creatures. All that could be seen was sand. There's nothing here, Sister Yezi. Are you sure that's a distress signal, and not some prank? Listening to Ziyuan's words, Yezi couldn't help but feel the urge to smack her head. Please! Who would pull such a prank? Anyway, let's pull the boat over. Look at that canvas over there. The person calling for help is probably there. Also, stay alert. Many monsters in the desert lurk beneath the sand. Yezi drew out her dragon bone staff and scanned the surrounding yellow sand with a sharp gaze. She had a vague feeling that something nearby was secretly observing them. But somehow, until the sand boat docked at the edge of the ledge, they encountered no attack and remained standing there peacefully. Strange, Yezi frowned. Was that feeling of being watched just an illusion? She scanned the surroundings again, her gaze lingering for a moment on the small, raised sand dunes. Their shapes felt a little unnatural to her, as if they had been cast from the same mold. But she remained vigilant for a long time, and still nothing changed. Instead, Cheyenne had already arrived at the canvas-enclosed shelter, and found the two people who had sent the distress signal. They were two hunters, and judging by their equipment, they looked like newbies. The female spear user had fallen asleep, while the male light crossbow user, though exhausted, was at least still conscious. Yeezy waved, signaling Cheyenne to check on the spear user and offer treatment if necessary. He then approached the light crossbow user and inquired about the situation. What monster attacked you? How long ago? The light crossbow user's delight at the sight of Cheyenne's blue speed dragon suit dimmed, but upon seeing the unfamiliar gear on Yeezy, hope flared in his eyes again. Although his face seemed a little too young, his outfit revealed him to be a powerful figure. Great. It's a high-star hunter. We're saved. Immediately, Jack answered Yeezy's question without hiding anything, revealing everything. It was a snorkel. About 3 or 4 hours ago. It's very good at camouflage. Once it burrowed beneath the sand, it was practically indistinguishable. After a pause, he added, before you seniors arrived, I made 4 attempts. Each time, as soon as we got within 100 meters of the ledge, it would burst out and try to devour us. It's certain that it was still lurking nearby until half an hour ago. Yeezy now had confirmation that the snorkeling creature was indeed a snorkeling creature. The feeling of being watched wasn't an illusion. It's probably still here. Jack hesitated for a moment, then finally asked, so, senior, can you handle that creature? Had I become a senior without realizing it? Yeezy was momentarily distracted, but then gave the newbie in front of her a reassuring look. Don't worry, it's just a scorpion fish. It won't cause any trouble. You guys rest for a while we take care of it. Cheyenne. Hey! Sister Yeezi? Cheyenne, having just grabbed a bottle of recovery potion G and given it to the spearman, shuddered at the sound and quickly responded. You're lucky. The monster attacking them is the scorpion fish you're looking for. Get ready for battle. Oh, prepare for battle? Me? Cheyenne's heart was racing. Although she felt prepared from the instructions given by her seniors, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous when the moment arrived. This time, she's not just playing second fiddle, she's the main force. Don't worry, you can do this. Don't forget, you're Senior Rachel's disciple. And we're here with you. Yeezi pointed to the second sand boat, which had slowly come to a stop not far away. Lin Lin and Brave had just disembarked from it. Huff, huff. Ziyuan took a few deep breaths, calming herself. Then she drew her heavy crossbow and loaded a dye bullet into the magazine. This way, when the battle began, she could mark it. According to her master, this would prevent the monster from fleeing without enough time to reload. I can do this. I'm ready. Chapter 358. Lin Lin, carrying the shark guard as usual, flipped over and jumped off the sand boat. He hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly felt a subtle vibration in the sand beneath his feet, which was rapidly intensifying. Is there something beneath the sand? Or is it coming for me? The thought flashed through his mind, and Lin Lin reacted faster than his thoughts. He released the insect, his body soaring into the air, and landed on a nearby ledge. Then, a truly enormous mouth burst forth from beneath the sand. Sharp teeth and steel clashed with a resounding clang, and even faint sparks flew. Looking at this monster bursting out from the ground, its back covered in a hard brown-yellow shell, its head occupying nearly a third of its entire body, Lin Lin was startled for a moment, then couldn't help but grin. Oh my goodness, isn't that a scorpion dragon? Just when they were wondering where to find one to hunt, it suddenly appeared right in front of them. It's a case of ignoring the path to heaven, and then barging into hell. Lin Lin instinctively drew his shield axe, wanting to charge at the ugly creature and then, with a super release, send it to its doom in an ice explosion. Luckily, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of this mission was to train Cheyenne, so he forcibly resisted the urge to strike. He simply thrust his shield forward, shoving himself into the scorpion dragon's face to draw its attention. Brave was equally quick to react. As the scorpion dragon appeared, he also drew his katana. But like Lin Lin, after glancing down at his ice-fawn vermilion blade, he opted to remain on the sidelines, only swinging once or twice as a token of appreciation. Well, this wave was a return to the most basic guild katana style, with the II Kamui sealing everything. Roar! Seeing its surprise attack fail, and its targeted prey attacking it instead, the scorpion dragon couldn't help but let out a resounding roar, causing Lin Lin to raise his shield to block and Brave to cover his ears. Snap! With a crisp sound, a crossbow bullet came from behind, landing precisely on the scorpion dragon's skull. However, the bullet did no harm to the scorpion dragon. Instead, upon contact, the bullet exploded, spraying the entire contents of the pungent pink liquid onto the scorpion dragon's head. Dive bullets, as the name suggests, are crossbow-like dive balls, their sole purpose being to mark monsters. However, this isn't always the case. Sometimes, the pungent smell of dive fruit can irritate the marked monster, as was the case with this scorpion dragon. A large portion of the dye liquid in the previous bullet landed directly on its nose, severely interfering with its already limited sense of smell. The lower half of the dragon's body remained buried beneath the sand, its two front claws digging into the ground like excavators as it bit Lin Lin, the closest to it. Glancing at the maw, which opened almost 180 degrees, Lin Lin didn't raise his shield to block it. Instead, he slid back lightly, avoiding the abyssal maw. The icy blue sword in his hand slashed across his body, leaving a chilling wound on the dragon's nose. TSK, this guy's nose seems quite soft. I hope that last blow didn't do much damage. As the dragon attacked Lin Lin, the roar of the crossbow roared again behind him. Crossbow bullets whizzed past him, and landed on the dragon's massive head. Apparently, in the brief moment just now, Xiuan had already finished reloading, and officially launched her attack on the scimitar. However, it seemed that Xiuan's attack wasn't very effective. The scimitar's skull was quite hard, and Xiuan's standard bullets landed on it, causing little to no effective damage. Some of the crossbow shells even bounced off due to poor angles. One ricocheted bullet happened to swirl into the sand beneath Brave's feet, startling him so much that he almost jumped. Hey! Can't you aim more before you shoot? Brave ran to avoid the scimitar's biting jaws, cold sweat pouring down his back. He had faced so many ferocious and powerful monsters, and just now, he had almost been caught by one of his own. Sorry. Xiuan had obviously noticed the situation, and she apologized as she quickly ran to the side of the scimitar. According to Rachel's instructions, when encountering an unfamiliar monster, one should first test the texture of various parts of the monster's body with the most common level 1 normal bullets, then switch to more powerful bullets and launch a full-scale attack. Cheyenne did the same, but unexpectedly, their first team collaboration went awry. The snorkel's head was surprisingly hard enough to deflect the crossbow bullets. Cheyenne no longer dared to test the snorkel's head. Although the tip of the nose looked soft and likely had good texture, it was too small. A slight deflection would likely result in a hit on the skull. To be on the safe side, it was best to find another suitable spot. Cheyenne ran, clutching the heavy crossbow, cautiously testing other areas. The body was similar to the head, with its dark brown carapace, extremely hard, making it impervious to crossbow bullets. The front legs were slightly stronger than the head and body, but still incredibly tough. As for the hind legs, tail, and abdomen, since the scorpion was fighting prone, with its lower body practically buried in the sand, there was no chance of a shot. In contrast, the lighter, khaki-colored carapace in the center of its back seemed much softer, and even bullets would still produce a sizzling, bloody effect. Let's target that area and attack, Xiwan switched to a level 1 penetrating round, reporting her findings as she began to circle around, aiming to strike the scorpion's rear. Upon hearing Xiwan's intentions, Lin and Brave didn't hesitate and charged forward, intent on distracting the scorpion and preventing it from attacking the rear-line shooters. As for Yi Zi, he temporarily withdrew from the battle, returning to the sand boat to gather the supplies Xiwan had brought with him. The more I searched, the more frightened I became. This was truly outrageous. Forgetting the usual items, like recovery potions and food, I brought 12 secret potions. Was he planning to eat them like candy? And these sonic bombs, 20 of them. I mean, if so many were used consecutively, given the monster's incredible adaptability, they'd probably just get used to them, right? And this big barrel of explosive bombs, it doesn't look like there's any chance of it exploding, does it? Monsters won't just wait for you to set up the bombs before attacking. Even more outrageous, what the hell is this fishing rod? Isn't this a desert? Are you bringing a fishing rod to fish in the desert? What kind of fish could there be in the desert? Only sandfish, right? But sandfish aren't meant to be fished. You can't be using this thing to catch scorpions, right? Yi Zi glanced at the battle going on with Lin. Seeing no unexpected incidents, he simply picked up a fishing rod and started tugged. Wow, the materials used are quite high-end. The rod is made of specially treated knotwood, strong and tough enough to even be used as a weapon. The line is woven from spider silk and ivy leaf fibers, the same material used in pitfall traps. So, this can't really be used to catch monsters. That's too crazy. Yi Zi thought for a moment, and put the rod away. Xiwan must have brought this thing at Lin's suggestion. While he didn't know why, he must have had his reasons. On the field, amidst a fierce battle. Well, okay, maybe it was just more intense for the snorkeling dragon. Crossbow bolts continuously pricked its back, causing a constant sting. It tried to turn and attack, but was constantly pinned back by Lin and Brave. Even if it tried to strike the two in front of it, they were as slippery as a loach, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't reach them. Under this constant passive attack, the submersible dragon roared in anger. Its heartbeat and blood pressure surged, and its nose began to swell, spewing out large streams of white steam. It opened its mouth and inhaled violently. Large clumps of golden gravel on the ground poured into its mouth with the inhalation, like a golden waterfall. Be careful. It's breathing. Lin warned, and began to circle around the submersible dragon. In reality, his warning wasn't necessary. Any qualified hunter would be on high alert upon noticing unusual monster movements. Almost immediately, Brave began circling in the opposite direction from Lin. Then, fueled by the dragon's powerful lungs, a golden column of sand erupted, sweeping across the sky as it turned. Unfortunately, its sand inhalation was too obvious. The three hunters, already prepared, easily dodged its breath and attacked again when the sand had been exhausted. Seeing that even with such a wide-ranging breath attack, it still couldn't do anything to the two hunters around it, the dragon felt both furious and annoyed with them. Never mind. These two guys were just good at dodging, and their attacks weren't very effective. They weren't a big threat. If they couldn't hit them, they could just ignore them. On the other hand, the one who had been shooting at it from behind was a major threat. Although the damage from a single crossbow shot wasn't high, the continuous barrage had already left the dragon severely wounded. With this thought, Qianqilong ignored the two pretentious attacks from the other side, and instead used its claws to scrape up the gravel in front of it. In a flash, it sank back beneath the sand, leaving no trace of its presence. Ziyuan was slightly taken aback. It's running away now? Lin roared, watch out. It's coming for you. Ziyuan had no doubts about his exceptionally talented senior brother. He immediately folded his heavy crossbow behind him, and broke into a run. Feeling the faint vibrations beneath her feet approaching, Xiwan's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. She nervously calculated the distance, ready to pounce at any moment. Buzz! Suddenly, a humming sound echoed from the open ground behind her, a high-frequency vibration accompanied by visible sound waves. Xiwan didn't need to turn around. Simply hearing the familiar sound, her expression brightened with joy. It was a sonic boom bomb. Great. Thank you, Sister Yezi, for resolving this urgent matter. Xiwan paused immediately. An image of a snorkeling dragon, blinded by the sonic boom, leaping onto the ground like a salted fish, struggling futilely, flashed through her mind. But when she redeployed her heavy crossbow and turned around, she was shocked to find that the image hadn't reappeared. The snorkeling dragon seemed unaffected by the sonic boom bomb and continued to surge from beneath the sand with full force, its jaws gnawing with a gurgling sound. How could this be? Isn't it said that burrowing monsters often can't stand the effects of sonic booms? Isn't it always right to drop sonic booms when you see a burrowing monster? Why is the snorkel unaffected? Wait, that's not right. Cheyenne looked at the snorkel that burst out from under the sand and took a fierce gulp of air, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Just now, that creature had clearly locked onto her as its target and was heading in her direction. So why was it now emerging from that direction and taking a gulp of air? That location was where the sonic boom had just exploded. Cheyenne had excellent hearing, and thanks to Rachel's guidance, her basic skills and sound location were pretty solid. After just a moment's deliberation, she made the correct judgment. A Troodont can only rely on hearing to determine its prey's location underground. The sonic boom must have disrupted its perception, tricking it into thinking the bomb's detonation was the prey's location. But why couldn't the sonic boom blow the Troodont to the ground like it did with the Sand Dragon King and the Ceratops? Ziyuan's mind swirled with doubt, but that didn't stop her from aiming and firing at the Troodont, which had missed its bite. In reality, the reason the sonic boom couldn't blow the Troodont to the ground was because the Troodont relied on vibrations, not hearing, to locate its prey. It might sound strange. Isn't sound caused by vibrations? But for a Troodont, as long as I can't hear, you can't harm my hearing. The Troodont's ears had long since degenerated, becoming one organ with its gills. Having abandoned hearing, it relies entirely on its body's acute sensitivity to vibrations, and this is precisely how the sonic boom affected the Troodont's attack position. Although Cheyenne wasn't sure how this worked, her observations gave her a sudden flash of inspiration, and she came up with a brilliant idea. While firing to attract the dragon's attention, she shouted her plan to the three of them. Sister Yezi, bring out the barrel bomb. When the dragon burrows again, drop a sonic boom bomb on the barrel bomb's location. Chapter 359. After hearing Ziyuan's words, Yi Zi was somewhat confused. She had no idea what Ziyuan had discovered, but after a moment's hesitation, she obeyed. Lin Lin glanced at Ziyuan in surprise. He hadn't expected this comedian-looking girl to be so quick to react, having discovered the easiest way to hunt a slugfish so quickly. Unlike its body's acute sensitivity to vibrations, a slugfish's vision is extremely poor. Moreover, with its flatfish-like eyes perched high above its head, it often has no idea what it's swallowing when it opens its mouth wide to bite. The sand will simply be expelled through its gills. Thus, cunning hunters would exploit this trait, luring the slugfish into a massive swallow. Then, with a bang, it would go completely batty, sprawling, unable to move for a long time, ready to be slaughtered. It seems Ziyuan truly possesses the talent of an excellent hunter. Lin Lin and Brave exchanged glances, each reading the same message: we're free to touch. Now it's Ziyuan's turn. After all, this was Ziyuan's own promotion mission. The two of them had just been at the forefront, forcing the Qianqilong to attack them. That period was enough time for Ziyuan to familiarize herself with and understand most of the Qianqilong's attacks. Given this, as long as she truly possessed the skill to advance, the rest of the battle would be no problem for her. Bang, bang, bang. The crackle of heavy crossbow fire continued. As each bullet flew, the Qianqilong's injuries gradually worsened. Driven by the pain, the Qianqilong grew increasingly frantic. Finally, with a furious roar, it sped towards Ziyuan's car, its jaws wide open and gnawing, sending sparks flying through the air. Seeing the dragon charging at her with terrifying momentum, Ziyuan had no intention of engaging it head-on. She seized the opportunity and rolled over, using the heavy crossbow's inertia to slide far away, successfully avoiding the dragon's attack. She twisted around, ready to fire at the dragon again, but the dragon didn't give her the chance. Seeing it missed its target, it resorted to the same tactic, scraping up the sand beneath it and, in a matter of seconds, burrowing back into the ground. Oh no! It's coming at me again. Cheyenne sheathed her heavy crossbow without a second thought and dashed off again, her gaze darting towards the nearby sand boat. If Sister Yezi wasn't ready, she'd have to time this attack perfectly, swooping down the moment the dragon lunged at her. Thankfully, even though she'd only been in the game for less than a year, Yezi was still a guild-certified 5-star hunter. She handled even the simple task of placing the explosive barrel with flying colors, unlike the two nearby who were slacking off. Over here. Yezi disengaged the safety on the barrel bomb, activating it to explode upon impact, and then waved to Cheyenne. Cheyenne sprinted toward the bomb's location. Unsure of the maximum range within which a sonic boom could disrupt the dragon's perception, she used the distance she previously determined by sound as the limit. She sprinted to within 10 meters of the barrel bomb G, then waved her arms vigorously. Sonic boom! Yezi had already grasped the sonic boom bomb in her hand. At Cheyenne's command, she flung it directly forward. With Yezi's precise control, the bomb detonated directly above the barrel bomb G. Please make sure it succeeds. Cheyenne stared at the large, brown barrel, her heart sweating inwardly, her muscles tensing. This way, if things didn't go as she expected, she could dodge the dragon's attack in time. The air seemed to stagnate at that moment, and Cheyenne could clearly hear her heart beating rapidly. 1, 2. Here it comes. She felt a subtle tremor beneath her feet, and she forcibly suppressed the urge to leap, remaining still. The next moment, smoke and dust billowed, and the Sunohara glutton's maw burst forth from the ground. Cheyenne watched helplessly as the barrel filled with explosives was swallowed by the dragon, who, as if it had eaten a small pie, turned his head and looked back at Cheyenne. No way. A barrel of fire and no reaction at all? Just as Ziyuan was trembling with fear, she suddenly heard a muffled sound from the dragon's body. The entire dragon was nearly blown away by the intense impact. Its brain, ravaged by the shock, lost all control of its body for a moment, and it could only stagnate in the sand like a salted fish and looking up at the stars. Its jaws, brimming with sharp steel teeth, opened weakly, emitting thick black smoke. Success, Ziyuan almost cried out in excitement. She quickly unloaded her heavy crossbow again, ready to fire at the soft, vibrant skin exposed by the dragon's belly. But before she could pull the trigger, she heard Lin Lin's excited voice. Wait! Ziyuan hesitated for a moment, turning to look at her senior brother, wondering why he was stopping her when this was such a prime opportunity to attack. Turning around, he saw Lin Lin running over, pulling out the fishing rod he just retrieved from the sand boat. He rushed over to the snorkel with a look of excitement. Xiwan, huh? When I heard my senior brother mention bringing a fishing rod, I thought he was just joking, or maybe planning to find a water source to fish. I didn't expect he was really going to use it to catch monsters. Lin Lin swung the rod up and, with a powerful swipe, the hook smoothly sank into the snorkel's half-open mouth, snagging the tender flesh. Hey! Since arriving in Monster Hunter World, Lin Lin has caught all sorts of fish, and is considered a seasoned angler. But he's never caught a fish this big, and for a moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The feeling of wrestling with prey, through the fishing rod, was completely different from wrestling with Xiong Air. Wrestling primarily tested one's brute strength, but fishing was more about the skill of making the prey follow one's strength. Lin Lin, in a fit of play, gripped the fishing rod and wrestled with the still-dazed slug while calling out to the other three, "What are you standing there for? Come on, let's catch it!" Yi Zi's reaction was the fastest. Without a moment's hesitation, she whipped out her newly brought-up fishing rod and joined the fishing party in the sand sea. Breath hesitated for a moment, then suddenly felt that this seemed interesting. He was about to retrieve the fishing rod, but before he had taken 2 steps, he stopped dead in his tracks. Because it seemed that he was no longer needed, with Yi Zi's joining, the 2 fishing rods were used at the same time. The sea dragon, which had not yet recovered from the pain of the bomb exploding in its stomach, felt a piercing pain in its mouth again. In order to relieve the pain, it instinctively flapped its wings and flew into the air like a fish, and then fell heavily to the ground, completely exposing its bright and soft belly. 2 tiny figures, using 2 slender fishing rods, actually managed to reel in a 16 or 17-meter-long monster. The visual impact of this scene nearly left Xiuan's jaws dropped. Despite her shock, Xiuan didn't forget what she was supposed to do. Seeing she was getting close enough to the dragon, she decisively removed her magazine of penetrating bullets and replaced them with shotgun shells. With a tumble, she charged towards the dragon's belly, the muzzle of her gun nearly piercing it. Bang! Boom! Boom! If penetrating bullets represent the marksman's constant use of skill at long range to inflict damage on a monster, then shotgun shells exemplify the ultimate in violent aesthetics. With a single volley, countless pellets exploded, creating a bloody, mangled hole in the monster's flesh. The intense impact easily overwhelmed the creature, leaving it unable to lift its head. Feeling the scorching heat of the muzzle, listening to the roar of the bullets, and witnessing the dragon's tender belly being riddled with holes from the constant bombardment, even its intestines ruptured, Xiuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of enthusiasm on her face, a surge of blood that even a cold drink couldn't quell. Ha ha ha! That's such a blast! Even though they're both heavy crossbows, firing shotgun shells at close range feels like a completely different weapon than firing penetrating bullets from a distance. Each shot is like swinging a sledgehammer. How can a tiny dinosaur resist? Wah, I blast you to pieces. The dinosaur, already severely damaged by the explosive shells it swallowed, exploded from within. Before it could even catch its breath, it was reeled in by the fishing rod, exposing its soft underbelly. Now, under constant barrage from Xiuan's shotgun shells, it couldn't even get up for a long time. Only when Xiuan emptied her magazine and had to reload did it finally manage to struggle back onto its feet. The scorpion fish was in dire straits at the moment, its internal and external injuries nearly killing it. Sensing the relentless flare of the Death Star, the scorpion fish finally felt a wave of fear. Ignoring Xiuan, who had just severely injured it, it burrowed back into the sand, disappearing. "You're running away already? I haven't even finished shooting yet." Xiuan had just finished reloading her magazine and, upon seeing this, curled her lips in dismay. She felt a sense of dissatisfaction, as if you'd fallen before she even begun to exert any effort. "All right, enough of that. Why were you so nervous before we even set off?" Yezi sheathed his fishing rod and brushed off the sand. Seeing Xiuan's smug expression, he couldn't help but retort. "Hee, I was just saying that." Xiuan scratched her hair. With the pause in the battle, her newly ignited passion gradually cooled, and she finally came to her senses. The reason she'd been able to ejaculate so well just now was entirely because senior brother and sister Yizi had created a perfect opportunity for her to deliver a powerful blow. If she'd been left to fight the snorkel on her own, let alone blast it in the belly, she might not even have figured out how to get it to swallow the explosives. Lin had just landed a fish weighing dozens of tons, and he was feeling quite satisfied. It was a bit of a shame he couldn't carry it around and get lost. He patted his butt and stood up. "All right, hurry up and restock your ammunition and catch up. Don't give that guy time to recover. We need to finish him off." "Yes, senior brother." Ziyuan snapped to attention, but then glanced furtively toward the ledge behind him. "But what about them? Their sand boat is damaged, but coincidentally, we have two of them. We can share some supplies with them, and we also have some space. Your pile of props is so full we have nowhere to go." Brave offered this suggestion after observing the situation of the two people who had sent the distress signal. Lin and Yizi remained silent, looking instead at Ziyuan. Because the props belonged to this wealthy young woman, she had the final say on what to do. Ziyuan blinked. "Why are you looking at me? Isn't my senior the captain?" After a moment's silence, she said in a less than sure tone, I have no objection." Leaving behind sufficient supplies and a sand boat, Lin and the others bid farewell to the Jack and Rose duo and continued to track the submerged dragon along the trail they had left behind. "Hey, they said they thank us after we get back." Ziyuan seemed a little excited. "Actually, I don't really need them to thank me specifically. Publicizing my heroic deeds counts as a thank you, ha ha." Yezi mercilessly taunted. "Did you learn a lot of unnecessary things from Senior Rick Rez?" Lin didn't join in the conversation. Having just learned the names of the two men, he couldn't help but think about a question. The boat accident, Jack and Rose. I wonder if they said anything like "you jump, I jump" before the attack. Never mind, that's not the point. Why dwell on it? Judging from the traces, the oasis ahead should be the lair of the Substoatosaur. Now, let's see what I, your junior sister, will do. Ziyuan chose to be a complete jerk. The previous submarine dragon had already been severely wounded by a barrel of explosives it had swallowed. Even if an explosion from the outside wasn't nearly as devastating as an internal one, the 3 remaining barrels of explosives on board would surely provide a surprise. Perhaps the submarine dragon was severely wounded and exhausted, needing sleep to survive its wounds. It didn't even bother with disguises, simply lying down in its lair and falling asleep. This made it easier for Lin and his group, who had been following the dye ball trail, to find the true form beneath. They didn't need to determine which dune was beneath it. They could simply surround it with barrels of explosives. Next, it's going to explode spectacularly. Xiuan chuckled softly, loaded a level 1 normal round into the magazine, and aimed at the central barrel. Chapter 360. Boom! Ziyuan silently mouthed the words as her fingers squeezed the trigger. The next moment, a violent roar erupted, the powerful shockwave reverberating throughout the narrow valley, making anyone's head buzz. TSK, this power is incredible. I feel like the sound is no less powerful than the dragon bomb. Lin smacked his lips, looking towards the plume of smoke. With such a massive explosion, even a ceratopsian would be half dead if hit so close, let alone a dinosaurus. If it wasn't dead, wouldn't it have let out a few wailing cries after such a devastating blow? The fact that there had been silence for the entire day, save for the reverberations of the bomb, undoubtedly confirmed this. There's no doubt that this hunt was a complete success, and Cheyenne will be able to successfully advance to 3 stars upon her return. The only small question is, after such a violent explosion, What a miserable state the dragon's corpse must have been in. How much of its materials would be left usable? A moment later, as the smoke gradually cleared, the dragon's rather miserable remains were revealed. The answer could be glimpsed in Cheyenne's gradual shift from excitement to daze, and finally to a state of wanting to cry. Normally, even if a certain amount of material damage is caused during the hunt for a large monster, as long as it's not too extreme, after professional stripping, the materials obtained are more than enough to craft a set of armor and a weapon, and sometimes even an additional set of armor. But right now, as Ziyuan gazed at the carcass of the dinosaur, its front paw completely blown off, her expression was filled with immense complexity. Given the current situation, she was truly blessed to be able to skin enough material to craft a weapon. Carrying her skinning knife, Ziyuan carefully toiled for a long time, gathering the few intact pieces of dinosaur shell and skin she had finally found. Then, looking at the bloody pile of debris on the ground, she sighed softly. Hopefully, these materials will be enough to craft a weapon. Otherwise, after all this hard work today, it would be incredibly frustrating to gain nothing but a star upgrade. Damn that big barrel of explosives. What a waste. If there was any benefit to the barrel of explosives G that Ziyuan used to wake herself up, it was that it freed up considerable space on the sand boat, allowing Lin Lin and the others to sit down in a less confined position. So, are we heading back now? Lin Lin suddenly glanced around, finally looking at Ziyuan, who was about to raise the sails on the sand boat. Ziyuan, ? If we're not heading back, is there something else going on? Facing the three people's strange looks, Lin Lin smiled mysteriously, and didn't answer directly. Instead, he shifted to a seemingly unrelated topic. By the way, Ziyuan, you've prepared so many things. Have you got your pickaxes? Ziyuan, ? Although she was completely confused, Ziyuan answered honestly yes. Brother, didn't you tell me to prepare them? I brought 8. They're all G-grade iron pickaxes made of tuplanite. They won't break easily. Snap! Lin Lin snapped his fingers. Just get ready. Let's not go back to the city for now. Yeezy instinctively chimed in, we are? Lin Lin chuckled, I take you to meet an old friend and make a little fortune. Head this way. Although the vast desert appears to be a sea of yellow sand, and the scenery is monotonous, beneath this uniformity lies a diverse array of life. For example, right now, amidst the boundless yellow sand, a tiny green dot suddenly appears. This is an oasis. Although the only source of water is a muddy pool, no more than 50 square meters in size, and the nearby vegetation is extremely sparse, mostly consisting of drought-resistant species like cacti. This sparse vegetation can't even cover the skeletons on the ground. Despite its seemingly harsh environment, this is a paradise for shield bugs. The water source here always attracts monsters that have wandered the desert for a long time, leading to fights. Where there's a fight, there are casualties, as evidenced by the skeletons on the ground, yet to be buried by vegetation. Shield beetles, small beetle-like monsters with extremely hard golden shells on their backs, are particularly fond of carrion and dead leaves. These creatures, acting as scavengers in the ecosystem, are naturally drawn to this area. These seemingly fragile creatures are actually incredibly resilient. They're adept at curling up, rolling into a ball, and colliding with other creatures. Many hunters avoid encountering them, because they're so tough when they're in a ball. Not only do weapons bounce off them, but even many monsters struggle to injure them. Buzz! A low-pitched humming sound echoed, and a figure emerged from the yellow sand. Though its flight path seemed a bit erratic, its destination was undoubtedly the small oasis before them. Its body was a mixture of yellow and green, tinged with a vibrant red. A pointed chitinous protrusion on its head split in the middle, like a steel fork. Once launched at high speed, this became its most formidable weapon. A piercing strike from these sharp horns would inevitably leave a bloody hole in its body. This was an axe beetle. However, at this moment, its condition did not appear to be very good, or even quite severe. A narrow wound pierced its abdomen, nearly severing it completely, as if something had clamped it down. Green fluid oozed out drop by drop. The surrounding shield beetles, as if sensing the aura of death, grew excited, waving their golden claws and crawling towards the direction of the dripping fluid. The axe beetle landed unsteadily at the edge of the mire, ignoring the restless shield beetles. It lowered its head and began drinking, replenishing the water lost with the outflow of its body fluids. Brother, there seems to be an oasis up ahead. Are we going there? It's in this direction, but not that oasis. Huh? That far? How much further do we have to go? Almost there. You've said that 5 times already. Ziyuan grumbled softly. Lin Lin closed his eyes for a moment, feeling it for a moment, then pulled his lips together awkwardly. Almost, really almost this time. Yeezy ignored the countless repetitions of their conversation and gazed toward the small oasis ahead. His gaze froze. Brother Lin Lin, do you see a monster up ahead? Lin Lin looked in the direction Yeezy pointed and was slightly startled. This monster, does it look a little unfamiliar? As the sand boat approached, the full form of the beetle monster came into view. Lin Lin pondered for a moment, before finally digging through the corners of his memory to find its details. The axe beetle, a subspecies of the Thor beetle, only appeared in the game 4G. It was a rare monster among rare monsters, sitting on the same bench as the Steel Hammer Dragon in Capcom's 20th anniversary popularity poll. No wonder he hadn't remembered it. It took him a while to remember it. Do we need to kill it? Yeezy asked. Yeezy's murderous intent is still as strong as ever. Brave rolled his eyes. It didn't attack us. Lin Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we can live in peace, it's best for us to keep to ourselves. Ziyuan controlled the sail. So we go around it. Yeah, go around it. Wait, it seems we won't have to. The axe beetle had clearly noticed the approaching sandboat. Its yellow compound eyes flickered slightly, watching their movements intently. Seeing the sandboat approach, it swerved a distance, its tense body relaxing slightly. But the next moment, woo-woo-woo. The sand sea behind them suddenly trembled violently. A winding, 100-meter-long ridge suddenly rose from the gentle sand. Tens of thousands of tons of quicksand cascaded down the gullies of its shell, forming a roaring waterfall. The air currents from the behemoth's ascent swirled the sand and dust, shrouding the area within 1,000 meters in a dim yellow haze. Finally, the massive figure emerged completely from the sand sea, two fangs over 60 meters long pointing skyward, and a long, lingering roar emanated from its mouth. The immense figure obscured the sunlight, shrouding the oasis in shadow. The shield beetles were stunned, the axe beetles were stunned, Yeezy, Brave, and Sure Yuan were all stunned. Master. Peak Mountain Dragon. In fact, of the four present, only Yeezy had never seen the majestic form of a supersized ancient dragon like the Peak Mountain Dragon. But Sure Yuan was the most nervous, stuttering and unable to articulate. Gulp. Brave swallowed nervously, gazing up at the enormous ancient dragon. He had never imagined that he would be confronted here, at this moment, by a creature that would require the combined might of the entire rock rack to repel. Yeezy stared at Feng Shanlong for a moment, his mind replaying Lin Lin's words. As if a thought had dawned on him, his expression gradually deepened. Brother Lin Lin, is this what you meant by meeting an old friend? Lin Lin looked up at the massive figure bursting out of the sea of sand, a smile playing on his lips. Yes, she greeted us. Having previously ingested Mrs. Feng Shanlong's ancient dragon blood, Lin Lin and Mrs. Feng Shanlong had forged a strange connection. This bond, unlike the bond materialized through the binding stone, was less intimate, but more direct. Perhaps it was similar to the resonance between Hoya Shuiyun and the Wind Dragon and Thunder Dragon. This resonance was significantly affected by distance. The farther away, the weaker the connection. Conversely, the closer, the clearer the resonance. Since entering the Great Desert, the connection between Lin Lin and Mrs. Feng Shanlong had been rekindled. The life of an ancient dragon was simple and dull. Having just conceived a new life, Mrs. Feng Shan Dragon, with nothing else to do but spend her days cuddling with her mate and searching the lower layers of the desert for food, was truly overly leisurely. She was incredibly excited after regaining her senses of Lin Lin. If she hadn't met Lin Lin, Mrs. Feng Shan Dragon, who had previously wandered alone in the sea of sand, would naturally have completely dissipated her loneliness after finding her mate. Spending time together, as a couple, was far better than her previous loneliness. What could she be dissatisfied with? But she had encountered Lin Lin, and through that profound, mystical connection, she learned that there was more to the world than just survival and reproduction, so much more she had never seen, and even couldn't understand. This, in turn, ignited the curiosity of this enormous ancient dragon. In the lifespan of an ancient dragon, less than a year would have passed in the blink of an eye. But since its curiosity had been piqued, this brief period had become unbearable. After Lin Lin returned to Rock Lark, its harassing calls had flooded Lin Lin's mind with calls a day. One day, it was curious about what the world beyond the sand sea was like. The next day, it wanted to know what the celebration he was talking about was. It was 1,000 questions, 1,000 questions. Where was the dignity of an ancient dragon? Of course, Lin Lin didn't know that Mrs. Feng Shan Dragon didn't see a single bit of the ancient dragon's majesty in him. It was simply because they had fought each other before that she knew humans weren't as weak as they seemed. Moreover, he was the only one who could fully understand her every thought. Not even her mate could communicate so smoothly. To her, Lin Lin was a friendly being with whom she could communicate on an equal footing. If it weren't Lin Lin here, a horned dragon would roar at the Fengshan dragon. It would devour you in one bite, with a crispy, chicken-like flavor, giving you a taste of the ancient dragon's majesty. Alright, just roar to vent your excitement. Our small bodies can't handle your continued yelling. Lin Lin closed his eyes slightly, and sent his thoughts through. There was no way around it. The size difference was too great. Even if he shouted at the top of his lungs, Feng Shenlong might not hear him clearly. Sure enough, Mrs. Feng Shenlong quickly calmed down and lay back on the sand sea. She tilted her head slightly, and stared at the sand boat below with one eye, staring intently. It's watching us. Ziyuan's voice trembled slightly. In this situation, if Feng Shenlong got the urge to attack them, even the most elite hunters would be dead or crippled. Huh? Trust old Lin? This is his old friend. He won't attack casually. Brave said this, but the violent rise and fall of his chest betrayed his inner nervousness. Chapter 361. Riding a small boat, barely 10 meters long, in the vast desert, being stared down by a 100-meter-long beast, an invisible sense of oppression permeated the air, making one's heart beat faster. Lin Lin gently patted his 3 teammates in turn, urging them to calm down. Then, in a sympathetic resonance, he introduced them to Mrs. Feng Shanlong. They are the teammates I told you about before. Mrs. Feng Shanlong tilted her head a little further, thrusting her small left eye in front of the 4 people, examining them closely. The distance between them was less than 5 meters. So big. Yi sighed in admiration as she gazed at the purple eyeball, which, despite being tiny compared to Feng Shanlong's entire body, was still over a meter in diameter. Of the 4 present, besides Lin Lin, this girl was the least nervous. But this wasn't due to confidence in her own abilities, but simply because she trusted Lin Lin. Brother Lin had said that this was his old friend, so he would definitely not harm them. After scrutinizing her for a moment, Mrs. Feng Shanlong seemed uncomfortable with this position, and quickly raised her head back to her normal position. Huh? Cheyenne and Brave couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Being stared at like that was incredibly stressful, but thankfully, Feng Shenlong had no intention of attacking, so they were safe and sound. They weren't the only ones who breathed a sigh of relief. So did the axe beetle in the small oasis nearby. God knows how terrified it must have been when it suddenly spotted a mountain-like deity emerging from the desert. It had barely escaped certain death, but before it had even gotten far, an even more formidable being confronted it. Under the terrifying might of the oversized ancient dragon, the axe beetle was unable to react. Not even the thought of escape could arise. It could only stand frozen in place, motionless. Only when the peak dragon retracted its massive head did it seem to regain its ability to move. Survival instincts screamed furiously, urging the axe beetle to flee from this terrifying beast. Even the cannon beetles, which would treat them as disposable items and fire them out, were far less dangerous than this beast. The axe beetle's legs began to scrape at the ground, attempting to bury itself beneath the surface and conceal itself. For the axe beetle species, this was a highly effective means of survival. Unless it was facing a cannon beetle. As a female individual in the species, the cannon beetle could emit pheromones to control nearby axe beetles, luring them to gather around it. Then, its terrifying, pliant-like tail would pierce the soil mercilessly, clamping down on the axe beetle's body and using it as a weapon in battle. But before it could bury itself completely in the earth, it noticed the terrifying beast's head flick, sweeping its tusks, rough as spears, at it. Although the peak dragon's head swing appeared slow, combined with its tusks, over 60 meters long, this small movement was incredibly powerful, and the resulting turbulence nearly sent the axe beetle flying. Thankfully, the peak dragon didn't make any further moves after this one. The axe beetle frantically flapped its wings, managing to stabilize itself in the turbulent air currents. The violent movement further tore the wound in its abdomen, and the axe beetle let out a sharp hiss. Its increasing weakness soon made it difficult to maintain its flight, and it plummeted back to the ground, the peak dragon's rough tusks just a short distance away. But the axe beetle wasn't focused on its worsening injuries. As it watched in shock, 4 figures emerged from the sand boat that had appeared moments earlier. They seemed completely unaware of fear, unfazed by the wrath of the godlike beast. They brazenly climbed onto the peak mountain dragon's tusk, following it along the tusk until they finally reached its back. Throughout the entire process, save for the slightest movement from breathing, the peak mountain dragon remained motionless, allowing the 4 hunters to climb onto its back. Axe beetle, shock. Could its instinctive warning be false? This mountain-like behemoth, despite its outrageous size, is actually quite docile, The frantic urge to flee suddenly faded. If this beast was truly so docile, then staying here, beside it, might actually be a safer option for it. That's crazy. Brave was resistant to Lin Lin's proposal. What's so crazy about it? Wasn't this part of the annual Harvest Festival's battle against the Peak Dragon a part of it? And look, they've already bared their teeth and built the bridge. Wouldn't it be a bit rude not to join? This is so different from the previous battle. Xiuan, after all, was a local who had participated in the Peak Dragon battle. After overcoming the initial nervousness and seeing the Peak Dragon's calm behavior, she heard Lin Lin's provocative proposal and immediately felt a suicidal urge. Come on, climbing onto a mountain dragon's back and mining with bare hands sounds incredibly cool, doesn't it? In Rocklark, it's a symbol of courage and prosperity. Only true warriors have the opportunity to climb atop a mountain dragon and seize the riches known as ore. Xian picked up 2 pickaxes, tucked one behind her back, and stood up, ready to climb onto the mountain dragon's tusks. In the previous ambush, Xian had participated as a hunter, but aside from her initial duties as a lifeguard at the stern, she remained at the back, guarding the large gong, ready to strike at any moment, and missed out on participating in the back mountaineering operation. While Xian certainly had no shortage of the wealth gained from back mountaineering operations, she still felt a pity for missing out on this honor. Now that she had the opportunity to make up for her regret, she was visibly excited. Ziyuan was the first to climb onto the tusk. Yezi followed without hesitation, carrying 2 pickaxes. Lin Lin shook his head and picked up his own pickaxe, then turned to Brave. You're really not coming? Brave gritted his teeth and reached for the remaining 2 pickaxes. I just think this is ridiculous. It's not like you're not joining. Since you're not afraid of it squashing us with a single move, then neither am I. Wow. That's brave. Lin Lin clapped his hands, his voice sarcastically quipped. Get out of the way, get out of the way. I never lag behind. Encouraged by Lin Lin's words, Brave stiffened his neck and squeezed ahead of Lin Lin, climbing onto the mountain dragon's tusk. Lin Lin couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, then followed suit, following the tusk while communicating with Mrs. Mountain Dragon through telepathy. You better stay steady and don't move. If you throw us overboard, you have to wait for the sand fleet to clean us up. Ouch. Mrs. Fengshan Long raised her tusk slightly, her mouth slightly parted, and a gentle hum escaped her, signaling that she would be careful. Lin Lin stumbled at the tusk's movement, but it was only because the tusk was rough and strong enough that he could quickly steady himself. Lin Lin frowned. We're using telepathy. There's no need to make a sound. Mrs. Fengshan Long instinctively wanted to speak again, but then she caught herself and restrained herself, responding only through telepathy. Lin Lin and his companions, pickaxes in hand, quickly climbed onto Mrs. Fengshan Long's back and began to spread out, searching for the thickest part of the rock layer. They began swinging their pickaxes, sweat pouring down their faces. Lin Lin had initially considered carrying the shield axe. After all, the memory of mining on Mrs. Fengshan Long's back was still fresh in his mind. The shield axe's super-clearing efficiency was much higher than that of a pickaxe. But on closer inspection, he realized he was carrying a strong ice-attributed bottle shield axe. The explosion of a bottle-attributed bottle didn't have the same powerful impact as a grenade. If the rock layer wasn't moved, the icy cold would transfer to her body, giving Mrs. Fengshan Long a shiver. That would be disastrous. It would be better to stick to the pickaxe. While swinging the pickaxe, Lin Lin chatted casually with Mrs. Fengshan Long in a telepathic resonance. By the way, didn't I tell you before that I came here from Jieyun? Mrs. Fengshan Long sighed softly as a response, quietly awaiting Lin Lin's next words. Guess who I fought over there in Jieyun? Mrs. Fengshan Long was a bit confused. You've fought so many battles. How would I know who you're talking about? They had talked about this many times before. As a hunter, Lin Lin always had to fight all sorts of monsters. Only a few of them he'd seen before, but many were completely new, and he could only imagine them based on Lin Lin's descriptions. You've seen that creature before, and you two even fought. Mrs. Fengshan Long was confused again. She's seen it before? And fought it? It was Fengshan Long, the undisputed overlord of the desert, a walking ancient dragon of natural disasters. Even the horned dragon, known as the desert tyrant, was just a delicacy to it. Who could possibly fight it? Wait, it seemed like there was one, that ancient dragon floating in the sky, controlling the wind and rain. That was the only living thing it had encountered since its birth that dared to stand in its way. Mrs. Fengshan Dragon's anger rose as she thought of that lofty figure in the storm, and her breathing became heavier. At the time, she had been anxious to find the source of the mysterious call. After a brief probing, She realized the opponent was formidable, so she didn't engage. If she had continued the fight, she would have undoubtedly won. Mrs. Fengshan Dragon thought so, and so did Lin Lin. Will they win? Lin Lin put down his pick for the moment, lost in thought. Although Mrs. Fengshan Dragon had an overwhelming size advantage, and with that came overwhelming strength, Lan Long was a mage. He could float in the sky and avoid close combat, making him invincible. Moreover, its massive tornado might not harm Fengshan, but the impact of its torrent water cannon was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. He had witnessed it firsthand. Perhaps the damage to Fengshan would be minor, but if the attack continued, Lan Long would be able to inflict damage on Fengshan, and Fengshan would be completely defenseless against Lan Long. Lin Lin hesitated for a moment, not directly stating his conclusion. Instead, he faithfully described the battle with Lan Long. After all, Lin Lin had been a university student before his time travel, possessing a basic literary background. Furthermore, having personally experienced the battle, his description was vivid and moving, leaving Mrs. Fengshanlong's heart pounding. However, as Lin Lin continued his narration, Lan Long unleashed his various attacks, and Mrs. Fengshanlong never mentioned her earlier confident we will win. Ancient dragons generally possess intelligent brains. While their thinking patterns differ from humans, their intelligence can even surpass ours. Listening to Lin Lin's narration, Mrs. Fengshanlong could easily imagine the battle between the two sides. The odds of victory were slim against a flying dragon that couldn't fly. However, it would be difficult for it to win. If a fight really came to this, Lan Long wouldn't be able to easily defeat it. The immense vitality of a super-large ancient dragon is truly remarkable. To be frank, even if it lay there and let Lan Long attack, even after Lan Long tired himself out, he might not be able to inflict significant damage. And yet, Lin Lin was able to fight such a formidable opponent, and even prevail. Mrs. Fengshanlong realized then that she might have underestimated her best friend's fighting prowess. No, strictly speaking, we didn't defeat it. It retreated on its own. Mrs. Fengshanlong instinctively said it was impossible. You haven't demonstrated overwhelming strength. The fight was so intense, how could it possibly retreat on its own? Do you really think the ancient dragon has no respect? Perhaps it sensed a forbidden aura? By the way, can you sense anything from me? Taboo? The concept was unfamiliar to Mrs. Fengshanlong, but the moment she heard the word, a sense of inexplicable trepidation welled up within her. Instinct told her that it was a being superior to the ancient dragon. Afterward, upon hearing Lin Lin's question, Mrs. Fengshanlong, though bewildered, closed her eyes and carefully sensed the busy presence behind her, the subtle vibrations of the picks clinking. But beyond that, there was nothing else. Only Lin Lin, due to his resonance, was clearly visible in her perception. So you didn't sense any threat? That's really strange. Lin Lin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The threat Lan Long had felt then was real, but now Mrs. Fengshanlong hadn't felt anything at all. What was the difference? He didn't think it was a coincidence. If he could figure out the reason, he could finally let go of a heavy burden. Woo! Suddenly Mrs. Fengshanlong seemed to notice something, and let out a soft moan, signaling Lin Lin to approach her head. Chapter 362. Lin Lin, swinging his pickaxe, paused slightly. What was that? He had to run over it to see it. Even stranger, in this vast desert, could something actually pique Mrs. Fengshan Dragon's interest? Lin Lin dropped his pickaxe and trotted to Mrs. Fengshan Dragon's head, following her lead. And with that, he finally understood why she'd been so interested, even inviting him to come along. Because compared to the shield beetles desperately burrowing into the earth to hide themselves, the axe beetle standing quietly there was so unique that it was hard not to notice. You know, ancient dragons are known as mobile scourges. Wherever they pass, all living things try their best to stay away. Even those who aren't afraid are either ancient dragons themselves, or possess fighting power comparable to them. But the axe beetle below was still heavily wounded, and it didn't even look like it had any stone particles on it. At that moment, Lin Lin couldn't help but wonder the same thing as Mrs. Fengshanlong. Is it completely fearless? Is it too badly injured to move? Mrs. Fengshanlong recalled using her fangs to build a bridge for Lin Lin and the others, and was absolutely certain that the little creature hadn't lost its ability to move. So was it truly so brave that it wouldn't even risk its life? Mrs. Fengshanlong was itching to make a move. She wanted to see if this creature truly feared death, or was simply too ignorant to take her seriously. But before she could unleash her great power dragon move, Lin Lin quickly stopped her. Wait a minute, we're all still on her back. It's easy to understand what it's thinking. Let me take a look and you find out. Standing atop the peak dragon, a bit far from the axe beetle below, Lin Lin's inner voices were a bit intermittent, but after a moment's careful observation, he managed to piece together the entire story. You've been reincarnated as an axe beetle. This isn't great luck, but it's also not bad luck either. It's just average. Why do I say that? It's good luck because compared to smaller monsters, like the yellow speed dragon and the shield beetle, your body length of over 6 meters barely puts you in the ranks of large monsters. These smaller creatures generally don't dare to provoke you. Even the females of your species have a high ecological niche, comparable to those of the top monsters in the conventional ecological niche, like the ceratopsians. If you're lucky enough to find a good wife, you likely live a peaceful life. The difference, however, is also true for female individuals of the same species. For an axe beetle, finding a good wife is simply impossible. If the original heavy beetle is a supremely sadistic queen to the thorough beetle, then the cannon beetle is a complete slave master to the axe beetle, even one with the power of mind control. Even a small whip hitting a spinning top can be considered gentle. When it's time to fight, the cannon beetle emits pheromones to lure the axe beetle to its side. Then, its terrifyingly long tail, known as the broken moon tail, plunges directly into the ground, trapping the axe beetle and pinning it to its back. Under the control of the pheromones, the axe beetle will ignore the wounds it incurs and wholeheartedly assist the cannon beetle in battle. And that's not all. The cannon beetle has a unique skill called beetle cannon. When using this skill, the cannon beetle compresses its body fluids and then fires them out. If the battle is stalemate, or if the cannon beetle is impatient, it will simply use the axe beetle as a cannonball. Whether the enemy dies or not is uncertain, but the axe beetle used as a cannonball is likely to die, becoming an expendable commodity. Unfortunately, as a newly born axe beetle, you have been favored by a particularly ruthless slave owner, and thus lost your freedom. This slave owner constantly fights other monsters. One day he's fighting a boom dragon, the next day he's fighting a tiger dragon, and the day after that he's fighting a ceratopsian. He's a battle maniac. Frequent battles meant frequent attrition for the axe beetles. You watched helplessly as your brothers were mutilated and torn apart. Axe beetles larger than you dwindled, and your fear grew. Despite your inner resistance, the pheromones controlled you, making it impossible to escape the wrathful slave master. Finally, as the slave master and a Winfang dragon clashed again, you were chosen, becoming a soldier to fight fearlessly for the queen. The broken moon tail's terrifying clamps nearly severed you, yet you remained oblivious. Unlike its previous opponents, the Winfang dragon was incredibly agile, dodging the cannon beetle's attacks. Instead, the Winfang dragon's counterattacks left you with several more wounds, further infuriating the cannon beetle. Unfortunately, this time you became expendable to the slave master, fired as a projectile in the beetle explosive cannon. But you were also lucky. The cannon beetle shot missed, and because the Winfang dragon was flying midair when you aimed, you didn't crash headfirst into the ground or into the monster's body like your predecessors, but instead, inertia sent you flying a great distance, until the cannon beetle's pheromones could no longer control your movements. You were free. But you were also seriously injured and extremely weak, and I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy the free air for much longer. In this situation, you struggled to survive, and luckily found a small oasis. Although the water source here was at best a quagmire, it was the source of life in the arid and water-scarce desert. However, before you could rejoice for long, the ground suddenly trembled, and immediately behind you, a giant beast far beyond your imagination emerged from the sea of sand. A single movement of its majestic body could crush you like a leaf-moving ant. But just as you panicked, racking your brains to escape, you suddenly realized that despite its terrifying size, this behemoth possessed a gentleness completely unlike that of the slave owner. It even tolerated creatures smaller than you climbing onto its body. It was practically like a god. Lin Lin smacked his lips, a puzzled expression on his face. It must be said that, from a human perspective, this axe beetle was incredibly pitiful. Even the unfortunate, gold-digger swindlers of the original world, left with nothing but their underwear, couldn't compare to the axe beetle's plight. Even with such a tragic fate, he couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy. Mrs. Feng Shanlong lowered her head a little further, moving closer to the axe beetle, deeply curious as to what Lin Lin had sensed from this tiny creature. This creature is a bit pathetic. It didn't run away because it thought you, Long Mei, were kind and worshipped you like a god. Lin Lin briefly recounted the story of the axe beetle to Mrs. Fengshan Dragon. She was struck by the vastness of the world, by the fact that such a species existed. It turned out that even in the vast desert, a place she thought she knew so well, there were still many things she didn't know. Mrs. Fengshan Dragon suddenly became interested. The terrain outside the Sand Sea was inconvenient for her, so she could only imagine the world beyond the sand sea based on Lin Lin's stories. But within the sand sea, could she observe things she had never noticed before? Hang on. Lin Lin responded in his mind, as he climbed down along Mrs. Fengshan Dragon's head. Your body is so enormous that other monsters flee in terror wherever you pass. There are so few creatures like this axe beetle. What can you possibly observe? Mrs. Fengshan Dragon reflected. It seemed that what Lin Lin described was simply beyond her reach. For the first time in her life, Mrs. Fengshan Dragon felt that being too large wasn't necessarily a good thing. It had caused her to miss countless wonderful things. And you're still complaining? Your size is your invincibility, something countless monsters envy. How lonely must it be to be without such invincibility, isn't it? Lin Lin muttered silently, leaping back onto the sand boat along the Fengshan Dragon's fangs. Mrs. Fengshan Dragon's hesitation didn't last long. Lin Lin's actions quickly caught her attention. She tilted her head in confusion, trying to see his movements more clearly, but even so, she still couldn't understand what he was doing. Lin Lin smiled and, while filling his item bag with regeneration potions G, life dust, and nutrients G, he mentally responded, this thing looks so pitiful. Should I give it a hand? Mrs. Fengshan Long was still a little confused. It wasn't that she didn't understand Lin Lin's point, but simply didn't grasp his motives. This species of monster was truly bizarre, and perhaps indeed pathetic, but what did that have to do with you? Why would you give it a hand? Lin Lin patted his bulging item bag, pulled out the sand boat, and slowly walked towards the axe beetle. Perhaps this is the difference in our mindsets. Perhaps you believe that the survival of the fittest is a natural law, perfectly normal. But I, a kind-hearted person, feel pity for it, and want to help it, to make it feel less pitiful. It has nothing to do with its feelings. It simply makes me feel better. Mrs. Fengshan Long seemed to understand, but she watched his actions thoughtfully. Lin Lin didn't explain anything further, instead focusing his attention on the axe beetle in front of him. The beetle, noticing Lin Lin's approach, grew slightly wary, subconsciously adopting a defensive stance. In the wild, it's perfectly normal to be wary of any unfamiliar life that approaches you, as 99% of them are approaching with the intent of eating you. How could he convince it that he meant no harm? Lin Lin first reached out and grasped the bond stone, attempting to transmit his thoughts, but there was clearly no bond between him and the axe beetle, and communication failed. He then scooped up a handful of life dust and, as gently as possible, sprinkled it towards the axe beetle. Startled, the axe beetle quickly dodged backward, reacting swiftly to avoid the dust's contact. Having long lived under the shadow of the cannon beetle, it had long developed PTSD for things like smoke and dust. Whenever the cannon beetle needed cannon fodder, it would release a thick cloud of pheromones. Lin Lin's face froze for a moment. Brother, are you so unyielding? Although he could understand through telepathy, he was still speechless. However, even though the axe beetle clearly considered the life dust a form of attack, it simply stayed away from the dust-covered area. It neither attacked Lin Lin nor made any threatening gestures, remaining vigilant. Lin Lin glanced back at Mrs. Fengshan Dragon, standing as still as a mountain, then looked back at the axe beetle, his gaze now filled with understanding. Goodness! This creature, despite being incredibly nervous, managed to suppress its urge to attack. I'm only benefiting from Mrs. Fengshan Dragon's influence this time. Lin Lin was quite pleased that a fight hadn't broken out due to his somewhat reckless actions, but then he was in a dilemma. How could he prove he meant no harm? Gurgle. A low rumble suddenly echoed from the axe beetle's body, followed by a faint twitch in its abdomen. With this movement, dark green fluid oozed from the wound once again. Is it hungry? Oh, that's right. Wild monsters have only two ways to cope with injuries: eat and sleep. Without adequate nutrition, wounds naturally struggle to heal. Lin Lin finally came up with a solution. He moved back onto the sand boat, rummaging around for a bit, and finally found what he was looking for. Snap! The weakened and dispirited axe beetle was startled by the sudden sound, subconsciously alert again, looking in the direction of the sound. It saw a piece of meat. Raising its gaze slightly, it could see the strange human staring at it, its forelimbs extended in protest. No, was it gesturing at the piece of meat? The axe beetle hesitated for a moment, then cautiously stepped forward, piercing the dark-looking piece of meat with its sharp forelimbs. It leaned in and sniffed gently. That was right, raw meat. Although it wasn't very fresh and had a strange smell, for a semi-scavenging beetle like the axe beetle, stale meat was its most common prey. Urged by hunger and the constant stinging pain from its wound, it brought the piece of raw meat to its lips and devoured it in just a few bites. Afterward, it looked up at Lin Lin again. That human, actually so kind as to share food with it. How gentle, just like the giant beast beside it. Thinking this way, fatigue surged deep within the axe beetle, its head growing heavier. Finally, its body swayed twice before collapsing to the ground. Before its vision finally faded into darkness, the axe beetle vaguely saw the human approach it, holding out various bottles and jars. Chapter 363. Holding a handful of life dust in his hand, Lin Lin looked at the axe beetle lying on the ground, snoring soundly, and nodded slightly. Now I don't have to go through the trouble of explaining to it that I have no ill intentions. As expected of me. That's right, what he just fed the axe beetle wasn't just any raw meat at all. It was raw meat infused with a generous amount of sleeping grass extract. Guaranteed to make you fall asleep within 3 seconds of eating it. A cure for insomnia. Thanks to that wealthy woman, Ziyuan, for preparing so many things, and they really came in handy. Lin Lin squatted down and sprinkled the life dust onto the beetle's waist and abdomen. Looking at the wound that had nearly cut the axe beetle halfway, he couldn't help but feel pity for the axe beetle species. Pure waste. Having experienced treating the wounds of the Golden Thunder God, Lin Lin seemed somewhat familiar with this axe beetle's wound. In a short while, he successfully repaired the wound on the left side of the axe beetle's body. Lin Lin was just trying to figure out how to get it to turn over without waking it up, so he could tend to the wound on its other side, when the axe beetle in front of him suddenly flipped over on its own, exposing the wound on its other side. Lin Lin, His fingers froze slightly, and he looked up at the axe beetle's head, only to find that the axe beetle, which should have been soundly asleep, was quietly staring at him with its pair of yellow compound eyes. Noticing Lin Lin's gaze, the axe beetle didn't move, only its compound eyes flickered slightly, and its mouth parts moved twice. When did this thing wake up? Lin Lin tried to recall, but he was so focused on treating the wound that he hadn't noticed when it woke up. But after a moment's reflection, this wasn't surprising. Although the sleep grass extract only contained a small amount of raw meat, the effect wouldn't take long for a monster of its size, tenacity, and high metabolism. Furthermore, if attacked during this process, the pain would instantly awaken it. Although he hadn't performed a sleep/surgery without anesthesia would inevitably cause pain, so it wasn't surprising that the axe beetle had awakened. What surprised Lin Lin was that, after waking, the axe beetle remained motionless, allowing him to perform his treatment. Did it realize he was treating its injuries the moment it woke? Its reaction was truly swift. It didn't even make any large movements to startle him. Lin Lin looked at the axe beetle's abdomen, which still rose and fell with its breathing, and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, why think so much? Isn't it enough for this thing to just cooperate with his healing? So Lin Lin continued to work, the potion in his hand quickly consumed. Finally, Lin Lin wiped the slight beads of sweat from his forehead, straightened up, and let out a long breath. The sweat wasn't from the desert heat, but simply the fatigue of concentrating for so long. With the protection of the heat-resistant stone, he wouldn't dare to go to the desert, let alone a volcano, without a cold drink. Seeing Lin Lin's movements, the axe beetle realized that the treatment was over. It immediately climbed back up and moved slightly, as if to assess its current condition. Lin Lin grinned and waved at the axe beetle. All right, your wounds will heal soon. Be careful next time, and don't fall into the hands of a bad woman again. With that, he turned around, preparing to climb back onto Mrs. Feng Shenlong's back. He just spent quite a while treating this creature's wounds, and he needed to hurry back to mining. But just then, the axe beetle took a step closer, its yellow compound eyes flickering as it emitted a series of hissing noises. Lin Lin was stunned, a strange expression on his face. "Ah? You want to come with me? I've wandered for half my life, never finding a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I'm willing to become your adoptive father. Isn't this a quick submission?" Hiss. The axe beetle hissed again, its intelligence seemed quite high. Although it was a similar species of beetle, the voice it conveyed was much clearer and more coherent than those of giant bees and flying beetles, even quite organized. If not all axe beetles possess this level of intelligence, it's no wonder this one had only just managed to escape the cannon beetle's control. The shadow cast by the cannon beetle was too deep. Cannon beetles were a common inhabitant of the desert. It believed that as long as it remained in the desert, it would inevitably encounter them again, and the queen's pheromones would easily transform it into a loyal and fearless soldier. On one hand, wandering alone, facing the possibility of being controlled and used as cannon fodder again at any moment, and on the other hand, someone would gently heal its wounds, and even climb the mountainous giant without incurring divine punishment. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could tell which option was better, right? This? Lin Lin hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Just think of it as gaining another little brother. After all, he had already picked up a lot of monsters, so one more axe beetle didn't seem like a big deal. Besides, there were advantages to taking this axe beetle. It stood no more than 3 meters tall and 6 meters long, yet it possessed enough carrying capacity to propel a heavy tank-mounted cannon beetle into flight, making it a suitable flying mount. Furthermore, it could spray paralyzing venom from its tail, offering some benefit during hunting. In other words, when it came to flight, he had the Sky King Dakong, and when it came to paralyzing venom, he had the Yellow Speed Dragon King Tayo Tayo, a specialist in that skill. Compared to these two, the axe beetle seemed like a mere inferior substitute. It couldn't match Dakong in flight, nor Tayo Tayo in paralyzing venom. In other words, without them around, it was a necessity. Perhaps the axe beetle will be needed. Okay, if you're willing, then follow me. As long as I don't come up with a plan in the future. A true man, living between heaven and earth, shouldn't be content to live in humiliation for long. As soon as Lin Lin finished speaking, the axe beetle before him let out a joyful chirp, as if it understood him. No, it understood him. Lin Lin placed his hand on the binding stone, and carefully sensed it. He discovered that a bond had indeed been established between him and the axe beetle. While it was still shallow, it was definitely no longer the non-existent bond it had been at the beginning. When? Was it during the healing process? Lin Lin shook his head, no longer dwelling on the matter. He turned to the axe beetle and said, "Rest well, and heal your wounds. I call you before I leave." On Mrs. Feng Shanlong's back. Lin Lin looked at the golden luster seeping out of the cracks in the rock in front of him, and couldn't help but swing the pickaxe hard again, hitting it hard a few times, breaking the surface rock and revealing the true face of the golden color. Reaching out and removing the infinitely shaped dragon-shaped gold coin, Lin Lin examined it carefully for a moment. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled out a pendant from his neck, placing it next to the grimy gold coin before him. Aside from being a little dirtier, it was identical. When he had last dug this dragon-carved coin from Mrs. Fengshan's back, he had only speculated. But now, seeing the nearly identical dragon-carved coin before him again, Lin Lin was completely certain that it was some kind of currency, most likely from a lost civilization. Lin Lin was quite interested. After all, before he traveled through time, Capcom had been extremely secretive about the ancient history of the Monster Hunter world, and the more they concealed it, the more curious he became. Now that he had personally entered the Monster Hunter world, if the opportunity arose, he would be very willing to explore the truth of that ancient civilization. Take, for example, the 2 dragon-carved coins. Both times they were unearthed, they were found in the lowest rock layer. They must have been deposited here a long, long time ago. This reminded Lin Lin of the memory of Mrs. Fengshan Dragon from his dream. The vast sand sea seemed to be prone to frequent thunderstorms. If he wanted to trace the origins of the dragon-carved coins, perhaps he could follow this clue. Oh! A faint sound came from the distance. Lin Lin put away the freshly unearthed dragon-carved coin and straightened up. Then, Mrs. Fengshan Dragon beneath him conveyed a sense of reluctance. It was her mate's call, unable to find her. Though he was reluctant to leave, having just carefully witnessed Lin Lin's surgery on the monster, having not yet removed much of the rock and mineral deposits from her body, and having so many curious questions, he feared he would have to say goodbye now. "It's okay. I'd be staying in Lokrak for about a week. If you want to chat, just reach out to me." Lin Lin gathered the rare ores he collected after a long day's work, said hello to his 3 teammates, who were still enthusiastically digging, and then returned to the sand boat along the same path they'd taken from Mrs. Fengshan Dragon's fangs. When the 4 returned to the sand boat with their heavy harvest, Mrs. Fengshan Dragon, who had been motionless for a long time, finally stirred, raised her head, and let out a long roar, answering her mate's call. "I'm doing skin care. I'll be right back." With a long roar, Mrs. Fengshan Dragon rolled over and burrowed back into the sand sea, stirring up a surge of sand before disappearing. The vast sand sea became empty once more. The 4 people, having returned with their bounty, exchanged a glance. They were all excited, though their reasons for excitement varied. Cheyenne was excited because she had finally achieved her goal of climbing the Peak Dragon and received the Rocklack Medal of Honor. Bref was excited because he had harvested so many rare ores, which would save him from having to worry about running low on certain ores when crafting weapons. Yezi was excited because she had unearthed so many high-value ores, and her little village girl's coffers were finally going to be filled. And Lin Lin was happy because seeing the 3 of them so happy made his trip worthwhile, and he was happy too. Let's go home. I'm getting promoted." Whoosh. Cheyenne happily adjusted the sails, preparing for the return journey. Wait a moment. Lin Lin temporarily stopped Ziyuan and called out to the small oasis nearby, "Hey! We're leaving." Are you coming with us? Huh? Ziyuan's mouth dropped open, lost in confusion. Who was senior brother talking to again? Brave and Yi exchanged glances. The two, who were more familiar with Lin Lin, couldn't help but have the same thought. No way? He's already back on good terms with that beetle monster so quickly? Is he a succubus? Whoosh. Dust billowed, the hum of wings fluttered, and the axe beetle slowly flew over, landing on the sand boat. At this point, the deep wound on its abdomen had almost healed. Although the soft flesh beneath the shattered shell could still be seen, no more bodily fluids were seeping out. Given more time, it was believed that it would soon fully recover. TSK, monsters and humans have different healing abilities. Thinking of his master, who was still forced to recuperate and unable to return to the hunting grounds, Lin Lin sighed heartily. So, Lin Lin nodded, reaching out and gently touching the axe beetle's sleek, shiny shell. The cool touch was a stark contrast to the scorching desert. Actually, this was normal. During the day, axe beetles burrowed under the sand to avoid the heat. Just like Tayo, it wants to follow me. Bref and Yi thought to themselves. As expected, they had already anticipated Lin Lin's ability to seduce monsters. Shi Yuan's shock didn't last long. She was a thrill-seeker, and after accepting this fact, she became even more excited. She chased Lin Lin and asked if she could do the same, find a monster as her subordinate. Lin Lin raised an eyebrow. Now that you mention it, I just remembered. Back in Jiayan village, didn't you register with Granny Cat to find a fey cat as a hunting partner? Didn't you say it would take about a month? Why hasn't there been any news since? The excitement on Ziyuan's face froze for a moment, and after a moment, she unconsciously reached out to tug at her hair. Well, it's just that I've come to think of fey cats as hunting partners as being too cliché. It's not for me. I want hunting partners like Tayo and this axe beetle. I see. You like to be unconventional, huh? Then maybe the strange face tribe would be a good fit for you. Really? I don't believe it. Brave suddenly said, observing Ziyuan's expression. Then Lin saw Ziyuan's expression froze again, and the hand holding her hair unconsciously began to tighten. Oh huh? This isn't that simple? Just as Shine was racking her brains, trying to formulate her words, Yezi interrupted her mercilessly. One time, I happened to run into that old cat lady and her fey cats visiting Cheyenne. I was wondering why they suddenly come, but later I realized Cheyenne was looking for a hunting partner. Lin Lin couldn't help but ask curiously, so what was the outcome? Cheyenne was eliminated. Those fey cats generally thought she was unreliable. Yezi couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Although she tried hard to suppress it, it was harder than AK, forcing her to produce the same expression Faker had. Chapter 364. Eliminated, Lin Lin was slightly stunned. Oh right, the choice is a two-way street. While hunters choose feline companions, feline also chooses hunters. But Cheyenne is, after all, a legitimate two-star hunter, with a high-ranking hunter as her mentor. Her qualifications should be quite excellent. How could no feline be willing to follow her? Considering Cheyenne's personality, this seems to make sense. With her adrenaline-seeking and reckless nature, most feline wouldn't dare follow her. Looking at Cheyenne again, her face flushed crimson after her secrets were exposed. She kept saying something like, if we weren't attracted to each other, it doesn't count. Elimination. How can hunters be treated like that? A series of incomprehensible words followed, about hunting spirit and risk, drawing laughter from the three of them. A cheerful atmosphere permeated the sand boat. Only the axe beetle at the sand boat's rear stood out from the crowd. Its bright yellow compound eyes flickered constantly, but it couldn't comprehend what the people before it were doing. The laughter died down, and Ziyuan finally stopped dwelling on the matter. She hoisted the sails again and made slight adjustments, letting the hot desert winds propel the sand boat. After a brief trial, the boat moved a short distance before coming to a complete stop again. What's going on? Yi asked curiously. She still hadn't quite figured out the sand boat, so she couldn't help but ask. Ziyuan's face wrinkled. The boat is too heavy. The wind isn't strong enough right now, so the boat won't move. She turned her gaze to the axe beetle lying innocently at the stern. If the ore they already mined only accounted for half of the boat's capacity, then adding this creature would likely overload the boat. Should we give up some of the ore? Yi pondered for a moment, looking down at the fruits of his labor piled in the hold. Bref disagreed. The axe beetle can fly, so why not just let it fly and follow the ship? Just like Tayo did before? Lin Lin glanced at the wound on the axe beetle's abdomen and shook his head slowly. Tayo could run with the ship because it was strong, but this one was seriously injured. If he did that, he would probably run out of energy and fall behind. A sudden flash of light flashed in his eyes. An idea. The sand boat couldn't move, firstly because of its weight, and secondly because of the lack of wind to propel it. In that case, it was perfectly possible to have the axe beetle cling to the stern and assume a flying motion without leaving the ground, entering a low-energy flight mode. This way, firstly, the axe beetle wouldn't have to completely overcome its own gravity, saving energy while also reducing weight. Secondly, its flight would also provide a certain amount of power, compensating for the lack of wind. In short, the axe beetle would act as an external power source for the sand boat. Lin Lin's idea was clear, but his idea was one thing. Whether the axe beetle could understand it was another. Even if it did, whether it could actually execute it was another. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we just discard some of the ore. However, to Lin Lin's surprise, whether it was the axe beetle's inherent intelligence or the power of the bond, it completely transmitted Lin Lin's idea to the other side. Its bright yellow compound eyes flickered for a moment, and then it grasped the stern of the boat. Its elytra spread open, and its translucent wings began to vibrate rapidly. It's moving! It's moving! Feeling the sand boat gradually moving and its speed slowly increasing, Cheyenne quickly adjusted the sails to maximize the wind, a look of astonishment filling her face. This actually works? Across the vast sea of sand, a sand boat sped through, raising a cloud of dust. Slightly different from ordinary sand boats, this one featured a highly advanced outboard engine at its rear, allowing it to reach even greater speeds while maintaining low fuel consumption, consuming only a piece of raw meat per 100 kilometers. Cheyenne sat at the stern, gazing intently at the axe beetle. Brave had now taken over the task of controlling the sails. After all, they were the only two of the 4 people on board who knew how to control the sand boat. Yi munched on the food she had brought with her, and sat down next to Xiuan. Following her gaze, she looked at the axe beetle. What are you thinking about? I was wondering. All of these monster companions of yours seem to have names. What's this axe beetle's name? Lin took a piece of raw meat he just plucked from a passing ankylosaur and placed it in the axe beetle's mouth, refueling the sand boat's external power engine. Hearing Xiuan's words, he tilted his head. I haven't decided yet. Can you guys help me think? Naming is really bad. Why don't you ask Sister Yi? Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yi's naming skills. Xiaobai the fawnhound, Afu the Fukuki rabbit, Xiujia the rhinoceros beetle hunter. If she were to come up with a name, it would probably be Shirfu or Afu, right? It might be better to just copy a name yourself, like Dakong or Songxiang, Brave's fawnhound. Yi watched the axe beetle, multitasking, flapping its wings while happily munching on raw meat, and began to ponder. The monster information I've read before says that the axe beetle is a subspecies of the slash beetle. The biggest difference in appearance is that the slash beetle has only one sharp horn, like a rhinoceros beetle, while the axe beetle has 2 forked horns, similar to a stag beetle. And my Xiujia happens to be a rhinoceros beetle, so the corresponding stag beetle, how about calling it? How about Gujia? Lin suddenly spoke up. He was really worried that Yi would come up with a name like Xiao Yi that would make people shudder. Huh? Gujia. What a strange name. Ziyuan grumbled. She didn't know what was going on with her senior brother's imagination. He always came up with such bizarre names. Guga, it's a perfect match for the stag beetle, how great. Yezi, How did this match work? Lin, however, became interested. He glanced at Xiujia, quietly nibbling on honey bait in the cabin, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. How about changing Xiujia's name too? Let's call him Kabuto. It's both a rhinoceros beetle, and both are red, so it fits perfectly. If we really want a match, the axe beetle should be named Gatak. Never mind, Guga sounds nice, so let's just leave it that way. And so, under the bewildered gazes of the two, the axe beetle officially changed his name to Guga. Maybe it was because he spent too much time with Mrs. Miniyama Ryu, and she smelled of her perfume and her ancient dragon aura, but the return trip was quite smooth. Not a single blind monster dared to block their way. The group successfully returned to Rock Lark on the 3rd day after their mission. Chapter 365. Normally, after completing a mission, Hunter's first priority is to return to the Gathering Hall for certification. However, Lin and his group were clearly a little different. They were stopped by members of the city tournament guerrilla squad, accused of bringing dangerous creatures into the city. Well, the so-called dangerous creature was, of course, the axe beetle Guga. This moment, it felt just like that moment. Brave glanced back at Guga, then at his former colleagues nervously surrounding them, and couldn't help but sigh with heartfelt admiration. How could they be so similar? Only the last time Lin Lin brought Tayo Tayo back, he had been in charge of overseeing it. This time, since he had left the team, who could let them go? After a year away, the people surrounding them were all strangers. What's going on? The dock is a major thoroughfare. Why are you all blocking the way here? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, and the newcomers to the city tournament guerrilla squad instinctively dispersed. A hunter, carrying 2 swords, approached. Seeing Lin Lin and his group surrounded, and the sleek-shelled axe beetle in the center, the man froze for a moment, unable to wrap his head around it. This isn't right? Isn't the monster companion Lin Lin and his team tamed the Yellow Speed Dragon King? What's going on with this axe beetle? The man who came was Connor. Ever since returning to Rock Lark with Lin Lin and the others, he'd been single-mindedly pursuing the Yellow Speed Dragon taming process. Over the past 2 days, he sought out the support of the Little Mustache Guild president, the gorilla captain, and even the head of the Sand Ship Corps. He was just about to explore the dragon's nest again to monitor the condition of the dragon cub still in its belly, when he just arrived at the dock and witnessed this commotion. Seeing Connor, Lin Lin gave a helpless smile and pointed at Guda behind him. It's just like Tayo Tayo back then. This time, it's him we picked up. Don't worry, I be watching over him, so nothing's going to go wrong. Having experienced Tayo Tayo before, Connor found Lin Lin's words quite believable. However, at this moment, he was no longer concerned about the safety of the axe beetle. Could it be possible to tame axe beetles, just like the yellow velociraptors? If it were possible, the mere thought of it was thrilling. With yellow velociraptors for ground maneuvers and axe beetles for aerial maneuvers, the force defending humanity would be unprecedentedly powerful. But his musings were quickly interrupted by Lin Lin. I think it's much more difficult than the yellow velociraptors. Don't forget that cannon beetles can control axe beetles to fight for them through pheromones. Connor shuddered at the thought of painstakingly trained axe beetles, capable of fighting alongside hunters, only to surrender to the enemy after encountering cannon beetles. It seemed that taming axe beetles, far from benefiting humanity, might actually become a sharp knife that would stab humanity itself in the future. Forget it, let's focus on the current project. Connor glanced at Guda with regret, then waved to the surrounding city tournament gorillas. It's okay. Go away. I know them. They're all very reliable hunters. The team hesitated for a moment, then made way for them. Brave patted Connor on the shoulder. Thanks. Connor nodded noncommittally, but he still reminded them, although I trust you, there's no precedent. This guy walking down the street could still cause a disturbance, so it's best not to bring him into a crowd. Lin Lin turned to glance at Gujia. Monsters are quite sensitive to hostility. Being suddenly surrounded by a group of people, this still unrecovered creature was quite nervous. If it weren't for Lin Lin's presence, giving it a sense of security, a fight might have actually broken out. Don't worry, we know what's going on. We won't let it get into a crowd. Lin Lin, and the other solution to preventing Gujia from getting into a crowd, was to bring it back to the Ziyuan family mansion, and let it live in the incredibly luxurious back garden, becoming Tayo Tayo's roommate. But Tayo Tayo was clearly not very happy about having a new roommate. Just because you were exhausted from sewing the previous 2 days, and rested at home, you ended up bringing another brother home just because you didn't go on this hunt? To appease Tayo Tayo's resentment, Lin Lin spent the 2 days since returning home doing nothing but staying home as a cook, cooking for the 2 half-brothers, who also came from the desert. He also tried to mend their relationship and prevent any conflicts in the harem. That might sound a bit strange, but that's the point. In short, with Lin Lin's diligent mediation, Tayo Tayo and Gujia gradually shifted from being wary of each other to treating each other like air. I believe that with more perseverance, harmonious relations between the two are just around the corner. Putting aside Lin Lin's overtime efforts to maintain harmony in the inner chamber, let's focus on Ziyuan. After settling the new member in, Ziyuan rushed to the open-air tavern meeting place to complete the commission verification. After all, once she completed the certification, she would become a glorious 3-star hunter, officially embarking on a full-fledged career path. Her family would no longer be able to accuse her of just fooling around and returning home to inherit the family business. After all, a 2-star monster was, at best, a dragon king of various gregarious monsters. As long as the hunter was careful and well-prepared, there would be few setbacks. From 3-star onward, she officially began hunting monsters so large that ordinary people could barely imagine them. The danger increased dramatically, and even the most experienced hunter could suffer severe damage if they were careless. If she was just playing around and wanted to experience the life of a hunter, there was no need to go all that hard. Hello, I want to complete a task. Carrying a small bag of materials, Cheyenne excitedly approached the task counter at the gathering hall. The mustache-faced president was sitting cross-legged beside the counter, his head nodding, seemingly dozing off. Cheyenne didn't bother him, but instead went to the image maker standing upright behind the counter. Please show me the quest receipt. Yoko then took out her hunter's notebook and handed it over along with the quest receipt inside. The poster girl checked it and found nothing wrong with it. She smiled and said, "Can I see the receipt that you completed the commission?" Cheyenne casually handed over the small package. "Here, all the materials we extracted from it are here." The poster girl took it and was about to open it when she was startled, her warm smile faltering for a moment. All? Chapter 366. Cheyenne's mouth drooped, her eyebrows furrowed sharply as she muffled her words. Yes, it's all here. Damn it! I wouldn't have needed so many bombs. All those materials would have been destroyed. The poster girl looked strange, but she suppressed the urge to laugh. With a serious expression, she completed the settlement for Cheyenne and branded the 3rd star on the cover of her hunter's notes. Ahem, congratulations. From today on, you're a 3-star hunter. You can accept 3-star commissions from now on. As expected of a poster girl who's been rigorously trained, she never laughs, no matter how funny it is. She actually managed to hold it back. Cheyenne thanked her and picked up the bag of gold coins that had been handed back along with the hunter's notes. She waited and sighed again. This little money wasn't even enough to cover the ammunition and explosive shells she fired, and it still had to be split among 4 people. Of course, neither Cheyenne nor the other 3 members of the team cared much about such a small amount, but the fact that they were spending more than they earned made Cheyenne sigh. She came from a wealthy family, so she had no shortage of money. It didn't matter if she wasn't making ends meet. But if she were another hunter who relied solely on hunting for a living, and the more commissions she took, the poorer she would be. What would she do? Cheyenne shook her head, remembering something Rachel had said at training camp, when she'd been giving guidance to the trainees who weren't sure what to choose. Why use a heavy crossbow if you don't have money? At the time, she hadn't quite grasped the meaning of that phrase, but now, looking at the purse in her hand, she truly understood. Every battle with a heavy crossbow isn't about bullets, but rather tiny, golden creatures. The more you hunt, the less you earn. Therefore, skilled heavy crossbowmen often develop a unique skill, achieving maximum impact with minimal effort. Rachel's signature stealth kill tactic is a prime example. Of course, none of this was a problem for Cheyenne. The only lesson she learned from this hunt was that sometimes, don't spend too much money, or else it will in turn burn the materials she was supposed to have earned. Carrying the small bag of materials, Cheyenne didn't go straight home. Instead, she strolled to the weapon workshop. After finally hunting a new monster, even though the materials were mostly destroyed, what remained? Might, maybe, could still be enough to craft a weapon? After consulting the workshop owner with some trepidation, Cheyenne breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 46 type hidden heavy cannon didn't require a lot of hidden dragon materials. It only required hidden dragon skin and hidden dragon carapace, both of which Yuan happened to have on hand. The remaining materials were the more common tupololith and dragon bone. Ziyuan happily placed her order, listening attentively to the owner's explanation of the 46 type hidden heavy cannon. After all, as a hunter, a thorough understanding of the weapon in hand is crucial to fully unleashing its full potential. As a sea dragon that lives in the desert, hidden dragon's materials possess excellent moisture retention. This makes this heavy crossbow ideally suited for water-cooled ammunition, making it extremely useful when hunting monsters that are weak to water. Besides that, it can load all 3 common crossbow ammunition types: normal ammunition, penetrating ammunition, and shotgun ammunition. It's most compatible with normal ammunition, capable of loading 6 level 3 normal ammunition at once. Penetrating ammunition and shotgun ammunition have lower loading limits. Penetrating ammunition can't be used with level 3, and shotgun ammunition can only be loaded with level 1. Cheyenne stroked her chin. So, this Type 46 hidden heavy cannon's primary weapons are water-cooled ammunition and level 3 normal ammunition. Penetrating ammunition and shotgun ammunition are just a bonus, adding a bit of combat flexibility. After meticulously explaining the details of the Dragonite heavy crossbow to Ziyuan, the workshop owner took a sip from his water glass, looked at Ziyuan, and thought for a moment. Oh, I remember you and Shield Axe Master Lin Lin were teammates, right? Ziyuan, lost in her rosy dreams of the new equipment, let out a sigh, then snapped back to reality. Right. By the way, could you please let me know that the upgrade to his Ceratopsian weapon is going smoothly? Let him come in tomorrow to test it out and see if there's anything else that needs tweaking. Huh? So fast? Ahem. We always have to leave some margin for error in the estimated timeframe we quoted. We haven't had many new orders lately, so it's naturally faster now that we're busy. In the Chamber of Commerce compound, facing Lin Lin's surprise, Ziyuan perfectly mimicked the workshop owner's tone and demeanor. Lin Lin glanced back at the peaceful Taio Taio and Gujia, and breathed a sigh of relief. The coordination he'd been doing these past few days had been quite effective. From the looks of it, they probably wouldn't fight even if he wasn't around. Lin Lin immediately grew impatient. With Destinetta still struggling to control him, the Ceratopsian armament would be his most powerful shield axe. Okay, I go there tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. Haha, don't worry, this weapon's power will definitely satisfy you. In the workshop, the owner lifted the curtain covering the weapon rack, revealing the hideous, deadly weapon. Just looking at its design gave him a sense of oppression, like a tyrant. The shield clearly mimicked the shape of a ceratopsian head, with sharp bone spurs all around, and a pair of curved horns on its face, almost scaled down to their original size. The charged sword's design was even more exaggerated, hardly even a sword, as it lacked a blade. Its blade consisted entirely of 4 intersecting, curved horns. Lin Lin reasonably suspected that if he swung it, the damage it inflicted would be classified as a strike, not a slash. Lin Lin reached out and picked up the Triceratops armor, weighing it with both hands. The heaviness made his arm sag slightly. No wonder the Triceratops armor is so powerful. At this weight, even a lighter sledgehammer would be outmatched. A large part of its power comes from its sheer weight. You've probably noticed that this shield axe's heavy weight makes it difficult for the wielder to fully control and execute attacks without significant strength. Consequently, even the slightest deviation from the angle can significantly reduce the effectiveness of the attack. Generally speaking, we call this characteristic negative critical hit. However, your Triceratops armor's predecessor, the Earth and Sand Armored Shield Axe, also had this characteristic. It's just that this enhancement has amplified it, making the negative critical hit effect even stronger. Since you were able to control the Earth and Sand Armored Shield Axe before, I imagine the negative effects of this Triceratops armor will only require some adjustment and won't be a problem for you. Lin Lin nodded, casually swung his sword a few times, then tried the sword shield transformed axe form. The whistling sound of the weapon, as it swung, made the boss beside him break out in a sweat. If it accidentally slipped out of his hand and hit him, he'd probably have to start over right there. Thankfully, after trying it for a few moments, Lin Lin disassembled the weapon and put it behind his back. The boss breathed a sigh of relief, and he nodded again, acknowledging his words. Negative critical attack wasn't a problem for him. Thanks to his wrestling with Xiong, his strength had greatly increased. Although the horned dragon armor was heavy, it was not beyond his control and could be easily overcome. As for the other flaw of this ceratopsian armor, the boss wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed at the deadly weapon. That's its cutting power. This design, using ceratopsian horns as sword and axe blades, ensures maximum damage with every strike, but it also makes it particularly susceptible to blood and flesh debris seeping into the gaps. Overall, its cutting power rating isn't high, still only blue, and requires frequent sharpening. Isn't its cutting power high? Lin Lin unsheathed his charged sword and examined it for a moment, unable to help but sigh. Indeed, if this design could have any higher cutting power, it would be absurd. Of the two flaws, only the cutting power counted for him. However, compared to the ceratopsian armor's impressive stats, this minor flaw pales in comparison. If I could later acquire a set of armor with artillery abilities, or perhaps a stone with artillery protection to further enhance its already impressive stats, that would be even better. Overall, Lin Lin was quite satisfied with this new weapon. After receiving it, he couldn't wait to head to the training grounds to practice with it. Compared to last year, the training grounds at Rocklac hadn't changed much. The only difference was that next to the mechanical bird Rachel had created, there was a new mechanical dragon. Judging by its design, it was still Lin Lin's familiar friend, the sand dragon. Lin Lin stared at the mechanical dragon, its head encased in metal to simulate the sand dragon's hard skull. He pondered for a moment, then nodded in understanding. The main purpose of the simulated mechanical beasts used for new recruits was to teach them how to attack. To familiarize them with the attacks of large monsters, it was best to imitate common and moderately threatening monsters. Rocklac was located in the desert, and the most common and threatening monster was the sand dragon. It seemed the guild master was quite knowledgeable. Although there were other hunters at the training grounds, they were scattered, mostly consisting of students from the hunter training camp. Seeing that the mechanical dragon was alone, Lin Lin drew his ceratopsian weapon and walked over, intending to do some warm-up exercises and get used to the feel of his new weapon. Hunter, are you ready to use the mechanical dragon? Meow? Elu, who was in charge of the facilities, noticed Lin Lin approaching. Yes, please activate it for me. Select the headbutt attack mode. Okay, meow, wait a moment, meow. Crack, crack, crack. Swish, swish, bang. Boom, boom, boom. As the mechanical dragon activated, Lin Lin swung his shield and axe, fiercely colliding with it. For a moment, the sound of metal clashing was incessant, and a violent roar filled the arena. Please, please wait a moment, meow. Let me catch my breath, meow. I'm about to be knocked unconscious, meow. After a smooth GP transformation, Lin Lin unleashed a powerful attack. Just as he was about to try a super attack, Elu, controlling the mechanical dragon, couldn't hold on any longer. Because the control mechanism was located on the dragon's back, Elu sat on it while controlling it. However, the vibrations from the collision between the weapon and the dragon were also transmitted to it simultaneously. Lin Lin began to sweat slightly, but poor Elu was already numb all over, and her head was dizzy from the shock. To allow himself to continue using the training equipment, Lin Lin had to stop and give poor Elu a moment to breathe. As soon as his attention shifted from the dragon in front of him, he realized that the students, who had been practicing separately, had suddenly gathered around him to watch, whispering to each other. What kind of weapon is that? Why does it look so formidable just looking at it? Even the Sand Dragon King seems less formidable. The sword and shield fit together, so it's clearly a shield axe. How could you tell? No, I'm talking about the material of the shield axe. Oh, this? Should it be a ceratops? I heard my dad say that ceratops material is this brown-yellow color. Desert Tyrant? Equipment of that level must be a family heirloom. Of course. My dad's biggest regret is that he didn't muster up the courage to challenge the ceratops before retiring. If he had succeeded, my family would have a set of heirlooms like this. Slurp. Fuck, wipe your saliva. If your dad hadn't challenged it, wouldn't you have been just as successful if you had tried harder? How could it be the same? Hunters who can challenge monsters of that level are the elite of the elite. Talent, hard work, and luck are all essential. You think you can just find it like a cactus? Listening to the conversation between the two novice hunters, Lin Lin scratched his head. Is he already the elite of the elite? Oh right, he's already 5-star. The captain of the city tournament gorilla team was only 5-star. When he first met Master Kevin, he was also using a Triceratops shield axe. How fast things have gone. Before I knew it, I'd grown from the unlucky guy who needed Xiong Air's protection to almost reach the same level as Master Kevin. I'm rested, meow. Hunter, do you want to continue practicing, meow? Elu's voice snapped Lin Lin back to reality. He gripped his weapon tightly and chuckled softly. Come on. Let's continue. After sweating profusely on the training grounds, he returned home to cultivate the brotherhood between Tayo Tayo and Gujia as usual. On days when he didn't need to go hunting, Lin Lin's life remained regular and peaceful until Yezi and Shiwan completed their new weapons, and an airship bearing the Zijin Chamber of Commerce emblem docked at the airport in Lokrak. Chapter 367. Wow! Is this an airship? So impressive. On the deck, Yezi stretched out her hand, feeling the warm breeze between her fingers, and shouted excitedly. Yizeo, who had just finished her family leave, followed suit, clinging to the railing to peer down. Lin Lin leaned against the cabin door, his arms folded, watching Yizi's excitement with a faint smile. This girl had always acted so reliable that he had subconsciously overlooked the fact that she was still 2 months shy of turning 18. Yes, while Yizi was much more composed compared to Shi Yuan's cheerfulness, and Shi Yuan would usually address her as sister, she was actually the youngest of the 4 of them. This was probably Yizi's first time on an airship, and the novelty of the experience had allowed her to reveal a rare hint of childishness. In contrast, Shi Yuan, standing next to her, seemed much more composed. Well, that's not surprising. This airship has always belonged to her family. She's probably ridden on it countless times since she was a child. She should be used to it by now. If this could excite her, Lin Lin would probably suspect that this girl's mental age is only 6. Come to think of it, this seems to be my first time riding an airship too, right? But why don't I feel the same excitement as Yizi? Lin Lin walked over to Yizi's side, then reached out to hold onto the wooden railing and gazed down at the yellow sand below. Even from this height, all he saw was an endless expanse of barren yellow, punctuated by occasional patches of green, oases scattered throughout the desert. It's this perspective that inexplicably brings a sense of déjà vu. Oh right, that's the same perspective I got from riding on Daizora's back. Flying with Daizora is much more thrilling than flying on an airship. But airships do have their advantages. While not as thrilling, they're more stable, and it's quite nice to relax and watch. What a magnificent sight. Nature. Yezi sighed softly. Lin nodded, agreeing deeply. Indeed. If only those monsters could live in harmony with humans. Lin glanced sideways. Is that what you're supposed to say? Is this still Yezi? Has she been replaced? He clucked his tongue slightly. It's hard. There are so few monsters that can coexist with humans. Many more monsters have irreconcilable existential conflicts with humans, and even their mere existence poses a threat. Yezi glanced sideways at the horned dragon beetle staff slung across her back and sighed softly. That's the purpose of us hunters, isn't it? If we can't resolve the conflict, then we deal with the monster that caused it. That made sense. This was still Yezi, not replaced. But it must be said that, perhaps because of my influence, the current Yezi is a far cry from the Great Western King in the original world line, who would slaughter people at the slightest disagreement. At least now, she prioritizes resolving conflicts, and only then dealing with monsters. I've bent the original Great Western King into his current crooked form. What a sinful man I am. Huh? What are you all doing on deck? There was a sudden noise behind him. Lin turned to see Brave pushing open the cargo hold door and approaching. Let's take in the view. Brave looked at the two people standing side by side admiring the view, his brows raised slightly. Okay, but the captain said we're about to enter an area of severe convection, and the airship will be a bit bumpy. Are you sure you want to stay aboard? The two exchanged glances, then glanced at the railing at the edge of the deck. If they accidentally fell from here, even with the Kinsex cushioning, they'd be shattered to pieces, right? We've finished looking, we'd be back in the cabin. From Rocklac to East Dorma, it spanned almost half a continent. Even with the airship's considerable time savings, the journey still took about 2 days. During this time, the hunters, aside from popping up on deck to get some fresh air and take in the scenery, could only stay in the cabin, staring blankly or reading something to pass the time. With the daughter of the Zijin Chamber of Commerce in tow, Lin and his companions naturally occupied the best cabin. While the space constraints of the airship meant it wasn't much better, it was at least less cramped, and the 2 days passed without a hitch. But for Tayo, those 2 days were sheer torture. It was well known that the Yellow Speed Dragon King couldn't fly, and Tayo had already developed seasickness during his time aboard the sand boat. Now, high in the sky, confined to a cramped cabin, the occasional strong turbulence made the ride incredibly bumpy. For 2 days, Tayo suffered so much that he couldn't eat a single bite of meat, relying solely on the nutritional supplements Lin had fed him. All the fat he gained at Ziyuan's house was lost. Finally, with a slight tremor, the airship landed back on the ground. The ground felt solid, no longer that unsteady feeling. Tayo lay drowsily in the hole cleared for him and Guga, eyes closed, still unresponsive. But Guga, beside him, didn't suffer from the same seasickness as Tayo. He noticed it the moment he landed and let out a roar of excitement. Tayo lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at Guga beside him. He wondered what the creature was up to, but the 2 days of travel had left him feeling incredibly uncomfortable, and he didn't have the energy to bother with him. After a glance, he closed his eyes again. The next moment, the door opened and Lin walked in, looking at Tayo with a hint of concern. Has your symptoms not improved yet? The hole cleared for Tayo was actually quite large, but compared to Tayo's 10-meter length, it seemed insignificant. If he'd been given more open space, perhaps he wouldn't have been so uncomfortable. If he hadn't been worried about Tayo being thrown from the sky by a jolt, Lin would have considered letting him onto the deck to breathe. Luckily, it only took 2 days, and I finally made it through. Lin walked over to the listless Tiao and patted its head lovingly. All right, we're here. We won't be taking the airship anymore. Do you want to rest here for a while, or get some fresh air? As soon as Lin finished speaking, Tiao's eyes fluttered open, their gaze filled with joy and relief at being freed from imprisonment. It immediately raised its head, and carefully felt it for a moment, realizing that the uncontrollable swaying sensation had indeed disappeared. With that disappearance, the weakness and discomfort that had plagued it also quickly subsided. Within a minute, Tiao stood up refreshed, as if it weren't the one who was weak before. As expected of a monster, its vitality is undeniable. Gioao. Tayo howled at the top of his lungs, venting his joy at being reborn, and at the same time eager to push open the door and rush out. These past 2 days have been suffocating him, As soon as Tayo Tayo poked his head out, he was hit by a slightly salty, damp air, which made him sneeze in a fit of discomfort. But that was only the initial discomfort. After jumping off the airship and landing on solid ground, bathed in the slightly cool breeze, Tayo Tayo felt an indescribable sense of comfort. This was the warm sea breeze from the Geocrux Sea, constantly blowing in from the surface, injecting power into this ancient capital nestled between the mountains and the sea, keeping it constantly vibrant. Donnarumma, we finally arrived. The airship landed on a wide, flat surface midway up the mountain. Several other airships of varying sizes could be seen moored nearby. Clearly, this was Donnarumma's designated airport. Lin Lin gazed out at the azure expanse in the distance. Beyond it lay the Dead Sea known as Geocrux. No, calling it a Dead Sea wouldn't be accurate. While this area of water is connected to the open sea by a single port, Jovandrio, and it's quite narrow, it's still connected. It can only be called an inland sea. Looking down from the mid-mountain airport, one could see most of the massive city nestled against the mountainside. Its imposing gray-black walls stood majestically, protecting the entire city. Furthermore, there were two such walls, the one near the airport even taller. These two walls divided the city into inner and outer layers. Standing halfway up the mountain and looking down, the inner city was filled with residential buildings, with vast expanses of green roofs interspersed with hints of red. As for the outer city, although it was unclear from this angle, Lin Lin had a guess that it was probably where the battle street was located. Why are all the roofs in the inner city this color? What are you looking at? A voice awoke Lin Lin from his reverie. He looked up and saw Kevin hadn't followed Rachel and the others off the boat. Instead, he was standing beside him, looking down with them. Master, Lin Lin called out, then pointed to the colorful roofs below. I've been wondering why most of those buildings have green roofs, while there's a concentration of red roofs over there. Is there some significance to these colors? Kevin didn't even glance at them, but laughed. Many people who first come to East Dorma have this question. Think carefully, what do these two colors bring to mind? What? Red and green, what's the point? No, that's definitely not the answer. Red and green. What special meaning could red and green have in this world? After a moment, Lin Lin's eyes lit up. Male and female fire dragons? Kevin tried to snap his fingers, but nothing happened. After another unsuccessful attempt, he reluctantly put his hand down, put his hands on his hips, and looked at Lin Lin with a teachable look. Yes, a male and female fire dragon. The use of these colors expresses the Hunters Guild's respect and gratitude for nature, and demonstrates their commitment to maintaining ecological stability. Ah! Huh? Is there so much to say about just one color? Lin Lin smacked his lips in surprise, then turned his gaze to Kevin beside him. Okay, then, Master, where are we going now? Now that we've arrived at East Daruma, it's time to find a place to settle down, right? Should we rent a hunter's cabin at the gathering place first? But since Master's hometown is here, should we go visit him? Or maybe even buy a property? However, Kevin shook his head and pointed behind him. They were originally halfway up the mountain, facing the Geocrux Sea to the south. Behind them, a gray-black staircase snaked up to the summit. At the beginning of the staircase, a guard stood upright on either side of the path. They wore standard blue armor, yes, the defense gear favored by the genius boy, wielding spears. They seemed to be standing there in awe, but their eyes were actually constantly monitoring the surroundings. What's wrong with those guards? They're not guards, they're guild knights. Kevin shook his head and corrected him. Their duty is to ensure the smooth operation of the guild, and they also have the task of correcting hunter violations. Well, you can think of them as law enforcement teams, similar to Locklark City tournament guerrillas. As Kevin explained, a guild knight, seemingly having received some instructions, hurried towards their location. Kevin, however, didn't seem surprised. Let's go! The Great Elder must want to see us. Lin Lin, huh? So the guild already knew their arrival time, and knew they were due by now? And this time was most likely given in advance by Master and the others. But knowing is knowing. The Great Elder wants to see you, the high-ranking hunters. Do we, the little Karami, really have to tag along? A moment later, the guild knight, who had been approaching them with a clear purpose, stood before them. His gaze lingered for a moment between Tayo Tayo and Gujia, who stood to Lin Lin's left and right like two guardian deities, before settling on Kevin and Lin Lin. After taking in Kevin's features, his expression hardened and he saluted. Mr. Kevin. Hello, hello. The Great Elder knows you've returned and specifically requested to see the disciple you accepted in Jiayan Village. Lin Lin, huh? No, not even to Master, but specifically to me? Excuse me, who is this? The guild knight's gaze fell on Lin Lin, standing nearby. This is my disciple Lin Lin. He, now a 5-star hunter. But, didn't the great elder mention he wanted to see me? Kevin patted Lin Lin's shoulder firmly, a look of satisfaction on his face. The guild knight's gaze fell on Lin Lin's face again. Although he had suspected this, he looked too young. He hadn't expected him to be Mr. Kevin's disciple. He already reached 5 stars at this age. With such exceptional talent, it's no wonder the great elder had specifically requested him. Ahem, the great elder did say he wanted to see you, but you have to wait a moment. How about you come with me? Chapter 368. Would you like to come along? Kevin glanced at Lin Lin, noticing a hint of hesitation on his face, and muttered to himself, as expected. After all, the great elder was the leader of the East Daruma Hunter Guild, and indeed the highest authority of all hunter guilds on the continent. This young man, suddenly learning that this high-ranking leader wanted to see him, would inevitably feel considerable pressure. At this point, it was time for his master to step up. Okay. Kevin had barely uttered the word okay when Lin Lin spoke up, addressing the guild knight in front of him. Do we have to go now? The guild knight nodded slightly. The great elder isn't a stern, rigid person. You don't need to be so reserved. Clearly, like Kevin, he thought Lin Lin was being a bit cowardly. Lin Lin shook his head, then turned and pointed at the 2 guardian deities on his left and right. I want to settle them down first. We can't just leave them standing here. What if they scare passers-by? Kevin, Guild knight, So you've been hesitating for so long because you're thinking about this. Kevin, as for placement, I can help you find a place. But I don't have your skills. They might not obey me. How about having your girlfriend take care of them for a while? You're all together, so they should be more familiar with her, right? Girlfriend? Lin Lin blushed. Girlfriend? Not yet. Don't let your imagination run wild. Watching Lin Lin's incoherent speech, Kevin rubbed his chin. What difference does it make? Not yet, but eventually. It's just a matter of time. Okay, it's settled then. You go see the great elder, and I find a place for them. Until you return, let Yi help look after your 2 companions. Oh my! Lin Lin muttered a few times, then gave up struggling. Never mind. He hadn't even discussed the subject further. His shame had been completely ignored. The guild knight watched this scene, trying to suppress the curled corners of his mouth. He was still young after all. Even though his strength had surpassed most hunters, reaching 5 stars, he was still quite immature in this area, almost reminding him of his younger self. Then, please? At the end of the winding slate-gray steps was a palace-like building known as the Hall of the Great Elders. This was the political center of the vast city of East Dorma, and the seat of the Great Elders. At first glance, the name of the Hall of the Great Elders might seem a bit strange, but upon closer inspection, as the seat of the Great Elders, it seemed quite fitting. After walking down a long flight of graystone steps, Lin Lin, led by the guild knights, entered a vast palace resembling a giant's dwelling, where he met the legendary Great Elder. In fact, this place could indeed be called a giant's dwelling, for its occupant, an elderly dragonkind revered by all as the Great Elder, was a unique branch of the dragonkind, said to be a giant dragonkind that only appears once every 1,000 years. How enormous could he be? Let me put it this way. From Lin Lin's perspective, this burly old man with white eyebrows and beard stood a full 6 meters tall just sitting there, like a wall. And since dragonkind often shrink significantly with aging, the Great Elder, in his youth, was likely close to 20 meters tall. What's the concept? Let's put it this way. A male fire dragon, the king of the sky, with a body length of 20 meters, would already qualify as a large gold. And the dragonman's giantness isn't just like the humming dragon or the popo, whose size is all they have. Their combat prowess is also incredibly fierce. For example, just from what Lin Lin has heard since arriving in this world, this Great Elder has countless glorious battles to his credit. There's even a rumor that he chopped off the head of an old mountain dragon with a single blow. However, this isn't even the ultimate manifestation of the dragonman's combat prowess. If the reality of this world isn't too different from the previous game, then the ancestors of the village of Pokai, far away in the snowy mountains of Vlasha, should. He was also a dragonman. This fierce warrior had single-handedly defeated the black and white gods, the pinnacle of the flying dragon species, and the collapsed dragon and tyrant dragon, possessing strength far exceeding that of ordinary ancient dragons. If nothing unexpected happened, the weapon this warrior once used should still be lodged in the caves of Pokai village. It was a great sword forged from black dragon materials. Great Elder, Lin Lin has brought it. The guild knight stepped forward and saluted the Great Elder. This movement shook Lin Lin out of his trance, and he quickly followed suit, taking 2 steps forward and bowing. No need for formalities. A deep, old voice, like muffled thunder, echoed throughout the hall. Although he didn't look up, Lin Lin could clearly see the great elder's white beard twitching in the reflection of the smooth marble floor beneath his feet. The guild knight brought the people here and completed his mission. He bowed and took his leave. He still had to go back to the entrance of the long steps to stand guard, leaving Lin Lin alone to face the great elder, who was as heavy as a city wall. It was at this moment, under the great elder's downcast gaze, that Lin Lin belatedly sensed a rising tension. This had nothing to do with the other guild's top administrator. It was simply the oppressive feeling emanating from his massive build and impressive record. At the great elder's request to stand, Lin Lin straightened up. Despite the invisible pressure, he looked up at the great elder. The air seemed to freeze. There was silence for a few seconds. Just as the atmosphere was becoming so heavy, it was almost suffocating. Lin Lin couldn't help but wonder if the great elder had specifically requested to see him because he had some sort of dissatisfaction with him. Suddenly, the great elder laughed, his brow twitching. Wow! What a fine young man! Kevin has taken in a fine disciple. As the great elder spoke, the invisible pressure seemed to loosen and dissipate. Lin Lin breathed a sigh of relief quietly, replying, "You're too kind. I still have a lot to learn." The great elder laughed heartily, his laughter echoing through the hall like rumbling thunder. "Young man, you're too modest. If your master, Kevin, had been here, he would have agreed with a smug look on his face, then gone off to show off to the other hunters. Don't be so reserved. Come closer and treat me as a senior hunter." Since the great elder had said this, Lin Lin relaxed a little. Leaning closer, he asked the question that had been on his mind. "Great elder, why did you want to see me?" The airship had just landed when the great elder's invitation arrived, even ahead of his master and his group of high-ranking hunters. It was impossible, by any stretch of the imagination, that it was simply to test this young man's abilities. In fact, he had already had a vague suspicion, but since the great elder wouldn't say it out loud, a suspicion remained just that. "I've carefully read the letter from Jiayan village over and over again." Lin Lin thought to himself. As expected, I had told Sihua everything back then. The great elder must have a detailed understanding of the entire Lingfeng incident. Since he summoned me first, didn't that mean he'd been curious for a long time and had finally found information about the writer? The letter mentioned that you relied on the help of an underage fire dragon to survive the pursuit of the Lan Long? Lin Lin nodded vigorously. "Its name is Dakong, and it's my companion. Without it, I wouldn't have survived the Lan Long's clutches." The great elder nodded. He sighed. "Wow, the world is truly vast and full of wonders. Monsters and humans can actually form a life-or-death friendship." Lin Lin blinked. Why did the great elder's words seem to contradict his own expectations? Wasn't he just telling him that somewhere in the continent, there were people who had formed a bond with monsters just like him, and asking him to go and exchange his experiences with them? Lin Lin remained silent. After a few sighs, the great elder's expression darkened slightly, and he continued, "Even though I've read the description several times, I still find it hard to believe. Perhaps it's because an old guy like me is starting to lose touch with the times. The letter said you can communicate with monsters with complete telepathy?" Lin Lin shook his head. "No, that's only possible with monsters like Dakong, with whom I have a deep bond. For monsters, I don't have a bond with, or have never met. I can only vaguely sense their emotions and thoughts, but I can't make them understand my thoughts." He was laying it bare. Initially, he had been reluctant to reveal his ability to sense monsters' thoughts, fearing the guild would use him as a strategic weapon against the ancient dragons. They usually station him in the safest civilian positions in the rear, only to release him when an ancient dragon disaster struck to see what the enemy was thinking. Perhaps this would avert a catastrophic battle. But times have changed. Now he's a 5-star hunter, a true elite member of the guild, a vital fighting force that can't be easily discarded. Naturally, he no longer has to worry about being relegated to civilian duties, leaving his hunter life behind. However, he didn't reveal all of his abilities. He kept a small portion of them to himself, revealing only those that were achieved through the binding stone. He also kept secret the fact that he had resonated with Mrs. Feng Shenlong after drinking her blood. Just some vague emotions and thoughts. The great elder pondered for a moment, his thoughts unclear. After a moment, he slowly nodded. "That's a very useful ability." As if the next words were difficult to bring up, the great elder hesitated for a moment, and after a long hesitation, he finally asked, "Although this may be a bit presumptuous, for the sake of humanity's better survival in this world, I have no choice but to speak. Can you tell me how you acquired this ability? Is it a gift unique to you?" Is it possible to replicate it, so others can possess the same ability? Is this a desire to replicate and mass-produce it? Lin Lin was stunned, then quickly guessed the Great Elder's intention. Indeed, from the Great Elder's perspective, his ability was indeed significant, capable of being used as a strategic secret weapon. The more such secret weapons, the better. After all, one person can't handle many tasks at once. If a group of people could be dispersed across the continent, it would definitely improve the survival of humanity as a whole. If he were alone, this secret weapon would have to be carefully preserved, reserved for the most critical and urgent moments. However, if it could be mass-produced, his personal strategic position would be diminished. In this case, the guild's protection of him would undoubtedly be less thorough. It's no wonder the Great Elder felt it was inappropriate to ask so directly. However, what the Great Elder considered inappropriate was actually a good thing from Lin Lin's perspective. The guild wouldn't be keeping such a close eye on him, which meant he would have more freedom and wouldn't be strictly protected from danger. What truly disappointed Lin Lin was another piece of information revealed by the Great Elder's questioning. Actually, the process of how I acquired this ability should have been clearly described in the Lingfeng incident. While it may seem like a miracle, I believe it's definitely not unrepeatable. The Great Elder pondered for a moment, then recalled the matter Lin Lin was referring to. That blue gem condensed from Dakong's blood? I call it the bonding stone. It's a miracle born from the deep bond between man and monster. It's thanks to it that I can connect with Dakong. So, before you acquired this ability, you somehow managed to incubate and raise a fire dragon egg? The Great Elder's eyebrows twitched, but as the guild's highest administrator, complaining was out of character. He simply continued to express his confusion in his deep, old voice. If it's a miracle, how can it be replicated? Lin Lin sighed. As expected, the Great Elder knew nothing about the binding stone, so he was probably even more clueless about the rider. Even the highest echelons of the Hunter Guild were unaware. Was it that the riders in this world were too well hidden, or didn't even exist? I can't be the first rider in this world. Lin Lin shook his head, shaking off the feeling of disappointment in his heart, and explained his understanding of the binding stone. Although Lin Lin also hoped to gain information and knowledge about the rider from the guild, he hadn't completely studied the binding stone. In fact, between training and hunting, Lin Lin would take out the binding stone and explore it whenever he had time, and now he had a lot of theories. Chapter 369. Let me begin with my conclusion. I believe the binding stone is the embodiment of the bond between humans and monsters. To obtain the binding stone, one must first forge a sufficiently deep bond with the monster. The Great Elder raised his eyebrows slightly. This statement seemed a bit magical, but he didn't express any opinion. He simply waited quietly for Lin Lin's next words. Take Dakong and I for example. From the very beginning, I rescued it when it was still an egg, carefully cared for it until it hatched, nurtured it step by step, and taught it to forage. In the process, we forged a strong bond. In addition, based on my repeated reflections on the scene of the binding stone's appearance that day, another condition for its appearance is likely the peak of spiritual compatibility between the two parties. Our success at that time was also largely due to Lonlong. Because of the immense life-or-death pressure it brought, Dakong and I were focused on each other's survival. In a sense, we achieved a unity of mind, right? Then, the binding stone appeared. After Lin Lin expressed his assessment, he recounted the situation in as much detail as possible to allow the Great Elder to better analyze the situation. After a long silence, the Great Elder sighed. I understand. To say I wasn't disappointed was difficult. Although Lin Lin said this was a replicable miracle, the conditions were far too stringent, and much of it was subjective speculation. There were too many uncertainties, making it difficult to scale it up like training hunters. But to say I was completely disappointed wasn't entirely disappointing. At least it wasn't completely hopeless for mass production, was it? Regardless, this was a good thing. I talked to someone about setting up a small group later and try it out. Hoo-hoo. Anyway, thank you for the information. Is there any reward you like? Huh? A reward? Lin Lin was stunned. Was he going to be rewarded? He had revealed this information simply to see if he could get information on other riders. He hadn't considered it at all. In fact, with a little thought, it made perfect sense. If this information could help the guild train a few riders, it would be a significant achievement. If the Great Elder offered him a reward, he wouldn't refuse. But the problem was, he hadn't thought about what kind of reward he wanted. No, he had to think quickly. He couldn't let this opportunity to exploit the guild slip by. Money? No, that was too vulgar, and he had plenty of ways to make money. Status? He had only recently reached 5 stars, and he didn't think he was ready for 6. Reputation? That was completely useless to him. It was all empty talk. Strength? But strength is something that must be honed bit by bit. There's no such thing as consuming some heavenly treasure that will instantly send you to ascension. Wait, Lin suddenly looked up, his eyes eagerly gazing at the great elder. So, how about a protective stone? Oh! The great elder smiled, stroked his beard, and nodded slightly. As expected, he wasn't mistaken. This young man was quite good, completely unlike those who hid behind the city walls, believing their protection was secure with hunters. Of course. The great elder's palace has a collection of high-level protective stones, hoping to one day help hunters who need them. Let me think about it. Like Kevin, you're a shield axe wielder. So, there's a protective stone that would be perfect for you. Really? What kind of amulet is it? Seeing Lin's eyes light up, the great elder chuckled twice. It's a queen-grade amulet. As for the specific effects, I keep it a secret for now. You know the effects when you get it. It's a surprise, hoo. Okay, that's all for today. You've been traveling so long, it's time for a good rest. I won't waste any more of your time, young man. Someone will bring the amulet to you shortly. The great elder was about to conclude the conversation, but Lin didn't move, looking as if he was about to say something. Seeing this, the great elder looked slightly puzzled. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Lin bowed. Yes, there are a few things I'd like to clarify, great elder. Huh? Tell me about it. I'd like to know if there's any record of a solar eclipse observed in the guild's records? The great elder had already read the letter from Jiayun village repeatedly, memorizing it by heart. Upon hearing Lin's question, he immediately recalled the strange incident mentioned in the letter. Are you referring to the solar eclipse that only you saw? Yes. Unfortunately, I don't seem to recall a corresponding event. However, I have someone search the ancient texts later to see if anything is found. As Lin expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave, the great elder suddenly asked again, by the way, Lin, you mentioned earlier that after obtaining the binding stone, you could vaguely sense the thoughts of unbound monsters, correct? Yes. Then do you know what Long was thinking when it finally retreated? Lin suddenly looked up and saw the great elder's gaze fixed on him, a sharp glare that seemed to penetrate a person's heart. As expected of the guild's highest administrator, his mind was sharp, and he instantly grasped the suspicious point. Lin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It's afraid. It's because of the solar eclipse. The great elder's pupils suddenly constricted. 2 flowers bloomed, each with its own beauty. Lin analyzed the intelligence for the great elder in the great elder's hall, while Yi surveyed the vast city with a look of amazement, marveling at everything he saw, like a country bumpkin entering the city. That seems to be true. As a young woman from Yanhua village, she is, after all, a country girl. The inner city of East Aruma is generally divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is the commercial district at the foot of the mountain, the second layer is the residential area, and the innermost layer is the central area midway up the mountain. The airport we just landed at is located in the central area. Although it's a bit out of the way, it's still within the central area. Kevin pointed around as he walked, introducing the surrounding buildings to the 3 of them. The central area is the core of East Aruma, and most important institutions are concentrated here, including the airport we just landed at. Oh, and look over there, that large wooden building is the headquarters of the Ancient Dragon Observatory. Huh? Is the headquarters of the Ancient Dragon Observatory so shabby? Chapter 370. Huh? The Ancient Dragon Observatory's headquarters is so shabby? Cheyenne looked disillusioned. The Rocklark branch was clearly much more impressive. Rachel felt a little itchy, but she refrained from knocking on Cheyenne's forehead. Instead, she patiently explained, Dondaruma is an ancient city. The Ancient Dragon Observatory was established when it was first founded, and this is its original site. Of course, it's now the result of several expansions, but considering it was originally built of wood, subsequent expansions have retained this style. After walking for a while, Brave suddenly pointed. What's that huge building over there? Those people coming in and out seem to be dressed like scholars. They seem to be looking at us? Kevin glanced over and explained, that's Wang Gushing. The scribe's large library is also their headquarters. I remember Lin seems to have a friend who's in the scribes. As for why they were looking at us, Kevin also sensed something was amiss. Why were those scholars moving towards them after spotting them? I never seen them so enthusiastic before. Looking back, there they were, a jumping hopper and a guga, 2 massive monsters strutting along the wide sidewalk. If they weren't attracting attention, Who would? It was only because they came from the airport that the guild knights didn't stop them. Otherwise, Kevin suspected they would have been surrounded by guards by now. Even if the guards hadn't surrounded them now, at this rate, they would have been surrounded by a group of inquisitive scholars before long. Ahem, let's wait for the introductions. Let's get going. I take you to the middle-level living area and get settled in quickly. With so many people here, how are you going to accommodate them? Rachel glanced back. Brave, Yezi, Xian, Yezhao, Sanxiang, Xiaobai, Shijia, Afu, a 10-meter class Taio Taio, and a 6-meter class Gujia. As far as she knew, Kevin was just like her, living in a hunter's cabin rented from the guild. How could he possibly accommodate so many people? I'm not broke. Isn't it easy to buy a house right now? As long as there's one for sale, I can move in 5 minutes. But before Kevin could say anything, he was interrupted by another voice. You can stay at my place. Cheyenne raised her hand, attracting everyone's attention. Rachel looked puzzled. Where are you? Hasn't Ziyuan been staying at her place since we brought this girl from Locklark to Donnarumma? Where did she find a place to stay? Ziyuan scratched her cheek sheepishly. I figured I'd be staying in Donnarumma for quite a while, and I couldn't stay with you, Master, forever, so I took the time to buy a small villa. Then why didn't you tell me? It wasn't long after we bought it, and you were assigned to Jiayin village by the guild. It wasn't a big deal, so I forgot to mention it. Since Ziyuan said she had a place, Kevin didn't need to rush out and buy a large house. They crossed the sloping road, twisting and turning, and arrived at a 4-story graystone building with its own courtyard. Is this it? Which floor? Brave asked, glancing up and down. Based on his understanding of this wealthy woman, it was unlikely she'd buy just one room, and one room wouldn't even be enough for Tiao Tiao and the others, so Brave immediately mentioned a whole floor. Xian blinked blankly. It's here, sure, but what do you mean by which floor? Brave had already made his best guess at the wealth of the wealthy, but Ziyuan's affluence still shocked him. This whole building. Yezi couldn't help but grumble, you call this a cottage? Isn't that small? Isn't my place in Rocklake much more spacious? Yezi, Brave, Okay, you win. Ziyuan fished out her keys, unlocked the gate, and glanced back. She saw a pop or a truck slowly approaching in the distance, accompanied by the 7 Stars Master and Rickles. Among the younger generation, none of his apprentices or their girlfriends existed, so he offered to help oversee the luggage, slowly walking at the back. Okay, the luggage is here. Let's get in. Kevin nodded, glanced over at Rachel, and said, let's help too. Hurry and pack the luggage. We need to take them to the meeting place to register. Donnarumma is different from other places, and without someone to guide them, they'd be completely lost. But Rachel gave her a look of disapproval. Have you forgotten? This isn't Ziyuan's first time in Donnarumma. They can handle this little thing on their own. They don't need us old guys. Kevin was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ziyuan and the others. After a moment's reflection, a sudden realization dawned on him. These young people were a team, after all, and as the last member to join, and the one with the weakest skills, it was inevitable that Ziyuan's ability to fully integrate into the group was questionable. Under the circumstances, it was natural to give this girl more opportunities to develop a harmonious relationship with the other members, such as with this current residence, and to provide appropriate guidance and assistance. I'm afraid we won't have much time to continue being tour guides. Rickless, who had just caught up with Bobo's truck, rubbed his bald head. The guild knights just arrived. The Great Elder wants to see the 3 of us. I guess he's going to announce Rachel's promotion. Great Elder's Hall. Lin Lin had already excused himself, leaving the Great Elder sitting in the center of the hall, his face solemn, as if lost in deep thought. Russell. Amidst the silence, a subtle movement caught the Great Elder's attention. He turned and saw the newcomer was an old dragon man, shrunken into a tiny ball, with a diamond-shaped white mark on his forehead. Have you met that young man? How was he? I hope he wasn't disappointed. The Great Elder wasn't surprised by the old dragon man's arrival. He reached out and tugged at his beard, sighing softly. I still have great faith in your judgment, Shanghai. He's truly an exceptional young man. With more experience, he should be capable of shouldering important responsibilities in the future. If it weren't for the news he brought last, I'd probably be feeling much better right now. Oh! What news? The Great Elder was silent for a moment, then uttered 2 words. Taboo.